In a laboratory of 300 square meters, there are more than 100 petri dishes as high as a person, and there is no broken limb floating above the liquid in each vessel. More than a dozen experimenters held computers in their hands and recorded the data of each gene-drug experiment. The first batch of genetic subjects, 150 people, one person succeeded, and 149 people failed. After typing the first report, the experimenters' fingers trembled a little. With a slightly crazy look in their eyes, they succeeded. On the white experimental bed, the girl's hands and feet were fixed by iron sheets, 2 bloodstains were drawn on her neck, and her thin figure was struggling violently. The experimenter in a blue coat ignored Shen Xun's struggle and connected the data cable to Shen Xun's head, and a series of data were displayed on the screen. More than a dozen people were obsessed with looking at the data that kept popping up. The test subject's physical data is all normal, and the second stage of the experiment can be carried out. An old man picked up a white potion with crazy eyes under the gaze of more than a dozen pairs of eyes. The old man carefully squeezed out the air in the injection and stood beside Shen Xun, as if looking at his favorite work. Shen Xun no longer struggled, it was just a waste of energy. She wanted to say something, but her mouth was wrapped in a cloth strip and she couldn't speak. There was a tingling pain on his wrist, and the old man excitedly put down the medicine tube. More than a dozen people looked forward to it with excited expressions. This is the only surviving genetic experiment subject. If Shen Xun can survive the second round of experiments, it will bring about a qualitative change in their research. The experimental subject's data fluctuated abnormally. Hurry up and get a tranquilizer, hurry up! Several people frantically searched for a tranquilizer, and 2 pills were injected into Shen Xun's body. The cloth strip wrapped around the mouth was replaced with an oxygen mask, and a piece of cloth on the oxygen mask between breathing. The white mist quickly dissipated again. Shen Xun slowly closed his eyes. Fortunately, there was no pain as expected. Ding. The red value on the instrument stops. Shen Xun, the teacher is calling you. Chan Xiaoxiao yelled several times. Shen Xun raised his head and looked at Chan Xiaoxiao, with traces of being pressed by the shirt on his face, causing the surrounding students to roar with laughter. Shen Xun looked at Chan Xiaoxiao sharply. Didn't she go to the J-City base? Only Chan Xiaoxiao couldn't smile, because Shen Xun's eyes were too scary. Chan Xiaoxiao unconsciously turned her head away. Quiet, quiet. The long measuring tape slapped the tabletop of the podium. The crackling sound was especially loud amidst the laughter, and the classroom suddenly fell silent. Lao Lin pushed his glasses somehow. Shen Xun saw the death stare in those squinted eyes. Shen Xun, this is the third time. Get out of here and stand there and go to my office after class. Lao Lin pointed to the door with a bad tone. Shen Xun was still a little dazed. Was she dreaming? But it was too real. A cool breeze blew over from the window, and there was no rotten smell in the air, only the fragrance of trees. Shen Xun stood up and walked out of the classroom under the gaze of his classmates. In the 6-story teaching building, 1 or 2 students passing by in the corridor from time to time, holding materials and books in their hands, almost turned their heads when they passed by Shen Xun. In the familiar teaching building standing outside the classroom, you can still hear the voice of the teacher lecturing between the floors, which is real and dreamy. Shen Xun pinched himself severely, and there were red marks on his arms which were very painful. It's not a dream, I'm back. Shen Xun recalled the current situation. He was punished by Lao Lin and then handed over his shares. With the end of the world coming, after her father and mother died in a car accident, 40% of the company's shares were transferred to her name, and she was the company's largest shareholder. But the uncle and the second uncle both wanted her to hand over the shares to them for their help, seeing that she was young. Shen Xun disagreed, so they kept pestering her so much that she didn't sleep well during that time, and then they were rejected in class. Lao Lin grabbed the penalty stand. What did she do last time? Shen Xun thought back, thinking that they were really doing it for their own good, so they handed over the shares. At first they were really hypocritical. Later, when the end of the world came, they sent her to the laboratory for a few packets of compressed biscuits and multigrain cakes. There was some confusion in my mind, but it was more of a surprise of rebirth. By the way, the genetic potion, she remembered that she survived the first potion and gained the ability to give birth to plants. I don't know if she came back with her. She was the first batch of people who injected the genetic medicine, and the only one who survived, but she didn't survive the second one. Passing through the long corridor, Shen Xun walked into the bathroom, closed the door and locked it and sat on the toilet, took out his mobile phone to check the time. July 6th XX. There are still 17 days left, the end of the world will come. It started with a sudden rainstorm, which lasted for a month, and almost half of E-City was soaked in rainwater. After the rainstorm stopped, there was a sudden global cooling. There is a pot of pot hose on the ground at the right foot, which was placed to purify the air in the bathroom. Shen Xun's thoughts moved slightly, and green light spots appeared on his fingertips. The light spots melted into the branches and leaves of the green radish and were absorbed. 2 seconds later, the green radish began to grow wildly. Stretched vines climbed up the 4 walls, and soon a space of 2 square meters was occupied by pot hose, but they continued to grow. The vine branches of the green dill were still spreading outwards. Shen Xun was a little surprised, and the effect was even more amazing than when he tried it before. I remember that at the beginning, only a few green leaves could be produced, and the dill was still growing, and the vine branches had already passed the toilet where she was, and the voice of talking came from outside the toilet. Someone is about to come in. If someone finds Lulua's abnormality, Shen Xun quickly calms down, reaches out and grabs the vine branch hanging on the door, intending to tear it off. With the clicking sound of the doorknob turning, Shen Xun hoped that the pot of green radishes would disappear before his eyes. That's right, I also think that scandal is a hype. How could my brother like that young actor? You don't know. I was sad for a long time when I found out about this scandal last night. Later, when I thought about it, she really wasn't good enough for my brother. I guess this scandal is her management company. The two looked at the dull Shen Xun and walked sideways beside Shen Xun. Student, are you okay? Do you want to go to the infirmary? Shen Xun suppressed the shock in his heart. I'm fine, thank you. After washing his hands, he left in a hurry. Is this the ability of the second potion? The first potion is to stimulate plants, and the second potion is space. Shen Xun's consciousness sank slightly, and he could still see the pot of green radish lying quietly somewhere in the space, stopping its growth. Now is not the time to explore, there are too many people in the school, if something like that happens during the exploration. The bell rang for the end of get out of class. Shen Xun, come to the office with me. Lao Lin put away the textbooks and Shen Xun followed behind him. In the first month of the end of the world, Lao Lin died. He was the class teacher. The school was flooded by heavy rain, and many teachers and students were trapped in the dormitory. It is said that Lao Lin rescued. Many students died in the rainstorm. This was Shen Xun's second time entering here this week, and several teachers looked up at the girl following Lao Lin. Shen Xun, what's going on with you recently? You're always distracted in class, you're still sleeping, and you're going to college soon. Do you remember what your wish is? Lao Lin scolded his head and face. He knew that Shen Xun's family was rich, and he usually had a driver to pick him up and go to and from school, but during the past 2 years as her head teacher, he could see Shen Xun's hard work in his studies. Ms. Lin, something happened at home recently, I would like to ask for a leave, Shen Xun said calmly, and the end will be over in 10 days. When the order will collapse and people cannibalize people, she will soon prepare for. There is not much time left for her. Lao Lin thought he could hear Shen Xun's confession, but he didn't expect that something happened at home that made this good student. In a trance, okay. I'll give you a leave of absence, go back and have a good rest by the way. How long do you want to ask for? Shen Xun took the leave note signed by Lao Lin. Half a month. What? Lao Lin raised his voice a little bit. I hired a tutor at home so I won't fall behind in my studies. Shen Xun turned around and left with the slip. This is not an aristocratic campus, and everything is strictly controlled. After dialing the driver's number, Shen Xun waited at the school gate for a while. 10 minutes later, a Maybach stopped at the school gate. The driver got out of the car and opened the door. Mississippi. Go home. Shen Xun eagerly wanted to know what the ability of the second genetic medicine was. If it is really space, then there is more room for manipulation. In the Ziyuan Villa area, the driver parked the car in the garage, and Shen Xun took out his mobile phone to send the driver's salary for this month. Passed. Uncle Wang, I asked the school for leave. I won't be going to school for half a month. You should also go back to rest and spend time with my aunt. Shen Xun waited for Uncle Wang outside the garage. After the parents left, there were only 2 servants left in the villa. One was Aunt Sue who was in charge of cooking, and the other was the driver, Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang took out his mobile phone, and the information of the bank card received into the account popped up on the page. Miss, you sent 2 months too much. Oh, Uncle Wang, you have been working in my house for several years. This is a salary increase for you. Shen Xun pressed the button of the garage door, and the garage door slowly closed. Uncle Wang wanted to say something, but Shen Xun had already turned around and left. Aunt Sue finished making dinner for Shen Xun, and Shen Xun also paid Aunt Sue 2 months' salary extra, and then took half a month's leave. The villa was completely deserted. The aroma of the food on the table filled the air. Shen Xun couldn't hold back any longer, and started to eat. After the rainstorm there was not much food to eat, and vegetables were even rarer. In the 4th year of the end of the world, Shen Xun had personally seen those demons eating children. Later, he was sent to the laboratory, and he never ate a bite, all relying on infusion of nutrient solution to maintain his body functions. After eating all the food on the table, Shen Xun still felt very hungry, so he put away the bowls and chopsticks and opened the refrigerator, where 2 pieces of matcha cake and chocolate cake were refrigerated. Shen Xun unpacked the box, picked up the spoon, and felt a little better in her stomach after eating both cakes. Drank 2 more glasses of water. Ding. Shen Xun glanced at the SMS message on the mobile phone. It was a weather warning for City E. The meteorological station predicted that our province would continue to rain in the future. Fizz. Shen Xun turned off the phone, turned off all the surveillance cameras in the villa, went back to the room and locked it and sat on the bed. With a slight movement in his mind, The pot of green radishes appeared in the room, still growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shen Xun looked towards the window, but fortunately he drew the curtains in advance. Lying on the bed, his consciousness sank into the space, and after a short period of dizziness, what appeared in front of Shen Xun was a huge white square beyond sight. Shen Xun's consciousness shuttled through, and he already had a rough idea of how big this space was, and there were more than 10 birds' nests, but there was still a layer of space below this space. At the beginning, the green radishes seemed to be placed inside. With a slight movement of his mind, Shen Xun's consciousness has gone out of space. At this time, the room was already covered with green radish, and it also stopped growing. In order to verify his guess, Shen Xun waved his palm, and green radish appeared in the white space. Green light spots from Shen Xun's fingertips converged on the green radish, and the green radish in the white space absorbed the light for 2 seconds and began to grow. Surprise flashed in Shen Xun's eyes. The space and time in the lower layer are static, and the space in the upper layer can store living things and they can grow freely. Shen Xun took out his notepad and listed all the things he needed to buy next. Buzzing, the phone next to his pillow vibrated, and the second uncle's phone number popped up on the screen. There was a flash of hostility in his eyes. Shen Xun pressed the answer button, and a woman's kind voice came out from the phone. Hello Sun Sun, I am Aunt. Isn't it your 19th birthday in a few days? Uncle and your second uncle to discuss after a while. We have prepared a surprise for you. Shen Xun sneered. No need for Auntie, I have other plans recently to go to City B. In their previous life, they had coaxed her into signing a share transfer agreement at a birthday party. Both of them are not good things, especially after the end of the world. She wanted her to exchange her body for food to feed them, but she was sold into the laboratory if she disagreed. If it weren't for the inability to kill people now, Shen Xun wanted to kill a few people now. Don't you guys want shares? I don't want to give them. Shen Xun's subordinates kept on writing 2 pages of paper, which are all things to stock up on next. It's a pity that there is no soil in the space. If the entire space is to be covered with soil, several mountains will have to be emptied. Shen Xun opened the drawer and found a business card pressed at the bottom. This was the number of the president's office of Blue Star Technology, their rival company. After inheriting her parents' shares, people from Blue Star Technology came to her and wanted to spend money to buy her shares, but Shen Xun refused at that time. Now, beep, beep, eh? Dial tone came from the phone, and it was answered quickly. A sweet voice appeared on the other end of the phone. Hello, hello. This is Blue Star Technology. I'm Shen Xun. I'm looking for your president. Sorry, our president is busy now. You? Shen Xun heard her voice immediately. Let me introduce myself. I am Shenshur Technology Shen Xun. Now transfer me to your president. I only give you 3 minutes. After 3 minutes you will miss a surprise. After hearing about Shen's technology, the secretary suddenly remembered who Shen Xun was. Okay, wait a moment. Sure enough, it didn't take 3 minutes, only 2.5 minutes passed. At this time, the sweet female voice on the phone had been replaced by a man's magnetic voice. What does Miss Shen want to talk to me about? Shen Xun froze for a moment. The CEO of Blue Star Technology sounded quite young. Shen's technology 4%. 10 shares, how much money can you pay? Shen Xun didn't make a detour, she was going to stockpile next. Stocking a lot of goods required a lot of money. The other end of the phone was obviously stunned. 1.8 billion. 20, you can sign the contract now, but the money must be transferred to my account immediately. Shen Xun gave the other party a happy ending, saving a lot of troublesome steps in the middle. Okay, it's a deal. The electronic agreement has been sent to your mobile phone, the man said with joy in his tone. 2 billion 140% of the shares of Shen's technology, and the value created in the future will be far more than that. Shen Xun turned on the computer, read the electronic agreement, and signed it after confirming that there was no problem, followed by the information that 2 billion had been credited to the account. After the money arrived in the account, Shen Xun began to race against time to open a certain treasure. The things she needed were very complicated, and if she went to the market, time would not allow it. Contact customer service and find the manufacturer directly. Jackets, cotton coats, jackets, short sleeves, underwear and shoes including all seasons, place an order of 20,000 sets each. The same is true for men's models. If you can't wear them yourself, you can give them to others. In exchange for supplies. Windproof lighters, flashlights, rechargeable table lamps, candles, kerosene lamps, alcohol lamps, baby warmers, field tents, sleeping bags, air mattresses, alcohol, iodophor, salt water, hydrogen peroxide, soap, laundry detergent, thermometers, bandages, large and small band-aids, free stapler, anti-inflammatory drugs, pain relievers, anti-fever drugs, allergy drugs, anti-diarrheal drugs, burn and scald ointment. The drugs that can be bought online are limited, but Shen Xun can stock up as much as he can. After the end of the world, it is hard to find a drug. After buying all the medicines that could be found on several websites, Shen Xun contacted customer service to expedite all the items, looking for the fastest delivery. Money is not a problem, the problem is time. She has to go to City B before the rainstorm, In the 4th year of the last days, all towns have safe bases. At that time many people like her thought that all the bases were official bases, but later found out that they were not at all. For example, the E-City base she was in her previous life was not an official base. And the official base she had heard of was only in City B, and the other official bases were very low-key. I crossed out the things I bought on the notepad, but there were still 2 full pages of supplies that I didn't buy. The sky outside the window had already darkened, Shen Xun's tired eyes were closed, and the phone was tilted to the side. After a night without dreams, Shen Xun woke up and stared at the ceiling in a daze. It's so good she wasn't dreaming, she really came back. Bank card binding messages popped up one after another. Your account spent 6 million last night and the balance. Shen Xun looked at the remaining balance, and it was really easy to spend 2 billion within the next 15 days. Taking a change of clothes, Shen Xun took a shower and looked at himself in the mirror, with an oval face, waist-length hair, clear eyes and small dimples on both sides of his cheeks when he smiled. Fair skin, with a young girly look between her eyebrows and eyes, she has not experienced the baptism of the end of the world. Hair is going to be cut off. Shen Xun took his driver's license, took the elevator down to the underground garage, drove a Bentley, and drove out of the Xun Villa area. In a small alley, there is an old barber shop with a colorful ring light in front of the door. Shen Xun pushed the door and entered. Cut your hair. Do you want to wash your hair? Don't wash. Then come and sit here. What kind of cut do you want to make? It's fine to cut it short. Shen Xun didn't ask, as long as it's convenient, but the barber still did it for him. She felt that it was a pity that such long hair had to be cut off. 15 yuan is very cheap. With short ear-length hair, Shen Xun opened the navigation and searched for nearby wholesale markets. Before the car entered the wholesale market, the road ahead became congested. Shen Xun found a parking space, stopped the car, and swept a shared motorcycle. The entire 3 streets are full of department store wholesalers, selling everything. On this street, if you only buy one product, the boss will think you are here to make a joke. Shen Xun rode a motorcycle and stopped in front of a wholesale store selling oil. After looking around, Shen Xun pointed to the various cooking oils on the shelf. Boss, give me 2,000 caddies for each cooking oil on your shelf. The boss looked at Shen Xun with eyes like a fool, but what if it was true again? Wait a minute. He still has a client now. After seeing off the customer, the boss smiled and rubbed his hands. I have so much in stock, but the price is not cheap. The money is easy to talk about, I can give the deposit first. Shen Xun opened WeChat, scanned the payment code posted on the wall, and shook it twice in front of the boss's eyes. The boss put away his contemptuous smile, seeing that Shen Xun did not seem to be cheating. 500,000 deposit, you will pay the rest after inspection. Soon the message that the 500,000 yuan had arrived. The boss looked at Shen Xun as if he was looking at the god of wealth. What do you call Miss Xun? Miss Xun, my warehouse is at the back, and all the things are in there. Should I help you transport the things there? Or you can find someone to pull them yourself. Do you still have a warehouse? I want to rent it out. Shen Xun didn't want to attract more attention because of stockpiling. Yes, there are 2 warehouses behind me. If Miss Xun wants to rent them, I can give you a cheaper one. I rent it for half a year. How much is the rent? Shen Xun scanned the payment code again. 28,000. Is Miss Xun going to do business? Yes, I'm going to open a supermarket chain. The rent was scanned. Shen Xun originally only wanted to rent for a month, but he was afraid that the current matter would not stand up to scrutiny. The chain supermarket is good, Miss Xun. I happen to have a few brothers who are also doing wholesale business here. If you need anything else, I can introduce it to you. Shen Xun showed the appearance of a wealthy second generation. Okay. The boss greeted Shen Xun to sit down and drink tea, and made more than a dozen phone calls. Old Zhang, what kind of plane are you flying? There are really money spreaders. The fat uncle had a beer belly, and Shen Xun wondered if he could see his toes if he lowered his head. But the money-scattering boy, are you talking about her? The boss stood up, pulled the fat uncle out, muttered a few words in a low voice, and both of them were smiling when they came back. Miss Xun don't mind. I don't mind. She did come to spread the money. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a total of more than a dozen men and women came, and Lao Zhang, the oil boss, introduced the identities of several people to Shen Xun. Rice, fruits, seafood, vegetables, electrical appliances, daily necessities, groceries, pasta, drinking water, and pork and beef. There was joy in Shen Xun's eyes, saving her from asking again. There were 3 wholesalers selling rice, and Shen Xun rounded up the inventories of the 3 of them, buying by the ton, and charging as much as they got. The 3 of them were naturally happy, and they finally got taken advantage of by smashing the goods in their hands. The price of rice has dropped this year, and the new varieties introduced are more popular in the market. I stock up on all kinds of seafood, and stock up instant noodles and drinking water by the ton. After the end of the world, a pack of instant noodles and a bottle of purified water can buy your life. All kinds of fruits. Shen Xun also rounded up their warehouse. Electric heaters, refrigerators, generators, solar panels, emergency power supplies, and all kinds of daily necessities except for those purchased on the website. These goods are enough for her to use for 3 lifetimes. Flour and various vegetable seeds. Shen Xun also bought some. The chain supermarket was not a family when it opened, and her purchase of these things was considered a small amount in the eyes of several people. They were all sent to the back warehouse. Shen Xun told them that when the wholesale street was empty at night, someone would come to take the goods away. After each paid a deposit of 500,000 yuan, Shen Xun left. The warehouse belonged to Boss Zhang, and he asked someone to watch it there. Shen Xun spent so much money on their things, I believe Boss Zhang would not help her with this favor. After leaving the wholesale street, Shen Xun drove to the snack street. After ordering a serving of spicy noodles, he packed another 30 servings as an excuse to bring dinner for his classmates. The boss also helped deliver Shen Xun to the car. And after the person left, Shen Xun got on the car and loaded the noodles into the space. After the heavy rain, the global temperature dropped drastically, and Shen Xun always wanted to eat a bite of spicy noodles when he dreamed back at midnight. Delicious milk tea is of course also indispensable. Every milk tea shop in Shen Xun ordered 50 cups of milk tea, packed them away, and prettily called them treating his classmates to drink. The milk tea shop machines are all smoking. While waiting for the milk tea, Shen Xun went to the home-cooked restaurant again, and after negotiating with the boss, he made meals. For 100 people every day, 3 dishes and 1 soup, just 1 meal, and she came to pick them up on time in the afternoon. When it is a deposit, the boss who has money to make money is naturally willing. Who would struggle with money these days? At best it will be harder. After going out of the home-cooked restaurant, Shen Xun found some of the best barbecue restaurants in the snack street, and roasted them for more than 200. Skewer barbecue with meat and vegetables. During the waiting period, I opened the takeaway, and ordered more than 20 dishes of all the delicacies near the villa, and made a note of friends gathering to avoid suspicion. It was getting late, the snack street became more lively, and the milk tea was ready. Shen Xun's family came to collect the milk tea, put it in the rear compartment, and immediately put it into the space. After collecting the milk tea and the barbecue, after Shen Xun put the barbecue into the space, the news of the takeaway delivery also popped up. Driving away from the snack street, Shen Xun's restaurant outside the villa used the company's team building as an excuse, and also asked them to cook a meal for 100 people every day, which tasted better. I found 5 restaurants in a row, but the locations were far apart. 500 servings a day, 5,000 servings in 10 days, 3 meals a day can last 5 or 6 years. After the meal problem was solved, Shen Xun drove back to the villa. At this time, several takeaway guys had parked in front of the villa, and they all looked at each other in a daze. Shen Xun opened the door of the villa and asked them to put all the takeaways on the bar at the door. More than 20 takeaways were delivered to the door one after another. Shen Xun checked the surveillance and put everything into the space. Tomorrow, I'm going to rent a car from a car rental company. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, Shen Xun fell asleep. After washing up in the morning, Shen Xun took out the food that he ordered at the home-cooked restaurant yesterday in the space, 4 dishes and 1 soup, and it tasted delicious. After the operation of the disc, Shen Xun drove the little e-donkey with dust in the garage on the road, and it would never be stuck in traffic. After stopping at the car rental shop, Shen Xun told the salesperson about his demands, and successfully rented a truck with good performance. The staff helped put the small e-donkey into the truck box, and Shen Xun paid and left. Driving the truck to the warehouse on Wholesale Street, Shen Xun saw Boss Zhang's familiar figure directing several people to unload the goods. Things have already filled half of the warehouse, and another car full of goods drove over from behind. Shen Xun got off the car and greeted him. Boss Zhang handed him a cigarette, but Shen Xun refused. Miss Shen, the warehouse on the left is already full, and the one on the right is half filled, so hurry up and take it away. Otherwise there will be no place to put it. Shen Xun lamented the speed of the few people, and indeed money can turn ghosts. Boss Zhang took out 2 warehouse keys and handed them to Shen Xun. Miss Shen, I only have these 2 keys in this warehouse, don't lose them. Shen Xun accepted the thank you. Is anyone watching here at night? No, so Miss Shen's stuff should be moved as soon as possible. We usually don't ask anyone to watch it because we are here during the day, which is equivalent to looking at their own stuff. Shen Xun knew in her heart that their shop was right in front, and the warehouse was very close. It was normal not to invite anyone, but no one was looking at her so she could put things into the space. While the two were talking, the second truck had already started to be unloaded. Shen Xun still had something he wanted to buy in his heart, so he bid farewell to Boss Zhang, drove the truck to a blind spot where no one was watching, put the truck into the space, and scanned a shared motorcycle. At the largest Ford's auto show in E-City, Shen Xun stopped her motorcycle and walked in. She came to buy RVs and off-road vehicles. The salesperson introduced to Shen Xun that there are RV models ranging from 1,500 to 300,000, and there are also off-road RVs. Shen Xun took a fancy to 4 cars. Although this thing is good, if you buy too many and drive it in the last days you will be targeted by people. 4 RVs and 4 off-road vehicles were equipped with anti-collision strips and were also bulletproof. Shen Xun paid the full price. He also asked them to drive the car to his villa and gave them a full tank of gasoline and diesel. She doesn't think there is too much gasoline and diesel, but she wants to stock up more. But many things in the country are limited in quantity, and Shen Xun has no choice but to go abroad after transferring all the things in the warehouse. Shen Xun was quick to give the money, and the 4's manager personally took the car to Ziyuan Villa. After leaving the 4S store, Shen Xun counted the time, and he could just go to the snack street to pick up the ordered meals. When he reached a corner where no one was around, Shen Xun took out his truck and drove out from the alley. The home-cooked restaurant was still so crowded, especially the most people had lunch at noon. Shen Xun walked into the store, and with the help of the clerk, put all the packaged meals into the truck box. After driving to the corner, Shen Xun's figure got into the car, put all the food into the space, and drove the truck to the next house. After collecting all the food, Shen Xun would stop at the gas station passing by to fill up the tank, then take it out by a few large barrels and put them in the space, collecting supplies non-stop. After finishing his work, Shen Xun looked at the time. At 3:30 in the afternoon, he went to the wholesale market further away in East City, and there were still things he needed to buy. Turn on the navigation and drive for an hour before arriving at the seaside wholesale market. This is already a suburb of East City, but it is also a famous tourist attraction. After parking the truck, Shen Xun entered the market. It is not as crowded as in the center of East City, and it is not crowded. Many of them are foreign tourists. Boss, how do you sell the salt? Shen Xun didn't dare to buy so much salt in the city center market, not to mention that they didn't have that much, and the wholesale markets near the seaside had their own salt fields. The old man in a white waistcoat waved a round fan in his hand, pointing to several kinds of salt piled up in front of Shen Xun, ranging from thick to thin with different prices. Which one do you want? Everything is required. Shen Xun asked for 20 tons of each kind and gave the money immediately. Can you send it to the warehouse behind the wholesale market in the city center for me? This is the address. You have to pay for the shipping and labor costs yourself, said the boss, happy to make a big deal. This little girl looked young, but she gave money more readily than many men. What Shen Xun bought was not much in his opinion, because Shen Xun lied that he was in import and export trade and sold domestic products to foreigners. 20 tons of each, half of his warehouse. That's no problem. I want to ask if you know if there is a coal cellar near here, and there are charcoal. The uncle thought for a while. Yes, but you have to go quickly, I heard that they are moving away soon. The uncle pointed Shen Xun in a direction. Shen Xun drove the truck over there. A huge warehouse, half of the warehouse is stacked with coal mines, the shop is still open, but the words for rent have been posted on the wall outside. Under the shadow on the right side of the warehouse door, there is a table and an electric fan. A young man is lying on the table and taking a nap. Shen Xun tapped on the table. Hello. The young man half opened his eyes and looked at Shen Xun. After 2 seconds he reacted and stood up. Hi, are you buying coal? Shen Xun nodded. You can take a look. The coal in my house is absolutely good. In this era of household appliances, except for some factories that need to use coal, this thing is really worrying in the city, but electric heaters are now used in the countryside. Is there any charcoal? Shen Xun put down the coal and took off his gloves. These are necessary for heating in the extreme cold. Yes, the charcoal is in the warehouse next door, and the gas is also available. Do you want it? The young man looked at the. Shen Xun was about the same age as himself. I want 80 tons of coal and charcoal each and some gas. Gas is too conspicuous in the post-apocalyptic world, so I can't use it. The young man looked at Shen Xun suspiciously. For Shen Xun, she has gradually gotten used to this kind of gaze recently, and directly took out her bank card. Are there so many goods? Yes, a deposit of 400,000 yuan. The young man took out the credit card machine, and Shen Xun entered the amount and password. Are you going to move here? Shen Xun put the card on. There are still 5 days left and it will be due. If the rent has been raised, the rent will not be rented, said the unscrupulous landlord, who has raised thousands of yuan, who will come to rent. Shen Xun's eyes lit up, and he went back to the rental sticker in front of the door. There was a string of numbers underneath. Shen Xun dialed it. Hello, is your warehouse for rent now? I want to rent it out. After negotiating, Shen Xun added the landlord's WeChat account and sent the money. There was no way he was traveling abroad. The young man looked at Shen Xun like a fool. The rent was 3,000 more than before, and Shen Xun rented it without blinking. This girl is here to experience life, and she is not a business material at first glance. After taking away the spare key, Shen Xun asked him to put the things in this warehouse as usual, and someone will come to pick them up in 5 days. After leaving the market, Shen Xun came to the seaside. All kinds of assault boats, private submarines, small boats, fishing boats, and tourists walked past Shen Xun with ice cream in their hands in 2s and 3s. Shen Xun rented an assault boat, drove the assault boat to the surface of the sea, and jumped into the water. She bought a lot of seafood, most of which were live, and decorated with seawater to create a small bay in the space. The seawater around him swirled into Shen Xun's body. With a trace of mental strength to control the seawater in the corner, Shen Xun lay on the assault boat a little bit exhausted. Stomach growled, Shen Xun took out food from the space and drove back in the assault boat after eating. When he left, he bought 5 assault boats and 3 private submarines and sent them to the warehouse behind. Driving the truck on the way back, Shen Xun looked at the time. It was 6 o'clock. Parking the truck outside the villa, Shen Xun took out the small e-donkey and drove into the villa. There were already several cars bought at the Ford's shop today parked in front of the gate. Drive the car into the underground garage and load it into the space. After finishing the work, Shen Xun breathed a sigh of relief, took a shower and lay on the bed, set the alarm clock for 3 o'clock in the evening, and Shen Xun fell into a deep sleep. If there is not enough sleep, the body will fall into extreme fatigue, which will affect her next actions. At 3 o'clock in the evening, the alarm clock rang, and Shen Xun got up from the bed numbly, put on a man's coat, a mask, a peaked cap, and hiking boots to cover up his whole body. Come outside the villa and drive a truck to the wholesale market in the city center. In the middle of the night, except for the barbecue stalls that were still open, many shops were closed. Shen Xun stopped the car and ordered nearly 200 barbecue skewers at each barbecue stall. After paying, he said he would come and pick them up later. The wholesale market was even quieter. Shen Xun drove the truck in. As expected, no one was watching the warehouse. Shen Xun took out the key and opened the warehouse door. After entering with a bowed body, he quickly closed the door. Pretending to count the goods, he was actually observing whether there was surveillance. He checked the 4 corners and the top of his head inside and out. After confirming that no one was not under surveillance, Shen Xun's thoughts moved slightly, and the things in the warehouse had been placed in the warehouse. In the second floor space. Crowded warehouse moment. After being emptied, Shen Xun opened the door and walked out, using the navigation to search for nearby mountain villages with few people. On the way back, the barbecue was finished. Shen Xun got out of the car and put all the things in the car, and then put them into the space. Back at the villa, Shen Xun turned on his mobile phone. It was the weather warning message of City E, and a short message from his aunt. Xun, your cousin Shen Hui was admitted to the best business school in City D, and tomorrow I will make a lot of delicious food at home, including your favorite food. You don't take good care of yourself by yourself, so take time to come to your uncle's house tomorrow to get together. It's only been a day since Shen Xun turned off the phone. They haven't found out that she has sold the shares yet. If they find out that Shen's technology has changed hands, they don't know if they will care about her so much. What's the use of guarding so much money? After the end of the world, it's just a piece of waste paper. You don't want to spend it if you want to. The sun was slowly rising. Shen Xun stood by the window, looked at it for 2 minutes and then turned on the phone to check the logistics. In her plan, she could only stay in E-City for 10 days, at most 12 days. Swiping through the logistics news one by one, it is estimated that they will arrive at noon or afternoon today, and the goods will be delivered to the door. Shen Xun opened the takeaway, ordered 10 portions each from the nearby breakfast shops, and then began to check where there are shops selling mobile phones nearby. About 20 minutes later, the doorbell outside the villa rang. Shen Xun put on his coat, and the 2 takeaway boys were carrying 4 takeaways, all of which were heavy. Thank you. Shen Xun took the takeaway and waited for a while. After all the takeaway was ready, he took it into the villa and put it into the space. After breakfast, Shen Xun drove the truck to the mobile phone store. She didn't ask how good the performance of the mobile phone was, she just needed to save some videos that needed to be used, such as how to grow vegetables, how to cook. She has never been in the kitchen, and Aunt Sue usually calls her when it is ready. I bought more than 20 mobile phones with various functions and tablets which add up to more than 200. I took out the sticky notes and pasted them on the back of the phones. After returning home, everything downloaded by each mobile phone was on the sticky notes. Mark. This makes it easy to find without confusion. Putting the mobile phone into the space, Shen Xun drove the truck to the home cooking hall. Buzzing, the phone vibrated. Shen Xun looked at the words Boss Zhang on the screen and pressed to answer. Hello. Miss Xun. Everything has already been put into the warehouse. The meat is put in the freezer at the back of the warehouse. Why don't I install a monitor for you? You have a lot of things and no one is usually watching. Shen Xun knew that the other party was also kind, but after accepting it tonight, it might not be needed anymore. It's okay, don't worry, I've been here recently, and the things that were put in the warehouse before have been sent away last night. Oh good, Miss Xun, all these things have been delivered. And when will the final payment be settled? Several people slowed down their breathing, wanting to hear what Shen Xun had to say. Get them all here. I'll pay the final payment at 2 o'clock. It turned out that it was for the final payment. After hanging up the phone, Shen Xun threw the phone on the passenger side and accelerated the car. When they came outside the restaurant with the help of the clerk, Shen Xun carried the food into the rear compartment together and put it into the space after the people left. After several restaurants were closed, Shen Xun drove the truck to the wholesale market. It was Boss Zhang's store. Everyone was already waiting for her. Shen Xun held a calculator and a bank card at hand, and swiped the card to settle the payment. Boss Zhang, do you know where the best ranch in E-City is? Shen Xun wanted to raise animals in the space. Here, it's not the best ranch in E-City, but I know one with the most complete livestock. Boss Zhang hesitated to speak. Old Zhang, that's what you want to talk about. Someone obviously already knew what Boss Zhang was talking about. Shen Xun didn't interrupt, but waited for his next words. The ranch in the eastern suburbs is very famous. If you go there and ask, no one will know that the animals in their ranch are very expensive. Thanks. Shen Xun didn't care about the money, she went to see it for herself, and if it was really worth the price, she would buy it. Open the navigation search for the east pasture and one really came out. Following the navigation instructions, Shen Xun drove the truck for more than an hour. Before entering the ranch, he could see the billboard of the ranch on the highway. Feed with conscience and eat with confidence. The head of a cow flashed on the billboard, with a few green grasses in the cow's mouth. Driving out of the expressway, Shen Xun stopped the car and closed the door. There seemed to be more than one pasture here. Shen Xun looked at the situation in front of him. On a road, there were livestock sellers on both sides. There are chickens, ducks, geese, cats and dogs, and there are large livestock in the back, such as cattle, sheep and pigs. When Shen Xun passes by these stalls, he will take a fancy to them for a while. A little wimpy, not the kind she wanted. Shen Xun wanted the one that looked more energetic. These gave her the feeling that they were okay, but she had no desire to buy them. He asked two people in succession which ranch the billboard he saw on the highway was, and after knowing the location, Shen Xun drove there. After getting off the car at the destination, the two hills were surrounded by iron nets. Shen Xun walked around the iron nets for about 10 minutes before seeing the gate of the ranch. Hello, I want to buy. Cow. Shen Xun looked at an ant in overalls, with a pair of rubber gloves on her hands, with some brown grains stuck to them. Come in, our boss is here. The ant yelled at Shen Xun and led her to the right, with Shen Xun following behind her. This pasture is not big, but it occupies 2 hills, and they are raised separately, and the grass grows well on the hills. In a 2-story flat, the price of the animals in the ranch was marked on the wall. After Shen Xun glanced at it, it was indeed very expensive, which seemed to be several hundred higher than the market prices that he saw just outside. She also looks very healthy. Shen Xun is not a veterinarian. She is afraid that if she buys sick livestock, she will not be able to feed herself. Auntie went in to call someone, and after Shen Xun had read all the prices on the wall, the boss also came over. This sister, what's your name? Shen Xun didn't expect the owner of the ranch to be so young, a sister in her 30s. Shun. Miss Shun, do you want to buy a bull or a cow? Why don't we talk while watching? The boss also met such a young client for the first time, he must be in his teens. I had seen it when I came here just now, and I accepted the price but I was in a hurry. Shen Xun asked for 50 chickens, ducks and geese each. 20 cows were bought, 5 bulls and 30 ordinary cows. We bought 50 pigs, 10 boars and 100 sheep. Their hair is even more precious in extreme cold. After paying the deposit and telling the boss that he would come to pick up the goods tomorrow, Shen Xun drove away. It was getting late, the sun had already set. Shen Xun parked the car on the side of the road, and took out the food from the home cooking restaurant from the space, a fish-flavored shredded pork, an eggplant with minced meat, and had sweet and sour pork ribs, meatball soup. After Shen Xun was full, he restarted the truck, turned on the navigation, and drove to the suburb marked last night. It was a village close to the mountains, and Shen Xun drove for 2 hours before arriving at the destination. After stopping the car, Shen Xun walked into the mountains. When he got to a place where there was no one there, he took out the small e-donkey and drove for another hour. After confirming that there was no one there, Shen Xun took the mountain in front of him into the space. Continue to walk in, Shen Xun collected 5 mountains in a row before giving up. His body was extremely exhausted, and his spirit was exhausted a lot. Shen Xun lay on the ground, his consciousness sank into the space, and the trace of mental power divided on the seawater take back. In the middle, surrounded by the 5 mountains, is the blue sea water. Shen Xun controlled his mental power to put the crabs, dried shrimps, and fish in the lower space into it, and sprinkled seaweed seeds on the bottom of the sea water. Stars of green light appeared from Shen Xun's fingertips, and the seaweed began to grow after absorbing it. He took out his phone and looked at the time. At 9:36, Shen Xun took out a bottle of pure water and drank it. His body stretched out, and he wanted to go back quickly. When returning back, Shen Xun didn't look back, but went out of the woods, took the country concrete road, took out the small e-donkey from the space, drove to the truck at the fastest speed, put away the small e-donkey and drove home. It took some time to look at the navigation when we came here, but Shen Xun was familiar with the way back, so he turned the accelerator to the maximum and overtook the car all the way back. The truck was parked outside the villa, and Shen Xun rode a small electric donkey into the villa area. A pile of couriers had already been placed in front of her villa, blocking the way in. Shen Xun took out a knife from the space, dismantled all the couriers, and then checked to see if there was anything left after confirming the receipt. Chapter 9. Filling the space with a prototype. Almost all have arrived, and the slowest one will be tomorrow afternoon. Shen Xun sorted all the things and put them away so that he could pick them up easily. After taking a shower and applying a mask, Shen Xun lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep within 10 seconds. With something on his mind, even if he didn't set the alarm clock, Shen Xun would naturally wake up at that point. After washing up, he took the elevator down to the first floor, and after searching through the nearby breakfast shops, Shen Xun ordered skincare products and facial masks for 2 lifetimes, and sent them to City B. There are still 6 days left. Shen Xun ordered a travel ticket, bought a ticket to City B, and set off in 6 days. It's been 4 days and the takeaway boy is speechless. How can a little girl like Shen Xun eat so much? There are more than a dozen takeaways, each serving more than a dozen servings, adding up to 100 servings. Shen Xun's face remained normal. He took the takeaway and put them into the space, then opened the steamed shrimp dumplings, meat buns and soy milk, and went to the car rental company after breakfast. This time I rented a large 6-wheel drive truck, and today I am going to the ranch to pull those livestock. After renting it for a day, Shen Xun paid the money and drove away. The huge truck drove slowly in the city, and Shen Xun couldn't see the dead corner of the front of the car, even if it was close. After the truck drove out of the city and drove to the high speed, Shen Xun stepped up the accelerator. I had identified the way yesterday, and drove straight to the ranch after getting off the highway. The livestock Shen Xun needed was ready, and the boss and 2 staff members were checking for the second time that there was no mistake. After turning the truck around, Shen Xun got out of the car. The large truck compartment is big enough. The staff first carried the chickens, ducks and geese into the compartment and put them away. Shen Xun drove the truck away. Half an hour later, Shen Xun found a place where no one was around and packed them all into the space. Shen Xun surrounded the hills with the fence he bought, and then the chickens, ducks and geese had fun on the half of the hills. They ran away and sprinkled the feed, and then they calmed down. Driving the truck back again, Shen Xun pulled 2 layers of pigs this time, and the truck would shake when it passed the gravel road. It took Shen Xun 2 trips to pull the pigs into the space, and the sheep too were busy until noon before resting, spreading pastures on the mountain to give birth. At this time the space took a little shape under her filling. After drinking half a bottle of water, suppressing the dry feeling in his throat, Shen Xun put the truck into the space, took out the small truck, went to the market when he was about to get on the highway, bought 5 rabbits and put them in the space. Returning to the urban area, Shen Xun drove the large truck to the car rental agency to return the car after all the scheduled lunches were collected. Go to the snack street and open the shops with the highest ratings, order their signature snacks, and order hundreds of other snacks. Still sweeping the whole street in the same way as before, after collecting the things, I drove the pickup truck to the seaside warehouse, where the salt and coal were already piled up. There are also several assault boats and submarines in the corner. Shen Xun opened the door of the warehouse, and first took the warehouse containing salt, charcoal and gas into the space. The warehouse where the coal was kept could not be moved for the time being, and a monitor was installed inside. After the coal boss left, it would not be too late for him to come and collect it. After driving back to the villa, the last batch of couriers arrived in front of the door. After removing all the couriers and confirming that everything had arrived, he let out a long sigh of relief and sat on the sofa. Shen Xun took out his mobile phone from the space and began to check the houses in Tianfu Yuqing and City B. He heard that after the heavy rain, it was one of the few communities in City B that were not flooded. The materials used in the infrastructure were also very careful, and they did not collapse after being soaked in rain for a month. Shen Xun was checking the Tianfuyu. When searching for a house in the city, the selling price and contact information of the house also popped up under Wangya. Shen Xun called and asked 120,000 per square meter. The price is not low, and there are quite a few people living there. There are still many rich people in this world. Shen Xun reserved the 22nd floor, 160 square meters. 5 days after inspection and handover, they were all decorated and moved in with bags. Taking out garlic crayfish and iced cola from the space, Shen Xun watched the video while enjoying the food. They are all beautiful videos everywhere in the world. Occasionally, 1 or 2 videos are posted about foreign weather warnings. The likes are not high and almost no one watches them. Shen Xun clicked in, and the title was that the temperature in the beautiful country has continued to drop in recent days, which has doubled the normal drop in previous years, and it seems that the drop in temperature is still continuing. The comments below were full of schadenfreude. Shen Xun glanced at them one by one, and occasionally saw messages sent by 1 or 2 locals in each city, talking about the recent heavy rain warning, but there was no reply. It is already very powerful that the official can test the heavy rainfall. This is a global disaster and unpredictable. It is also thanks to the official that the heavy rainfall was predicted in advance. Then we prepared a lot of first aid supplies so that so many people could be saved during heavy rain. Shen Xun did not participate in the discussion. After turning off the phone, he checked the download status of other tablets and phones. There are videos, movies and TV series, and there are many planting teachings, including primary and secondary school textbooks and a history of 5,000 years. There are many electrical and mechanical maintenance in life. Shen Xun put his mobile phone on the sofa, set the alarm clock and went to sleep. Recently, he has been busy in an orderly manner, but he didn't sleep well. After the alarm clock rang at 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, Shen Xun put on a coat to cover his figure, and drove a truck to the storehouse. Chapter 10, Planting Fruit Trees in Space. Driving to the snack street by the way, Shen Xun ordered more than 20 sets of fried rice from each fried rice stall, and packed a lot of lo mein at the night market. The barbecue was the same as before, with hundreds of skewers ordered. The owners of some barbecue stalls had a little impression of Shen Xun, wondering how a little girl could eat so much. Shen Xun excused that a friend was coming to the house for a party, and the boss dispelled the doubts in his heart, paid the money and Shen Xun drove away. Opening the warehouse door, Shen Xun stooped in and quickly closed the door. There was already a lot of meat in the frozen warehouse which looked very fresh. Pork chops, steaks and lamb chops as well as various types of chicken, duck and fish and prisoner of war steaks are stacked on the entire wall, and the things are put into the space and transferred to the warehouse next door. It is also a refrigerated room, where various fruits and vegetables are stored. At the front of the warehouse is a separated space, which is full of electrical appliances such as generators and refrigerators. Near the door are dozens of vegetable seeds, as well as fruit seeds. After putting the things into the space, Shen Xun searched around to confirm that nothing was left behind, and then left. After counting the time, the barbecue was almost done. Driving back in the truck, he collected the fried rice first, then went to collect the barbecue and left some in the car. Shen Xun drove back to the villa while eating skewers. This trip took 2.5 hours and he could catch up on sleep. After applying the mask, taking a shower and drying his hair, Shen Xun turned on his phone and went to the nearby breakfast shop again, but this time the portion he ordered was not as much as the previous few times. After setting the delivery time, Shen Xun fell asleep. At 9:30, the doorbell outside the villa rang. Shen Xun got up from the bed and stood by the window to take a look. It was the takeaway. Wrapped in shrimp, red rice sausage, chicken feet, quicksand buns and a bowl of pumpkin porridge. After eating, Shen Xun looked at the tablet and mobile phone on the sofa. All the things that needed to be downloaded were downloaded, and the memory was also full. Putting them all into the space, seeing that there were still 2 hours before the scheduled meal could be collected, Shen Xun turned on the navigation to check where there was a green market nearby. A total of 3 relatively large green plant markets were searched, but they were all far away from her, and it took half an hour to drive, but there were other green plant flower shops. Without wasting time, Shen Xun took the keys to the truck and drove out of the villa. Following the route given by the navigation, Shen Xun came to a relatively large flower shop. The flower shop opened on the side of the road and occupied 3 frontages. There were also several fortune trees in front of the door. "Excuse me. I'll just take a look for myself," Shen Xun interrupted the clerk's inquiry, and went straight to the fruit tree area, but the clerk still followed behind Shen Xun. Shen Xun stared at a dragon fruit tree for a while, and the clerk followed the introduction. When the clerk finished speaking, Shen Xun pointed to several pots of dragon fruit by the wall. "I want 20 pots of this dragon fruit." There was nothing wrong with this trip. These green plants were cultivated, and if she gave birth to them, they could directly bear fruit. "I saw blueberry trees, vines, cherries, bayberry, pomegranates, bananas, plums. I bought 20 trees of each kind, and the staff helped to carry them into the truck box, which cost more than 400,000 yuan. The boss also gave some flower seedlings and porcelain pots for planting as gifts. It's almost time to get the food." Shen Xun put all the fruit trees in the still space. "There is no time to plant them now, so let's put them first." Meals for 100 people seemed to have trained the boss's speed. Shen Xun still passed that time, but within 2 minutes, the boss packed all the meals for Shen Xun and sent them to the car. The 2 clerks moved quickly, and Shen Xun watched from the sidelines. After the clerk helped move them, Shen Xun took out his wallet and gave them 200 yuan for hard work. After putting away the things, Shen Xun drove back to the villa. Lying on the sofa, her consciousness sank into the space. She tried to let herself enter the space, but it didn't work. The space could contain things, but people couldn't enter. Take out the fruit tree saplings from the lower space, vacate a hill and plant the saplings. Although it didn't consume physical strength, it still lost a lot of mental strength. After planting all the fruit trees, fences were built around them to avoid being harmed by these livestock. Shen Xun looked at the pasture on the hill next door, which was almost eaten up, and gave birth again. The green light spots also merged into the fruit tree saplings, and the fruit trees began to grow wildly, and the roots were firmly rooted in the soil underground. Dragon fruit is the first to bear fruit, followed by cherries and blueberries. This is not the outside world, and Shen Xun is not afraid of being discovered, so he gave birth to these fruit trees again, trying to practice the ability to give birth to plants. It is indeed more powerful than before. I remember that at the beginning, I could only control the sweet potatoes to send out a few green shoots. Was it because of lack of mental strength? The spiritual power of the two lives after rebirth can exert the true power of the supernatural power. All kinds of fruits were hanging on the tree. It can be said that it was a bumper harvest. Shen Xun picked a banana, and after exiting the space, the banana appeared in his hand. He peeled off the skin and tasted it. Shen Xun's eyes lit up. The scent was stronger and sweeter than the ones bought outside, and the taste was soft. He ate 4 of them in a row before giving up. After eating 4 bananas, Shen Xun tasted other fruits, all of which tasted much better than those on the market. He took out meals from the space: shredded pork with green peppers, diced chicken with spicy peppers, stir-fried kale and crucian carp soup. Shen Xun didn't waste any food. After eating all of them he felt a little full, so he lay on the sofa to digest. After all the things in the central warehouse have been moved, only the warehouse in the wholesale market by the sea is left. The coal and salt in the entire 1.5 warehouses will be picked up in 3 days. 3 days later, he took out his mobile phone and bought a plane ticket to the beautiful country. After 3 days, he went to City B, bought a house in Tianfu Yucheng, and then went to the beautiful country to stock up on gasoline and weapons. It was rare for him to take a break, so Shen Xun turned on the hot video, scrolled through the latest news, and almost none of the highlights that rushed into the hot search was of interest to Shen Xun. Which variety show a certain little fresh meat participated in, which celebrity cheated again, and there were all gossip hot searches in the back. Shen Xun frowned and swiped to the bottom, only to see a hot search that he wanted to see. And these fonts are still marked in red. Receive frequent official weather warnings. M country cools down and refreshes again. Earth's orbit deviates. Glacial melting. Shen Xun clicked on the hot search for cool down in country M, because she was going there in a few days, and swiped the edited articles and pictures with her finger. It's -40 degrees in just 1 week and it's still going on. After reading all the trending news, Shen Xun felt a little emotional. It turned out that there were traces of many things in her previous life, but she didn't pay attention at that time. There were quite a few people who posted the top ones, tens of thousands, and there were many comments about the end of the world, but after finishing speaking, Shen Xun found that within 10 minutes the person's profile picture was blacked out. AAA Kachatsi Wholesale was locked in a small dark room by the administrator, and then there was a lot of complaints about that person talking nonsense. It's been a century, who would believe this? Shen Xun turned off his mobile phone, his consciousness sank into the space, and he sorted out all the things that were put into the space last night, keeping the meat separately. Refrigerators, ice machines, flour machines, induction cookers, and washing machines are all commonly used and stacked together. Generators, power storage boxes, solar panels, floor heating equipment, and electric heaters should be classified and put away. Water is a consumable. Shen Xun looked at the tons of bottled water in the space, and the water storage tank was full, which could be used for 3 lifetimes. Taking out 6 ice makers and starting to make ice cubes, Shen Xun remembered that in the 3rd year of the end of the world, when the extreme heat came, the highest temperature could reach 80 degrees, and people at that time dared not go out at all. Heat stroke, some people were even roasted dry while walking, and were divided and eaten. At that time she lived with her uncle and her uncle's family in a datong shop with 100 people. The smell was so bad that she wanted to drink ice water in her dreams at night. The humming sound of the ice machine resounded in the room, and Shen Xun put the finished ice cubes into the space. The performance of the ice machine was good, and a lot was collected quickly, but Shen Xun didn't stop and the machine kept running. Shen Xun turned on his phone, checked the time, it was 3 o'clock, put on his sunglasses, took the keys to his sports car, drove a Bentley and drove out of the villa. When the sports car was waiting for the traffic light, Shen Xun pulled down the hood, and the wind from the road dissipated a bit of the heat. E-City is always hot all year round, it has never snowed, and the highest temperature can reach more than 40 degrees. Pedestrians on the zebra crossing couldn't help casting their gazes at Shen Xun on the white sports car, wearing white short sleeves, slim jeans, and a good figure. Beauty at a WeChat. The voice of the man's words caused booing from the surrounding people, and there was the sound of whistles. Shen Xun looked at the time. With the accelerator on, the sports car drove away from the man with a bang. For years later, it seemed like yesterday, Shen Xun drove the car to the underground parking garage of the mall, took the elevator up to the 1st floor of the mall, and pushed 2 shopping carts. In the nut area and snack area, Shen Xun came to buy goods. After filling the 2 shopping carts, Shen Xun checked out and left. He pushed the shopping cart and took the elevator down to the garage. He put the nuts and snacks in the car and pushed the shopping cart back to the mall again. When the staff saw Shen Xun for the 3rd time, they were stunned for a moment. Is this girl going to evacuate the snack area and dried fruit area? Did you eat so much? The young lady who scanned the barcode had sore hands. My relative's children come to play, and I don't usually prepare so many snacks at home. There are a lot of them, more than a dozen, and I'm afraid this is not enough for them to eat, Shen Xun said without blushing. The young lady really didn't want to see Shen Xun anymore, so she introduced several other snack shops in the mall, and they were specialized in snacks. Shen Xun thanked her, put the snacks in the car, and pushed the shopping cart to the one introduced by the young lady. Those shops. The 3 squirrels Liang Pin and 2 other squirrels were all next to each other. Shen Xun ran up and down several times, and the last 2 trips bought biscuits and jerky. Put the shopping cart back to its original place. It's almost stocked up today. Change to a shopping mall tomorrow. Check the time. It's just time for dinner. Shen Xun takes the elevator to the 5th floor of the shopping mall. This floor is full of various delicacies. Many of them are not E-City, local. Shen Xun walked into a stone pot fish shop and ordered a 3-gene fish, and ordered a lot of side dishes, enough to fill himself up. After reading the menu, Shen Xun ordered 10 more fish weighing 4 catties, and asked to pack them and send them to Ziyuan Villa after they were ready. It was not too early to leave the stone pot fish shop, and the sky was getting dark. Taking the elevator down to the underground garage, Shen Xun had the sports car key on his fingers and turned it round and round. Open the car door, start the car, and after paying the parking fee, Shen Xun drove around the neighborhood. He didn't go out much before. It was either a school or a villa, and the shopping mall had only been here before. Listening to the chatting of the female students in the class, there is also a Dongshan shopping mall nearby. Let's take a look at the above place first today, and come to buy goods tomorrow afternoon. When I opened the navigation, I just entered the word Dongshan, and 4 or 5 locations appeared. Shen Xun clicked on the icon of the shopping mall, and the route popped up. Shen Xun drove to the vicinity of the shopping mall, and then searched for other nearby shopping malls. The entire population of E-City is 200 million, not counting the migrant workers. She buys a lot in the mall without fear of being targeted. Calculating the time, the stone pot fish should have been delivered to the villa, so Shen Xun turned the car around and drove home. If we talk about the best villa area in E-City, then Ziyuan definitely ranks first, not to mention the security. For security guards stood guard in front of the villa, and Shen Xun drove in after saying hello. After Shen Xun parked the car, 10 stone pot fish were quietly placed in front of the villa door, together with a flat hot pot. Shen Xun moved the things into the villa and put them into the space. At 9 o'clock, Shen Xun took a shower and put on a facial mask. He has been so busy recently that he didn't sleep well. Today he had a little free time. After cleaning up, he lay on the bed. Shen Xun took out his mobile phone and searched for fitness equipment near City B. Delivering the goods to the door, Shen Xun ordered all kinds of fitness equipment for exercising, and also contacted the best building materials near Tianfu community for decoration. After 3 days, go to City B and buy a house in Tianfu. The house, doors and glass have to be redecorated. Fortunately, they contacted in advance. They have arrangements every day, and it happens to be her turn the day after tomorrow. It's also because the time is not in a hurry. If he is in a hurry, Shen Xun probably will spend a lot of money to stop it. After looking at the 2 anti-theft doors and the soundproof and explosion-proof glass, Shen Xun didn't go to sleep until he placed an order on the merchant's WeChat. Tonight is the normal time to fall asleep. I don't know what information is swiped on the phone, but Shen Xun is already asleep. The screen is still on and the AI voice broadcasting the information is still going on. After about a minute and a half, the screen automatically goes to sleep. The alarm clock was not set, but Shen Xun was woken up by the ringing of the mobile phone. Bai Nen's arm stretched out from the velvet quilt, fumbled around the pillow twice, but accidentally clicked on reject. The annoying ringing in the room suddenly disappeared, and Shen Xun drowsily went through what he had to do today, and he could still sleep for a while. Within 2 minutes, the phone rang again, and Shen Xun came to his senses completely. He supported his body and held the phone in front of his eyes. Second uncle. Shen Xun pressed the answer button, and a man's stern voice came out from the loudspeaker. Shen Xun, where are you now? Are you not at school? Shen Xun pressed the loudspeaker, got up, got dressed, washed his face and brushed his teeth. Forget that Shen Tong and her are in the same school. Shen Tong, the second uncle's second child, usually likes to monitor her in school when he has nothing to do, and then report her situation to the second uncle. Shen Xun didn't respond and Uncle Shen was still rambling on, basically asking her if she met some dubious classmates, if she fell in love early, and girls should keep themselves clean. You are still old. Little, focus on your studies. If you will be outstanding in the future, you won't be able to find any boys. Think about the matter that your second uncle mentioned to you last time. Now Shen's technology is steadily improving. You give the shares to Erbwa to help you take care of it. Isn't it also your parents' wish to grow Shen's technology? Shen Xun was speechless, hypocritical. Probably Shen Tong said something bad about himself in front of them. It doesn't matter. They'd better live to the end and let her do it herself. Are you finished? Hang up when you're done. Shen Xun, what's your attitude? I'm your second uncle, your only relative in this world. What kind of tone are you talking to your elders now? His expression almost cracked. Husband, what's the matter? The woman leaned gently beside Shen Zhong, wanting to hear what Shen Xun said, which made Shen Zhong so angry. Shen Xun hung up the phone, and the woman only heard the beeping tone of the hang-up. Shen Zhong's face was not very good, and the kite that had been firmly in his hand suddenly broke and flew away one day. If I had known earlier, I would have broken the kite's wings, so that even though it could fly, it was still under control. Shen Xun hung up the phone and washed off the foam on his face. The CEO of Blue Star Technology was a bit slow. Did he want to secretly infiltrate Shun's little by little? The doorbell of the villa rang, and it was the takeaway. Shen Xun put dozens of takeaways into the space with buns in his mouth, went down to the underground garage, and drove a big G with a bigger space today. The car window was opened halfway, and the fragrance of trees, flowers and plants in the villa area was blown into the car from the window. It was refreshing, and Shen Xun felt that he was in a better mood after being spoiled by Shen Zhong in the morning. There are still 6 days before the rainstorm, and I have been busy stockpiling supplies recently. The two old things, Shangguo and Shen Zhong, had better not appear in front of her and jump around, otherwise she was afraid that she would really lose control and kill them. It's not the end of the world yet, and the order hasn't collapsed. If you live in a cell before the end of the world, the loss outweighs the gain. Shen Xun prayed in her heart that they'd better survive, because she wanted to do it herself. Shangguo, Shen Zhong, Shani Shentong, Shen Wei, and 2 good aunts, Shen Xun couldn't help stepping up the accelerator. The speed of the car soared, and the sound of AI speeding came from the horn. Shen Xun regained his senses slightly and slowed down the speed of the car, but the message of running a red light had already been sent, and the fine was 200 yuan. Shen Xun glanced at the time. At 10 o'clock you can go to Dongshan Shopping Mall first, and go to get the pre-ordered meals after shopping. The same operation as yesterday. After Shen Xun parked his car, he pushed 2 shopping carts to the supermarket first, emptied the dried fruit area and snack area, and then went to the snack shop. In the end there were too many things, so the clerk at the snack shop helped them get into the car. Shen Xun took out 100 yuan for running errands. Thank you, otherwise I don't know how many trips I would have to make by myself. The clerk shied away and accepted it. Shen Xun spent a lot in their shop. Half an hour alone was enough for half a month's sales. Can you finish buying so much? The clerk still asked the doubts in his heart. Shen Xun hesitated for a moment. Didn't the recent weather warning in E-City say that there will be heavy rain? I don't know how many days the rain will last. I usually like to eat snacks. If it really rains heavily, I'm afraid I won't be able to go out. Buy some, leave it alone and eat slowly. The clerk scoffed at Shen Xun's words in his heart. Maybe this is what rich people think. Shen Xun wanted to ask him to stock up on some too, but meeting the clerk's eyes, Shen Xun said nothing, opened the car door and started the car. Surviving for 4 years in the apocalyptic world, experiencing betrayal, killing, robbing food, and the countless days and nights of weather there will be tomorrow, Shen Xun's heart has already become cold. Turning the steering wheel with one hand, Shen Xun reached out to put all the things placed on the back seat of the car into the space. The home cooking restaurant was still so hot. A few delivery guys were waiting outside to pick up food. Shen Xun took off the peaked cap on his head, afraid that she would squeeze it out soon. Come here. The boss greeted Shen Xun warmly, and Shen Xun nodded. The clerk helped Shen Xun and brought the food into the back seat of the car. Your car is not bad. The previous few times Shen Xun came here in a pickup truck, and he thought that Shen Xun was running errands for some company. Is it BC Big G? The clerk reached out to stroke the car body and Shen Xun hummed. It's more than 3 million yuan. The clerk's eyes on Shen Xun changed, and the rich woman was right in front of him. Goodbye. Shen Xun closed the car door. There were still 4 restaurants to pick up. After driving the car to the corner, Shen Xun put the meals into the space, and after collecting several restaurants, Shen Xun drove to the 3rd shopping mall. The same sweeping method as in the morning after the shopping mall was emptied. Shen Xun looked at the time. Today is the 5th day. The coal boss should have moved out, and he went to the seaside warehouse at night to put the coal and the remaining salt into the space. Without wasting time, Shen Xun drove back to the villa, washed up and lay down on the bed. His consciousness sank into the space. The pasture had spawned a lot last time, and there were still 2/3 of the pasture on the entire mountain. It should be enough for cattle and sheep to eat for a while. Shen Xun doesn't know how to raise pigs. After consulting the ranch owner, pigs can be free-ranged. So Shen Xun separated an open space by himself and spawned a lot of fresh pigweed and cabbage around. As for the tender green cabbage, chickens, ducks, geese and rabbits all like to eat it, and Shen Xun also gave birth to a lot of them. Finding some vegetable seeds from the lower space, Shen Xun controlled the soil on the top of the hill, and spread it on the space surrounded by the fence. Withdrew from the space, Shen Xun picked a basket of blueberries and cherries, washed them, put them in the fruit basket, and watched the video explanation of vegetable planting while eating. I have to say that this blogger explained very carefully, even what kind of soil should be used to make the vegetables grow better. She also said, digging pits to sow and fertilize. Shen Xun turned off his phone after reading it. Originally, when she wanted to dig a hole, she thought it would be good to just scatter the seeds on the soil. As for fertilizing, Shen Xun didn't need it. She could directly stimulate the birth, which would have a faster effect than fertilizing. I didn't eat much in the afternoon, and the blueberries and cherries in the fruit basket were ruined before Shen Xun knew it. Consciousness sank into the space. Shen Xun controlled the soil on the ground, and rows of potholes appeared. After throwing vegetable seeds into the pits and confirming that the seeds were all scattered, Shen Xun controlled the soil to bury the seeds. A clean piece of land without weeds appeared in front of Shen Xun. With a smile in his eyes, Shen Xun stretched out his hand, green light spots appeared from his fingertips, and flew into the seeds under the soil. Shen Xun waited quietly. 3 seconds later, tender green sprouts emerged from the soil one after another, and they were still gradually growing upwards. Shen Xun controls their growth and makes them bear fruit, tomatoes, bell peppers, eggplants, sweet potatoes, cucumbers, pumpkins. Vegetables blossomed and bore fruit under Shen Xun's hands, and Shen Xun felt the inexplicable power in his palm, which was the ability of plants to give birth. More vigorous and manic than before, yes, manic. Shen Xun knew that this was directly related to his mental strength, like a balloon, which was already filled with gas, but was suddenly forced into twice as much gas as before. It needs to be released, and Shen Xun also needs to be released. She wants to lead this ability, instead of being backlashed by her powerful spiritual power. Shen Xun squatted by the vegetable garden. It was hard to imagine that one day she would learn how to grow vegetables. After exiting the space, the alarm clock was set for 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, and Shen Xun put down his phone and fell asleep. Time always flies so fast. When Shen Xun woke up, his eyes were still a little dazed, as if he had just closed his eyes just a moment ago. After getting up and putting on his coat, he disguised himself with a peaked cap and a mask, and Shen Xun drove a small electric donkey out of the villa. The midnight wind blew on his face, making Shen Xun more energetic. The truck was parked outside the villa, and Shen Xun found a blind spot for monitoring and put the small e-donkey into the space, and drove the truck to the seaside warehouse. All the way, the green light was unimpeded. After half an hour, Shen Xun arrived at the destination. After getting out of the car, Shen Xun looked around and took out the key to open the warehouse door after confirming that no one was there. The table and chairs were still placed in the corner in front of the door, and the electric fan had been carried away. It seemed that the coal boss had withdrawn, and Shen Xun closed the warehouse door. Went to the back of the warehouse, found the transformer box, cut off the power supply in the warehouse, and the monitoring could no longer be used. Shen Xun was relieved. With a wave of his palm, all the things in the warehouse were taken by Shen Xun. After confirming that nothing was left behind, Shen Xun opened the warehouse door and left. It took nearly 2 hours to go back and forth. It was almost 6 o'clock when we returned to the villa, and we ordered takeaway food. This time Shen Xun ordered more. After all, it was the last day. Put down the phone and go back to sleep. At 9:30, the takeaway boy rang the doorbell on time, and Shen Xun opened the door to take the takeaway, which was packed in large boxes, and one serving was for 10 people. After all the takeaways arrived, Shen Xun took out a breakfast, and put the rest in the space. Seafood porridge, stir-fried choy sum, stewed pigeon, and a poached egg. Shen Xun ate well. Very satisfied. After eating, Shen Xun took the elevator up to the second floor. Clutching a key tightly in his hand, stood in front of a door hesitating for a long time, and opened the door. The room hadn't been cleaned for 10 days, and there was a little dust on the bedside table. Shen Xun seldom entered this room. She was afraid that she would miss others when she saw things. On the cabinet is a group photo of a family of 3. In the photo, the innocent little girl is smiling with 2 round dimples. Her father is holding her in one hand, and her mother in the other. There are still many photos behind, which are from Shen Xun's age of 1 to 13. After they left, no one took pictures of themselves anymore. Pulling open the cabinet, Shen Xun couldn't hold back anymore. Tears flowed from his eyes, and in the cabinet was the certificate she had won for participating in the poetry recitation in kindergarten. After going to elementary school, he ran a marathon and won the 3rd medal, the consolation prize for the painting competition in the first year of junior high school. At that time, my little self was just enlightened and wanted to be the first in everything, so he didn't care about these rewards at all. Unexpectedly, these bits and pieces of childhood growth were collected by parents. Shen Xun squatted on the ground, leaning against the bed, stroking the 2 figures in the group photo. Chapter 15. Go to City B and buy the 22nd floor. The group photo was taken at the beach. In the photo, my mother is wearing a beige suspender skirt and a sun hat, and my father is wearing a white vest. The faces of the family of 3 are full of happy smiles. Shen Xun watched and wiped away tears with a smile on his face, put the group photos and albums into the space, and is leaving today. She is not going to sell the villa. This place carries her longing for her father and mother, as well as memories from childhood to adulthood. If she thinks that if the end of the world can end in the future, she wants to come back here again. Even in ruins. Putting all the electrical appliances that could be used into the space, Shen Xun turned on the ice machine that was still working, and put the ice cubes and the ice machine into the space. A lot of ice cubes have been made in the past 3 days, which are convenient for taking in case of extreme heat. Watching the time, Shen Xun came to the garage and put several cars in the garage into the space. These are escape vehicles that can be used in the last days. After everything was ready, Shen Xun stood in front of the villa, waved goodbye to the room on the 2nd floor, turned around and walked forward firmly. I drove a pickup truck to the Jichangwan restaurant. And this time, a different clerk helped Shen Xun. After the move was over, Shen Xun handed over 100 yuan for hard work. What about the little brother from before? Why didn't I see it today? Shen Xun recalled yesterday. The boy put his hand on the car body with excited eyes and stroked it. Oh, something happened at home, he went home. The clerk put 100 yuan into his trouser pocket. Every time you just move something you can get 100 yuan, no wonder that kid is so active. Shen Xun didn't say anything else, and drove away after paying the final payment. After collecting the remaining 4 houses, Shen Xun drove the car to a corner, and when he came out, the car was already empty. Nothing left. Shen Xun drove to the bicycle store and bought 40 mountain off-road bicycles. They were of good performance, except that they could not go into the water. They could be driven on any terrain, and the tires were non-slip and wear-resistant. She bought a lot, and the boss also gave away maintenance tools. For people helped Shen Xun lift the bicycle into the rear compartment. Shen Xun drove the truck to the corner, got into the compartment, and put the bicycle into the space. The truck had just started when the cell phone on the passenger seat rang. Shen Xun turned his head and glanced at the screen. Uncle. Shen Xun didn't answer the call, but let it ring for a while. Soon the phone was hung up by the other end, but the WeChat phone rang again, and messages popped up one after another, including from my aunt, from Shani, and from Shen Wei. Shen Xun showed a happy smile. Oops, I was discovered. After driving the truck to the car rental office to return the car, Shen Xun walked leisurely on the road with empty hands and silent phone, scanned a shared motorcycle, and drove towards the airport. The luggage is all in the space. Shen Xun is carrying a messenger bag with a mobile phone and various documents in it. He is waiting for the ticket. After a while, he queues up to get on the plane. Shen Xun bought a seat by the window. Her eyes are getting smaller and smaller. At the B-City airport, Shen Xun got off the plane 6 hours later. After leaving the airport exit, Shen Xun turned on his mobile phone, and all he saw were countless missed calls and unread messages. The angrier and flustered they were, the happier she was. After contacting the real estate company, after knowing the address, Shen Xun took a taxi to Tianfu Yuqing. The real estate agent had been waiting in front of the door for a long time. After getting to know each other, the agent took out the credit card machine. Shen Xun put the card on it to confirm the assets, and then the agent let Shen Xun in to see the house. Not all houses can be entered if you want to see and buy them. Many high-end residential areas and villas, the real estate company will only provide services to you if you can afford it. Miss Shen, the 22nd floor of Building F that you reserved is on the top. I'll take you up to have a look, please follow me, said the intermediary. A young lady in her 20s wearing a knee-length uniform. With a bumpy body, Shen Xun couldn't help but take a second look at his figure. Take the elevator to the 22nd floor, one elevator for one household, very private. The door is just outside the elevator, password fingerprint lock. The intermediary takes out the magnetic card, swipes the card to open the door. Shen Xun followed her into the room. It was decorated in a Chinese style with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms and a kitchen. The room was about 160 square meters and had a lot of space. Especially the living room, which will be converted into a fitness area at that time, is very spacious. The agent worked hard to introduce to Shen Xun how good the room was, and the business and security system in the community absolutely satisfied her. Shen Xun swiped his card to pay, and the agent was stunned for a while. She handed over the key to Shen Xun, contacted the property management team to connect with Shen Xun, and after the registration, the matter of the house came to an end. The room should be cleaned regularly, and it was very clean, but when he thought that there was a spare key in the business office, Shen Xun felt a little uneasy. I called the building materials and decoration company, and asked them to come early tomorrow morning. After the other party agreed, Shen Xun was relieved. He turned on his phone and clicked on the website to check the skincare products and fitness equipment he had ordered before. The delivery address was filled in Tianfu. The courier has basically arrived. Shen Xun took the elevator down to the first floor and wandered around the community. There are 6 buildings in total, and she lives in Building F. Shen Xun came to the place where the courier was placed in the community. The hive could no longer hold her courier, so the security guard vacated a security room to store her things. Chapter 16. What's wrong with asking you to order something? Shen Xun took out the key to the room on the 22nd floor of Building F, proved her identity, and spent more than 1,000 yuan to hire a few security guards to help her carry the courier. There are many people in strength, and it doesn't waste time to go back and forth in the elevator. In less than an hour, everything was moved into the room. Shen Xun thanked a few people for closing the door, and then began to unpack the express delivery. I took one apart and put it in the space. It took more than 2 hours to dismantle it, and the express delivery was finished. Although all the things were put into the space, the cardboard box was still there. These things can be used to start a fire later. Shen Xun also put the express cartons into the space, and brought a broom to clean the room. There are 3 rooms, one for living by himself, one for fitness equipment, and one for growing vegetables. Before the official base in City B is established, she will probably stay here for a long time. The sky had already darkened. Shen Xun took a shower and was blowing his hair. The phone rang again. He cast a glance. It was Shen Tong. The short hair was washed and dried quickly. Shen Xun took out a dry towel and put it on his shoulders, then picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Hello. As if he didn't expect Shen Xun to actually answer the phone, Shen Tong on the other end of the phone asked in a daze. Where are you now? Shen Zhong snatched the phone from Shen Tong and answered it in his ear. Shen Xun, where are you now? You really sold the shares to Blue Star Technology, you unfilial daughter. Are you worthy of the spirit of your parents? Shen Zhong had a ferocious face. If Shen Xun appeared in front of him now, he would strangle her to death without hesitation. Shen Xun picked out his ears and it came again. Shen Zhong and Shen Guo always mentioned their dead parents in front of her, making the young Shen Xun let go of his guard against them time and time again, and obeyed. No. Sell? It's a Blue Star Technology and give it to you for nothing? In the past, she also thought that the two uncles were sincerely doing it for her own good. But she was no longer the Shen Xun she was before. It was good to have tried a lot of pains, and if she plunged in again it would not be hitting the south wall but something wrong with her brain. Shen Zhong was obviously choked, paused for 2 seconds and still roared. You unfilial daughter, I am your second uncle, what's wrong with asking you for something? Shen Xun interrupted Shen Zhong. Second uncle, ask yourself, do you want something? After she handed over the shares in her previous life, Shen Zhong and Shen Guo completely changed their expressions. Even Shen Tong, who had been courting her before, began to bully her. When the end of the world came, they intensified. Shen Zhong on the other end of the phone was still cursing, saying that Shen Xun's wings were stiff, and he would kill her when he found her, so Shen Xun hung up the phone with a sneer. If my parents were still there, I would never let them bully me like this. But thinking about their panicked appearance now, Shen Xun felt extremely comfortable, set the alarm clock and lay down on the bed. Shen Xun's consciousness sank into the space. The pasture on the mountain was almost eaten up, and Shen Xun gave birth to some more. Huh? Shen Xun looked at the sow lying on the ground. Her belly swelled slightly, and a look of joy flashed in Shen Xun's eyes. The food reserves increased a bit, and Shen Xun exited the space, took out his mobile phone, and began to inquire how many litters a sow can give birth to. 10. Shen Xun sat up from the bed excitedly. She bought so many sows. If they become pregnant one by one in the future with 10 litters, she will be able to realize the freedom of pork in a short time. Excited and happy, Shen Xun couldn't help giving birth to more cabbages for these sows. Eat more, eat more. This. Some pigs felt the coldness in Shen Xun's gaze, but they couldn't hold back the smell of cabbage, so they groaned after eating. Shen Xun fell asleep with a smile on his face, and slept very contentedly this time. The alarm clock rang on time in the morning. Shen Xun was washing up in the bathroom, the doorbell rang, and he glanced at the electronic screen on the wall. It was 4 decoration workers. With a toothbrush in his mouth, Shen Xun opened the door, and the 4 of them focused their eyes on Shen Xun. Miss Shen, we talked on the phone last night. It was you. Shen Xun nodded, rinsed his mouth and poured a glass of water for them. She didn't expect them to come so early. It's only after 7 o'clock. A few people wanted to get down to business after drinking water. If Shen Xun's side can be settled today, they can take another order in the afternoon. Miss Shen, we have brought all the things. You can see how you want to dress them up. The 2 of them came to the door and moved the things in. Shen Xun pointed to the location of the room and circled the area without ink marks. The underfloor heating is installed here if it can be disassembled. I can take it with me if I move in the future. The solar panels are installed on the balcony facing the kitchen, and the balcony is sealed. There are 2 cables for the solar panels, one in the kitchen and one in the room. All the glass is replaced with explosion-proof and soundproof glass, and the anti-theft door should not be installed on the outside, but on the inside. The normal surface must be maintained, and there are 3 anti-theft doors. It is too eye-catching on the outside, and it is invisible to others when it is installed on the inside, which makes her feel more at ease. The 4 decoration workers all looked at Shen Xun in surprise. This employer is the strangest employer they have seen this year. Is the house going to be turned into a cage? But looking at Shen Xun as a pretty little girl, it is understandable to be afraid of encountering bad guys and want to live in a safer place. The most important thing is that she gives too much. After Shen Xun explained, he rushed to the plane to Country M, closed the room and took out a down jacket from the space to put on, and changed his shoes into warm boots. After taking a taxi and leaving the community, on the way to the airport, Shen Xun turned on his mobile phone and searched for the latest news about Country M. AI's emotionless voice came from the mobile phone. Country M's temperature dropped to a new record high, directly dropping to -46 degrees, and it is still continuing. Next, I will present to you the pictures of a small town captured by frontline reporters. Shen Xun clicked on the video, and there was a world of ice and snow. Screams and gunshots came from the video. The driver also sighed. My daughter is studying there, and she will be back soon. What you saw in the video is true, and it's a mess over there now. Shen Xun just frowned slightly. He thought it would be chaotic, but he didn't think it would be so fast. Maybe the freedom to hold a gun was also part of the reason. The driver looked in the rearview mirror and saw the down jacket on Shen Xun's body. Little girl, you are going to country M, right? After all, Shen Xun's destination was the international airport. Shen Xun hummed and said that there are still relatives over there, and he is going to take them over. When leaving, the driver kindly advised Shen Xun to return home as soon as he picked up his relatives, and not to stay in country M, it was too dangerous, and the little girl looked as old as his daughter. Shen Xun sincerely thanked him for his concern. After saying goodbye to the driver, Shen Xun took the visa, picked up the ticket and boarded the plane. 5 hours later, the plane arrived at the destination. Shen Xun boarded the shuttle bus. The airport was full of blonde and blue-eyed foreigners. When passing through the security check, Shen Xun saw an uncle holding a small red flag in his hand. Shen Xun walked past him but was stopped. He told Shen Xun in fluent Chinese that if he encounters anything, if it is so dangerous, come to the embassy. Shen Xun felt warm in his heart, because this plane flew over from country Z, so he stood here to remind those who got off the plane. Coming out of the airport, Shen Xun shivered. The familiar cold air made her feel like she had returned to the extremely cold period. I believe. Those images flashed through her mind, and Shen Xun would think of her good uncle and her good second uncle's family. There are many shops selling guns and ammunition in country M, and they are all legal. Although Shen Xun can speak the language of country M, he will inevitably have some accents from country Z. Shen Xun made it clear that he wanted to buy a large amount of guns and ammunition. The muscular man with a beard looked at Shen Xun's ordinary face, but his eyes were bright. Guns are in short supply. I don't have as many as you want here, but I can recommend someone to you. You can ask him. Ask that. As he spoke, he made a gesture asking for money. Okay, Shen Xun said that money is not a problem. The bearded man wrote down a number. Shen Xun reached out to take it, but the bearded man took the note back. Shen Xun took out the dollar from his pocket, and the bearded man handed the note to Shen Xun. Shen Xun knew that the temperature drop in country M would continue. The natural disaster had already begun. It was extremely cold. Rubbing his frozen hands, Shen Xun walked to the phone booth, opened the door and walked in, dialed the number above, and was answered after a while. The other side of the phone gave her an address and asked her to go over there. Shen Xun smiled indifferently and agreed, and the other side asked her to bring the money. Coming out of the phone booth, Shen Xun stretched, moved her wrists and neck, and as she twisted her bones made a clicking sound. Shen Xun sighed. After hailing a taxi, Shen Xun reported the address given by the man. The driver took a deep look at Shen Xun. Are you sure? Shen Xun. Sure. Get out of the car. The driver stopped and let Shen Xun get out of the car. Shen Xun counted a few dollars from his pocket. The driver looked hesitant. The place you're going to is very dangerous. I don't. You find someone else. Fasten your seatbelt. Every time the driver said a word, Shen Xun added a few dollars. In such a cold day, she had to wait for a long time to catch this taxi. If she had known that the situation in country M was so bad, she should have come here earlier. The driver took Shen Xun to the entrance of the street and said nothing to go in. Shen Xun had no choice but to get out of the car and walk in. After walking for a while, Shen Xun understood why the driver was afraid. There were 2 frozen corpses lying on the ground, and the blood flowing out from below had coagulated with the road. The 2 fell face to face on the ground, apparently shot dead from behind, or killed by a single shot in such cold weather. No matter how warm the blood is, it will be frozen into ice. Even if it can be saved, it will not survive. Shen Xun was not frightened by the 2, but continued to walk forward, and when he turned to the corner, he took out the cash he had already withdrawn from the space, a black handbag. Shen Xun carried the handbag and walked leisurely, and came to a large black warehouse. 2 blonde men in down jackets had cigarettes in their mouths and guns hanging around their necks. An iron bucket was placed next to the 2, with black smoke emitting from it from time to time. It was obviously a heating tool for the 2. Stop! The 2 stood up when they saw Shen Xun, clenched the guns in their hands and pointed the guns at Shen Xun. Shen Xun put down his handbag and raised his hands with fear in his eyes. I called your boss before. The 2 exchanged glances and whispered for a while, and soon one of them left, and the other pointed a gun at Shen Xun. When Shen Xun was about to lose patience, that person finally came out with the boss. A black man was still very tall, and Shen Xun looked at the man. He raised his hand and made a gesture. The 2 younger brothers put down their guns, and Shen Xun followed him with the handbag. After Shen Xun entered, she realized that there were quite a few people in the warehouse. Pairs of eyes were spying on her from the 2nd floor of the warehouse. To be precise, it was the handbag in Shen Xun's hand. The boss was about 1.9 meters tall by visual inspection, and Shen Xun could completely cover up his figure standing behind him. When passing by a warehouse, Shen Xun could even hear dull groans coming from inside. It was self-evident what he was doing. The boss took Shen Xun to the innermost room and sat on a chair with his legs crossed. Shen Xun, sitting down opposite him. I brought the money and what I want. Shen Xun was not afraid that he would be blackmailed. On the contrary, she was very happy that he would do so. If the other party is sensible, her body has been injected with 2 genetic medicines, and these people are no different from weak chickens in her eyes. Shen Xun opened the suitcase, and the money inside was so full that the boss straightened up. Follow me. The boss pushed open the iron door at the back of the room, and there was another warehouse full of weapons, sniper rifles, pistols, rifles, shotguns, and a lot of tear gas and explosives. Shen Xun couldn't help being overjoyed when he saw it, or he and the people in the warehouse would be killed directly, and all the things would be taken away. The money you bring can only buy part of it. She didn't want to buy so many weapons. In the 3rd year of the end of the world, plants and animals would mutate. By then, weapons wouldn't be able to deal with them at all, and some of them would even be invulnerable. She hoards weapons for defense. Shen Xun picked some and asked him to sell her another car. The boss agreed. Shen Xun put all the weapons in the car and drove out of the warehouse. Boss, how could you let her go like this? You really sold her the gun. The 2 younger brothers watched as Shen Xun drove the car out of their sight. He didn't answer what the 2 said, but when he and Shen Xun were alone in the room, Shen Xun gave him a very dangerous feeling. Although this person was so ordinary that no one would care if he was thrown in the crowd. But you can only know how scary this kind of person is when you show your killing intent towards her. When he opened the door with his back turned to Shen Xun, his back was covered in cold sweat at that moment. The other party wanted to kill him at that moment, and holding a gun all year round made him have long been trained to be alert to danger. Shen Xun turned the steering wheel with one hand, took out his phone with the other hand to check the flight. Information: the plane will take off in half an hour, and due to the weather, the plane will be grounded from the day after tomorrow. Shen Xun drove the car to the corner, put the car into the space, and in 20 minutes the plane was about to take off, and she still had to catch the flight. There was a snort from the corner. Who? Shen Xun took out the dagger from the space and strode towards the corner. If the other party saw the scene just now, there was no sound in front. Shen Xun was afraid that he might have run away, so he ran forward, and when he met that thing, Shen Xun was stunned for a moment. A white cat. If you don't look carefully, you can't find it in the snow at all. The big one and the small one looked at each other. Shen Xun looked around and found no other footprints, so he put away his dagger and turned to leave. After walking for a while, Shen Xun looked back at the white cat hiding behind the telephone pole, quickened his pace. The little thing followed closely, and when Shen Xun ran, it followed suit. You think I'm just kidding with you? Shen Xun didn't hide anymore. His body was as fast as the wind, and he rushed out with a whoosh. After running a certain distance, Shen Xun turned his head to take a look. It's good he got rid of it. The plane was about to take off in 10 minutes. Shen Xun ran to the ticket gate to pick up the ticket. When he passed the security check, he was stopped by the security guard. Miss, pets cannot be brought on the plane. If you want to bring it, you need to pay for the ticket. Shen Xun. The white kitten bit the back of Shen Xun's down jacket with its teeth, and hung it on Shen Xun's body. The announcement of looking for Shen Xun came from the loudspeaker. The plane was about to take off. Shen Xun tore off the little thing and threw it into the hands of the security guard. This is not mine, goodbye. The kitten looked at Shen Xun with round eyes, until Shen Xun's figure disappeared. It jumped out of the security guard's hand. Grab it. The figure of the white kitten shuttled nimbly among the crowd, looking for that familiar smell. It ran very fast, and the 2 security guards closely followed it. After running through more than a dozen rows of seats, it stopped. The images reflected in the pupils were the boarding gate that was about to close, and Shen Xun's back. It let out a shrill cry, and ran towards the boarding gate. Shen Xun seemed to have sensed it, and when he looked back, he saw its small figure running towards him quickly. It's hard for Shen Xun to describe his current mood, but there is also some joy. A kind of joy that she was firmly chosen. Pretending to squat down to tie her shoelaces, the flight attendant was called by the captain, not knowing what to do. The white figure rushed towards Shen Xun. Shen Xun held it in his arms, unzipped his jacket and stuffed it in. The little guy was still a little heavy, so Shen Xun found a seat and sat down. There seemed to be not many people on the flight to Country Z, and she was the only one in the row Shen Xun was sitting in. Taking out a piece of ham sausage from the space and tearing it open, the little guy looked at Shen Xun with wide eyes. Eat it. I don't know if it can understand, but it should be very hungry with a flat stomach. Shen Xun remembered that when he saw it just now, it seemed to be licking snow. The little guy finished eating the ham sausage in a few mouthfuls, and Shen Xun tore another one out for it, then looked down at it. Its head was bigger than ordinary cats, and its tail was very long. If you look closely, you can still see gray spots on its body. I don't know what kind of cat it is. The stewardess closed the door, and the plane took off for several hours. Shen Xun was woken up by the stewardess, and she went back the same day. When Shen Xun left the airport, it was dark outside. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and after calling a car, Shen Xun reported the address of Tianfu, feeling the pain from his chest. The warmth that came from before. The little guy fell asleep after eating 5 ham sausages. Taking the elevator up to the 22nd floor, Shen Xun opened the combination lock expectantly. The sound of the combination lock unlocking woke up the little guy. He poked his head out of Shen Xun's arms and looked around at the new environment in front of him. Shen Xun put it down from his arms. The little guy circled around Shen Xun's feet twice, squatted down quietly. Shen Xun bent over and rubbed its head. Shen Xun stretched out his hand and opened the original wooden door of the house. What came into view was an iron door with a window. This door was made of pure iron, and behind the iron door was also an iron door, but it was completely closed without a window. Shen Xun took out the key to open the door and entered. There are 4 locks behind the iron door, which can only be opened from the inside. The 2 iron gates can be said to be extremely safe. After Shen Xun entered the house, the little guy followed. It sniffed around the room, as if confirming Shen Xun's smell. Finally locked a closed door, it crawled on the ground and crawled into the crack of the door. Shen Xun looked at it and chuckled, opened the door and let it in. The floor heating in the bedroom has been installed, and a newly installed plug on the wall is connected to a solar panel. Shen Xun went to the window and opened the curtains, and replaced the soundproof glass. The room was also cleaned, and when Shen Xun turned around, he saw the little guy ready to jump onto the bed, and hurriedly grabbed the back of its fateful neck. You can only go to bed after taking a shower. Shen Xun carried it in one hand and took a change of clothes into the bathroom. With no experience in bathing pets, Shen Xun searched the video to learn how to shower gel and rinse off the foam. There is no pet drying box, so Shen Xun just took a hairdryer and blown it for more than half an hour. Fortunately, the little guy has always been cooperating with her. After drying its hair, it jumped onto the bay window and looked down from the window, as if wondering why it didn't feel cold at all. Shen Xun didn't care about it, but looked up what cats eat on the internet. All the supplies she hoarded were eaten by herself, and she didn't plan to keep pets at all. The little guy jumped onto the bed, put his head on Shen Xun's neck, rubbed it twice and stretched out his tongue to lick it, making Shen Xun shiver. Shen Xun reached out and grabbed it to his chest. I'll give you a name, how about Chongwei or Laifu, you choose one. Shen Xian first called Chongwei twice, but it didn't respond. Then Shen Xun called Laifu again, and the little guy's eyes focused on Shen Xun's face. Laifu, Laifu, Laifu. I will call you Laifu from now on. Shen Xun didn't care if it understood or not. Anyway, it can't speak back. The phone rang again. Shen Xun took a look. It was Xin Wei. They were really pestering her persistently. After setting the alarm clock, the mobile phone was turned off, and Laifu got into bed and leaned against Shen Xun. When Shen Xun's steady breathing came, Laifu also fell into a deep sleep. The alarm clock rang in the morning. Shen Xun got up from the bed, ordered takeaway after washing up, called the fitness equipment company, and it will be delivered to your door today. The things in the next room have been taken into the space by her, and now it is empty, just enough to put fitness equipment, and she also needs to buy some boxes and soil for planting vegetables. In 3 days, the long-term battle will begin. Laifu followed Shen Xun wherever Shen Xun went. It followed. Sometimes when Shen Xun lowered his head, he could see it squatting obediently between his legs. The phone rang. It was takeaway. Shen Xun asked him to put it outside the door. After the takeaway brother put down the takeaway and left, it took Shen Xun 2 minutes to open the door. There was no way, there were too many locks. Laifu smelled the fragrance and jumped onto the sofa, propped his forelegs and stared at Shen Xun with bony eyes. Only then did Shen Xun realize that he seemed to have forgotten to feed it. From the small bay of the space, he took out a palm-sized live fish and a few ham sausages, put them on a plate and put them at his feet, and Laifu bit the fish's belly with relish, even eating the internal organs. The ham sausage was finished in 2 or 3 bites, and the plate was licked clean. Laifu jumped on the sofa and rubbed against Shen Xun's arm. After Shen Xun finished eating, he raised his hand and rubbed its head. The equipment company delivered the goods to the door at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Now you can go to buy some things you need to grow vegetables. Shen Xun wore a black hooded sweater. Laifu jumped on Shen Xun's shoulder and got into the hat. After getting out of the elevator, the short-sleeved mobile phone reminded that it was a weather warning for City B. And it was also heavy rain. Shen Xun took a taxi and squatted on the side of the road waiting for the car. While waiting for the car to arrive, Shen Xun clicked on the hot news. This time it was no longer an obvious scandal, but the overwhelming weather warnings for various provinces and the cooling of country M. Shen Xun clicked on the first news. The experts predicted that there would be a nationwide heavy rainfall. The comments were full of sighs, asking where the experts came from. In the past few years, experts seem to have become a derogatory term on the internet, a literal adjective, but there are also people who believe it's saying that they have relatives who are related to the Meteorological Bureau, and they can confirm that this news is absolutely true. The comment area started talking about the end of the world again, but this time Shen Xun found that no one was locked in a small dark room. Maybe some people have already noticed the difference. Laifu propped up his forelimbs, lay on top of Shen Xun's head, raised his head and looked around. Some girls walking by Shen Xun couldn't help but stare at him. Put it on, Laifu. The white kitten is so cute. I really want to touch it. The car came. Shen Xun got on the car with the correct license plate number and went to the pet shop first. When Shen Xun entered the pet shop, 2 Teddy came running to her. with his forelimbs on her body to pet her. Laifu jumped off Shen Xun, bared his fangs and yelled at the two teddy. Its cry was not a meow, but a low-pitched sound, and the sound of the engine starting. Teddy retreated as if facing an enemy, and crawled on the ground. Shen Xun has never had a pet, but she knows that cats don't call like that. Laifu, come back, Shen Xun yelled. Laifu rubbed against Shen Xun's feet, and then returned to his obedient appearance. A young man in an apron came down from the spiral staircase. The boy glanced at the white cat in Shen Xun's hand. Do you want to take a bath? No, I'm here to buy something. The boy said oh and led Shen Xun to the back area, where there are several shelves. These are test kits for cat food, you can put them down and have a try. Shen Xun put Laifu in front of a dozen cat bowls, all of which contained cat food, but Laifu didn't eat any of it, and went straight to the bowl with dried fish and bones, and ate the bones after eating the dried fish. His teeth were clenched, and the boy felt that he had lost face all of a sudden. He squatted down and put the best-selling cat food in the store in front of Laifu. Shen Xun observed Laifu's reaction, picked him up and put food in front of the young man. Can you help me take a look? I seem to have a problem with my cat's throat. The young man stretched out his hand to open Laifu's mouth, but Laifu let out another roar like just now. The young man froze for a moment. Shen Xun opened it himself. Looking at the fangs in Laifu's mouth, the young man frowned, and then carefully looked at Laifu's appearance. How are you doing? It doesn't look like a cat, but it looks like... He seemed to be thinking of something, but he didn't look at the color of Laifu, not to mention whether he would think too much. How could such a large and ferocious city appear and be city beast cub? Like what? Shen Xun saw that he was speaking halfway. The boy half-jokingly said, like a jaguar in country but you have no spots on your little white cat, let alone the wrong color. I was just joking, ha ha ha. He actually prefers that the kitten has a throat problem. Shen Xun pretended to be calm, and threw Laifu into the hat. Laifu had spots on his body, which could only be found by looking closely, perhaps because it was still young. It will definitely not eat cat food. Shen Xun raised his forehead. This is what he brought back to realize the freedom of pork. I want to buy a lot of cat litter as well as bones and dried fish, not only for Laifu but also for her. The stock in the juvenile pet store is limited, but their family has their own factory, and he gave Shen Xun the address of the factory, where there are several pet product factories connected. Shen Xun left the pet shop and took a taxi directly to the car rental agency in City B, rented a large truck, and drove to the factory address given by the boy. Laifu squatted obediently on the co-pilot, turning his head to look at Shen Xun from time to time. Shen Xun took out a ham sausage from the space and let him bite and eat it. Considering that Laifu would grow bigger and bigger in the future, Shen Xun bought several sizes of pet drying boxes, all for large dogs, and bought dozens of them. Cat litter is stockpiled by the ton, and large trucks have been pulled more than a dozen times, and dried fish and bones have also been pulled more than a dozen trucks, and the inventories of several factories have been emptied. Busy until noon, Shen Xun took out food from the space and finished lunch in the car. Laifu's meal was still a live fish and some ham sausages. Chapter 21. What to do with my things is my business. It ate very quickly, and turned to look at Shen Xun after eating. Shen Xun put down his chopsticks and took out the bones he had just bought from the space. Laifu put his hands between the two seats, his tail wagging violently. Shen Xun held the bone, and Laifu grabbed it in one bite. His sharp teeth bit on the bone and the bone broke. Shen Xun restarted the car after eating. Navigate to the nearby fish ponds. The fish I stocked up before were only for myself. Now that there is one more Laifu, it seems that I stock up more. Following the route given by the navigation, Shen Xun drove to the fish pond. He bought a lot of big fish and small fish as well as fish fry. He drove the car to the car rental agency to return the car, and his phone rang. Hello. Shen Xun pressed the answer button. Hey Miss Shen, we belong to the equipment company, and we are already outside Tianfu. Shen Xun looked at the time. They came very quickly. I'm outside now, please wait a moment, it will take about 5 minutes. Shen Xun had already taken a taxi, but luckily the distance was not too far. A large truck was parked in front of Tianfu Community, and there were two middle-aged men sitting in the car, with cigarettes in their mouths, reaching out to flick the ash on the side of the road from time to time. Shen Xun got out of the car and walked straight towards the two, knocked on the window glass. Hello. It's Miss Shen, the things are at the back, take a look. The two of them got out of the car to greet Shen Xun enthusiastically, and opened the door of the carriage. It was only then that Shen Xun realized that there were more than two people. There were two young people sitting in the carriage playing games and saw that both of them had turned off their phones. Stop playing, move things, the middle-aged uncle shouted at the two, tearing off a corner wrapped in sponge. There are treadmills, elliptical machines, exercise bikes, rowing machines. For people delivered the goods to the door and moved the equipment into the community. Shen Xun led a few people to take the elevator up to the 22nd floor. When the door was opened, the four people. They were all stunned for a moment, nothing else, but Shen Xun's door made them doubt whether they had entered the cell. For words solid as gold. Here, just put it in this room. Shen Xun directed the 4 of them to put the equipment in the position she had thought of before. In a room of tens of square meters, it was still a bit reluctant to put down these equipment. The others are stacked in another room, and they can be put into the space after a few people leave. After moving all the equipment, Shen Xun paid a few people for their hard work. After all, it took a lot of effort to move these things, and the few people didn't refuse and accepted them all. When they left, they looked at Shen Xun's 2 iron gates again. After closing the door, Shen Xun turned on his mobile phone, contacted the nearby green plant garden, and ordered dozens of foam boxes with soil for them to deliver to Tianfu community. After finishing, Shen Xun put the fitness equipment from another room into the space. She didn't buy much fitness equipment, and only prepared 2 of the same equipment. There's no need to stock up on this stuff. Lai Fu nestled on the sofa. After Shen Xun sat down, it walked to Shen Xun's side, licked Shen Xun's arm, nestled in Shen Xun's arms, and Shen Xun raised his hand to stroke its fur. He took a photo of Lai Fu, but he couldn't recognize it. Shen Xun opened the video search. Jaguar, dark gold, khaki, and black can grow to more than 300 kilograms, comparable to a tiger in size and very fast. Shen Xun looked at the big guy in the video, and then at Lai Fu nestled in her arms. Are you sure it is really a species? But Lai Fu does look like a jaguar cub. After scrolling through a few more videos, Shen Xun suddenly stopped. What was being explained in the video was an albino tiger, a lion, and the last one was a jaguar. Shen Xun watched the albino little leopard grow up little by little, and the spots on his body appeared as he grew up. It was really similar to Lai Fu. In the video, the leopard let out a cry. Lai Fu stood up vigilantly from Shen Xun and uttered the same cry towards the phone. Shen Xun put down the phone and hugged it in his arms. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Taking out the litter box, Shen Xun poured cat litter into the basin and began to teach Lai Fu how to go to the toilet. The little guy watched Shen Xun's movements curiously. Shen Xun was about to demonstrate it directly. After 2 or 3 times of teaching, Lai Fu finally understood, and under the encouragement of Shen Xun's eyes, he urinated in the litter box. Shen Xun took out the dried fish from the space as a reward, and Lai Fu circled around Shen Xun's feet several times with the dried fish in his mouth. The mobile phone on the sofa rang. Shen Xun walked over. The screen showed that the call was Shen Yi. Shen Xun pressed to answer. What's the matter? Shen Xun, aren't you at Ziyuan Villa? Where are you now? Shen Yi's usual gentle voice sounded, and she was followed by Shen Tong and Shen Wei. A few people wanted to try their luck to see if Shen Xun was in the Ziyuan Villa, but the security guards of the villa did not allow him to enter. Without the owner's permission, they would not let anyone in. Don't talk about it and hang up. Shen Xun was impatient with them. Lai Fu jumped onto the sofa and nestled in her arms. Wait, Shen Xun, we grew up together. If you don't believe them, don't they believe me? My sister wants to ask you, is the person from Blue Star Technology threatening you about selling shares? You don't understand anything when you are young. What went wrong can still be saved now. Shen Xun cleared his throat. First, I didn't grow up with you. Second, my parents gave birth to me. And third, my parents gave me the share, and it was written in my name. How I want to deal with it has nothing to do with you. And the most important point, if you harass me again, I will call the police, understand? Chapter 22. Plant vegetables in the room and start exercising. Shen Xun hung up the phone. How, what did she say? Shen Wei stubbed out the cigarette in his hand, stood up and looked at Shen Yi. Shen Yi didn't turn on the loudspeaker. Shen Wei and Shen Tong didn't hear what Shen Xun said. Shen Yi's complexion was ugly. Shen Xun changed too much. Is she still Shen Xun? In the past, as long as she hooked her fingers and gave her some gadgets that she didn't want, Shen Xun would follow her like a dog and obey her. What's going on now? Shen Xun not only rejected her, but also threatened her to call the police. He didn't dare to repeat what Shen Xun said to the 2 of them. It would only lose face. She didn't say where she was. Shen Tong looked at Shen Yi suspiciously. You have the best relationship with her. She didn't even say anything about you. Which eye of yours sees that I have a good relationship with her? Shen Yi said without waiting for the 2 of them, opened the door of the red sports car and drove away. Shen Xun's cell phone was put aside, and it rang again after a while. This time it was not the Shen family, but the takeaway phone. Hello. It's from the green plant shop, and the things have already been delivered. Now at the gate of Tianfu, Shen Xun called the property owner to let them in, and went straight to the 22nd floor. She was waiting for them at the elevator entrance. After a while the elevator dinged and they came up. There were 6 foam boxes in the elevator, all of which were filled with soil. Shen Xun asked people to put the boxes in another room. After 10 minutes of work, Shen Xun closed the door for the hard work, cleaned up the soil scattered on the ground, sprinkled water on the soil in the foam box, and scattered the vegetable seeds. Shen Xun raised his hand, controlling the green light spots to blend into the seeds, and the small seeds germinated immediately, and tender green shoots broke through the ground. Lai Fu pursued those green light spots, opened his mouth to eat them, ate one and then chased after another, never tired of it. Shen Xun just let them sprout, and didn't continue to give birth. Seeing that it was time to have dinner, Shen Xun didn't plan to order takeaway. When she was in City E she could hoard things unscrupulously, but now she is in City B and she just moved here. What's more, the end of the world will come after tomorrow. If the security guard sees that she has bought a lot of food, she will be the first to be remembered. Fortunately, I haven't bought food for the past 2 days. It's either fitness equipment or soil. They probably thought she wanted to grow flowers on the balcony. Who would have thought that there are owners in Tianfu's high-end community who grow vegetables in their homes? A palm-sized live fish, canned food, boiled eggs, a few vegetables and ham sausage, with fish oil added, was Laifu's dinner, and Laifu followed Shen Xun around the kitchen. After finishing his dinner, Shen Xun took out the food from the space. 4 dishes and 1 soup, still exuding heat. Shen Xun figured out Laifu's appetite. After eating, Laifu lay at Shen Xun's feet with his full stomach. Shen Xun bent down and touched its belly twice. Laifu raised his head and rubbed against Shen Xun's fingers. After eating, 1 big and 1 small lay on the soft sofa. Shen Xun's consciousness sank into the space. Laifu likes to eat eggs, no matter they are raw or cooked. Many eggs were hatched by Shen Xun before he had time to pick them up. Now one of the things he must do every night is to pick up eggs. Shen Xun came to pick up eggs again. He didn't pay attention to it before, but now more than a dozen chicks have hatched, and he picked up 2/3 of the eggs, and kept the rest for hatching chicks so that there will be a steady stream of eggs to eat. Put the eggs in the bottom layer. In the space, Shen Xun gave birth to some grass, and found that the litter of rabbits he bought was also pregnant with cubs. These are long-term strategic materials and should be raised well. He took out the basket and picked some fruits and picked a lot of each kind. Laifu opened his eyes and looked at the fruit basket that appeared out of thin air. He sniffed around it. It was very fragrant. He opened his mouth and took one and ate it. The little guy's eyes lit up, and he wanted to eat another one. So Shen Xun picked a few and put them on a small porcelain plate. Eat it. After swiping his phone for a while, Shen Xun took a shower, lay down on the bed. Laifu jumped up, and found a place to sleep at Shen Xun's feet. Shen Xun got up early at 7 o'clock in the morning, fried egg pancakes, steamed 6 shrimp dumplings, served breakfast with milk. The sky outside the window was gloomy, and the internet was already full of corals. The temperature in Country M has dropped to -70 degrees, which is really rare, and the heavy rainfall predicted by experts is today. At first, everyone didn't believe it, but now looking up at the sky, who can say rebuttal words? Shen Xun turned off the phone and threw it on the sofa casually. Laifu jumped onto the sofa with his belly full and put the phone under his body, so that Shen Xun could play with it if he couldn't find the phone. Shen Xun couldn't help laughing at its deception, and patted its head. Pushing away the gym, Shen Xun opened the curtains, started the treadmill, did a few stretching exercises, set a running time for an hour and started running. Laifu walked around beside Shen Xun, observed it for a while, and then jumped onto the treadmill, but Shen Xun didn't see it, and Laifu fell off the rolling belt. It tried a few more times and finally kept up with Shen Xun's pace. After running for a while, the little guy was completely tired and fell down on the ground along the rolling belt. At 8:30, the speed of the treadmill slowed down, and an hour was up. Shen Xun walked slowly for more than 10 minutes. His calf and thigh muscles were slightly sore, but he could still bear it. After taking the genetic potion, although his strength is still there, his body is not strong enough to fully exert it. If he had a small body before, he would be exhausted after running for half an hour. Now I just feel a little tired. Sure enough, extreme exercise can develop the limit of the body. After the treadmill stopped completely, Shen Xun got down from the top. What's wrong with you? Laifu lay on the ground like a dead dog, and Shen Xun grabbed the soft flesh of its neck and brought it up to his eyes. Laifu was panting heavily, obviously very tired. Putting it aside, Shen Xun walked to another equipment. He had spent the whole morning exercising and was a little tired. Shen Xun lay on the mat, his clothes already soaked in sweat. Bitter tea seeds can wring out water. Laifu ran to Shen Xun's side, sticking out his tongue to lick the sweat on her chin. Cool. Shen Xun felt a lot more comfortable all over his body. The most important thing was that his body was full of strength. After exercising for 4 hours, the soreness disappeared, and the body became much lighter. He took out a towel to wipe off the sweat from his neck and face, and Shen Xun put hot water in the bathtub, ready to wash off the sweat on his body. Laifu lay on the closed bathroom door, scratching the door with 2 paws, and after waiting for a while without Shen Xun coming out, he lay on the door and waited quietly. While applying the facial mask, he took a bath. After washing, Shen Xun dried his hair and threw the sweat-soaked clothes into the automatic washing machine. Laifu yelled around Shen Xun happily, grabbed her trouser leg and wanted to climb up. Shen Xun clamped it under his arm. Laifu turned his head, licking her neck. He took out the milk tea and barbecue from the space. The ice cubes in the milk tea were still intact, and the barbecue also exuded bursts of spicy smell. Laifu jumped onto the sofa wagging his tail, and looked at the barbecue with both eyes. Here is yours. Shen Xun mixed the bones and dried fish with the canned food, added 2 eggs and put it in Laifu's bowl. After it finished eating, it still looked helplessly at the barbecue in Shen Xun's hand. and Shen Xun took out a tissue to wipe off the drool that was about to drop. Here you are. Laifu ate it wagging his tail but just vomited it out, and ran to the bowl to drink water in a hurry. Ha ha, I'm making you greedy. Shen Xun looked at its crouching figure, and took out a small piece of ice from the space. Come here quickly. Laifu licked the ice cubes in small mouthfuls, and the hotness on his tongue subsided a bit. WeChat messages kept ringing nonstop. Shen Xun put down his milk tea and turned on his phone. It was the Tianfu owner group. Building A601. Look out the window. Building E202. I've seen it a long time ago, it's getting darker and darker. Building B1101. No fuss, even if it rains it won't last too long. Building D1602. I hope it can be a little bigger, and it's better to go down until I can't go out. I want to rest. Saying anything, Shen Xun turned on the message so as not to disturb, and sat quietly on the bay window. Laifu slipped into Shen Xun's arms, and followed her to look out the window. Time passed by little, but Shen Xun tensed the string, as if feeling her tension, and Laifu's small body pressed against her. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, pea-sized raindrops appeared on the glass, and it started. Shen Xun got up from the bay window, closed the bathroom window, and checked whether the windows of several rooms were closed tightly. In fact, fortunately, the soundproof glass was installed in advance, and the sound of raindrops hitting the glass is so small that it is negligible. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the dense raindrops were so heavy that pedestrians on the road could not open their eyes, and the wipers also lost their function. The sound of cars colliding, horns, and drivers cursed on the road. Shen Xun looked down with the binoculars, but he could only vaguely see a few figures running fast in the rainstorm. The torrential rain continued for 2 hours without stopping, and even intensified. The scene was as spectacular as a reverse flood. After preparing Laifu's meal, Shen Xun picked some chili peppers, tomatoes, and a piece of beef in the space. With all the seasonings ready, Shen Xun turned on the phone. Beef brisket rice, I found it. Shen Xun put the tablet aside and followed the steps mentioned above. Soon the bottom was sticky, but it was not impossible to eat. Since I was not skilled in cooking for the first time, but at least it was cooked, the taste was much worse, but fortunately Laifu was very supportive. She ate half of Laifu and half of it. With so much food stored in the space, it should take 6 or 7 years to eat sparingly. She doesn't believe that it takes 6 or 7 years to train herself to be a chef. After eating, one big and one small lay on the sofa, Shen Xun picked some fruits from the space, put some on Laifu's porcelain plate, and started a costume drama to pass the time. The normal multiple is an episode of more than 1 hour, and after 2 episodes, Shen Xun turned off his phone, finished eating the fruit, and Laifu Tuan slept next to her. Shen Xun stood up and looked out of the window. At this moment he couldn't see anything clearly, even the 2 adjacent buildings could only be seen as vague outlines. The temperature seems to have dropped a lot, getting colder. The raindrops hit the glass and then slid down. Shen Xun took out his binoculars to see what was going on in the community, but he couldn't see clearly. The property sent a message telling them not to go out. The sewer manhole cover on the street has been opened to prevent it from falling into the sewer. The owner group is also very lively at this time. Building B401. It's raining so hard my husband hasn't got off work yet, hey? Building A601. My husband is the same, I guess he has to work overtime. Building F1602. My child is still in school, and the school bus cannot come because of the heavy rain. Building 1101. My child is the same. I got off work a little late, and it started to rain when I got home. I don't know when the rain will stop. Shen Xun looked at the message they sent. If the school is close, it is best to pick it up now. The best time is now. If you don't go now, it will be difficult to pick it up next time. Building F2201. It looks like the rain won't stop for a while, and it's getting bigger and bigger. If you want to pick up your children, you'd better go now. Shen Xun typed and sent the message. Building A101. Don't talk about it, someone can help me find a property. It's raining too much, and the first floor has already been flooded. Then he sent a few videos and pictures of the room, and Shen Xun clicked in. It's flooded, and I can't even step down, and the electric switch is turned off. In the video, the man is barefoot, turning off the electric switch, and the water just covers his instep. It is right to turn off the electric switch. If the rainwater and the wires get together, you don't know how to die. Building E102. The property is here, and my place is also flooded. If I knew it earlier, I should have bought a high-rise building. He sent a few videos of 2 middle-aged men in blue overalls, squatting on the ground and plugging wooden boards on both sides of the door to prevent rainwater from pouring in again. Building F101. View. Frequency. Shen Xun clicked in, and there were 2 young men sweeping the water out with a broom, but the rain poured in again after a while. The 2 were obviously exhausted, and finally the broom fell out of their hands. Building B102. Is there anyone here to help me? Is there a doctor? My child has been electrocuted. Her words were like a fuse, igniting the hesitant hearts of those mothers. Building D1001. I'm going to pick up my child now, XX kindergarten, is there anyone together? A dozen or so people below replied to her, and made an appointment to meet in front of the community gate. Afterwards, the owner group was silent, except for those few people on the first floor who were still posting videos. Building B102 at? No one answered her. The sky was getting darker. Shen Xun took out the thermometer. The original 32 degrees has now dropped to 24 degrees. Laifu ran back with the ball in his mouth and put it in Shen Xun's hands. Shen Xun caught it and threw the ball out. Laifu picked it up again, playing a game of fetching the ball one by one. Shen Xun saw it laughing so hopelessly. He took out snacks from the space and picked a lot of fruits. Laifu bit his own porcelain plate and put it at Shen Xun's feet. Shen Xun took some dried meat and fruits and put it on his porcelain plate. Continue to click on the TV series that I didn't finish today. While eating snacks and watching the series, after watching 3 episodes, Shen Xun picked up his mobile phone and clicked on the owner group. The mothers are active again and the baby has apparently been picked up. Shen Xun swiped the news to look up. Building C502, the child who was electrocuted in Building B was gone, and was completely cold when he was sent to the hospital. No one helped, the husband was still working in the company, and the woman carried the child to the hospital by herself. She died when she was electrocuted, and now she is still in the hospital and has not returned. Building a 101. Shen Xun Point. When he entered, the man was standing in the living room where the rainwater had already submerged to his knees, and it was still rising. In the video, there was also a wooden plank at the door, but the place where the rainwater was submerged was already higher than the wooden plank. The residents on the first floor were miserable, and the property management posted several emergency repair videos in the group, expressing that they are now at a loss. Shen Xun stretched his waist, washed and lay down on the bed. Laifu lay on Shen Xun's stomach and licked his palm. Good night. He had been busy stockpiling goods before, either stockpiling stock or on the way to stockpiling stock. Now he finally rested, and Shen Xun slept the most comfortable sleep these days. She was woken up by being licked by Laifu. Although Laifu is a leopard, it is also a kind of cat. Shen Xun pinched the back of its neck skillfully. Okay, I'll get up right away. A piece of chicken breast was crushed with a machine, and 2 eggs were beaten into it, followed by small dried fish. Eat it. Laifu grunted while eating with his little butt pouted. Shen Xun took out a piece of pork from the space and shredded it. He didn't know how to cook, and his knife skills were good. Then came onion, ginger and garlic, which she was very satisfied with. After watching the video, she started to heat up the oil and then put shredded pork. She wanted to make a simple shredded pork with green pepper. After some operations, Master Shen decided to eat takeaway. From the space, I took out the fried rice I bought at the night market before. The fried rice was good, and it tasted a bit weird when paired with the green pepper shredded pork she made, but it was still edible. Shen Xun didn't waste it after all, he could eat it when it was cooked. Writing a book is not easy. Please don't leave your bad reviews. I'm just a new writer, and there are many big-name articles in the post-apocalyptic novels. If you don't like what I read, you can cross them out. I will study more and work harder. This is a brain-hole article, and it is also a cool article without logic. Laifu propped up his body with 2 paws, sniffing the plate of shredded pork with green peppers beside Shen Xun, with a desire to taste it in his eyes. Shen Xun felt very relieved. Know the goods. But the plate is empty, there is no place for it. The text message sounded, and Shen Xun picked up his mobile phone. It was from the property. Dear owners, due to abnormal weather, the community has to stop power supply. The following are a few pictures of the first floor. After a night of rain, the water has overflowed the first floor, and reached the residents on the second floor. The switch of the power supply box is also soaked in water. If the power supply continues, a water grid will be formed in the community. Shen Xun looked out the window, the rainstorm was still continuing. The temperature had dropped to 20 degrees, the sky was gloomy, and only vague outlines could be seen in the distance. Shen Xun clicked on the owner group, and there were indeed complaints, and he continued to swipe up. Building E101. Last night, a person drowned on the first floor of Building C. It was the paralyzed old lady. You didn't know that it was all swollen when you found it this morning. Building C601. Does the property management care? Building C902. I knocked on the door yesterday but no one opened the door. I thought there was no one inside. It seemed that the property owner was never idle for a moment, running around on several floors throughout the night. 1401 Building A. I forgot to charge it last night, what should I do? My phone is almost turned off. 1201 Building D. My family has nothing to eat, who wants to go to the supermarket? More than a dozen people followed behind him. The torrential rain was still flooding the upper floors, and those with children at home should have swimming rings, and they took the swimming rings and made an appointment to meet in front of the community. Shen Xun looked at the floor information of several people like a fool, and suddenly someone withdrew the message, Shen Xun. Xun remembered that it seemed to belong to Building F and she was in the same building, so she was pretty smart. The group fell into silence for a while, and the WeChat phone rang. It was Uncle Wang. Shen Xun pressed to answer. Miss, are you okay? Uncle Wang's tone was anxious, If Shen Xun hadn't given him a holiday, he could only watch the heavy rain in E-City and worry about his relatives at home. In the previous life, Uncle Wang followed her in the family of his uncle and uncle. After the end of the world, he missed his relatives every day. Finally, the E-City base was built. When Uncle Wang got the news that his wife and children had passed away, he was devastated and finally died in the second year of the last days.
Uncle Wang, infine.
I'm fine now. Listen to me. Now you go to the supermarket to buy food and down jackets. You can buy as much as you can. Don't let anyone see you. Leave E-City after the rain stops and go to B-City? Or City J is fine. Uncle Wang was silent for a while. In his impression, Miss has always been well-behaved and reticent. She rarely used such a serious tone. Did Miss get any news? He knew that the Shen family was rich and could not compare with ordinary families. Yes, I have some news, but that's all. Uncle Wang followed his father at first, and then followed her and Aunt Sue. I hung up on Uncle Wang, and after waiting for a while, Aunt Sue also called. After Shen Xun answered, he also told him to buy some food and put it away. Aunt Sue said with a happy tone that she had already bought a lot with others. Put it up enough to eat. She was usually in charge of Shen Xun's 3 meals a day, and when the rainstorm started, she thought of buying food and putting it away. Shen Xun was stunned for a moment and asked how many people knew about her shopping. She said there were several. Shen Xun was silent for a while, but still remind her to be careful. After hanging up the phone, Shen Xun put his finger on Lai Fu's ear and circled it. Lai Fu opened his mouth and bit Shen Xun's finger. Shen Xun pulled out his hand and wiped the saliva on Lai Fu's body. After stretching his ankles, he took out the battery box and plugged it into the treadmill. This time, after an hour and a half was set, Shen Xun started running. Lai Fu heard the noise, stood behind and looked at the big guy for a while, stretched out his paws and put it on the running belt, and the sliding belt brought it to the ground. Lai Fu circled around Shen Xun again, then walked behind Shen Xun and jumped on the treadmill as well. Shen Xun noticed its movement and stood aside to make room for it. Lai Fu and Shen Xun ran side by side on the treadmill. The little guy was worthy of being a cheetah, and his limbs moved quickly. It kept up with Shen Xun's pace, and Shen Xun looked at the time. Half an hour later, Lai Fu couldn't keep up with the speed, and his forelimbs were weak. It's rare that it can last for such a long time. Shen Xun didn't care that it fell behind, but continued to run, and Lai Fu gradually went further and further back, until he was so tired that he fell on the running belt and slid to the ground. Shen Xun turned his head and glanced at it. It turned out that the little guy was so tired yesterday because of this. It lay on the ground and looked at Shen Xun's back. After resting for a while, it jumped onto the running belt again. Shen Xun didn't give way to it this time. It ran behind and stopped, and when it got tired it took a break and continued running. An hour and a half passed quickly, the treadmill slowed down. Shen Xun walked slowly for more than 10 minutes, drank water and wiped off his sweat, and started the next exercise. Lai Fu squatted by the window, looked at the rainstorm outside, then looked back at Shen Xun, and jumped onto Shen Xun's back with a look of a fool. Shen Xun, who is supporting. The torrential rain is still falling. Since yesterday afternoon, the entire night until now, the internet has been full of noise, and the shops on the first floor have been flooded. The underground garages and shopping malls were covered underwater by the heavy rain, and everything that could be bought in the shopping malls was emptied. For a while, all websites were dominated by the rescue team. The official called on everyone to go to higher ground. Many people were asking when the rain would stop, and the official could not give an accurate figure. Those who were still in the group who didn't want to go out in the rain just now were ready to move after receiving the official news. Rescue is needed in many places, and the official manpower is limited. Someone on the internet organized a love rescue team to join the government to carry out rescue activities. The rural towns are not as high as the cities and the floors are not so high. Many people have been trapped on the roof for more than 12 hours, and they are the focus of rescue. Anyone want to go to the mall together? The administrator at everyone, if there is the first one, there will be the second one, and the community organized a second batch of people to go to the mall. The first batch of people who went out have not yet come back. Some people at them in the group asked if they could still buy things in the mall, and those people quickly replied. 801 Building E. There are too many people shopping, and the shopping mall will be emptied soon. The person roughly meant to tell them to come here as soon as possible. Building F1202. I will pay double the price. Can you bring me a copy at E Building 801? I'll pay 3 times. Help me also bring at E. 801. I also pay 3 times. Can you bring me a copy? 801 didn't reply in the group. Shen Xun put down his phone and dried his hair with a towel, took out the battery box and plugged in a hairdryer, and his ear-length short hair dried in 6 minutes. Blessing. With its rice bowl in its mouth, it ran around the room. After Shen Xun came out of the bathroom, it followed behind Shen Xun with its rice bowl in its mouth. The porcelain bowl made a clanging sound as it hit the ground. Shen Xun squatted down with a half-dry towel on his head, and brought over the bowl in Fu's mouth goat milk, beef bones, chicken breast, half a can and an egg. Lai Fu put his head down and ate very deliciously. Shen Xun looked at Laifu's enlarged body. The little guy grew up very fast. Take out a few chicken wings and drumsticks from the space, wash them, put in the marinate to taste, then take out an oven and plug it in. Shen Xun puts the marinated chicken into the oven. According to the 180 degrees Celsius for 15 minutes as mentioned in the video, turn over and bake for a few more minutes. The final result, except for the surface being a little burnt, is cooked and can be eaten. Shen Xun fuck. If there is such a system with full skill points, she believes that she will fill up her cooking skills without hesitation. Laifu still followed Shen Xun with his tail wagging in admiration. Shen Xun put the plate with grilled chicken wings and drumsticks on the table, and took out a can of iced coke from the space. Laifu rubbed back and forth on Shen Xun's calf, and Shen Xun gave it a chicken drumstick without any chili peppers. It was the first time Laifu ate roasted chicken drumsticks with marinade, and he was instantly impressed. After eating, Shen Xun stood in front of the window and looked outside with the binoculars. The water had already reached the second floor of the stairs, so he couldn't see clearly. There were figures in front of the gate of the complex. Shen Xun adjusted his binoculars and looked towards the gate of the complex. The heavy rain obscured his vision, and he could only see a few figures vaguely. It should be that people who went to the mall came back. A large barrel was full of things and several people were holding ropes in their hands, holding it firmly, and 4 people were pushing behind. Shen Xun is very quickly retract the binoculars and draw the curtains. He took out the boxing sandbag from the space, put it in the living room and put it away. Putting on the red boxing gloves, Shen Xun controlled his strength and clenched his hands into fists. A punch hit the sandbag, and the sandbag was instantly dented with a fist mark. Shen Xun felt a little more aware of the opponent's strength, and Shen Xun shook his hand, not planning to control the strength this time. He punched the sandbag again, and with a bang a big hole was broken in the sandbag, and the boxing gloves were also torn. Shen Xun took off his wrist guard, and the sandbag and gloves were useless. After confirming how hard he should hit, Shen Xun took out new sandbags and gloves from the space. Training like this would definitely be boring. Shen Xun took out 2 iron blocks weighing 20 caddies and another 10 caddy iron piece from the space. The iron piece was tied to the arm and the iron piece was tied to the calf. After tying it up, Shen Xun stood up. The weight of the iron block was not light. She now carried 60 caddies on her body. She raised her arm and moved it. It was okay at first, but it was a bit difficult later. Fix the tablet. There is the most complete boxing tutorial she downloaded on it from novice to beginner. It is said that a fool can punch twice after reading it. Shen Xun followed the movements demonstrated above, and punched the sandbag one after another. Due to the weight on her arms and calves, the strength of her punches was not even half of the initial strength. Repeating those few introductory movements all afternoon, Shen Xun was so exhausted that he fell to the ground, and his clothes were soaked in sweat. Laifu sniffed the boxing gloves that Shen Xun had taken off and stuck his head in. Shen Xun raised his hand and patted its ass. After boiling some hot water and wiping the sweat off his body, Shen Xun put the boxing gloves on top of the sandbag. The muscles on the arms and calves were more sore than the exercise in the morning, and it took more than 2 hours for Shen Xun to adapt to the weight on the arms and calves. Afterwards, the speed of punching gradually became faster. Taking out the fascia gun and the foam roller, Shen Xun relaxed his muscles, and his calves and thighs were blue and purple. The body has strength, but it must be in the hands to be your own. Laifu fell asleep lying on the sofa. Shen Xun pinched its ears and stroked it. The spots on its body seemed to be more obvious. After picking some strawberries and putting them aside, Shen Xun picked a piece of corn and 2 carrots in the space vegetable garden, washed, and chopped the pork ribs into pieces, added a little ginger, put them in the pressure cooker, and stewed pork ribs and corn soup to eat. While waiting for the ribs, Shen Xun ate strawberries. Whether it was fruits or vegetables, they seemed to be quite big, full of water and very sweet. Laifu was aroused by the smell of pork ribs. After waking up, he walked to Shen Xun's side and put his head between Shen Xun's coiled legs. Shen Xun grabbed the back of its fateful neck, put it in front of the porcelain plate, left a few for it when eating strawberries just now. The white and red strawberries exude fragrance. Laifu took one bite at a time. The gloomy sky made it impossible to tell whether it was day or night. Shen Xun looked at the time. It was past 7 o'clock, and the ribs should be healed. You could smell the aroma of corn. Let go of your anger. Shen Xun put on gloves and opened the lid. The carrots had been stewed and stuck to the pork ribs and corn, and there was not much soup left. It's okay to put less water. It's ready to eat, pork ribs and corn wrapped in carrot puree. Maybe I'm the only one in the world who knows this dish. Laifu is already eating its food. Juan squatted in front of the kitchen door and waited. Shen Xun took a look at it. You really have a mouthful. Since you were young, you were the first to taste the food I cooked with my own hands. The key point is that Laifu is very flattering. It is interested in eating whatever Shen Xun does. It is hard for Shen Xun to imagine that these dishes actually taste better. If one day you can taste Laifu, will you feel that I have cheated it? Shen Xun generously picked up a few pieces of pork ribs, scooped 2 spoonfuls of carrot puree and put it in his bowl. Eat it. Lai Fu rubbed Shen Xun's hand and buried his head in cooking. He took out the fried rice from the space and served it with the corn ribs she made. It was absolutely delicious. Shen Xun felt that his cooking skills had improved a little. After eating one big and one small lay on the sofa, Shen Xun squeezed the blue and purple muscles on his calf. It didn't hurt so much. Turning on the phone, scrolling through videos with one hand and watching Lai Fu with the other, Lai Fu lay beside Shen Xun with his eyes closed and fell asleep. The internet is full of rescue videos of rescue teams. This is a global disaster. And the torrential rain is like the earth's cleaning of moths. Shen Xun brushed silently. This was just the beginning. Only when the city was submerged in another week, the rainstorm continued and ammunition and food ran out, would people have a sense of urgency. That's when hell will begin to manifest. Tianfu Owner Group News 99+, Shen Xun clicked in and saw someone at those who went to the mall during the day. F Building 1202 at a Building 401 I paid 3 times the price, can you sell me some? I also went to the mall but everything is gone. He didn't buy anything. Looking through the chat records in the group, he could find out who went to the mall in the morning, and almost everyone in the community was looking for them. I just bought a little something but it wasn't enough to eat. There are 2 old people above me and 2 children below me. He posted a few pictures which were things he bought in the morning. 2 pieces of rotten cabbage, a few packets of instant noodles and half a bag of rice. No one in the group spoke for a while. I called the police but the line was busy all the time and I couldn't get through. Shen Xun froze for a moment. Probably even the police have joined the rescue operation now. Building a 102. Building a 102. It was a person on the first floor and Shen Xun clicked in. After the community was powered off, the elevator stopped running. She always wanted to know the situation downstairs, but she lived on the 22nd floor. The person who took the video was a man whose bare feet were soaked white. In the video, the water had already flooded the stairs on the 2nd floor. 3 elderly people and 2 women were sitting on the stairs on the 2nd floor. There are stacked quilts and food at the top of the stairs. It seems that they slept at the top of the stairs last night. He looked for properties in the group, asked the senior management if there were any unsold houses, and let them live temporarily, but no one answered him. Then came the first floor of several other buildings. They also asked in the group if there were any spare rooms. They could pay and let them live temporarily. Building 702. I still have 2 rooms here. I live alone. I didn't expect you to be so miserable. Come up from Building E. Shen Xun clicked on her profile picture. It was a beautiful young lady who looked to be in her 20s. The 2 first floors of Building E immediately burst into joy, and sent a message in the group to thank her, praising her for her beauty and heart. And the young lady replied with an embarrassing emoji. Shen Xun sneered, took the thermometer on the table and looked at it. The temperature dropped rapidly. It was still in the 20s yesterday but today it has dropped to 16. After boiling hot water and wiping his body, Shen Xun carried Lai Fu to the bed. Lai Fu has been sleeping since the afternoon, except for moving a little while eating. Shen Xun pinched its ears and shook it twice, but he didn't wake up, so he put his fingers between its sniffs. Fortunately it was still breathing, and almost cried to the wrong grave. Could it be that all albino animals are somewhat sick? Just like Lai Fu, Shen Xun fell asleep amidst wild thoughts. In the middle of the night there was a muffled thunder in the sky, and lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating City B in the rainy night. The searchlights that were still revolving above many top floors were instantly extinguished, and the entire city of B was plunged into darkness. For a while screams and babies' cries resounded in the night. It is destined that many people will not be able to sleep this night. Shen Xun turned over. A long leg with bruises was draped over the quilt. Lai Fu was pressed under the quilt by Shen Xun. The small figure could hardly breathe. It bent its body and got out of the quilt little by little, and came to Shen Xun's feet to find a place to sleep. The alarm clock rang at 8 o'clock, and Shen Xun grabbed the mobile phone that was placed beside the pillow and turned it on. The group was not so active. For 3 days, many people's mobile phones were out of battery. The few remaining people with mobile phones are looking for property everywhere. Building C 1802. All the glass in my house was smashed by the heavy rain. Shen Xun looked at it. In the picture, her house had been flooded with rain. It seemed that the glass was smashed in the middle of the night, and the water dripped through the stone, not to mention the dense rainstorm. Hit the same position 3 or 4 times a second, and ordinary glass can't stop it at all. It seems that there are quite a few people in the same situation as her. Building F101. The property management company has gone away, and they couldn't be contacted as early as last night. Their layer. Residents of the property have been contacting the property last night, wanting to find a house with no one in the high-rise, but the property is like disappearing from the world, and they can't be contacted. The rescue team can't count on it, the police can't make calls, and the battery of the mobile phone is about to die. The most important point is that the whole city has been cut off since last night. 1402 Building E. My family has no food. If anyone has food, I can buy it. No one responded, and the group fell silent when they saw the news that the property had run away. Shen Xun clicked on the news that the rescue team has arrived at the Ziyuan villa, and the property management is notifying all the owners inside to stand in a conspicuous position so that the rescue team can see you. In the previous life, Shen Xun stayed with Shen Zhong and the others, and it was at this time that they were taken away by the rescue team. Shen Xun didn't continue to charge the phone. City B has started to cut off the power in the whole city. When the power is turned on, it must be after the extreme cold. After getting up from the bed, washing his face and brushing his teeth, Shen Xun made breakfast for Laifu, took out quick frozen dumplings from the space, and cooked about 20 of them. After I was full, I took out the binoculars and looked out the window. Unlike the previous 2 days, I could still see people on the street, but now I can't see half of them. Put iron plates on the calves, one weighs 10 caddies, the same as yesterday. After a night of rest, the body was revived with blood, and the treadmill was turned on for a slow walk. After he got used to it, he accelerated and started running slowly with a weight of 20 kilograms still on his calf. Shen Xun adjusted the swinging posture of his upper body, maintained his balance, and then increased his speed. The speed on the treadmill was twice as slow as yesterday, but Shen Xun still struggled to run, and half an hour later his vest was soaked with sweat. The speed is still increasing. When Laifu persists, the time is longer than yesterday. It was 4 hours after coming out of the gym. Shen Xun didn't take off the iron sheet, but just took it on, wiped off the sweat from his head and neck, and Shen Xun made lunch for Laifu. Fished a few prawns from the bay, washed them and washed the rice, and prepared a pot of seafood porridge according to the video. After stuffing the porridge, Shen Xun picked 2 cucumbers from the space and smashed them into pieces, and mixed the onion, ginger and garlic seasoning together. Genius. Shen Xun had no choice but to boast himself, and picked a few more cabbages, ready to fry them with minced garlic. Heat up the oil in the pan, put minced garlic, and after turning around, Shen Xun smelled the smell of burning. The minced garlic was already charred. Old star. Adhering to the principle of not being wasted, Shen Xun put the cabbage in his hand into the pot. It was done, it was cooked and ready to eat. Seafood porridge was also ready. Shen Xun brought the food to the table. This time Laifu didn't join in, but jumped on the sofa and fell asleep. Seafood porridge didn't know why, but it felt like something was missing, so Shen Xun acted on the disc. Opening the room next to the gym, Shen Xun poured some water on the buds in the foam box. Since the last time she gave birth to them, she didn't continue to give birth to them. Instead, I want to see if they can grow normally in this environment. Now it seems that the answer is no. Some of the green shoots had wilted, even though she watered them every day. Shen Xun put down the water bottle, and green light spots flew out from her fingertips and merged into those green shoots. The vegetables grown in the foam box are those that are very common in the market, including eggplant, tomato, potato, pepper, cabbage, pea sprouts, and sweet potato. Each foam box was planted differently. After Shen Xun gave birth, the green shoot stretched out and grew to the height of a palm. Laifu propped himself up curiously, looked at the palm-sized tender seedling, and opened his mouth to bite. Let go. Shen Xun grabbed the flesh on the back of its neck. Laifu tossed his limbs upside down, and Shen Xun put it on the ground. This was the 5th day of heavy rain, and the temperature stopped at around 8 degrees, neither rising nor falling. Shen Xun fell on the sofa and took out 2 more iron plates from the space, each weighing 10 caddies. I have been practicing with iron plates for 3 days. It's time to add some weight. Shen Xun tied the iron plates to his wrists, and now both feet and both hands are tied with iron plates. After his body gradually adapted, Shen Xun put on boxing gloves and began to practice strength and speed. All afternoon, the room was filled with the crackling sound of sandbags being hit. Laifu jumped onto the sofa, curled up into a small ball and fell asleep. After waking up, he looked in Shen Xun's direction. Too lazy to cook, Shen Xun took out a self-heating hot pot and a fried rice from the space. There were very few vegetables in the self-heating hot pot, so Shen Xun picked some hot and edible vegetables from the space and put them in it. Prepared food for Laifu. The little guy changed from being active in the past 2 days, and today he didn't come to her with a bowl in his mouth when it was mealtime. Shen Xun put 2 of his favorite fish for it. 10 minutes later, Shen Xun lifted the lid, and the hot pot with fried rice was the most delicious meal she had recently. After eating, Shen Xun took out potato chips, milk tea, and a few skewers of barbecue, and opened the drama that she had been chasing 2 days ago, a costume drama with more than 50 episodes, and she has only watched less than 10 episodes now. Laifu lay on Shen Xun's stomach, and Shen Xun ran along its hair. After watching 3 episodes, Shen Xun felt his eyes a little sore, stretched his waist and got up from the sofa, boiled hot water and poured it into the bathtub, planning to take a good bath. After taking a shower, Shen Xun took out the electric blanket from the space and plugged it into the storage box. Took out another stove to burn and put charcoal in it. After several days of torrential rain, the air was filled with dampness, and even the quilt covering her body felt moist to the touch. The stove was specially purchased as a rustic stove in the country. When it is fired, the whole body of the stove will emit heat. After half an hour, the damp and cold atmosphere in the room will be dispelled, and it will be warm. The stove was placed at the end of the bed, Laifu lay at the end of the bed, and Shen Xun sat by the bed blowing his hair. The electricity storage box was used for the last 5 days. It is quite durable. Depending on the remaining power, it should last for 3 days, which is worth the money. The electric blanket was turned on to a low temperature, and Shen Xun lay down comfortably in it. At 6 o'clock in the morning, while Shen Xun was still asleep, Laifu woke up vigilantly, jumped out of bed lightly, and let out a hoarse growl at the door. Shen Xun woke up when Laifu called out, got up from the bed holding a dagger in his hand. Shen Xun came to the door, opened the first iron door, and through the small window on the second iron door, he could see the lock on the wooden door is being picked. A smile appeared on the corner of Shen Xun's mouth, and he opened the second iron door. Looking through the peephole on the wooden door, a man was picking the lock. Shen Xun opened the wooden door, and the person who picked the lock was stunned for a moment. Shen Xun pressed his dagger against the person's chest. What are you doing? Ding dong, it was the sound of the door prying tool falling to the ground. Shen Xun stabbed the tip of the knife a little forward. I'm sorry, I thought no one lived here. There was a look of fear on the man's face, and his legs were trembling slightly. Sister, we really thought that there was no one living here, so if you have something to say, talk about it. A woman walked up behind the man with a haggard face. Obviously she hadn't slept well for several nights. Shen Xun looked behind the two of them, only to find that he was not the only one in the corridor. The two of us, the door connecting the stairs has been opened, and there are many people standing, men, women, old people and children. I'm 102, they're 202 and 201. Shen Xun didn't care where they were, but had a playful smile on his face, the tip of the knife still resting on the man's chest. If I find someone breaking my door again, then I will kill him directly. The whole group looked at Shen Xun sullenly. 2 children were frightened by Shen Xun and hugged the elder beside them. With a bang, Shen Xun closed the door, and the man fell to the ground. Honey, are you okay? The man is still immersed in the fear just now and has not recovered. Husband. After being woken up, Shen Xun lost all sleepiness, closed the door and put the dagger into the space, took out a dried fish to Laifu. Laifu grabbed the dried fish and said, your reward, you did a good job. Shen Xun reached out and rubbed the top of its head, and Laifu wagged its tail twice. Thinking of the murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the man Shen Xun just now. The man who broke the door did it on purpose. The doorbell was well placed there, and he could ring the doorbell if he had anything to do. Not only did he not do this, but he quietly picked her lock. They were all from the same building, and the other party knew that she lived alone. Wanting to pinch her like a soft persimmon, Shen Xun showed a happy smile on his face, a little excited what's going on. If she hadn't opened the door just now, and waited for the man to come in and wiped his neck with a dagger, the blood would have been sprayed on her hands and face in a straight line. Shen Xun licked her lips, and next time someone pried open the door, she would just do it. After figuring it out, Shen Xun even jumped a little while walking, and Laifu followed her so happily after seeing her so happily. Taking out a few eggs and milk from the space, Shen Xun simply made something to eat. Laifu jumped on the sofa and fell asleep listlessly after eating. Shen Xun lay down in front of Laifu curiously, pinching the soft flesh of its gills. Why do you always eat and sleep while eating lately? The schedule was more regular than that of the pregnant sow in the space. Laifu groaned and pointed his butt at Shen Xun. Tianfu community has 2 households per ladder, and it belongs to the high-end community of City B. The people who can live here are either high-income or family businessmen, and they are not short of money. The man squatted on the ground with his back against the wall, and took a while to wipe off the sweat from his head. That woman is a lunatic. When Shen Xun moved in 2 days ago, he met Shen Xun twice at the elevator entrance, and they were always going in and out by himself, so he set his mind on Shen Xun. He had a good friend at the property and said that Shen Xun bought 2201 with all the money. Originally he wanted to forcefully pry the door in, but then he said that he didn't know there were people living inside anyway. The door was pried anyway, even a little girl like Shen Xun couldn't stop him. The heavy rain was still falling, so Shen Xun tied up the iron plates and started today's training. Little by little, today's weight has increased by 5 caddies, with a load of 60 caddies. Shen Xun crawled out of the gym and fell to the ground panting heavily. Laifu's paws rested on Shen Xun's shoulders, and he stuck out his tongue to lick the sweat on Shen Xun's cheeks. Shen Xun waved Laifu away and stood up with his body half propped up. The sweatband on her forehead was already able to wring out water, and Shen Xun took it off casually. After exercising, her face was flushed, and her short hair stuck to her sides made her look cute and harmless. After preparing food for Laifu, Shen Xun took out the rice cooker, cooked the rice, boiled hot water and went to the bathroom to wipe it off. Sweat on the body. After finishing it, retie the iron plate. Not to mention she has been exercising with such weight for more than a week, and now she walks like a float. If there is a wall more than 2 meters high in front of Shen Xun, she can try it. The rice was almost cooked. Shen Xun took out the stone pot fish he bought earlier from the space, poured the stone pot fish into the pot after heating up, and ate the fish while adding vegetables. Shen Xun was ready to grab 2 pieces of fish for Laifu, But Laifu had been sleeping on the sofa since he was full just now, and he didn't come over when he smelled such a delicious smell. Shen Xun took out his mobile phone and wanted to search for symptoms like Laifu if he was sick. But after turning on the mobile phone there was no signal, and it seemed that the network was also disconnected. One fish was only half eaten, and Shen Xun put the rest into the space for the afternoon. The body has adapted to the weight of the iron sheet, and the speed of movement has returned to the normal appearance before. At first it was a bit difficult to walk back and forth in the room, but it is okay now. Have you smelled it? It smells so good.
Mom, I'm hungry.
A group of people stood in the corridor. The water flooded too quickly. They rushed out of the room without food. The woman looked at the man with helplessness in her eyes. I'll go downstairs and ask. The man stood up and walked downstairs. This is the 6th day of the heavy rain, and the water has already flooded the stairs on the 2nd floor, and it will be a matter of time before the 3rd floor is flooded. Except for Shen Xun who just moved here, the other floors of Building F are full of people. The men knocked on the door floor by floor, wanting to borrow some food. In fact, those in the group said they didn't eat but they just didn't have food and there was still some rice. After all, who doesn't buy rice by the bag? A bag of rice is 20 to 50 caddies and the whole family. No matter how you eat it, you can eat it for 2 or 3 months. If you are smarter, it can last longer if you cook it into gruel. When the man came back, he held a plastic bag in his hand, which contained rice, a pack of seaweed, and 2 eggs. People from 202 and 201 focused on the man. The man gave his wife a look, and brought the whole family downstairs. 22 was already the top floor. He brought a few people up to the 22 floor before because he wanted to live in Shen Xun's place. Unexpectedly, when Shen Xun held a knife against him, no one on the 2nd floor came to help. It's only been 4 or 5 days since Shen Xun bought this room, so it's no wonder that people in Building F don't know about it. After resting, Shen Xun put on his boxing gloves and started today's training. After waking up, Laifu was playing with the fur ball. The fur ball was pushed by its paws, and it chased happily with its calves upside down. Shen Xun was also very happy to see that it had regained some energy. Come here. Laifu heard Shen Xun's call and ran to Shen Xun with the ball in his mouth. Shen Xun took out the small bowl of fish meat reserved for him from the space. Eat quickly. As the sky darkened, Shen Xun opened the 2 iron doors and looked out through the peepholes on the wooden doors. Those people he saw during the day were squatting in the corridor, but he didn't see the man who pried the door. The temperature still remained at around 8 or 9 degrees without fluctuations. Shen Xun knew that as soon as the rain stopped, the temperature would change instantly. After turning on the stove again, Shen Xun lay down on the bed and fell asleep. He was woken up by the noise in the corridor in the morning, and Shen Xun got up angrily. Laifu squatted in front of the iron gate for a while, and Shen Xun patted its head and gave it dried fish. Opening the iron door, Shen Xun stood by the wooden door and listened to the movement outside. Overnight, the water has submerged to the 6th floor, and the 3rd and 4th floors were moved out overnight last night. They are all from Building F. Everyone knows that there is an unsold 2201 on the top floor of Building F. After being flooded, they thought of going up to take a look. It doesn't matter even if there are people living in it, just squeeze it together. As soon as I came up, I saw some people on the 1st floor in the stairwell, some on the 16th floor, and people on the 2nd floor squatting on the 22nd floor. It's already flooded to the 6th floor, Shen Xun thought thoughtfully. The water in the nearby reservoir must have overflowed, otherwise it would not have been flooded so quickly. The people outside were still making noise and couldn't hear clearly, so Shen Xun took out a stool and snacks and leaned against the door. Someone rang the doorbell of 2202 next door, and it took a while for someone to come out to answer the door. Shen Xun stood up and looked towards Mao Yan. It was an old man who opened the door. He didn't know what he said. Several people entered the house of 2202. Ding dong, ding dong. Her doorbell rang, and Shen Xun wiped off the crumbs of snacks from his mouth and opened the door. With the door half open, Shen Xun put one hand on the door and the other leaned against the door. I have something to do. The woman looked straight behind Shen Xun, as if she wanted to see how many people lived in this house. Hello, my name is Wang Rui, and I live in 401 downstairs. Do you live alone in this house? Shen Xun looked behind the woman and several people stood up. Yes, I live alone. What do you want to say? There was joy in the eyes of several people, and Baba squeezed behind the woman, vying to be the first to come in after Shen Xun agreed. My house was flooded, and now the water has reached the 6th floor, and the downstairs is uninhabitable. You see, you live alone again, can you? Cannot. Shen Xun closed the door with a bang, and the woman was blown away by the wind from the closed door. Hair, face with embarrassment, she thought that the person living in 2202 was a man. Unexpectedly, it was a little girl who opened the door. She has a way of dealing with men, but she has never experienced dealing with women. The person standing behind the woman looks ugly for a while. After closing the door, Shen Xun got food for Laifu, took out the meat grinder, cabbage, minced green onion, ginger and garlic from the space, and took out the dumpling wrappers after everything was ready. Following the technique in the video, Shen Xun made more than 20 oddly shaped dumplings. Not bad. After boiling the dumplings under boiling water, after eating enough, Shen Xun turned on the drama that he had been chasing the past 2 days, put the tablet in the groove of the treadmill, and watched the drama and ran again and again. The corridor on the 22nd floor was already crowded with people, and above that was the rooftop. After the training, Shen Xun was not in the mood to punch in the afternoon, but the iron plate was still tied to his body and he did not take it off. Shen Xun picked up the binoculars and looked downstairs in the community. The water level was still rising, and it was now in the middle of the 7th floor. It seemed that there were other figures in the heavy rain. Shen Xun adjusted the binoculars to see more clearly. I saw several shadowy figures in the water, coming towards Tianfu community. The Tianfu community is considered to be a relatively high floor in the vicinity. Those people should go here because they can't stay in the previous place. It seems that Tianfu is about to become chaotic. Shen Xun watched them jump in through the window on the 7th floor, put down the binoculars in his hand, took out the plush blanket from the space, and nestled on the sofa. Lifu got into Shen Xun's arms, and the two fell asleep on the sofa. After sleeping until the afternoon, Shen Xun rubbed his eyes. The air seemed to be much colder. Shen Xun took the thermometer and looked at it. It was 3 degrees in common sense. It shouldn't be that cold. But with the torrential rain for several days and the humidity in the air, the temperature dropped to below 0. Shen Xun took out the thermal vest from the space and put on a fleece sweater to feel better. The weather suddenly turned cold, and it was appropriate to eat barbecue or hot pot. Shen Xun took the stove in the room to the living room and put the barbecue grill on it after the charcoal fire started. He found a few bags of barbecue from the space and put them on it. The sound of Zila's barbecue sounded, and the fragrance filled the room. Shen Xun made 2 dipping sauces. 1 big one and 1 small one ate, and when they were full, Shen Xun removed the food from the stove and added some charcoal fire to it. I have to say that the charcoal fire is really good. The burning time was long and smokeless, so he carried the stove to the room to warm it up. Shen Xun took a pot of rainwater and burned it on the stove for bathing. Lifu dragged his nest in his mouth and leaned against the stove. Shen Xun looked at it and raised his hand to help it. The little guy wailed twice. Shen Xun hugged Lifu to his eyes and looked left and right. Did you grow up a bit? Lifu was growing up and Shen Xun never starved for it every day. All kinds of nutrients, what people eat and what people can't eat, are all fed to it. When the water boiled, Shen Xun let go of the hand that tortured Lifu. Go. After washing, Shen Xun looked at the night outside the window and drew the curtains to block the dim light from the stove. In the middle of the night, Shen Xun was woken up by knocking on the door and ringing the doorbell. After adding charcoal to the stove, Shen Xun put on the plush pajamas, and the long pajamas fell on her lap. Opening the iron door, Shen Xun saw from the cat's eyes that there were more people in the corridor, and a few men stood in front of her door and rang the doorbell impatiently. If I knew it earlier, I would have strengthened the door of the corridor. It was so noisy. The banging on the door sounded again. Shen Xun turned the doorknob, and the door was open from the inside. The man's eyes flashed cruelty, and when Shen Xun opened the door, he rushed in, trying to force his way in. The dagger appeared in his hand, and Shen Xun just stood there without moving. He pressed the dagger against the man's neck. The man trembled from the pain in his neck and wanted to retreat, but the people behind kept squeezing him. The man propped his hand on the door frame with all his strength, with fear in his eyes. If he had taken a step back just now, he would have hit the knife. The people behind didn't see their movements and cursed. What the hell are you dawdling about? If you don't go, get out of the way. He was the one who slapped the door the hardest just now, dawdling when the door opened. Shen Xun's dagger was still on his neck, so he didn't dare to move. The person behind him pulled him, and the man fell to the ground, wanting to call out to be careful, but it was too late. Warm blood sprayed on Shen Xun's hands, face and body, and Shen Xun seemed to have returned to the feeling of the end of the world. The black light was blinding the fire, and it was impossible to see clearly. The small fire in the corridor was reflected, and the man fell on the ground, covered his neck with his hands and made a whooping sound. Those who wanted to rush in behind stopped in their tracks, and the people in the corridor let out sharp screams when they saw this scene clearly. Eh? Although the man had covered his neck vigorously, the blood still flowed out from between his fingers, and soon the blood flowed to the ground, gradually spreading. The man's hands hung down feebly, and he died. The people on the 22nd floor who were squatting on the ground and still in a daze regained their senses in an instant, rushing downstairs one by one, as if Shen Xun was some kind of scourge. This is the 9th day of the storm. Everyone still has food at home more or less. A high-end community is a high-end community, and the situation is not too bad. The people who knocked on her door should be the ones I saw in the afternoon. The crowded 22nd floor was emptied in an instant, but there were still 2 people in the corner who did not leave. Shen Xun looked over and looked familiar. The clothes on his body were splattered with blood. Shen Xun watched as the people on the ground went back to the house and changed into raincoats. When they came back, they had mops and tools in their hands. Shen Xun lifted the clothes behind the man's neck like twisting a chicken, and the man who had been dead for a long time was at Shen Xun's mercy like a rag. Shen Xun dragged the man's body to the corner window. Seeing Shen Xun approaching, the thin woman was trembling in the tall man's arms. The tall man looked at Shen Xun warily. Shen Xun, please give way. It was only then that the man realized what Shen Xun wanted to do, and helped the woman in his arms to stand up, and the two of them gave up their seats. Only then did Shen Xun see half a bag of rice behind them. Opening the window, heavy rain came in. Shen Xun lifted the things in his hand up and threw them down. Her throwing caused another scream from downstairs. After closing the window, Shen Xun clapped his hands. After a while, the ground was completely wet. Fortunately, he was wearing a raincoat. After the mop waded into the water, Shen Xun hummed a song, leisurely cleaning the blood in front of the door, as well as the traces of dragging on the ground. Those who didn't know thought she was doing housework, and Laifu came out of the room and followed behind Shen Xun. When Shen Xun was mopping the floor, it ran with the mop rope, thinking that Shen Xun was playing games with it. After finishing his work, Shen Xun came to the two of them. Please ask how many floors are the water flooded now? Laifu sized up the two of them, but Shen Xun couldn't move. It can't get out of the door, and it's the first time I've seen two-legged beasts other than Shen Xun in these days. The tall man didn't speak but pressed his lips tightly, but the person in his arms raised his head. 10th floor. Shen Xun was taken aback when he saw the man's appearance. You are so beautiful. What kind of face is it? It is indistinguishable from male to female, especially the tear mole at the corner of his eye, which makes him look a bit coquettish, with a slender neck and rolling Adam's apple. Wait, Adam's apple man. Shen Xun became even more excited. As a senior rotten girl, she looked at the two of them with a smile on her face. The tall man wrapped his arms around the person in his arms and held him firmly behind him. Shen Xun put away the wretched smile on his face. Let's go. Laifu followed behind Shen Xun, and the tall man didn't relax until the door of 2201 was closed. He opened his mouth to say something but couldn't make a sound. Ah Chang, it's okay. The handsome man hugged Ah Chang, and both of them were smiling tenderly in the corner with the smiles of the survivors. Shen Xun looked at the bloody pajamas on the bathroom floor. His body smelled of blood, picked up the clothes on the floor and threw them into the automatic washing machine, and then boiled a basin of water. After the water was boiled, half a bucket of cold water was mixed, and Shen Xun took a shower. His hair was stuck together with blood. The room was extremely warm because of the burning stove, and the electric blanket continued to be cold. Shen Xun lifted the quilt and lay down, sighing comfortably. Grasp the present moment and enjoy it if you can. It is estimated that it will be difficult to have such an opportunity in the future. Laifu was lying in the nest, sleeping on his back with his stomach upside down. Shen Xun glanced at it and wanted it to come up, but he didn't expect it to fall asleep. Shen Xun opened the iron door and looked out through the cat's eyes. After her visit last night, the 22nd floor was completely quiet. Only the two people from last night were left in the corridor, and no one else dared to come up, but this situation must be temporary. I took out the binoculars and looked down. The water level has risen again. It has submerged the 11th floor and is still going up. If this continues, will the 22nd floor be safe? Shen Xun's heart was beating a little. This was the 10th day of the heavy rain, and there were still 15 days left. I hope I can hold on. If I can't hold on, I will be submerged. When the extreme cold comes, she probably has to change places. After finishing the morning training, Shen Xun took out food from the space. He hadn't eaten for several days. Recently, all he ate was dark dishes made by himself. Eating these now feels delicious on the tip of the tongue. Laifu didn't even get up to eat lunch. He lay in the nest and slept soundly. Shen Xun picked up a piece of shredded meat and put it on top of its nose, and Laifu's nose unconsciously wriggled along with the shredded meat. Shen Xun looked at its condition. Yes, there was nothing wrong with it, but Shen Xun couldn't find the reason why it was so lethargic recently. After eating, Shen Xun lay on the sofa, and his consciousness sank into the space. The pasture on the cow mountain was eaten very quickly every time, and it would give birth every few days. The vegetables in the vegetable garden grew freely in the space after being spawned last time, and now they are almost grown. Shen Xun picked them all and put them in the lower space. A piece of farmland was reclaimed on the hillside under the small bay, and some water was brought in. Shen Xun sprinkled rice seeds on the farmland, which gave birth to small buds, and then waited for them to grow freely. The pregnant rabbit was still very active, jumping up and down. Shen Xun was afraid that it would lose its food reserve. Don't worry, piggy, now he eats and sleeps. It can be seen that the stomach has bulged a lot. Shen Xun picked some apples and put it near its mouth. Replenish the body. Give me a few big fat piglets, and I'll see you when I'm full. There was a lot of noise in the corridor. Obviously someone came up again. Shen Xun looked out the door through the cat's eyes. The door of her good neighbor, the old man, was demolished. It's pitiful. The old man's room was already full of people, and there were people in the corridor, but their clothes were all wet. Obviously they were not from Tianfu community. Shen Xun took out the binoculars and looked downstairs. Good guy, there are many people in the water, all swimming towards Tianfu community. It should be that people from nearby have come here. Those people jumped over the windows of the stairwell on the 12th floor and came in. I don't know how many people came in. There are 2 households in one staircase, and at least 3 people are counted. Building F has more than 100 people. Now there are so many coming in from the outside. Is it going to stage a purgatory on Earth? Laifu came to Shen Xun's side with a bowl in his mouth, and the porcelain bowl was smashed on the ground. Shen Xun took out canned meat, goat's milk, and 2 boiled eggs from the space. Eat it. The little guy didn't get up to cook until now, and Laifu groaned after eating. Stand back a little, I'm going to close the door. Shen Xun looked at it helplessly. Laifu bit his teeth on the edge of the porcelain bowl and dragged back. Eating so much is still useful, strength is good. Laifu ignored Shen Xun and pointed his butt at her. Shen Xun closed the door and started punching again. Time passed, and when it was dark, Shen Xun lit the stove and boiled hot water, but Laifu was still sleeping. It slept so much that Shen Xun became anxious, and the dinner Shen Xun made for it was cold. After taking a shower, Shen Xun lay on the bed, holding Laifu in his arms. She just hugged Fu like this it didn't wake up, and let Shen Xun do what he was limp. Shen Xun covered its nose with his hands, and after 10 seconds, Laifu opened his eyes wide and looked at Shen Xun. Shen Xun held it by its neck and put it in front of the bowl. Eat. Laifu seemed to be very hungry and buried himself in eating. Shen Xun lay down on the bed and fell asleep again. In the middle of the night there was another banging sound on the door. Shen Xun pulled the quilt over and continued to sleep. The man patted for a while, and stopped when no one came to open the door. After getting up in the morning, Shen Xun looked at Laifu in the den, and added some charcoal to the stove to keep the room warm, and Laifu's rice bowl was placed beside it. After coming out of the gym, Shen Xun boiled water and took a shower. It was the 14th day of the rainstorm. There was a knocking sound at the door. Shen Xun took out a pistol from the space and put it on his waist. It just so happened that she wanted to go out to have a look today, and she took off the iron plates tied to her wrists and calves, and Shen Xun suddenly felt light in her body. The smashing of the door continued, and Shen Xun calmly opened the iron door. Before the second iron door was opened, there was a bang, and the wooden door lock had been broken. The person outside the door seemed to think that something was blocking the door, and was still pushing hard. The door is open, come and help. After he yelled, it seemed that several people also came over, and they pushed hard, click, and the wooden door was broken into 2 pieces. Shen Xun looked at it and raised his eyebrows. Damn it, there's an iron door inside. They moved the broken wooden door in 2, and saw Shen Xun standing in the small window. Little girl, I advise you to open the door and let the brothers in, otherwise I will open it myself later and you will feel better. The man looked at Shen Xun's obedient appearance, thinking of scaring her. The dagger in Shen Xun's hand had been replaced with a tang knife, and she tapped the tip of the knife on the ground, making a tinkling sound. Through the small window, Shen Xun looked at the people outside the door. You guys broke the door just now. Yes, so what? The man also had a knife in his hand, and he chopped the knife on the small window with a fierce expression on his face. Open the door. They heard that only one person lived in 2201, and they just came here, so they picked this place at first glance. Not to mention that there was an iron gate installed in this house, so he was even more satisfied. Okay. Seeing that they wanted to come in so much, Shen Xun put away the tang knife in his hand and opened the iron door. Come in. Seeing that Shen Xun was so up to date, several people were also happy, and 2 even looked at Shen Xun with evil eyes. Shen Xun showed a hospitable smile on his face. Come in, sit inside. The woman with the child in the corridor looked at Shen Xun with a hesitant expression on her face, and some people looked at Shen Xun like a fool. Only the person who had seen Shen Xun murder the night before was silent. Shen Xun stood by the door, waiting for a few people to enter, 6 men and 2 women. After several people entered, Shen Xun looked at the people in the corridor with a hospitable smile on his face. Who else wants to come in? Several people were a little moved when they heard Shen Xun's words. What the hell are you doing, bitch? I'm in charge now, the man yelled at Shen Xun, and some excited people in the corridor didn't dare to take a step forward when they heard the man's words. Shen Xun looked at them with some regret. His eyes seemed to say that I will entertain you next time. Shen Xun closed the iron door, and there was a bang when it was locked. The tall man in the corner covered the handsome man's ears with his hands. Chung, what's wrong? The man looked up at him. The tall man lowered his head and kissed him on the face, just shook his head. Pressing the head into his arms, the 4 locking sounds ended, and Shen Xun looked back at the few people sitting in the living room. The knife in the man's hand was already somewhat curled, and there was even more dried blood on the handle. It was obvious that they also killed someone. The 2 men who had been staring at Shen Xun just now were even more unabashed. Shen Xun, who was 18 and almost 19 years old, had an ignorant and innocent face, which made people want to dye this white paper, but they didn't know that this white paper was black from the very beginning. Little sister, brother, can I play games with you? The 2 walked towards Shen Xun, taking off their coats and throwing them on the sofa. Okay, but wait for me to change clothes. There was joy in the eyes of the two of them. Tisk. One of the women sneered at Shen Xun. She thought she was innocent, but she turned out to be a flirt inside. Just change it here. Both of them thought that Shen Xun really wanted to play with them. Okay. The woman almost rolled her eyes after Shen Xun finished speaking. Under the expectant eyes of several people, Shen Xun took off a raincoat from the peg in the bathroom and put it on. The raincoat hadn't been rinsed last time, and there were still dried blood. After putting on the raincoat, Shen Xun took out the tang knife from behind the door and flicked the tang knife with his fingertips. Which one of you will come first? Shen Xun was immersed in this feeling, as if he had returned to the time when the laboratory's ability was awakened. The temperament changed instantly. The two standing in front of Shen Xun shook their legs and took 2 steps back. Shen Xun raised the knife and dropped it. The tang knife had already pierced one of the men's chest. Shen Xun turned the handle and blood sprayed. The other people who reacted raised their knives and slashed at Shen Xun. The two women screamed and threw things at Shen Xun. Shen Xun wiped his neck with the knife and fell down another person. The dagger in his left hand appeared out of thin air and stabbed the man in the stomach. He stabbed several times and died 3 times in less than a minute. Individual. The woman let out a miserable scream. Ah! Shen Xun raised his hand and rubbed his ears. The trouble is good. The 4 of them were terrified by the sight in front of them, and they all ran towards the iron gate. The door lock slammed non-stop, and someone had already urinated. Shen Xun chopped melons and chopped vegetables to kill a few people, and she never refused the heads of others who came to her door. Putting Tang Dao into the space, Shen Xun pulled the corpses of several people to the door and piled them together. She watched silently, and the picture of the laboratory was in her mind, which was higher and more than this pile. Knowing her ability, she built a shackle in her heart, firmly tied her bottom line, so that she would not step into the abyss. Bang! The iron door lock was pulled open by Shen Xun, and everyone in the corridor looked at Shen Xun, and when they saw what was behind her, they all ran away screaming. The corridor was emptied again, and Shen Xun dragged each hand to the window. When the man saw her coming, the man in his arms moved away from his position. Shen Xun opened the window, and the rainstorm dripped in, hitting Shen Xun's body. The blood spots on his face were washed away by the rain, revealing his fair face. Shen Xun hummed his mother's lullaby, raised his hand and threw down the things in his hand. After throwing everything down, Shen Xun took out a mop and tools to clean up the blood in the room and the corridor. After finishing, Shen Xun didn't want to go downstairs anymore. She walked to the man's side. Please ask, how many floors has the water risen now? The 13th floor. The beautiful man looked up at Shen Xun, and Shen Xun showed a flowery smile on his face again. Well, my name is Shen Xun. What's your name? My name is Lin Xiangrui, and this is my boyfriend Chan Cheng. Chan Cheng was completely unafraid of facing Shen Xun. He protected Lin Xiangrui behind him, as if Shen Xun would do his best if he dared to do anything. Chapter 35. The dog barking on the 16th floor. Shen Xun's eyes on Lin Xiangrui for 2 consecutive times made him vigilant. Chan Cheng weighed in his heart. If Shen Xun had feelings for Lin Xiangrui, he was almost certain that he would be able to defeat Shen Xun. Shen Xun couldn't ignore Chan Cheng's gaze. She looked at Chan Cheng. His facial features were ordinary, but he looked very honest and strong. He should be exercising regularly. Shen Xun stood up. She really just thought that Lin Xiangrui was pretty, and had no other thoughts. The wooden door was gone, so Shen Xun closed the iron door, went back to the room and added some charcoal to the stove. Lai Fu didn't wake up from the noise just now. Shen Xun boiled water and took a shower. Looking at the time, Shen Xun took out the recliner from the space and placed it by the stove, and he could reach blessings with his hand. The burning stove emitted a warm yellow gleam. Shen Xun picked some fruits and ate them while reading. After 7 o'clock, Lai Fu woke up. After eating, it walked up to Shen Xun and clapped its paws. Shen Xun picked it up. After looking at each other for a while, Shen Xun found that Lai Fu's eyelids were drooping and he was faint sleepy. Eating after waking up, falling asleep after eating, Shen Xun looked at it thoughtfully. After adding charcoal to the stove, Shen Xun hugged Lai Fu and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, there were shrill screams, dogs barking and howling from downstairs. Shen Xun opened his eyes. The temperature in the night was even lower. Shen Xun put on a thermal vest, a fleece sweater, and put the gun stay behind. With the clang of the iron door lock, half of the huddled people in the corridor dispersed, and Shen Xun came out of the room. There were many people standing or lying against the wall in the corridor, like a refugee camp. Every time Shen Xun's eyes fell on one place, the people there would try to tighten their bodies. Shen Xun turned and closed the door. The screams from downstairs continued. The woman's howling was especially loud at night. With her hands in her coat, every time Shen Xun took a step, the people in the corridor gave way. There was no expression on his face. Shen Xun pushed open the wooden door of the corridor, and there was a dark staircase going down. There was no light and no one could see who it was. Shen Xun took out a mini flashlight. Excuse me, please. The corridors, the stairs, and every place where people can step down are crowded with people. and there is a faint smell of excrement. This is only the 21st floor stairwell. The people who recognized Shen Xun in the dim light all huddled tightly, and the stairs only gave her a place to step down. Shen Xun went down to the 20th floor, and there were more people on this floor, huddling together to keep warm. It seemed that she had a bad reputation on the 22nd floor, and no one dared to stay on it. Shen Xun didn't feel so crowded until he went down to the 17th floor, and the woman's howling sound became clearer, mixed with the man's cursing. The people in the corridor seemed to be used to it, squatting in place without moving. Ah! Screams came from downstairs. The people on the 16th floor seemed to be frightened and kept going up. Shen Xun stopped in order to avoid being trampled on. After the people came up, Shen Xun lifted his foot and walked down. There were several people standing in the dark corridor, and Shen Xun scanned them with the flashlight. There were men and women, a dog lay dying on the ground, and a girl lay beside it, not knowing whether it was dead or alive. The girls howling in the room of 1601, the blood flowing at the door, and the head at the man's feet. Shen Xun walked over with a flashlight, knelt down to check the dog's condition. It was a golden retriever. There was no injury on its body. It should have been beaten, and it was still alive. Shin. Just as Sun raised his hand to turn the golden hair over, the man standing by the door kicked Shen Xun. Shen Xun raised his hand and grabbed the man's foot. If you don't want it, I can help you unload it. Kacha, the bone broke with a loud sound. The man fell to the ground with his legs crossed and screamed, "Stinky bitch." The people in the corridor reacted and smashed at Shen Xun with a stick. Shen Xun dodged sideways. A dagger appeared in his hand and slashed towards the man's neck. You? Ho! The stick in his hand fell off, and the man leaned his back against the wall and covered his neck with his hands, sliding down a little bit, his hands drooping, and he lost his breath. The people behind were red-eyed, and swung the stick in their hands toward the top of Shen Xun's head. After Shen Xun dodged the dagger, he slashed at the man's hand holding the stick. Into the heart. After stabbing several times, Shen Xun withdrew his hand, and the two fell down in a short time. The woman in the corridor was already frightened and crouched down. The other two stood farther away, holding sticks in their hands, terrified, knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Only now did they see clearly that this woman was the one on the 22nd floor. Shen Xun didn't want to meddle in the affairs of the 16th floor at first. She came down only when she heard the dog barking, and she wanted to see if the dog's situation was similar to that of Laifu. If the situation is really similar, then animals may have mutated from now on. They are like the darlings of the earth, and they will always be one step ahead of humans to evolve their bodies and adapt to climate changes. The woman lying on the ground has also woken up. She witnessed the whole process of Shen Xun's murder. "I beg you, save my sister, please. I can do whatever you want me to do." The woman knelt in front of Shen Xun, and Shen Xun was still squatting down to check the golden retriever. Shen Xun had no expression on his face. "Is this dog yours?" The woman kept kowtowing. "It belongs to my sister." The laughter of men in the room and the howling of women continued. "Please save my sister." The woman kept kowtowing. Shen Xun did not agree to her, but squatted in front of the woman. When the woman saw Shen Xun's appearance clearly, she also silenced. There was no other reason. Shen Xun looked as old as her sister. But he also thought of the scene of Shen Xun's vicious murder just now. Shen Xun handed over the dagger in his hand, and the woman quickly took it. She didn't beg Shen Xun anymore, but took the dagger and rushed into the house. In the dark room, the three men were still shaking. The woman rushed into the room and stabbed the man on the bed with a dagger, and stabbed the next person after she pulled out the dagger. Shen Xun took the flashlight to shine on her, and the man who reacted blocked the stabbing dagger with his hand, avoiding the vital position, but his arm was also pierced. "Damn it!" The man picked up the lamp on the bedside table and slammed it down. Shen Xun pulled her back by the collar. "Why are you in a daze?" The man realized that there was another person in the room after the desk lamp smashed into the sky, and the other person was holding a clothes rail and hitting Shen Xun. Shen Xun avoided kicking the man sideways. Bang! The man was directly kicked by Shen Xun and hit the wall, and fell into a coma. Shen Xun said in the woman's ear, "I've spotted it." The next moment, he turned off the flashlight, and the room fell into darkness again. When Shen Xun turned off the flashlight, the woman clenched the dagger in her hand. In the darkness, she found the right position and stabbed at the man. Puff! The sound of the dagger piercing into the flesh, the sound of something hitting something when the body fell down. Shen Xun opened. With the flashlight, the girl on the bed was staring blankly with empty eyes. Shen Xun took off his sweater and covered her, and the golden retriever also walked in. Looking at her current situation, she couldn't ask anything. Shen Xun turned on the flashlight and walked downstairs. The water had already submerged to the junction of the 13th and 14th floors. The rain is cloudy, and the bright light shining on the water is sucked into the darkness. Back in the room, Shen Xun took a shower. Laifu was still asleep. Shen Xun stroked the hair on top of its head. Because of her, many people in Building F didn't dare to be too arrogant. Even if they were hungry, no one was killed. The situation in the other buildings is unknown. In the morning, Shen Xun finished his meal and was still running in the gym when there was a knock on the door. Shen Xun wiped off the sweat from his cheeks and opened the door with a teacup in his hand. "What's up?" The girl was wearing her black fleece sweater, her long hair was tied up, and there were blue marks on her neck. She held the dagger from last night in her hand. "Thank you last night, I will return this to you." Shen Xun didn't answer. "Is that golden retriever yours?" The girl nodded. "Do you want to come in? I want to ask you something." Shen Xun stepped back to open the aisle at the entrance, and the people in the corridor watched with wide-eyed eyes. The scene in front of him was very similar to the previous one. The girl hesitated for a moment, followed Shen Xun into the house, and when the iron door was locked, the girl was startled like a frightened deer. "Don't be afraid, I have no malicious intentions, I really just want to ask you something, come with me." Shen Xun opened the door of the room. Lai Fu was still sleeping. The girl followed behind Shen Xun, and the warm breath in the room rushed towards her face, dispelling the coldness of her body, and a white kitten fell asleep by the stove. Shen Xun carried Lai Fu out, and Lai Fu's limp body nestled in Shen Xun's arms. "Is your dog lethargic lately? He just sleeps a lot." The girl's heart melted when she saw Lai Fu's cute little appearance. She reached out to touch Lai Fu, but the marks on her wrist made her hand shrink back. Shen Xun looked away. Jiaozi has also been lethargic lately. It has been sleeping all day since it rained. She was always thankful that Jiaozi was sleeping during that time, but was discovered by these hungry people later. Shen Xun asked her about how long the golden retriever would sleep a day, and whether he could stay awake when he woke up. Seeing that her questions were all about pets, the girl knew everything, and before leaving, Shen Xun gave her 4 packs of instant noodles as a thank you gift. "Mao Mao." Shen Xun opened the door and the girl was hugged. "Sister, I'm fine." After closing the door, Shen Xun returned to the room. It seems that when the natural disaster started, the animals were already mutating. As for the plants, is it the same? Before it was confirmed, she always thought that Lai Fu was dying, and even dug his grave. "In my previous life, when I got news of mutated animals and plants at the base, it was after the extreme cold, but the mutated animals had already evolved perfectly at that time. The government also has first-hand resources, how could ordinary people like them know?" Sitting on the recliner, Shen Xun stroked Lai Fu one after another, and the spots on its body became more obvious, turning from dark gray to black. The torrential rain seemed to be a little lighter, and the people in the corridor began to cheer, and there were faint sobs and some even looked at Shen Xun's door with hatred, and when the water level receded, they called the police to arrest the murderer, Shen Xun. Shen Xun heard the cheers in the corridor. She took out her binoculars and stood by the window, looking downstairs. The torrential rain had subsided, but it didn't stop, and the water level was still slowly rising. The 14th floor must be flooded by now too. The afternoon was spent punching, and when the sky darkened, Shen Xun collapsed on the ground. He had recently gained weight, and he was a little exhausted after the punching. The hot water on the stove was also boiled. Shen Xun mixed some rainwater, took a bath, and used the fascia gun to relax the sore muscles. It had already eaten the rice in the Lai Fu bowl, and the little white dumpling huddled at the end of the bed. Shen Xun hugged it in his arms. It had been 5 days and the temperature was still at 0 degrees. After waking up in the morning, Shen Xun gave birth to the small vegetable garden in the room, making them grow taller. Tomatoes bear fruit the fastest, and they have produced many small green fruits. If it spawns again, it can be picked. Putting the wristband on, Shen Xun was about to continue punching. There was a knock on her door. Shen Xun tied the wristband and opened the door. Outside was a man in his 40s. Shen Xun looked at the man suspiciously, and fastened the button of his wristband. "What's the matter?" The man looked at Shen Xun. "Can you go in and talk?" "Are you sure you want to come in?" Shen Xun said casually, and turned sideways to give way to the porch. The man looked at Shen Xun with some doubts. "Let's just say it here. My name is Yu Zhengwo and I live in Building A. I heard that you are the most powerful person in Building F. I want to ask you if you want to go out together to find supplies. I used to work in Hongguang Building, and there is a big shopping mall downstairs, so it must not be flooded now." Yu Zhengwo looked at Shen Xun with his eyes. "How many people have you found?" Shen Xun also wanted to go out and have a look. Now that the rain is light, the active-minded people are willing to. "I will definitely think about going out to find food, but I suffer from lack of water tools. There are only 6 at the moment and Building F only invites you and Chan Cheng." Yu Zhengwo pointed to the corner, and Shen Xun looked over, meeting Chan Cheng's eyes. When to set off? 10 o'clock in the evening. Yu Zhengwo hit his doubtful gaze. Shen Xun agreed to go find the supplies with them and meet at 10 o'clock in the evening. Actually, he came here today only to look for Chan Cheng, but Lin Xiangrui kept mentioning Shen Xun to him, so he couldn't help being a little curious about Shen Xun. A few days ago, a lot of outsiders came into the Tianfu community. At first, everyone was fine, but then the food became less and less and their faces changed. The people in Building A worked together and cleaned up those people. He came to look for Chan Cheng in Building F today, and saw so many outsiders squatting obediently in the corridor. He thought it was Chan Cheng's masterpiece, but he didn't expect it to be the girl in front of him. Shen Xun saw that he was not wet from the rain. Obviously he had water tools. Yu Jiangwo bid farewell to the two of them, and after Yu Jiangwo left, the people in the corridor looked at Shen Xun and Chan Cheng with warm eyes. Shen Xun and the others dared not flatter them, but Chan Cheng could still try. Recently, I almost vomited from drinking gruel every day. If only I could go out and find something to eat. Shen Xun closed the door, put on his gloves and started weight-bearing training. The living room was filled with the sound of the gloves hitting sandbags. After training, Shen Xun boiled water to wipe off the sweat on his body. Go out tonight, put Lifu in the space and take it with you. Shen Xun took out a waterproof backpack and put the things he needed into it. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Shen Xun added charcoal to the stove and leaned on the recliner to read a book. Charcoal fire. After it was turned off, it was almost 10 o'clock. Shen Xun put on a thermal vest, another cotton coat, a gun on his waist and a backpack on his back, ready to go out. Shen Xun opened the door and saw Lin Xiangrui standing in front of the door. Hi. Today's mood is perfect. Lin Xiangrui smiled at Shen Xun. Chan Cheng was still that indifferent cool guy. Even standing behind Lin Xiangrui, Shen Xun couldn't see his expression clearly. Shen Xun went downstairs first. Lin Xiangrui hugged Chin Cheng tightly. Be careful on the road. Chan Cheng lowered his head and kissed Lin Xiangrui's lips, then turned around and stepped to catch up with Shen Xun. Yu Jiangwo was already waiting at the window on the 14th floor. Shen Xun looked over there and saw an inflatable kayak parked on the water. It was 3 meters long by visual inspection, and a waterproof curtain was made on the top. There were already 4 people sitting on the kayak, 3 men and 1 woman. Shen Xun walked to the window, stepped on the windowsill, and then Chan Cheng also boarded the boat. Shen Xun sat in the back with the woman, and she found that the woman was carrying a bow and arrow on her back. Are you for real so cool? Shen Xun could already imagine the scene of a woman drawing a bow and shooting an arrow. The woman took off the bow and arrow hanging around her neck and made a standard shooting action. Shen Xun applauded with admiration. Chen Cheng, who has seen Shen Xun's brutality. Yu Jiangwo introduced Shen Xun and the two of them. My name is Yu Jiangwo, everyone knows ha, this is my brother, his name is Huang Weigua, this is Zhang Yuanchao, this is Sun Jiahong, we are all from Building A. This guy is the Chan Cheng I told you about, and this little girl is Shen Xun. After Yu Jiangwo finished speaking, several people looked at Chan Cheng. You are the Chan Cheng that Lao Yu said, he has been mentioning you to us all the time, and now we finally see the real person. Zhang Yuanchao was almost choked up by Yu Jiangwo. After the rain subsided, they thought of going out to find supplies, otherwise they would have to wait to starve to death. After several people summed up, Yu Jiangwo recommended Chan Cheng to them. Yu Jiangwo led the way the whole way. Starting at night, it was dark and easy to do things, and they took turns paddling. After driving out of the community for a long distance, Shen Xun found that there were many people who thought like them on the water, and everyone was walking towards the Hengguang building. We have to hurry over. Yu Jiangwo changed places with Shen Xun after he finished speaking. It was time for Shen Xun to paddle. Shen Xun and Chan Cheng were on the left and right, and Yu Jiangwo directed the direction for the two. It's good to be young. Huang Weigua looked at Shen Xun and Chan Cheng. After a few rounds, Shen Xun and Chan Cheng were still full of energy, and they didn't hear them shouting that they were tired. There is also Sun Jiahong. He and Sun Jiahong are a team, and his hands are still shaking. If he can't keep up with Sun Jiahong's speed, the kayak will deviate from the direction. Shen Xun and Chan Cheng were almost paddling out, and they were the only group that stood out among the crowd of kayaks, passing one after another on the water with lightning speed. Chan Cheng was amazed at Shen Xun's physical strength. Shen Xun looked younger than a girl. Chan Cheng immediately suppressed this idea. He remembered when Shen Xun lifted a dead body with one hand. The gesture of throwing it down was like throwing a broken sack that weighed nothing. The two rode for more than 20 minutes before Huang Weigua and Sun Jiahong got on. Over there, go around the building in front and go behind, Yu Jiangwo said excitedly, and after more than an hour he finally arrived. Sun Jiahong and Sun Jiahong both speeded up, and after bypassing the building, they saw a circular shopping mall. The shopping mall was built so high that Shen Xun reckoned that even if the rain stopped, it would not be possible to submerge it. The glass window of the building had been shattered. Several people drove the boat to the window. Chan Cheng climbed up first, while Yu Jiangwo and Sun Yuanchao supported him below. Chen Cheng pulled them up one by one. The last one was Yu Jiangwo. He handed over the rope of the kayak first. After he came up, several people worked together to pull up the kayak. Just put it here, let's go. Several people found 2 empty shelves and hid the kayak behind them. The food is on the 28th floor, the clothing is on the 29th floor, and the 30th floor is full of restaurants, Yu Jiangwo said to several people, telling them what floor they needed later on. The few people who were still on the 17th floor started to climb the stairs. Only Shen Xun and Yu Jiangwo had flashlights. Together, they went to the supermarket on the 28th floor, equipped with flashlights, and then dispersed to find supplies. Conserving her energy, no one said a word, and she climbed the stairs in a muffled voice. Shen Xun glanced sideways at Chan Cheng. She had always thought that Chun Chang was a cool guy who was indifferent and quiet, but just now she knew that he was an aphasia. Several people came to the 28th floor and walked straight to the supermarket. The gate of the supermarket had been damaged, and the glass on many counters was also broken. Before entering, a few people heard voices outside the door. Let's go in first. Yu Jiangwo walked in front with a flashlight. There were not many people in the supermarket, so they went to the tool sales area first, and they made an appointment to meet in 50 minutes after they were equipped with a flashlight. Shen Xun, come with us. Sun Jiahong called to stop Shen Xun. There were too many people here, and she was afraid that Shen Xun would be in danger by himself. Chen Chang had already left. He and Sun Yuanchao were in a group. They both wanted to take similar things, so they hit it off right away. Yu Jiangwo, Sun Jiahong, and Huang Weiguo planned to act together. Shen Xun shook her head and smiled brightly. I'm very good. Sun Jiahong looked at her thin arms and legs, powerless, and wanted to persuade her again, but Shen Xun had already disappeared. After staying away from a few people, Shen Xun went to the window and took out the binoculars to look down. There were several black spots in the water, which were inflatable kayaks, and they all came to this shopping mall to find supplies. Putting away the binoculars, Shen Xun walked to the seed area. The current seeds can still grow, and they are still good. When the extreme cold comes, these will freeze to death, and those that can survive are all mutated. Shen Xun packed all the seeds on the shelf into his bag, and when he reached out, there was actually room for everything. After collecting the seeds, Shen Xun found the food area. There is a wall full of hot pot base ingredients, sour soup fish base ingredients, all kinds of base ingredients, and delicious dishes that can be cooked with water. Unfortunately, I have already stocked up the amount of several chain supermarkets before. Leave a way for others to survive. Shen Xun found more than 20 packages of his favorite base materials and packed them into the space. Walking forward with the flashlight on, when Shen Xun saw something he liked, he put it in his backpack and let the backpack bulge up. Otherwise they would think she didn't take anything later. Just wandering around for a while, Shen Xun has already met several waves of people, and the situation is not bad. After all, this is only the 17th day of the heavy rain. There is always rice noodles without food. When passing by the shelves of milk tea powder and ice cream powder, Shen Xun packed a few packets and put them in his backpack. Tisk! The two passed by Shen Xun, and when they saw her pretending to be something, they both sneered. Shining a flashlight, Shen Xun was about to go up to the 29th floor to have a look. She wanted to get some extreme cold clothes for Laifu. For Laifu's body type, children's clothes should be just right. Recently, even with the rainstorm and cooling down, there are still quite a few people on the 29th floor. In the entire circular shopping mall, the glass windows outside the clothing store were smashed, and Shen Xun shone in with a flashlight. Some of them have been emptied, and the rest are spring and summer short-sleeved shirts, hanging alone on the shelves. Shen Xun continued to walk forward. After looking at several stores in a row, he saw baby padded clothes. Shen Xun picked up the fire extinguisher on the ground and smashed it at the door glass. The door glass had already been smashed, but the hole opened was too small. The cracking sound of glass shattering did not attract the attention of others, because there were not a few people who behaved like her. Shen Xun kicked the glass on the ground with his feet and walked in. After scanning the flashlight one by one, Shen Xun took more than 20 pieces of baby cotton clothes. These were enough, and Laifu was growing very fast, so he probably wouldn't need it for a while. Putting the padded jacket into the space, Shen Xun symbolically took a long black padded jacket and put it on his body. When he came out of the store, Shen Xun walked upstairs with a flashlight. The 30th floor is a restaurant. I don't know if there is anything that can be used.
Superior.
Shen Xun walked upstairs just when someone came down. Shen Xun stepped aside to get out of the way. And when the people inside came out, Shen Xun pushed the door open a bit. Different from the 28th and 29th floors, the entire floor of the 30th floor was filled with a rancid smell, lingering around the tip of his nose, and lingering for a long time. Shen Xun walked in with a blank face. He had smelled worse than this in his previous life. What? Mosquitoes and flies are flying all over the sky, water and electricity are cut off, and the ingredients placed in the back kitchen of these restaurants have not been kept fresh, and they have rotted and maggot into mosquitoes and flies entrenched on the 30th floor. Obviously, these places have been visited by people before. Shen Xun looked at the messy tables and chairs, walked to the back kitchen. The stench was especially serious. Shen Xun kicked away the chair blocking him. Refrigerators and freezers were not in her consideration, and she would not ask for trouble to open them. Shen Xun reached out and waved away the mosquitoes flying in front of her eyes, took out toilet water from the space and sprayed it on herself, and the mosquitoes were gone for a while. She is far away from approaching. Shen Xun opened the microwave oven. It was very clean. There were traces of use, but it didn't affect it. Shen Xun put it into the space. Except for the refrigerator and freezer, Shen Xun put all the electrical appliances that he could see in front of him into the space. Moving on to the next one, these are free to buy. In the next milk tea shop, there were also mosquitoes in the shop, but there were still a few of them. Shen Xun opened all the cabinets in the milk tea shop and put all the undamaged ones in, including the ice machine. Next door to the milk tea shop is a hot pot restaurant. Shen Xun found a lot of hot pot base ingredients in the back kitchen and put them all into the space. Shen Xun looked at the big guy in front of him. This machine looks like a refrigerator but is not a refrigerator. It seems to be used for cooking. It was washed very clean inside, and there were several trays a bit like a school cafeteria. Shen Xun also put it in the space and plugged it. After installing several shops in a row, Shen Xun went on to the next one, pushed open the door of the back kitchen, and with a buzzing sound, the mosquitoes gathered on the ground were scared away by Shen Xun, and the stench in the room rushed straight to Shen Xun's forehead. Shen Xun shone the flashlight at the dark mass on the ground. It was a person, a half-rotten person. There were yellow and black hatching maggot shells on the ground everywhere. The person looked like a woman, wearing a hip skirt and white shirt, business attire before she died. Shen Xun closed the door and backed out. There were still 20 minutes to meet up. Return. I fell in love with this thing first, so it should be mine. Yes, we have taken a fancy to this thing before, and you can't take it away. You said that if you like it, it's yours. Then I said that I've taken a fancy to this whole shopping mall, so it should be mine too. Zhang Yuanchao blushed with anger. He was holding a plastic bag tightly in his hand, which contained 3 folded padded clothes. At this moment, 5 people stopped him and Changchang, preventing them from leaving. I said we were interested in this item just now, but we were going to get other things at that time, so we didn't come to get it. Now that it's here, you put it down. I don't care what you were going to get. I just know that I found this and got it from the shelf. Zhang Yuanchao said nothing and would not give it, and several people stalemate for a while. Shen Xun watched from the crowd and didn't intend to help. Zhang Yuanchao was about to rush out with his things in hand, and several people caught him and wanted to grab the bag in his hand. Zhang Yuanchao took 2 steps back holding the bag. The cotton clothes on the 29th floor were gone, and many people came just now, and he finally found these 3. Bring something. The man took out the switchblade from his pocket and slashed at Zhang Yuanchao with the white blade. Ah! Zhang Yuanchao froze in fright. Changcheng grabbed Sun Yuanchao to avoid the switchblade, but Zhang Yuanchao's jacket was still cut. Seeing that his companions were making moves, the other 4 also rushed up. Zhang Yuanchao was pushed to the ground, and the man stabbed him with a switchblade. Zhang Yuanchao picked up a bag in a panic to block it. Puff, the switchblade stuck into the padded jacket, and the others surrounded Changcheng, raising the switchblade to stab. Chapter 40. The situation of other buildings. Zhang Yuanchao on the ground was still struggling. For a while, a circle of people surrounded him, and Shen Xun stood behind silently. Let go of my hand, the man screamed. The switchblade in his hand fell to the ground. Changcheng grabbed his hand hard, and there was only a click when he twisted it violently. The man screamed even worse up. Changcheng let him go. The man fell to the ground and rolled in pain. After Changcheng dealt with the man, he ran to Zhang Yuanchao, picked up the fire extinguisher on the ground and threw it on the man, screaming again and again. When Changcheng ran over, he also saw Shen Xun in the crowd. Shen Xun met his gaze expressionlessly. 2 fell out of 5 and the 3 surrounded Changcheng and Zhang Yuanchao. Let's deal with this old guy first. The 3 agreed. With a bang, an arrow pierced through the wind and shot at one of them. The man fell to the ground with his hands on his thighs and screamed. Who? The 2 of them didn't care about Changcheng and Zhang Yuanchao at this moment. They took the switchblade and swiped the flashlight around without any blind spots. Shen Xun, who was dazzled several times. The crowd scattered in all directions. Phew, an arrow shot over again. The man clutched his shoulder. The switchblade in his hand fell, and the remaining one was also frightened. He looked at his companion who was still screaming on the ground, and ran away quickly. This is a temporary team, there is no need to work hard for them. The man quickly ran to the stairs and disappeared into the night. Are you 2 okay? It was Sun Jiahong and Yu Jiangwo, and Shen Xun knew they were coming when the arrow flew over. When the crowd dispersed, Shen Xun hid in the darkness, and when the 3 rushed over, Shen Xun also pretended to have just come down from upstairs. Huang Weiguo and Changcheng helped Zhang Yuanchao, who was on the ground. I'm fine. Let's go now. Zhang Yuanchao didn't want to stay here any longer. Several people went downstairs quickly. Changcheng glanced at Shen Xun's back in front of him. Shen Xun turned his head and gave him a big smile. Moved the shelf to reveal the kayak hidden behind. Several people squatted on the ground and sorted out the supplies they got, while Shen Xun watched from the side, eating snacks in his mouth. She took less things and put them all in her backpack. Xiao Shun, just take these. Huang Weiguo looked at the snacks in Shen Xun's hand and finally came out. I have quite a lot and I put them in my bag. Shen Xun opened the backpack, and there was indeed a lot inside. Several people tidied up their things, each found a large white bucket, put the things in it, cut a small hole in the bucket, put a rope on it, tied it to the kayak, covered the bucket and threw it into the water. The 5 white buckets floated up, and several people jumped onto the kayaks one after another. Although they could get a lot of supplies by doing so, it took a lot of effort to go back. On the way back, few people were in such a hurry as when they first set off, and they rode more slowly. Zhang Yuanchao changed his previous talk and became extremely depressed. I would like to thank you Chun Chang just now. If it wasn't for you I would have died there. And Sun Jiahong, luckily you came in time. Yu Zhangwo slapped Zhang Yuanchao's shoulder and sighed. It's just a rainstorm, why did it become like this? He has seen more dead people recently than he has seen in the past 40 years. When the rain stops and the water recedes, it will be the same as before. Huang Weigua comforted. Shen Xun half opened his eyes and looked at them. The water would recede immediately, but at that time a new round of hell would start. Zhang Yuanchao is tight. Tighten the clothes on her body. Qincheng Shaoshun, do you want to move to Building A? Yeah, why don't you two move here? The people in our Building A are very united. Sun Jiahong told them that when there were outsiders making trouble in their Building A at first, Yu Zhangwo led a few people to take them away. I cleaned up and drove out. You're exaggerating. Yu Zhangwo was embarrassed by the words. Shen Xun looked at him. He should belong to the kind of leadership talent. This kind of person can make up his mind when things happen, just like this time when he went out to find supplies. No, I live there quite comfortably. Shen Xun refused with a smile. Chan Chang compared sign language, but Yu Zhangwo was the only one who could understand a thing or two. You're still henpecked. Yu Zhangwo teased Chan Chang with a smile, and several people also laughed. Chan Chang also had a gentle smile on his face when he talked about Lin Xiangrui. The situation in the other buildings is very bad. Since neither of you intends to move here, be careful, Yu Zhangwo said in a serious tone. Have you ever been to other buildings? Shen Xun took out a thermos and poured a cup of hot water for each of them. After drinking the hot water, the body also warmed up. I only know Building B and Building E. I have friends who live there. 2 days ago, I saw that the rain was getting lighter, and I wanted to ask them to go out to find food. I was kicked out as soon as I entered Building B. Even my friend I didn't see each other, and then I went to Building E again. It was even more chaotic there, it was too miserable, there were a lot of dead people in the corridor, my friend and his children were kicked out, I took them to live with me, your F building is next to E building, be careful. After hearing this, Chan Chang focused his gaze on Shen Xun, and he didn't know why he looked at Shen Xun. Shen Xun pondered, some people have bad bones. When the order collapses, the rules are no longer the ropes that bind them, and they will release their nature. She has seen how bad people can be in her previous life. But she is not a fish now, picks up the butcher knife or keeps a low profile. The choice is no longer in her hands, but in the hands of those people. If you think you are strong and bully the weak, that is not strong, it means that you have not met anyone who is more ruthless than you. Sensing Chan Chang's gaze, Shen Xun looked straight over and whispered, you and Lin Xiangrui, who is chasing who? She was really curious, Lin Xiangrui is such a beautiful person. If the two of them can meet, it must be a touching love story. Chan Chang blushed all of a sudden, but fortunately it was pitch black, and no one could see his expression clearly at this time, so he gestured to Shen Xun. Shen Xun didn't understand sign language at first, but at this moment she also understood what Chan Chang wanted to express. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Chan Chang. Unexpectedly, Chan Chang was still the straight guy who broke up with Lin Xiangrui. Lin Xiangrui is awesome. Chan Chang didn't talk much at first, but when Shen Xun talked about Lin Xiangrui with him, although he couldn't speak, he still made gestures. Soon it was the two's turn to row, and Shen Xun hummed softly, paddling across the water with the oar in his hand. Zhang Yuanchao hadn't recovered from his emotions tonight. He was silent and the others followed suit. Yu Zhangwo was thinking about how to contact the rescue team, when the rainstorm would stop, and when to look for supplies next time. Sun Jiahong counted how many arrows were left in the quiver. Huang Weigua huddled in his cotton clothes to warm his hands and feet. After 2 hours we finally arrived at Tianfu Community. The four sent the two to Building F first. Chan Chang climbed up first, and several people pulled Chan Chang's big white bucket out of the water and lifted it up together. The kayak was pressed down a bit, but Chan Chang still couldn't lift it up by holding the edge of the white bucket. Shen Xun put his palm down and exerted a little force. Chan Chang raised it abruptly, and the white bucket finally went in. Shen Xun. Sun Jiahong stopped Shen Xun. She took some snacks from her bag and put them in Shen Xun's hands. Shen Xun looked up at her. Thank you. You two rest early, let's go. Yu Zhangwo and the others paddled towards Building A. The people in the corridor looked at the white vat in Chan Chang's hands with envy and greed in their eyes, but when they saw Shen Xun behind him, they all shrank back for fear that Shen Xun would look at them more. There is no way Shen Xun's record is there. The water had already submerged the 14th floor, and was about to go up to the 15th floor. Now they opened the top floor, supporting the waterproof shelf, and many people hid on it. The two returned to the 22nd floor. Chan Chang picked up the wooden door that Shen Xun had broken off and placed it near the window, separating a space of a few square meters. He and Lin Xiangrui squeezed inside. After Chan Chang put down the vat, Lin Xiangrui hugged him, and Shen Xun opened the door and entered the room without continuing to look at the two of them. The biggest gain from going to the mall this time is the electrical appliances. Although they are all second-hand, she doesn't dislike them, and she is very happy. Lighting the stove and putting on a charcoal fire, the room warmed up. Shen Xun boiled hot water and lay down on the sofa, his consciousness sinking into the space. Laifu, what are you doing? Shen Xun grabbed it and threw it out of the space. This little leopard cub was actually chasing the chicken in her space. Look at this. The chicken was frightened and ran all over the mountain. Laifu was stunned by Shen Xun's roar. It didn't know that Shen Xun was already angry. Laifu came to rub against Shen Xun with a few chicken feathers stuck to his mouth, and Shen Xun lifted it up to his eyes and gave him a love education. Your favorite egg is from it. If you bite it to death, there will be no eggs to eat in the future. Laifu twitched his limbs, and Shen Xun didn't know if he understood it. In short, the language was barrier, but education still had to be carried out. The water was boiled, and Shen Xun mixed rainwater to take a shower. Recently, all the water used was rainwater. Although there is a lot of water in the space, it is necessary to save it. Not only was it economical, but she also stocked up a lot. When the bucket was full, she poured it into the small bay, or stored it in the lower space because when the extreme heat came, the daily water consumption was huge. She doesn't know what will change in the future, and she doesn't think there are too few things that can be used. Laifu wanted to jump on the bed and sleep with Shen Xun, but Shen Xun refused. Joke, you still want to go to bed with the smell of chicken all over your body. Laifu resigned himself to lying down beside the fire, and after a while it really fell asleep. Shen Xun looked at the time. It was 4:30. He didn't feel tired physically, but he was mentally exhausted. He didn't set the alarm clock, so he woke up naturally, and slept until 10 o'clock in the morning. After getting up, Shen Xun glanced at Laifu. It was still sleeping with a flat stomach. Shen Xun forcibly woke it up. Go to bed when you're full. After taking a few mouthfuls of Laifu, it fell headfirst into the bowl. Shen Xun lifted its neck, and ate like this for half an hour. When Shen Xun discovered that Laifu had changed, if he was full, his body would grow will be very fast. It used to look like a kitten, but now it looks like a 7 or 8 month old puppy. Holding it was even heavier than before. So Shen Xun put it in the nest and added some charcoal fire. I took so many hot pot ingredients yesterday, so I will eat hot pot today. Shen Xun is holding a vegetable basket and a pair of small scissors. Pushing open the door of the small vegetable garden, Shen Xun first picked off the small red tomatoes, which gave birth to some pea sprouts, Chinese cabbage, chrysanthemum, and water spinach. Just spawned, looks very fresh. From the space he took out beef rolls, tripe, shredded potatoes, marinated pork ribs and roast chicken. Cut a big watermelon in half, and picked some other fruits that relieved the mouth. After everything was ready, Shen Xun took some charcoal out of the stove, and reignited a stove to eat hot pot, and the room was filled with fragrance. The people in the corridor also smelled it, but they had already smelled it once in the morning, which was Chan Chong and Lin Shengrui's fried rice, and now with Shen Xun's hot pot, they immediately felt that the rice was not fragrant. The idea of going out to find supplies intensified. Among the supplies that Chan Chong brought back yesterday was an inflatable boat, and several people saw it. Chan Chong, can you lend us the inflatable boat to go out and find something to eat? Several people tried hard at Chan Chong, and Chan Chong agreed, but he didn't lend it to outsiders, only to people in Building F, because at least they still have family members staying here and will come back. Several people borrowed Chan Chang's inflatable boat, but they had to give Chan Chong some of the supplies they got back, and it was treated as a boat loan. They had no objection, and the outsiders didn't dare to make too much noise because of Shen Xun. They pushed the two of them out to find supplies with the people from Building F. There are also lucky people who can find an inflatable boat. During the whole day and night, people from Building F go out and change. In the end, including Chan Chang's inflatable boat, Building F has a total of 3 inflatable boats. There were few things to eat when people were full, there was more laughter in Building F, and a short-lived charcoal fire was lit in the corridor at night. After the weight-bearing exercise, Shen Xun took Laifu to eat, and took out the broken fish from the space. There was a barbecue grill on the stove, and Shen Xun turned on the video to learn how to grill fish. I just got hungry and wanted to eat. The fish was oiled over and over again, and it was grilled until it sizzled. In the end, because I couldn't control the heat, the fish was burnt black and brown. With the leftover hot pot from lunch, Shen Xun put the fish in and cooked it. After eating, Shen Xun took a cup of ginger warm milk tea from the space, and his stomach felt warm after drinking it. After wiping his body, Shen Xun lay on the bed, his consciousness sank into the space, he picked up the eggs, and fed some sweet fruits to the reserve food. The little rabbit seemed to know that he was pregnant with a cub, and he didn't jump around like before. The rice seedlings that were born grew a lot taller. Shen Xun withdrew from the space, and fell into a deep sleep. Waking up in the morning, it was rare to see Laifu sober. Shen Xun rewarded it with 3 eggs, 2 live fish and a few prawns. Laifu finished eating. He took out the fillings that he adjusted last time, and made more than 20 more dumplings. After he was full, Shen Xun opened the door and walked out. There are still 4 days left, and the rainstorm will stop. For 4 days I still don't know if the water will submerge to the 22nd floor. Shen Xun intends to go out to have a look. There is still a faint smell of food in the corridor, so Shen Xun looked over with some doubts. There were a lot of supplies piled up in the corridor, especially in the corner by Lin Xiangrui. Seeing Shen Xun looking over, Lin Xiangrui greeted with a smile. Huh. Today's mood is also full marks. Seeing Shen Xun going out, the people in the corridor were terrified, but they were all nervous. Tightly guarding the supplies in his arms, he was afraid that what would happen if Shen Xun saw something he wanted and wanted to grab it. Would they be able to stop it? Laifu followed behind Shen Xun, and Lin Xiangrui was stunned when he saw the bigger figure than before. Before, he always thought that Shen Xun raised a cat, but the cat was not that big. If it was a dog, it would be thousands of miles away. Chan Chang broke Lin Xiangrui's head and prevented him from looking at Shen Xun. He was jealous. Going down to the 16th floor, Shen Xun looked at the stagnant water in the corridor on the 16th floor, which had already flooded in. On the 22nd floor, it shouldn't be a problem to last for 4 days. Roar, roar. Laifu let out a low growl in his throat. Shen Xun was on guard all over, looking vigilantly at the direction of Laifu's roar. His hands had already touched his lower back. Moving behind Laifu a little bit, Shen Xun looked at the empty stairs and the muddy rainwater. Oh! Laifu rubbed Shen Xun's calf. Seeing Laifu relax, Shen Xun felt that it should be a false alarm. Back in the room again, Shen Xun continued today's exercise, increasing the weight day by day. She has already carried more than 100 caddies, especially the iron plate. She will always tie it on her body when she is free and will not take it off. Laifu didn't continue to sleep all day long. It returned to its original appearance. It was extremely active. After Shen Xun took off his boxing gloves, it kept smelling non-stop. He even ran to the treadmill. Shen Xun pressed the switch for it, and Laifu ran vigorously. Shen Xun set a time for an hour and watched it finish. After getting off the treadmill, Laifu did not suffer from panting. He stretched his limbs as if he felt very happy. When Shen Xun boiled the water at night, he boiled some more, bathed it, and slept together in his arms, smelling delicious. The water and electricity were cut off, and the people huddled in the corridor went to bed early after dark. In the middle of the night, there were screams and crying in the corridor. Shen Xun was awakened by a sharp scream, and Laifu stood by the door in an attacking posture. If someone rushed in, it would bite at the next second. Shen Xun put on a thermal vest and a cold-proof jacket, opened the iron door and looked out through the small window. There was no one in the dark corridor. There were disorderly footsteps on the top floor, and everyone should have run up. Boss, they really have a lot to eat, said the two men, holding flashlights and scrambling to pick up the supplies on the ground. Call the brothers over here, take the things away and take the inflatable boat, the man commanded, and after a while, more than a dozen people ran up downstairs, and each of them had nothing empty in their hands, and took the supplies in the corridor. All moved down. Boss, those girls and brothers in Building E are tired of playing or... The man smiled wretchedly, and the dozen or so people who were carrying things also laughed out loud. Shen Xun leaned against the door and listened. The dagger in his hand was peeling apples. These people belonged to Building E. Walk around, go up and pick, the man said in a relaxed tone, as if he was about to pick something. The apple was peeled perfectly. Shen Xun cut a piece and bit it. The sour and sweet taste mixed together, delicious. The two touched Shen Xun's door with flashlights, and the flashlights shot at the small window. The man saw Shen Xun standing by the door. Boss, there are still people here. The man walked up to Shen Xun's door. Shen Xun took another bite of the apple expressionlessly, shone the flashlight on Shen Xun's face, and then swung it into the room again. Laifu roared in his throat. The iron door was pushed but locked inside. Open the door. The man greedily. His eyes were on Shen Xun's face. If you dazzle my eyes with that thing again, I will kill your hand. The dagger in Shen Xun's hand had been replaced with a horizontal knife. The man seemed to be frightened by Shen Xun's gaze, and when he came back to his senses, he kicked angrily on the iron door, which made a clanging sound. He lay on the small window staring at Shen Xun, and smiled, showing his yellow teeth. You think I can't do anything with you if you don't open the door? The man pointed at the welded lock with the iron pliers he found somewhere. Clamp it off with force. Shen Xun threw the apple to Laifu, and raised his hand to unlock the lock. Seeing Shen Xun's movement of opening the door, the man guessed that she must have been frightened by him, but it was just a woman. This woman looks delicate and tender, much cleaner than those women in Building E. She should have come to this building earlier. There are food and women too. Help, help, lunatic. A cry for help came from the top floor. It seems to be Lazy's voice. Several people ran to the stairs and 2 people just ran down from above. It's just you two, what's wrong up there? The man clenched the iron tongs in his hand. Boss, there is a lunatic up there. They still have knives. Lazy was killed. Damn it, come up with me to have a look. The man ignored Shen Xun, and led a few people upstairs. Chan Chang frantically picked up a baseball bat and threw it on the man. The man on the ground was already out of breath. The girl in black sweater was holding a bloody dagger in her hand, and her body was still trembling. The crowd was close to the wall, and a circular vacuum was exposed in the middle. The 2 sisters on the 16th floor, Lin Xiangrui, who was paralyzed on the ground, and Chan Chang, who was still madly smashing corpses. The man came up and saw this. One scene. Lazy, I'll fucking kill you. 7 or 8 people rushed forward and surrounded Chan Chang. Lin Xiangrui hugged one of the feet to prevent him from moving. The man raised the iron tongs in his hand, smash it down. Puff, the sound of iron tongs piercing into the flesh. Lin Xiangrui fell to the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. The man kicked Lin Xiangrui away, and Shen Xun dodged sideways. For a moment, Chan Chang's eyes were red, and he swung the baseball bat indiscriminately, sweeping the two of them down. Someone wanted to sneak up on Chan Chang's back, but the girl in the black sweater picked up the dagger and stabbed at him, and the man fell down with a muffled grunt. Shen Xun leaned against the door and watched quietly. Chan Chang blocked the iron tongs in the man's hand, pressed him to the ground, and strangled the man's neck with both hands. Although those people beat him behind his back, he did not let go. He just wanted to avenge Lin Xiangrui. The girl in the black sweater was also pressed to the ground at this time, and the dagger was also taken away, with despair in her eyes. Several people pulled Chan Chang away with all their strength, and the man gasped for air, with a fear in his heart that if it was only a few seconds later at night, he would really confess that he was here. Bah! Spat out the blood in his mouth. The man stood up, took the dagger from his younger brother. I will make your life worse than death. Lin Xiangrui propped up his body with one hand. Apparently his other arm was injured. He looked sideways, and the person standing beside him was Shen Xun. Hi! Shen Xun greeted with a wide smile. The four pressed Chan Chang. The man stepped on Chan Chang's head. Their eyes met. Chan Chang smiled at Lin Xiangrui. Lin Xiangrui's face was full of despair, and tears welled up in his eyes. It's all because of him. If it wasn't for him, Chan Chang would not be in danger. If he had followed them obediently just now, what happened now would not have happened. The man picked up the dagger and was about to stab it. Chan Chang, don't. Lin Xiangrui's tone was almost pleading. He couldn't see his lover dying in front of his eyes. It was more painful than killing him directly. The man put away the dagger, looked in Lin Xiangrui's direction, and figured out the relationship between the two of them. He already thought of a way to make Chan Chang's life worse than death. Shen Xun, don't you like my face? Can you help me save Chan Chang? As long as you help me save him, I will serve you like a cow or a horse. Lin Xiangrui showed a smile uglier than crying. It took the man a while to see Shen Xun standing by the door. Isn't this the little girl who said she was going to kill him just now? Shen Xun seemed to be really thinking for a while. Can you cook? After more than a month, Shen Xun was sure that he really didn't have that talent. Sure enough, when God opened the window for you, he also closed the door. Shen Xun squatted down with a knife in one hand, and the two formed eye contact. Lin Xiangrui looked at the serious look in Shen Xun's eyes, and he was ready for Shen Xun to ask him to warm the bed. Unexpectedly, Shen Xun just asked a question. Do you cook? I will do it, Lin Xiangrui said eagerly. For some reason, he felt that Shen Xun was very powerful in his heart, and he had blind trust in her. Then it's settled, you cook for me, and I'll help you save people. Shen Xun stood up, the horizontal knife in his hand was already raised, and the man looked at Shen Xun with some suspicion. How could he think that a clean-looking little girl would be a simple thing? The people in Building F leaning against the wall looked at them with pity. Why are they so obedient? Isn't it because of the 22 people in Building F? There is a devil in the floor. Shen Xun stood by the window on the top floor. The rain fell on her body, and the folds of the jacket gathered into a stream of small water droplets, which slowly slid down. Lai Fu stood at Shen Xun's feet, also unusually quiet. They didn't have time to breathe, and after confirming that they were going to do something, Shen Xun didn't want them to go back alive. The horizontal knife slashed across, and the head of the person closest to Shen Xun flew up. The man held up the dagger and stabbed at Shen Xun. Shen Xun had been training with weight for so long, and his body was not bound by iron plates. His movement speed was far from their ordinary speed. Comparable. Dodging the dagger stabbed by the man sideways, Shen Xun raised the horizontal knife and slashed at it. Blood spattered out, and the man's wrist fell to the ground, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Regardless of the screaming people on the ground, Shen Xun's figure quickly disappeared in front of several people, and the next second the horizontal knife had already been inserted into the man's chest, and the remaining few people were frightened by Shen Xun's ferocious appearance, and turned around to sneak into the crowd. How dare they get involved with the person that the big devil wanted to kill? Basically whoever ran towards them, the crowd would automatically disperse, and in the end there was no way to retreat, and they chose to fight Shen Xun desperately. Before, Shen Xun always killed people behind closed doors. This was the first time that Shen Xun killed people in front of their eyes. After everyone was cleaned up, Shen Xun silently bent down and picked up the corpse on the ground, and threw it into the water from the top floor. Chan Chang was not seriously injured, so he also lifted the body and dropped it. The girl in the black sweater helped Chan Chang carry it. Chan Chang picked up Lin Xiangrui, who was on the ground. Neither of them spoke. Lai Fu followed behind Shen Xun. Shen Xun went downstairs. There were many corpses lying on the ground on the 17th and 18th floors. There are also supplies scattered on the ground. The corridor has already been soaked in blood. The scene was like hell on earth. Soon the people hiding on the top floor ran down. Some were looking for their supplies. Some were rummaging through the corpses for their relatives, weeping and cursing. Shen Xun returned to the 22nd floor and found Lin Xiangrui and Chen Xun squatting in front of her door. Lin Xiangrui's injured arm was just cut off with a short sleeve and simply bandaged. Chen Xun hugged the man in his arms. Shen Xun opened the door. Come in. Chen Xun hesitated and did not get up. Lin Xiangrui raised his head. Let's go. He obviously hadn't told Chen Xun what happened before the two transaction. Laifu looked at the two strangers who entered the room, and there was no attack on Shen Xun's body, so Laifu jumped on the sofa and nestled. Shen Xun went to the room and came out with a medicine kit in his hand. Treat the wound. Although Chen Xun was a little afraid of Shen Xun, Lin Xiangrui's wound couldn't stand waiting. Shen Xun added some charcoal to the stove and boiled a basin of hot water. When he came out again, Lin Xiangrui's wound had been healed. Chen Xun showed Shen Xun sign language. Shen Xun took the medicine box. Lin Xiangrui had already fallen asleep on the sofa after the wound treatment, covered with Chen Cheng's clothes, took the medicine box back to the room. Shen Xun hugged two quilts and put them on the sofa. There is no room left, you can sleep on the sofa. The quilt was a brand new quilt, and Chen Cheng accepted it gratefully. He had just heard Lin Xiangrui tell why Shen Xun saved him, and after knowing the answer, he also let go of the last line of defense in his heart. When he was in trouble in the shopping mall before, Shen Xun didn't even help. He knew what kind of person Shen Xun was at that time. Tonight, when Shen Xun offered to help, he felt uneasy. Fortunately, she did not fall in love with Lin Xiangrui. After the water level receded, the rescue team should be here soon, and it would not be too late to separate from them, but during this period she had to learn how to cook. It won't be complicated, but it's easy to know, otherwise you have gold and silver, but you often feel that you don't know where to start. After obtaining Shen Xun's consent, Chen Cheng merged the two sofas together, more than enough to sleep 3 people. Near the balcony, Shen Xun found a rope and 2 iron hooks, and Chen Cheng simply made a curtain. The water boiled, Shen Xun took a shower, lay on the bed and was about to go to bed, when the iron door rang and someone knocked on the door. When Shen Xun opened the door, he saw Chen Cheng standing in front of the door with a nervous expression on his face. After so many nights of life and death, Chen Cheng seemed to have rediscovered the world. Seeing Shen Xun come out, Chen Cheng also relaxed a little. Open the door, Shen Xun said in a calm tone, and ordered Chen Cheng to open the door. Through the small window, the person outside the door was holding a flashlight. It was Yu Jiangwo, an old acquaintance. Chen Cheng looked at Shen Xun, and Shen Xun nodded. Chen Cheng opened the door, but did not let Yu Jiangwo in. Are you all right? I heard that something happened in Building F. I came to see you. Behind Yu Jiangwo was Sun Jiahong. They saw the tragedy on the 17th and 18th floors, and they didn't mind the bloodshed pass. We're fine. Chen Cheng is very powerful, he took care of those people. Chen Cheng was also unable to speak, and could only stand aside and watch Shen Xun fu. Some of the materials in Building F were taken away by the people in Building E, and Chen Cheng's materials were gone, but their boss died here, and now those people are scattered. Yu Jiangwo asked the two if they wanted to go out together to find supplies tomorrow, but Shen Xun refused, saying that they hadn't finished eating last time. Chen Cheng nodded and agreed to come down, leaving at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, Yu Jiangwo and Sun Jiahong. After leaving, Chen Cheng closed the door. Shen Xun turned on the electric blanket to a low temperature, and slept comfortably. Chen Cheng was lying on the sofa, holding Lin Xiangrui in his arms. This was the first time his legs had been stretched out since the torrential rain for a month, and it was also the first time that the cold floor was no longer under his body. He was woken up by Laifu licking him in the morning. Shen Xun hugged Laifu and kissed him twice. The changes in Laifu had stopped, and he didn't fall into a deep sleep recently. He grew bigger and bigger, prepared breakfast for Laifu. Shen Xun opened the door after washing up. Lin Xiangrui sat on the sofa and read a book. Seeing that Shen Xun got up, Lin Xiangrui closed the book a little embarrassed. I saw it was on the table and picked it up to have a look. Chen Cheng should have gone out to look for supplies, but it's been a long time since there were 2 more people in the room. Read it if you want. It's just a book. Shen Xun opened the room of the small vegetable garden and gave birth to all the vegetables in the vegetable garden, so that Lin Xiangrui would not be suspicious. Lin Xiangrui didn't dare to mess with the things in the room after waking up. Although Shen Xun smiled every time, she was actually colder than anyone else in her heart. He would not risk his life to try Shen Xun's temper. When Shen Xun came out of the small vegetable garden room, Lin Xiangrui asked her with a smile what she wanted for breakfast. Shen Xun opened the door of the small vegetable garden, and let Lin Xiangrui go in to have a look. Lin Xiangrui looked at the vegetables in the room, and opened his eyes wide. A flash of Shen Xun's killing methods last night flashed across his mind, but he couldn't imagine Shen Xun digging the soil to grow vegetables. I want to eat fried rice with green vegetables. You can make it according to your needs. The refrigerator is in the kitchen. There is gas and a stove. Shen Xun wanted to follow Lin Xiangrui to see what he did. Lin Xiangrui opened the refrigerator, and was shocked again. The double-door refrigerator on the refrigerator. The layer is full of snacks, drinks, mineral water, egg noodles and a few apples. The lower tier holds frozen pork, beef, chicken and ribs. The black box behind the refrigerator must be a storage box. I didn't expect Shen Xun to even have this thing. Lin Xiangrui was shocked by everything in front of him, and once again refreshed his understanding of Shen Xun. She is really powerful. He took out eggs and sausages from the refrigerator, and went to the vegetable garden to pick a few vegetables. Shen Xun watched his actions, and was much more careful than himself. If they were picked by her, she would pick up the scissors and snap them. The rice on the stove was also cooked. Shen Xun smelled the sweet smell of rice in the air, and he was already hungry, and Laifu kept turning around there, smelling the smell of sausages. Shen Xun removed a ham sausage with meat. Lin Xiangrui rolled his eyes aside. Compared to what he saw 2 nights ago, it has grown a lot. With white fur it looks like a cat but is not a cat. What's its name? Lin Xiangrui squatted down and looked at Laifu. Shen Xun tore open the ham sausage and gave it to Laifu. It's called Laifu, it's a younger brother. Shen Xun reached out and stroked Laifu's ear. Is Laifu a dog? I don't think I've seen this breed before. Lin Xiangrui lit the gas and heated a pan with oil. Shen Xun hugged Fu's forelegs. Laifu climbed onto Shen Xun's shoulders, put it in his hat, and looked at Lin Xiangrui with his head exposed. It's not a dog, it's a particularly edible pig. Laifu couldn't understand what Shen Xun was saying, but kept pushing his head against the back of Shen Xun's head. Seeing that Shen Xun was unwilling to say more, Lin Xiangrui happily concentrated on cooking. Shen Xun looked at the side dishes prepared on the cutting board, including sausages, eggs, green onions and diced vegetables. The side dishes are so rich, she has already begun to look forward to the taste. Do I need to put so much salt and soy sauce? I love chili, so I only put green vegetables now. Shen Xun looked at his smooth movements. That's amazing. Lin Xiangrui had a smile on his face. He could see Shen Xun's intentions. Originally he thought that Shen Xun just wanted to ask him to cook, but he didn't expect that Shen Xun wanted to steal a lesson. Every time Shen Xun asked, Lin Xiangrui told her wholeheartedly. Soon, a bowl of fried rice came out of the pan, and Laifu ran out of the room with a big porcelain bowl in his mouth, and Shen Xun filled it with half a bowl. After breakfast he ate ham sausage. To eat fried rice. Lin Xiangrui fried a lot and the whole pot of rice was fried. After the 2 of them were full, there were still 2 bowls left in the pot. Lin Xiangrui wanted to keep it for Chan Chang, but Shen Xun had no objection. After eating, Shen Xun went into the room to tie the iron plates. He was wearing long sportswear that covered the iron plates. When he came out of the room, Shen Xun opened the gym and began to warm up and run. Lin Xiangrui stood in front of the door and looked inside. There was a whole room full of fitness equipment. It was like setting up a gym at home. Laifu and Shen Xun were running side by side on the treadmill, and it could already keep up with Shen Xun's pace. Lin Xiangrui sat back on the sofa again. He took out the stove in the kitchen, and the whole living room was warm after 10 minutes. For an hour, Shen Xun didn't come out of the gym. Lin Xiangrui walked over to take a look. Shen Xun was still running and Laifu was also running. The speed of one big and one small was even faster. Don't you take a break? Lin Xiangrui asked. Chan Chang is also a fitness fanatic but usually exceeds the time They will force Chan Chang to take a rest. Shen Xun waved his hand, but Lin Xiangrui was silent. Another 2.5 hours passed, and Shen Xun still hadn't come out of the gym. Lin Xiangrui was numb. He glanced over there. Shen Xun didn't run anymore, but just changed to other equipment. 4 hours had passed, and his inner cognition of Shen Xun had been refreshed again. As expected, people couldn't just look at the surface. It was almost 11 o'clock, and Shen Xun finally came out of the gym. The jacket of his sportswear was tightly stuck to his body. Shen Xun boiled water and collapsed on the sofa. What do you want to eat? Lin Xiangrui asked Shen Xun looking at the time, and it was just right to start preparing now. Braised pork, yellow stewed chicken. Shen Xun carried the hot water to the room. The room she lived in had a separate toilet and shower room, so hurry up after washing, otherwise Lin Xiangrui would be late to cook. When Shen Xun closed the door to take a shower, there was a knock on the iron door. Lin Xiangrui first opened a gap, and when he saw that the person outside the door was Chan Chang, he opened the door excitedly. What's wrong with you? Lin Xiangrui took the things in Chan Chang's hands and put them down, and Chan Chang lay on the sofa bed between the 2 of them weakly. He just didn't want Lin Xiangrui to worry. It was even more dangerous to go out to find supplies this time. Both Sun Jiahong and Huang Weiguo were injured, and this time they did not find many supplies, and many shopping malls were evacuated. They went to the previous shopping mall again today, and now there is nothing in it, only a few empty shelves are left there. Seeing that he was not injured, Lin Xiangrui felt relieved. Shen Xun wiped his body, the sticky feeling was better, wiped off the sweat on his head, and Shen Xun came out of the room. Hi! Shen Xun looked at the 2 backpacks at the entrance. It seems that there are no supplies outside now. Chan Chang propped up his body, opened the backpack and let Shen Xun choose it. It was regarded as his room fee for living here. After all, Shen Xun had only said that he wanted Lin Xiangrui, but not him. What's more, he was able to leave with such peace of mind and let Lin Xiangrui here because Shen Xun could keep Lin Xiangrui safe. Shen Xun looked at the things in his backpack, took 2 packs of snacks. No more? There was nothing good. The chicken has also been thawed. Lin Xiangrui came to the kitchen and started to work. Shen Xun followed behind him. Do you want to put ginger slices in this one? Well, get rid of the fishy smell. Shen Xun suddenly realized that it was no wonder that she always felt stinky when she made it before and ate it. Turned out that the problem was here. 1 stove and 1 gas, the yellow braised chicken and braised pork are out of the pan at the same time, and another vegetable is fried, and there is also a seaweed egg drop soup. Lin Xiangrui warmed up the leftover fried rice in the morning for Chan Chang to eat. Shen Xun didn't say anything, and the 3 of them quickly finished the meal. After Chan Chang finished the fried rice, he ate 2 more bowls. He looked at Shen Xun with some embarrassment. It was the first time he had enough food in a month. Shen Xun ignored him, went to change after eating, and had to exercise with weights in the afternoon. Chan Chang took the initiative to wash the dishes, and he looked at the layout of Shen Xun's room again, wondering what kind of job Shen Xun was before. Could it really be that kind of professional killer? The refrigerator was full of food, and there was an entire vegetable garden in the room. No wonder Shen Xun didn't go out with them to find supplies last night. After tying up the iron plates, Shen Xun put on boxing gloves, and the daily crackling sound in the gym, she started to practice boxing. When Lin Xiangrui heard the sound from the gym, Lin Xiangrui was numb. Is Shen Xun a machine? Will she not be tired? On the contrary, Chan Chang looked at the fitness equipment in the room, and he signed sign language to Lin Xiangrui. Really? Lin Xiangrui asked him back, and Chan Chang nodded. Shen Xun stopped for a moment. Chan Chang said that punching is not like this, and you will hurt your knees. Lin Xiangrui also couldn't see Shen Xun's problem. After all, he didn't exercise often. Chan Chang pointed out Shen Xun's mistakes. He used to practice boxing a lot before, otherwise Yu Jiangwo would not have called him when he went out to find supplies. Shen Xun stopped his hands and looked at him with his eyes. Chan Chang walked to the sandbag and made a standard kick compared to Shen Xun's action just now. Although he couldn't speak, Shen Xun could see what he wanted to express. He had already practiced this movement recently, but sometimes his knees did hurt for a while after the practice. I always thought it was caused by too long exercise time, but it turned out that it was because of wrong movements. She practiced boxing because she wanted to improve her body's reaction speed. When she thought of something, Shen Xun's eyes lit up. Why don't you teach me how to box? In exchange, you can use all the equipment in my gym, how about it? Chan Chang agreed almost immediately. In fact, he had made money, being able to live here with Shen Xun and having enough to eat. In the afternoon, Lin Xiangrui was reading on the sofa. Chan Chang instructed Shen Xun to practice boxing. Shen Xun demonstrated all the previous moves to Chan Chang. Chan Chang picked out several mistakes. Shen Xun became more comfortable practicing. Lifu has been closely following Shen Xun, and it will pounce on Shen Xun when he stops. 2 fitness freaks meet and spend the afternoon at the gym. Lin Xiangrui boiled hot water for the 2 of them, and they could take a bath quickly after they came out. What do you want to eat later? Lin Xiangrui looked at the 2 tired and paralyzed. Eat stewed pork ribs. Shen Xun wanted to eat this for a long time, but because he didn't know how to cook it and was afraid of wasting ingredients, he tried several times before, but all ended in failure. The 2 took a bath with rainwater. This was the first time they had taken a good bath since the rainstorm. Chan Chang lingered in the bathroom for a long time before the sour smell dissipated. He didn't know if it was because Shen Xun had a bad nose, but he didn't even show any disgust. After Shen Xun came out, he went to the kitchen to steal. Lifu smelled the smell of pork ribs, so Shen Xun found him a piece of pork ribs from the basket, and carried Lifu's bowl back to the room. Shen Xun took 2 eggs and 2 live fish out of the space, and Lifu buried himself in eating them. Now Shen Xun dared not put them in the space again. It runs all over the mountain with the grain reserves in the space every time. After feeding Lifu, when Shen Xun came out, the ribs were already stewed. The pressure cooker turned on the heat, and the ribs were ready in half an hour. The 3 of them ate to a full stomach, and Shen Xun also wrote down the correct way to stew the ribs. Lifu ate some more. In the evening, Shen Xun left the kitchen stove to the 2 of them, and closed the door to sleep. It was in a daze that Shen Xun heard the cheers in the corridor. Not only in the corridor, it should be said that it was the people in the entire Tianfu community. There were cheers. The rain stopped, the water receded, the water receded. Whoa, oh, God damn it, I finally opened my eyes. The survivors in the corridor began to run downstairs. Shen Xun sat up from the bed with an extremely serious expression on her face. He took out 2 quilts and a plush blanket, lifted the quilt, put the plush blanket under it, and turned on the electric blanket to the maximum. The stove also burns too. Animals were the first to notice the climate change, and Lifu walked around the room anxiously, until Shen Xun lit up 2 stoves, then it calmed down a little. Shen Xun took out the padded clothes from the space and put them on for Laifu. Its body grew so fast that the clothes she had prepared before were useless. Putting 2 quilts on top, Shen Xun looked at the temperature on the thermometer, which was dropping rapidly. In just a short while, it had already dropped to -17 degrees. The rain stopped and the water receded, and the people in the corridor ran downstairs excitedly. The water level had almost receded to the second floor, and no one noticed the change in the temperature difference in the excitement. One by one, they plunged into the water, trying to swim back to their previous home. Shen Xun took a telescope and looked downstairs, hoping that they would have better luck and find a place to stay when they noticed the temperature drop. Someone left Building F, and someone returned to the house that was flooded by rain before. Shen Xun looked at the thermometer. It was -29 degrees, and it was still going on. Chan Chang and Lin Xiangrui also heard the news of the water receding, and their hearts were moved, but they still lay quietly on the sofa, cuddling each other, until the two hugged each other tighter and tighter. "Ah Chang, do you feel it so cold?" Lin Xiangrui kept getting into Chan Chang's arms. Chan Chang nodded. The two of them didn't even dare to stretch out their hands now. The surroundings were surrounded by cold air. They just kept leaning towards the stove. At -48 degrees, Shen Xun seemed to have just remembered that there were still 2 people sleeping in the living room, so he hurriedly put on his clothes and crawled out of the bed. "Lin Xiangrui, are you still alive?" Shen Xun came out holding the electric blanket. "I have been busy with the room just now, and I forgot about the 2 people in the living room. The charcoal fire in the stove has been extinguished, and the breath is white thick fog." Shen Xun. Lin Xiangrui was so cold that he spoke intermittently. Shen Xun brought over the power storage box from the back of the refrigerator. In such a cold weather, the refrigerator no longer needs to keep fresh. The weather is the natural way to keep fresh. "Are you two okay?" Shen Xun put their backpacks on the ground. "This is an electric blanket. Please plug it in quickly." Lin Xiangrui was too cold to move. Chan Chang was much better physically than him. Shivering and put on the padded jacket, Chan Chang hugged Lin Xiangrui together with the quilt and put it aside. After plugging in the electric blanket, Shen Xun took 2 boxes of charcoal fires and put them on the ground, lit the stove again, and the temperature rose. Fortunately, the balcony was sealed, otherwise she would have to collect the bodies of the 2 of them if she came out later. She hasn't learned how to cook yet. Lin Xiangrui don't die at this time. The furnace body was burning brightly, the heat came out continuously, and the electric blanket was also burned. Shen Xun took out the thermometer. It was -56 degrees so fast. It was snowing outside the window. "Thank you." Lin Xiangrui felt much better. He felt like he was going to die just now, and the blood flowing on his thigh was painful. "This is for you." Shen Xun left half a box of charcoal fire for them, turned and went back to the room. In just a while she was already too cold. There were 2 charcoal fires burning in the room, but it still felt a bit cold. Shen Xun felt better when he lay under the quilt. The heat from the electric blanket in the quilt took care of every corner. Carrying Laifu into the bed, Shen Xun fell asleep. Chan Chang lifted the stove to the side of the sofa bed for the 2 of them, and was. The temperature of the electric blanket in the nest was turned on to the maximum. He got into the bed and hugged Lin Xiangrui in his arms, thinking that he would let Lin Xiangrui exercise in the future. In the small world covered by the curtain, the 2 are closely dependent on each other. After Lin Xiangrui fell asleep, Chan Chang got up every 3 hours to add charcoal fire. He was extremely grateful to Shen Xun. If it wasn't for Shen Xun, with Lin Xiangrui's body, he probably wouldn't be able to survive tonight. The first thing Shen Xun did when he woke up in the morning was to check the thermometer. It was -65 degrees. Even though he was prepared, when Shen Xun raised his head from the bed, his head still ached from the cold. The charcoal fire in the room had been extinguished, and the breath he exhaled made her face cold. After reigniting the stove, Shen Xun took out rainwater from the space and burned it on the stove. After washing, Shen Xun took out a warm fleece hat that could cover the ears. The long rabbit fur scarf is very warm. And I also brought a small hat for Laifu. She didn't feel so cold after putting on the fleece vest, winter clothes, jacket, padded jacket, and snow boots. Opening the door, Shen Xun looked at the 2 of them. Lin Xiangrui was wearing several pieces of unfit clothes, a long cotton jacket, a cotton hat on his head, and a cup of hot water in his hand. The 2 are dressed in the same clothes. But when they saw Shen Xun, both of them were stunned for a moment. Shen Xun's outfit was too professional, so they both had to admire it. The pads and hair on Laifu's paws became much thicker overnight, so Shen Xun changed it into a thinner padded coat to facilitate its activities. Laifu came out of the room and ran to squat by the fire. "What do you want to eat?" Lin Xiangrui got up from the sofa. He still hasn't forgotten what his mission is, especially now. "Eating hot pot, it's too cold," Shen Xun said. She came here to eat barbecue or grilled fish, but it was difficult for her to take things out due to the presence of the 2 of them. "It seems that I have to learn to cook as soon as possible, and then separate from the 2. The vegetables in the vegetable garden have been frozen to death due to the sudden drop in temperature, but they are still tender green. and they can be eaten for a month if they are saved. Lin Xiangrui cut up peppers and made hot pot base in the kitchen. Shen Xun looked amazed because she used to cook the hot pot base directly, but she didn't expect to be able to do this. Chan Chang took a kitchen knife and cut off a few pieces of cabbage, boiled hot water to wash them, and Shen Xun looked at the snowflakes outside the window, which were getting bigger and bigger. Back in the room, I took 2 live fish and bones and heated them on the stove. This is Laifu's breakfast. The 2 stoves in the room were warm, but the rice in the bowl was still frozen after Laifu ate. It bites loudly. Shen Xun pulled some wool out from the space, stuffed it into the baby's socks and put it on Laifu's feet, forgiving her for not having sewing skills. It seemed that Laifu couldn't walk anymore. It was very strange how to walk with 2 feet. Shen Xun turned on the treadmill and let Laifu walk on it. 10 minutes later, Laifu ran a lot more naturally and got used to the things on his feet. Shen Xun, it's time to eat, Lin Xiangrui's voice sounded, and the hot pot was moved to the edge of the sofa in the living room, and the 3 gathered around the stove. After eating some spicy food in my stomach, my whole body became much warmer. When Laifu smelled the familiar chili, he didn't feel greedy anymore. Chan Chang gestured in sign language and Lin Xiangrui interpreted for him. Chan Chang said that the water has receded, and he will go outside to look for supplies later. Shen Xun looked at Chan Chang with some surprise. His awareness was really high. If Lin Xiangrui and him could live longer, then she absolutely believed that that person was Chan Chang. Chapter 49. He likes the current world. Chan Chang was a little anxious in his heart. Shen Xun kindly gave him half a box of charcoal fire last night, but it was almost bottomed out now. If he didn't go to find the charcoal fire, then he and Lin Xiangrui would definitely not be able to survive tonight. I'm also ready to go out. Shen Xun looked at Lin Xiangrui. The 2 of them looked ready to go. She was actually going out with such complete equipment today. Do you want to come with us? Lin Xiangrui asked Shen Xun. Shen Xun shook his head. She likes to act alone. When Lin Xiangrui and Chanqing left, Shen Xun took out the thermos cup, filled it with hot water, put ginger slices in the water, and put a rope on the thermos cup. Shen Xun hung the cup around his neck. She was going to bring Fu to go out for a walk to see where the water receded. Laifu's thick hair didn't seem to feel the cold. After he went out, he kept running ahead and stopped to wait for Shen Xun. Shen Xun looked at its growing figure, and now Laifu was standing beside her, reaching a little on her knee. After one night, City B was buried under the white snow. The low temperature was more than -60 degrees, and the rain was also frozen. Shen Xun stepped on the ice while stepping over the second-floor window seat. Laifu happily ran in the snow, and then turned back to Shen Xun. City B is considered a first-tier city, and Tianfu is located in the center of the city. This area has the most shopping malls. Although it was flooded by rain before, now that the water has receded, many shopping malls are exposed. There were not a few people who thought the same as Chan Chang. After walking for a while, Shen Xun saw people wrapped in rice dumplings passing by in 2s and 3s. Whenever someone looked at Laifu with greedy eyes, Laifu bared his fangs and yelled at that person. Shen Xun looked at the buildings in front of him. Some have not survived the erosion of rainwater and have already collapsed, while others seem to be crumbling, and the wall skin is peeling off badly. If you push it lightly, it is estimated that it will collapse. Speaking of which, he had only been in City B for a few days, and he hadn't visited City B yet, when a cold wind blew over. Shen Xun tightened the scarf around his neck, covering half of his face. Only his eyes were exposed. There should be a shopping mall in front. Shen Xun called Laifu, and it ran back briskly. He picked up Laifu and put it on his shoulders. Get down on the ground. Shen Xun held Laifu in one hand, looked around for no one, took 2 steps in the run-up and easily jumped onto the 2-meter-high wall with his toes. Stand by the windowsill. Go down. Shen Xun put Laifu down, and wiped off the white-stained wall covering on the gloves. No one came in the shopping mall yet. Shen Xun walked to the grain area. A lot of rice was packed in that kind of plastic bag. After soaking in rainwater, the rice was soaked into a bag of rice milk. The watery rice milk is frozen on the shelf. There are also those that have not been soaked by rain, and they are all made of waterproof materials. The shelves in an entire area are full of this kind of well-packaged rice. Shen Xun picked some and put them in the space. There was a noise from the wall. Someone was breaking the wall. There was no tool to climb in and he could only smash the wall. Shen Xun found a few more usable tools and put them into the space. A big hole was quickly broken in the wall, and a dozen people walked in, and they were stunned when they saw Shen Xun standing by the shelf. The dozen or so people were obviously not in the same group, and after breaking through the wall, they began to scramble for things on the shelves. Shen Xun pretended to pick a few and put them in his backpack. Laifu followed closely at Shen Xun's feet. That woman over there, wait a moment. The 3 of them looked at Shen Xun and asked. Let's go, calling for Shen Xun to stop. Shen Xun walked towards the broken wall as if he didn't hear it. And I must stop if you call me. You're deaf, didn't you hear me calling you? The man put down the things he was holding, stared straight at Laifu with greedy eyes, and swallowed saliva in his throat. Meat, I haven't eaten meat for more than a fucking month. You can go, but your dog has to stay. Lai Fu sensed the attacking aura on Shen Xun's body, and growled in the direction of the man. I didn't hear what you said. It's really fucking deaf. I said you can get out, the dog stays, and if you try to be careful you won't be able to leave. The man was wrapped in a long black padded jacket, and he didn't look at Shen Xun. Just look at Lai Fu. What a fat dog, he hasn't eaten dog meat for a long time. Lai Fu eats a lot every day and grows quite fat, especially when he exercises with her. His legs are not fat but thick muscles. Shen Xun didn't care about the man, but turned around and left the shopping mall. After the change of Lai Fu, he didn't know which aspect it had strengthened, so it was a good time to try it now. The man took out the machete in his backpack. You thought you could run away, but if you were told to go, you wouldn't. Now you can't even if you want to. Angkor, let's grab something edible and go. The woman who came with the man persuaded him. Go away, the man said with a crazy look in his eyes. He likes the current world, like this unfettered world. He has killed many people. After the water receded, he was faintly worried and afraid. What would happen if he was arrested by the police? But what followed was a big drop in temperature and a blizzard. And the man knew in his heart that the world had changed. He likes the feeling of watching those who used to be superior prostrate at his feet, likes the feeling of being flattered by others, and likes the pleasure of killing at will. The feeling that other people's lives are in his hands is really wonderful. Shen Xun looked at the crazy expression on his face. She had seen this expression on countless people's faces before. The first group of inhuman people appeared after the end of the world. They have been suppressed for too long in their normal lives. When the rules no longer restrain them, they will tear off their disguise and do whatever they want in the last days. In order not to cause trouble for themselves, the people in the shopping mall chose to turn a blind eye and continue to be busy with the supplies in their hands. They have nothing to do with other people's life and death. Finding food is the most important thing. After being scolded by the man for a few words, the woman also felt fear in her heart. She didn't persuade her anymore, and turned around as if she didn't see it. Seeing the man passing by with a knife in hand, the other two seemed to have foreseen Shen Xun's end, so instead of stepping forward to help, they continued to move things. After walking out of the shopping mall, Shen Xun stopped, turned around and looked at the man. Stop running, keep running, the man said grimly. The machete in his hand had a gap. Who said I was going to run away? Shen Xun opened the zipper of his backpack, pretending to take something from it, but actually took a horizontal knife from the space, and pulled out a horizontal knife as long as an arm from the backpack. The man froze for a moment and put away his smile. Anyone who dared to look for supplies alone at this time was either someone like him or someone with some skills. He didn't know which category the little girl in front of him belonged to. He looked back, and now he was some distance away from the shopping mall. Lai Fu, he said he wanted to eat you, what do you think? Lai Fu bowed his body. Z has already entered the fighting state. The man was still hesitating and did not go forward, but Shen Xun had already approached him step by step. Fortunately, he had already killed so many people, so the man was not afraid, so he rushed towards Shen Xun with a machete in hand. Shen Xun didn't want to kill him, but blocked the man's attack with a horizontal knife, raised his foot and kicked the man's armpit, and the machete in the man's hand fell to the ground. Shen Xun picked up the man's machete and stepped aside. Lai Fu, he's yours now. She was going to exercise Lai Fu from now on. Lai Fu was stunned for a moment, looked at Shen Xun and then at the man. Then it opened its mouth and pounced on it. Could it really bite? When Shen Xun put it in the space before, the instinct in his bones made him really want to kill those animals, but Shen Xun didn't allow it. Kill live fish every day when you can only eat, and comfort yourself with their blood. Lai Fu's murderous appearance made the man take 2 steps back. His armpit was still in pain. Lai Fu threw himself on him and bit down on him. The man stretched out his hand to block it, and Lai Fu bit his hand. The sharp teeth pierced the cotton clothes and bit his flesh, and the man screamed painful. Eh? Lai Fu was kicked and rolled twice in the snow. It whined and looked at Shen Xun with aggrieved eyes, but Shen Xun pretended not to see it, and just leaned on the tree pole by the roadside to drink water. It had no choice but to get up and rush over again. This time it was even worse. It was punched on the neck by the man, and its head was dizzy for 2 seconds. Lai Fu stood up and looked at the man vigilantly. It walked around the man twice before jumping on the man's back and biting down. Ah! A piece of skin was bitten off the back of the man's head by Lai Fu. The meat and the hat were also ripped off by Lai Fu. The blood flowing out of the back of the head was quickly frozen, and the man couldn't stop the pain. Lai Fu was about to strike again, but the man caught Lai Fu's forelegs and smashed them on the ground at the right time. Lai Fu quickly got up. One man and one leopard confronted each other, and the men were stunned. Is this dog so fierce? Even after being beaten like this by him, he can still get up. His strength is not small and he has knocked out people with a single punch before. Lai Fu was also given a fierce look. It was originally a beautiful lion and tiger, and its speed was even better than the two. It carefully observed its prey, and wanted to give it a fatal blow. Shen Xun felt a little relieved when he saw its changes, and almost shot just now. Lai Fu ran up and jumped onto the man's body. When the man fought back, he jumped down again. It bit the man's shoulder just now. As the wounds on his body increased, the man's speed also slowed down. Lifu intends to consume him little by little. The blood from the wound is frozen. Even if he can run away now, he won't live long. Lifu stopped wrestling with him and backed away after a successful move. It was so fast that no man could catch up to it. The people in the mall seemed to notice that the man had been gone for some time, so they came out to have a look. The wound on the man's leg was no longer enough to support him standing. He knelt on the ground, and the surrounding snow was stained red by the scattered blood. Lifu, stop playing, let's go. Shen Xun turned his head and left. Lifu threw himself on the man and bit off his neck. Blood gushed out. The man leaned over and let out intermittent hooting sounds. It ran behind Shen Xun and whispered, and Shen Xun took out the dried fish. Your reward? Lifu ate the dried fish crunchily with his mouth in his mouth. Shen Xun looked at the blood on Lifu's mouth and thought. Lifu was still too young. He had hunting instincts but lacked training. One big and one small walked for a while. Although Shen Xun was wearing thick clothes, he still felt unusually cold, so he poured a glass of ginger water to warm up his body, and poured a glass for Lifu as well. After drinking the water, Lifu ran to the edge of the snowdrift and started shaving ice. Shen Xun thought it was going to the bathroom, but Lifu called her softly, and Shen Xun walked to it. Lifu's paws didn't stop shaving the ice. There was something underneath. Shen Xun pushed away the snowdrift covering the ice with his feet. A person was frozen under the muddy ice. The man's eyes were wide open, and he obviously wanted to work hard to climb up. Lifu saw that Shen Xun had already seen its discovery, so he rubbed against Shen Xun twice. Kaisen ran to the side to continue shaving ice. Shen Xun knew that it was Lifu who had found someone again. When Lifu found his prey, he usually shaves ice on the ice, but Shen Xun didn't stop it. In just a while, Lifu had already dug out more than a dozen small snow pits. Near noon, Shen Xun found an empty house. After closing the door, he took out the burnt stove from the space, put the grill on it, and took out the skewers he bought before and put them on the iron rack. Ginger warm milk tea served with skewers. Lifu squatted by the stove to eat with a bowl in his mouth, and after he was full, he simply cleaned up and continued to set off. Shen Xun found that Lifu had changed a lot, and he would no longer run over and act like a baby like before. But if she took the initiative to reach out to it, it would still run over arrogantly wagging its tail. Sure enough, it is a feline animal, and it has a high cold taste. After rubbing Lifu's neck, Shen Xun took out a pack of snacks from the space, and ate them while walking, but Lifu suddenly ran in one direction as if he had been spat with chicken blood. It's very fast, Shen Xun doesn't care. In other words, let go of the speed and follow behind Lifu. Turning around several alleys, Lifu has already entered, and Shen Xun stops. There was a strong smell of blood in the alley, as well as the stench of rotting corpses. Shen Xun took out the horizontal knife and walked in step by step. In the 3-meter-wide alley, countless corpses were piled up, some rotten and some intact. The yellow-black corpse fluid on the ground had been frozen and solidified on the ice. Although Shen Xun was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. Lifu, come here. Lifu swallowed the saliva in his throat, and retreated carefully beside Shen Xun. Under the cold sunlight, Shen Xun saw several crocodiles lying on the ground eating. Among the piled corpses, Shen Xun also saw a few familiar ones, which were thrown into the water by her own hands, but she did not expect to be dragged here. Looking at Shen Xun's direction with both eyes, they all stopped eating. Shen Xun clenched the horizontal knife in his hand, and one of the crocodiles still had a severed hand in its mouth. Shen Xun could see the incomparably sharp teeth as it gnawed, and the sound of bones cracking was particularly ear-piercing in the silent alley. Perhaps the bones were all crushed, Galu swallowed. The crocodile crawled on the ice and approached Shen Xun. The battle is on the verge of breaking out, and the animals that can live up to now have all successfully mutated. Shen Xun dare not be careless. The crocodile is extremely fast, and its limbs crawl quickly on the ground. Shen Xun turned around and ran. The alley was too narrow to play well at all, so lead them out first. Lifu, come here. Shen Xun turned to call Lifu while running. Lifu didn't know what medicine he had taken wrongly, and Shen Xun found that it was extremely excited. Lifu looked at the crocodile reluctantly, and quickly followed behind Shen Xun. Ran out of the alley. The crocodile followed closely behind Shen Xun, and the saliva in its mouth flowed on the ground as it ran, leaving long traces and running out of the alley. Shen Xun could not retreat. The crocodile formed an encirclement trapping Shen Xun and Lifu in the middle. Shen Xun clenched the horizontal knife in his hand tightly, and the crocodile rushed forward without giving Shen Xun time to breathe. Shen Xun slashed down with the horizontal knife, just right on the crocodile's head, and the other crocodiles also rushed up. Shen Xun picked up Fu with one hand, and stepped on the crocodile's head to jump out of the encirclement. A gap had already been cut on the horizontal knife, and Shen Xun looked at the gap on the knife. Had it become so alienated? Bright red blood flowed from the head of the crocodile that was cut by Shen Xun, but the wound was not very deep. The crocodile charged up again after suffering the pain, this time even crazier than before. 6 or 7 crocodiles attacked, and Shen Xun saw the timing and stabbed the crocodile's eyeball with the knife. When he pulled out the horizontal knife, the crocodile's eyeball was brought out. The crocodile roared and rolled on the ground. Laifu bite their eyes. And 2 more crocodiles came up, facing Shen Xun's legs. Shen Xun couldn't dodge in time. The horizontal knife firmly stuck the crocodile's teeth. He punched it down, and with a bang the crocodile's long mouth was directly stuck to the ground by Shen Xun, and the flesh on the upper jaw was smashed into flesh by Shen Xun's fist mud. Cracks appear on the ice. After using 2 horizontal knives in a row, the knives are no longer useful to these guys. Taking out the pistol from the space, Shen Xun fired 2 shots at the crocodile that rushed up. The impact of the bullet was still very strong, and it directly shot through the hard armor on the crocodile's surface, and the crocodile fell to the ground without moving. On the other side, Laifu's claws cut through the eye of one of the crocodiles, bit the crocodile's arm, and with a tear, the crocodile's arm was torn off by Laifu. Chapter 52. Cleaning up alienated animals in City B. Shen Xun watched in amazement. He shot and killed the crocodile behind Laifu with 2 shots, and with a sigh of relief he finally solved it, breaking 2 knives. Shen Xun looked at the gap on the horizontal knife, which was caused by the teeth and claws of the crocodile. With the crocodile's arm in his mouth, Laifu ran to Shen Xun's side to put it down, and dragged another crocodile in his mouth. Shen Xun looked at it quietly. Laifu. Laifu heard Shen Xun's call and ran over. Shen Xun squatted down and opened Laifu's mouth. The crocodile's hard armor, which hadn't even been cut with a horizontal knife, was bitten open. Laifu had sharp fangs and there were bloodstains and saliva on his mouth. You want to eat this? Shen Xun looked at the several crocodile carcasses piled up at his feet, and Laifu came over with the severed hand of the crocodile in his mouth. It bit down with a crunching sound, and it sounded painful to Shen Xun. No wonder it was so excited. It turned out that it wanted to change the taste. Putting the dead crocodile on the ground into the space, Shen Xun poured a glass of ginger water and drank it before feeling warm. Laifu held the crocodile's arm in his mouth and ate while walking. You lead the way, go home. Shen Xun looked at the unfamiliar environment in front of him. He just ran behind Laifu and forgot the way back. Entering an empty room, Shen Xun took out a non-slip bicycle from the space. Laifu ran in front, and she followed behind on the bicycle. On the road, I also met several groups of people who came out to find supplies. When it was almost dark, I finally arrived at the downstairs of Building F, turned into Building F and placed 2 wooden boxes under the second floor window for tiptoeing, probably put by Chan Chong and the others. Shen Xun stepped in with Laifu. The bicycle was already taken out. Shen Xun didn't intend to put it in the space. Picked up the bicycle with one hand. Shen Xun hid his bicycle in a room in the corridor. Now there are not many people left in Building F. After the water receded, many people left. Either they went to the countryside to find their relatives, or they wanted to leave City B. They didn't know if they would survive on the way. Shen Xun slowly climbed the stairs. There are many animals in the zoo in City B, and those farms that have successfully alienated and are hiding in the city. They ate human flesh and blood to survive. They must have fallen into a deep sleep when they were alienated before, but now they wake up and are eating. Starting tomorrow, bring Laifu to sweep the alienated animals in City B. Just in time to exorcise Laifu. When Shen Xun went up to the 16th floor, he happened to meet Lin Xiangrui, who was dragging a wooden board in his hand, on which were all the supplies they had found, and there were quite a lot of them. Come on. Shen Xun walked past him and went straight upstairs. A lot of materials had already been piled up on the 22nd floor, which were carried up by 2 people. Chan Chong packed 2202 out, and the inside was not eroded by the rain. Chan Chong built a compartment in the corridor, and burned a charcoal fire inside. Shen Xun opened the iron door, and Lin Xiangrui had already brought things up. Shen Xun, Chan Chong and I won't bother you anymore. We are going to move to 2202, the opposite door. I will cook for you. It's in the middle compartment. You can come to eat when it's time for dinner. If you want to learn, I'll give it to you. Here you are. He and Chan Chong haven't made out for more than a month. It was also inconvenient at Shen Xun's place. Today, when he went out to find supplies with Chan Chong, he realized that the outside world has really changed a lot. The 2 also found a lot of charcoal, but they were all soaked in rainwater and could burn, but they needed to be roasted for a while. He exchanged 3 bags of rice for Shen Xun for 2 boxes of dry charcoal and some coal and let Shen Xun pick up some supplies, and he moved the sofa bed away. Now there is only 1 sofa left in the living room. Shen Xun closed the door. Laifu ran to the room and fetched its porcelain bowl. Shen Xun put a live fish for it. Laifu finished eating it in 2 or 3 bites. After eating, it looked at Shen Xun with a pair of eyes, and Shen Xun put 2 more eggs for it. After Laifu finished eating, he still followed Shen Xun. It wanted to eat crocodile meat but didn't want to eat fish. Shen Xun's consciousness sank into the space, took the crocodile out of the lower space, and cut it into several parts. In her space, she was the ruler, and with a single thought, the mountain could be flattened. Taking out the cut crocodile meat, Laifu started to eat it. Seeing it eating so happily, Shen Xun felt a little greedy for a while, but when she thought of the crocodile being a cannibal, she couldn't eat it. Shen Xun opened the iron door and took out the ingredients. I want braised pork ribs. Lin Xiangrui said yes, wiping the sweat off his forehead. Shen Xun watched the two of them busy. The people living in 2202 retreated and left. They also found a lot of vacuum-packed dried seafood, which was quite waterproof. Shen Xun watched from the side. Lin Xiangrui cooked the seafood porridge. She watched it very seriously. She hadn't been in the kitchen for more than 10 years, let alone the end of the world. He picked a handful of vegetables and asked Lin Xiangrui to cook them together. After all, they were all frozen to death. The cubicle in the corridor is a simple kitchen, and soon Chan Chang also made up the sofa bed. He was so cold that he went to the stove and squatted down to warm up. Ah Chung, I boiled hot water here, warm your hands first. Lin Xiangrui poured hot water into the basin. The two of them were obviously too hungry, and they spent the whole day looking for and moving supplies. Oh, it's so chaotic outside now. I thought it would be better when the water receded, but it's even more chaotic. Lin Xiangrui sighed. And it was the first time he went out since the rainstorm for a long time. Shen Xun said yes and nodded in agreement, but the chopsticks in his hand were fighting for meat with Chan Chung. Lin Xiangrui's cooking skills are really good, especially this stir-fried squid. Shen Xun took advantage of the time Chan Chung didn't pick it up, and quickly pulled it into the bowl. Yes, it's so chaotic outside now, be careful. Lin Xiangrui looked up at the window with emotion, and Chan Chung picked up the plate and poured it into the bowl. Lin Xiangrui, look at him. The villain Shen Xun complained first. Lin Xiangrui looked at the plate in Chan Chang's hand. Ah Chung, how can everyone eat like this? In fact, half of the plate went into Shen Xun's stomach. Chan Chang couldn't speak, so he had to put down the plate. Shen Xun took the opportunity to pick 2 more chopsticks into the bowl, and burped. After it was completely dark, Yu Jiangwo came. He climbed up to the 22nd floor at his age, and he was exhausted. It happened that several people were there. Sun Jiahong and Lao Huang's injuries are already healed. We talked about going out to find supplies tomorrow, and I called you together so that everyone can take care of them. When Lin Xiangrui heard that he was injured last time, which Chan Chung didn't tell him, he squinted at Chan Chung. After going out today, he knew how chaotic it was outside. It would be better if more people could find supplies together. He agreed that Chan Chung had no objection. Yu Jiangwo looked at Shen Xun. I won't be with you anymore, I want to walk the dog. Shen Xun got up and said goodbye to Yu Jiangwo. Yu Jiangwo, what the hell, walk the dog? Wait for Shen Xun to enter the house. It was only later that Lin Xiangrui told Yu Jiangwo that Shen Xun had a pet, but he didn't know if it was a dog. Yu Jiangwo was stunned. What time is it now? He can't get enough to eat, and he still wants to take his pet for a walk. Shen Xun took out the burning stove in the space to heat water, and plugged in the electric blanket. Now that Lin Xiangrui and the others are not here, the solar energy can be turned on tomorrow, and the heating will be happy. Laifu had already finished eating. Shen Xun watched it take a mouthful of pieces of meat. Come here. Shen Xun pressed it to brush its teeth, and let it go after confirming that it was tasteless. After all, she always loves to hug Laifu when she has nothing to do, and there is no pressure in her heart when she kisses cleanly. The water on the stove was already boiling hot. Shen Xun took a shower with rainwater, and lay comfortably on the big bed. Consciousness sank into the space. Shen Xun looked at the quiet rabbit. The reserve food was about to be born, and fed it a few tender cabbages. Shen Xun picked some fruits, started picking eggs every day, and many chicks hatched again up. After exiting the space, Shen Xun took out the fruit. He couldn't eat too much at night, picked up the book and read for a while. His eyes were a little sore, and Shen Xun lay down under the blanket and fell asleep. After getting up in the morning, Shen Xun was still washing up, and Lin Xiangrui called her outside the door to eat. The two of them got up so early today, and they were going out to find supplies. After Shen Xun washed up and came out, Chan Chang was already sitting at the table to eat. Simple fried rice with ham sausage, leftover vegetables from yesterday, and the chili sauce they both found. Shen Xun ate 2 big bowls. A lanyard was pulled in the compartment, and several cotton-padded clothes were hung on it. The stove was burning vigorously. It seemed that the two of them were looking for clothes yesterday, and they could still wear them after drying. Shen Xun went back to his room to change clothes and shoes. Although he didn't eat it, his mouth was covered with minced meat, but it was full of blood. Shen Xun held it and washed his mouth again. Just as they were going out, Lin Xiangrui looked at Laifu. Shen Xun, what did you feed it? It grows so fast. Yes, this time it found that Laifu was bigger. More than 2 circles bigger than what it saw before. Shen Xun looked down at Laifu. It was still the same padded jacket from yesterday, but it seemed to have become more fleshy. You're growing your body, it's normal to grow faster. Shen Xun said, haha. Laifu is really bigger than yesterday. The 3 of them went downstairs together. Shen Xun found the bicycle hidden yesterday in the small room on the 3rd floor, and took the bicycle downstairs. Shen Xun, you are too good, you even found this thing. Lin Xiangrui looked at the bicycle. Now who walks on the ice? Shen Xun actually drives a bicycle. Lucky yesterday, I found it when I was shopping in a shopping mall. Yu Jiangwo and his party were walking in the distance, and Shen Xun got on his bicycle. Laifu, let's go. Laifu sprawled and ran behind the bicycle. She really went for a walk with the dog. Sun Jiahong looked at the backs of one big and one small going away. She couldn't believe it after hearing what Yu Jiangwo said yesterday. It's so chaotic now, she won't be in danger alone, Zhang Yuanchao said. But he still remembered the group of people they met before, and they ran away after paying a high price. Chan Cheng looked at the back of Shen Xun riding away on a bicycle. He felt that Zhang Yuanchao's words were really superfluous. Even if they were in danger, Shen Xun would be fine. Shen Xun refreshed his cognition again and again. When he thought that Shen Xun was already very powerful, he never thought that she could be even more powerful. Without Shen Xun, this time Yu Jiangwo brought one more person, his former friend from Building E. Several people went against Shen Xun. The sun was shining brightly, but people couldn't feel any warmth, and the ice and snow showed no signs of melting. Shen Xun stopped the bicycle, opened the thermos and took a sip of ginger water. She has already stocked up enough supplies. Eating and drinking is enough for 3 lifetimes. But she has no experience in fighting alienated animals in her previous lifetime. Shen Xun squatted down and looked at Laifu. The padded jacket he was wearing really looked a size too small. Changing into a new padded jacket for Laifu, Shen Xun rode on his bicycle and walked leisurely, as if he really took the dog out for a walk after breakfast. Laifu was digging holes again, and Shen Xun could still see some people who froze to death on the road after walking for a while. Riding a bicycle to the alley yesterday, Shen Xun thought about trying his luck to see if he could meet alienated animals. After all, for them now it was a canteen where they could eat enough. Shen Xun does not have the attribute of a road idiot. She already had a route in her mind after walking the road yesterday. Laifu behaved quite normally. Shen Xun slowed down, and when he arrived at the alley was still the same as yesterday. The traces of the fight were buried by the wind and snow. After confirming that there was no abnormality, and that the corpses showed no signs of being disturbed, Shen Xun wandered out of the city center on a bicycle. Even if there are alienated animals, the city center is densely populated, so there shouldn't be that many alienated animals. Shen Xun rode a bicycle out of the city center, and headed in one direction. After riding for more than half an hour, Shen Xun got off the bicycle and pushed it. Most of the buildings here collapsed, and there was no building to block the wind. She blew unconsciously. When Shen Xun pushed the bicycle and wanted to step over the railing, Laifu bit Shen Xun's trouser leg and dragged Shen Xun to another direction. Lead the way. Shen Xun straddled onto the bicycle, and Laifu ran swiftly on the ice with vigorous limbs. Passing through several collapsed buildings, Laifu brought Shen Xun to an unfinished building. Shen Xun parked his bicycle in place, stepped on the gravel, and followed Laifu into the unfinished building. This unfinished building has good building materials, and it hasn't broken after soaking for a month. There were traces of freezing on the crushed stones. Even though Shen Xun wore non-slip shoes, he still slipped twice. Passing through the gravel, Shen Xun jumped down. She should be on the second floor of the unfinished building at this time. The entire second floor is empty, with only dozens of pillars standing. The black water on the ground has also been frozen into ice. As soon as Laifu changed from yesterday's excitement, the more he walked in, the closer he was to Shen Xun. Shen Xun observed Laifu's reaction, and the pistol was already in his hand. For no reason, she felt as if she was being stared at by something. She was hairy all over. Every time she approached a pillar, Shen Xun was cautious. If there was something hiding behind, she would not be able to dodge in time. Walking to the stairs on the second floor, Shen Xun looked at the bloodstains on the stairs. The long bloodstains were dragged down from the upstairs, and the color was dark or light. Judging from the direction of the traces, he should have been dragged downstairs. The ground was pitch black, and the dark Shen Xun didn't dare to go down rashly, so he took out a strong flashlight from the space. Shen Xun looked down, and a black shadow ran quickly under the strong light. Very fast, Laifu's body was attacking, and he never relaxed. Shen Xun poked the flashlight in again. The space was too big, the thing was hidden, and in a flash I didn't see what it was at all. Not daring to deny that that thing found her, and was hiding somewhere downstairs waiting to give her a fatal blow. Shen Xun put away the bright flashlight and stepped on the stairs. With 12 steps, Shen Xun clenched the gun in his hand and stepped up step by step. The third floor was fine except for those standing pillars. The sunlight could still shine in and he could barely see. I don't know how long the unfinished building has been vacant, and the porcelain powder on the wall has turned black. Compared with the second floor, the ground on the third floor has a lot more yellow-brown mucus and traces of crawling. Shen Xun looked at his feet, and the mucus was frozen on the ground, which just looked disgusting. Laifu bit Shen Xun's trouser legs tightly, preventing her from going forward. Shen Xun hid behind the pillar vigilantly. The gun in his hand was loaded. In the shadow of 6 or 7 pillars, Shen Xun saw a black figure and walked towards the shadow with light steps. Shen Xun widened his eyes and held his breath. A boa constrictor as thick as a bucket was entrenched in the corner, and Laifu was clung to Shen Xun's side, and Shen Xun could feel its fear. The tail of the boa constrictor slapped the ground from time to time. The body of the snake was bulging, and it could be seen that it was a human-shaped outline. It kept secreting yellow mucus from its abdomen, and the whole body of the snake was covered in mucus. After 5 or 6 laps there was a huge snake head on top. Shen Xun couldn't tell how long it was. In the shadows, the boa constrictor had already opened its eyes. It silently looked at Shen Xun. Laifu let out a low growl, and Shen Xun turned around and ran away. Unexpectedly, the boa constrictor had already woken up. She thought she was careful enough with her actions. The boa constrictor found Shen Xun when she stepped into the 3rd floor. But it was already full and had no plans to eat anymore. It's too early to forget that the snake senses its prey by vibrating its abdomen. The whole 3 layers are its mucus. The boa constrictor has already discovered its existence. Careless, you should think of it when you see a snake. The huge snake head spat out the letters, and the 2 black letters tainted the heavy smell in the air. The huge snake twisted and slid between the pillars. The scales on its abdomen slid tightly against the ground, and its speed on the ice was even more powerful. Shen Xun turned his head to look at the approaching snake head behind him, and the black letter had already swept onto her shoulder. Shen Xun twisted his body and turned to the side to avoid the rushing snake's head. The boa constrictor raised its head and looked at the small human in front of it as if it was playing with its prey. The black letter spit out from the mouth. Under the sunlight, the snake's scales exude colorful waves, colorful black. If there is no yellow-brown mucus, it should not be so disgusting. After finding Shen Xun's location, the boa constrictor swam over. Taking advantage of Shen Xun's seduction, Laifu quickly jumped onto the boa constrictor and bit it off, bringing out a piece of flesh, which Laifu swallowed on the spot. Don't eat everything, can you? Shen Xun felt that she might not be able to kiss Laifu's face anymore in the future. The boa constrictor let out a hissing scream, and swept its tail over Laifu's body. With a bang, Laifu slammed into the pillar and screamed. For a bite to eat, you can really fight. The boa constrictor stopped chasing Shen Xun this time. It turned around and caught up with Laifu. With its huge mouth open, Laifu ran circles with it between the pillars. Shen Xun took a breath. Alarm bells were ringing in his heart. Shen Xun turned to the right and dodged. The golden snake head raised high to look at Shen Xun. Shen Xun met the sight of the golden python, and almost forgot that there was another one downstairs, one black and one gold. The golden one was much bigger than the black one. Shen Xun looked at the 2 giant pythons shuttling between the pillars. Laifu got up and started running. The golden python obviously hadn't eaten yet, so it chased and beat Shen Xun furiously. Laifu's speed was a bit faster than that of the black boa constrictor. It turned around the snake's head and jumped onto the snake's back. The body of the boa constrictor was too thick and long, but he couldn't look back at the front. After Laifu got his hands, he quickly ran away. Shen Xun watched its old-fashioned way of playing. Hearing the scream of the black python, the golden boa constrictor spit out a letter, and a pair of vertical pupils locked on Laifu. Shen Xun picked up the broken cement block by the window, and threw it on the golden boa constrictor. The boa constrictor spit out the letter and looked at Shen Xun, and another round of chasing battle began. The golden boa snake was more than 10 meters long. It surrounded the square pillars with its snake-tailed snake body, trapping Shen Xun in the middle. Shen Xun replaced the pistol with a dagger, and stabbed into the boa constrictor's body. Just enough to stab the tip of the knife, Shen Xun pulled hard at the stab position, and an arm-long wound appeared on the golden boa constrictor. The huge head was lifted up, and it opened its mouth wide to bite down on the besieged Shen Xun. Shen Xun could even see the green venom secreted from the fangs. The pistol was already aimed at Shuko. Hiss! The golden python rolled over in pain and spread out the encirclement. Laifu jumped to Shen Xun's side, chewing a piece of golden snake meat in its mouth. The black boa constrictor was already lying on the ground covered in blood at this time, and the blood was frozen as soon as it flowed out, firmly fixing it to the ground. Raising its head, the black python already had the intention to retreat, but the body. The wound has been frozen, and it obviously won't live long. The golden python swims to the side of the black python. Shu Tong glanced at it twice, then lowered his head and bit it. At exactly 7 inches away, the black python completely lost its breath. The golden python opened its mouth to the maximum and ate the black python in one gulp. Shen Xun was dumbfounded. Aren't the 2 of them in the same group? When the food in his mouth was gone, Laifu roared and ran over. It bit the tail end of the black boa constrictor, tore it apart, and the black boa constrictor broke in 2. The half-digested person in the snake's stomach fell out with a bang, and the corpse eroded by venom and gastric juice had turned black, with internal organs scattered all over the place, and both sides ate quickly. The black python's effort for a while was gone. Shen Xun supported his forehead and looked at the scene in front of him. Laifu licked the blood foam on his lips, and stared at the golden python with wild eyes. The eyes of the golden python shuttled between Laifu and Shen Xun, and finally locked on the target Shen Xun. Shen Xun laughed angrily. Cooperating with me is the soft persimmon. Taking out his pistol, Shen Xun shot the boa constrictor in the head. It was very fast and was dodged, but the bullet rubbed the snake's head and left a bloodstain. The boa constrictor rushed toward Shen Xun, Laifu bit its tail tightly and pressed it to the ground. Shen Xun fired several shots, and the boa constrictor fell to the ground without moving. Shen Xun fired 2 more shots in a row, and the boa constrictor died so badly. It digested very quickly, and the black python that was eaten just now could still see a bulging bulge, but at this time there was no ups and downs. Shen Xun stroked the scales on its body. It was cold and tough. It was a good thing. After Laifu ate the black boa constrictor, his body was visibly enlarged again, and the padded jacket had been unzipped and was loosely draped over it. Crocodile meat last night, python meat today. Laifu walked to Shen Xun's side. It had grown a lot taller. Above the knees, Shen Xun reached out to stroke its head, and rubbed it vigorously. The black spots on its body began to appear, and now it's just like this. You can see it at a glance. Maybe it was because she got along with Laifu day and night so that she ignored the changes in Laifu. Lin Xiangrui was right. Laifu grew very fast. Especially since eating alienated crocodile meat yesterday, his stature has continued to skyrocket. It seems that alienated animals not only feed on human flesh and blood, but also devour each other cruelly. The law of the jungle is vividly reflected in the animal kingdom. Laifu was already full, but he still bit the python and dragged it to Shen Xun's side. When Laifu grows up, he will find food by himself. Shen Xun looked relieved, so she saved another ration, put the python meat into the space, took a sip of ginger water, and Shen Xun started to return the same way. Luckily the bicycle was not stolen. Shen Xun got on the bicycle and Laifu ran beside her, not because he didn't want to ride with it. It was okay when it was a small one before, but now it is so big. If you suffer, no one can suffer yourself. Let it run away and you can exercise your body. Shen Xun rode for half an hour, Laifu ran for half an hour, and finally returned to the central city. Shen Xun found a room, closed the door and took out the stove. It's time for lunch and Shen Xun took out the set meal from the home cooking restaurant from the space, a boxed lunch, 3 dishes and 1 soup. After eating, Shen Xun boiled hot water with a kettle and put them back in the kettle. The water in the vacuum flask cooled too quickly. Shen Xun drank it less than 3 times, and it cooled faster when it came into contact with the air. 2 stoves burning. After a while, Shen Xun felt warmer. He took out the recliner and put it on. Shen Xun was ready to take a rest. Laifu was still eating lunch, 1 serving of crocodile meat, 1 live fish, 1 egg and 1 serving of goat milk. After eating, he put his head on Shen Xun's feet. After resting for half an hour, Shen Xun moved his arms and legs, put the reclining chair and the stove into the space. Let's go. Shen Xun opened the door. 1 person and 1 leopard were all shivering from the cold, and when they got on the bicycle, Shen Xun tightened his scarf tightly. After the afternoon, the wind seemed to get stronger. Shen Xun didn't ride too fast, so he hurried back slowly. Help, help! Who can save me? A man rushed to the side of the road wearing a thin coat. His face was blue from the cold. Shen Xun rode his bicycle past him, and Laifu followed closely. It's so cold, who can save me? The man looked at Shen Xun's back in despair. There was still a distance from Tianfu, and Shen Xun saw many people dragging homemade simple wooden boards on the side of the road, and a lot of dismantled wooden furniture was pulled on the wooden boards. It seemed that it was used to light a fire for warmth, and Shen Xun rode a bicycle among them. When he arrived at Building F of Tianfu, Shen Xun still saw a few acquaintances, Huang Weiguo and Lin Xiangrui, and one he didn't know. Hi, Shen Xun greeted, got off the bicycle, and pushed the bicycle to the side of the 3 of them. It was still the simple wooden board pulled by Lin Xiangrui yesterday. There were a lot of supplies, rice, some closed boxes, and dismantled furniture on the wooden board. Shen Xun was not interested in these things. Huang Weiguo looked at Shen Xun, who went out in the morning but came back empty-handed. It seemed that he really went for a walk with the dog. Shen Xun, we have to go out to find supplies in the afternoon. Shall we go together? No, I still have some supplies I can eat for 2 days. I'll go in 2 days. Shen Xun picked up the bicycle and walked upstairs, hid the bicycle, and Shen Xun began to climb the stairs. People don't have enough to eat, and they keep dogs, and they don't check what time it is, and they don't hurry up to find supplies, and they actually go for a walk with the dogs, the man said with disdain. Lin Xiangrui kindly reminded him because he is Yu Jiangwo's friend. I advise you not to say those words in front of Shen Xun. The man looked at Lin Xiangrui with even more sarcasm, as if Lin Xiangrui had already taken off his clothes and showed it in front of everyone. Lin Xiangrui was familiar with what that look meant, and he was trembling all over. When he was with Chan Chong at first, didn't the people around him all look at him with this look? Huang Weiguo didn't say anything. He also couldn't accept the relationship between Lin Xiangrui and Chan Chong, 2 big men. How could this kind of relationship? He was always preconceived at the beginning, and Yu Jiangwo never talked to them about Chan Cheng's wife. Lin Xiangrui didn't say a word, and endured the unhappiness in his heart. Now that it's in such a mess, he still needs to find supplies with them. The eyes of others are unavoidable, but you don't have to pay too much attention to it. After all, life is your own, and it is enough to live the way you want. Shen Xun's appearance unconsciously appeared in his mind. After knowing him for more than a month, Shen Xun seemed to have always had that kind of personality, free and easy. Didn't he fall in love with Chan Chong because of this at the beginning? He has responsibility and can provoke responsibility. Thinking of his lover Lin Xiangrui doesn't seem to make him feel so uncomfortable. Organize the supplies, and then pull them upstairs little by little. Shen Xun opened the door and turned on the heater. Both stoves were taken out, the floor heating was turned on, and the cold air in the room was gradually dissipated. Shen Xun closed the door and huddled in this small world. Taking out the reclining chair and a small table, Shen Xun took off his coat and picked fresh fruits, spicy lo-made chicken feet, duck neck and chicken legs, some kelp side dishes. Spicy rabbit meat also took a portion and opened it. With a glass of warm lemonade, Shen Xun took out his tablet and started watching the drama. Lai Fu smelled these spicy things. It was not his favorite taste. Shen Xun broke the snake meat into pieces, cracked 3 eggs in it, and heated it on the stove. The surface of the cooked snake meat was covered with eggs. Lai Fu smelled the fragrance and waited. Shen Xun poured the snake meat into Lai Fu's bowl. The alienated snake meat it has been thinking about and the eggs it likes. Lai Fu ate it in small bites for a while, savoring the rare delicacy. Shen Xun didn't watch at double speed. Just spent the afternoon on the recliner. Eating the spicy and delicious rabbit meat left Shen Xun with endless aftertaste, and opened another pack. This food is so good to follow the drama, it's just amazing. After eating the snacks and fruit, Shen Xun watched 2 more episodes until it got dark and the iron door was knocked. It was Lin Xiangrui and the others who were done. Shen Xun put on plush slippers, wrapped his coat in a padded jacket that reached below his knees, and put on a fleece hat on his head. When he stepped out of this door, it was a different world. Shen Xun picked 2 cabbages from the vegetable garden. These vegetables were frozen to death, but due to the weather, they can still be kept fresh for a long time. A bag of chicken wings and cola. Shen Xun wants to eat chicken wings with cola today. Bringing his own ingredients, Shen Xun opened the door and put the things on the cubicle table. I want to eat Coca-Cola chicken wings. Okay, Lin. Xiangrui thawed and cleaned the chicken wings while Shen Xun watched seriously. Actually, cooking is very simple. You only need to learn one of the frying methods for many dishes, and you will be able to master them. Shen Xun sounded like he was listening to a scripture. Lin Xiangrui explained to Shen Xun while talking. During the simmering stage, Chan Chong also came out. His palms were covered with black ash. Obviously he had gone to make a charcoal fire. Shen Xun looked into the room, and saw a lot of stacked wood piled up in the corner. Lin Xiangrui poured hot water for Chan Chong to wash his hands. Shen Xun followed suit, and the spicy smell lingered on his hands for a long time. A small round wooden table, a pot of hot white rice porridge, cabbage with mashed garlic, chicken wings with cola, spicy fried octopus feet, and steamed buns steamed by Lin Xiangrui himself. The 3 of them now knew that food was hard to come by, and they all held on after they were full. Shen Xun said goodbye to the 2, and Chan Chong brought the stove into the house. There was heating in the room, floor heating and 2 stoves. At a temperature of more than 60 below zero, Shen Xun also felt unusually warm. After boiling hot water, Shen Xun realized that he was stared at by a pair of eyes for a long time. I'm sorry, I was too hungry just now. I will feed you first next time. Lai Fu looked at Shen Xun with a pair of aggrieved eyes. Lin Xiangrui knocked on the door to ask for dinner. Shen Xun got carried away, but she patted her ass and left. Lai Fu was still hungry. Shen Xun took diced crocodile meat and snake meat from the space, put 2 pieces of beautiful fish oil, cracked 2 eggs on top, and put it on the stove to heat it up. After Lai Fu finished eating, Shen Xun also took a bath, brushed Lai Fu's teeth, heated up the electric blanket, put away a stove, and Lai Fu slept at Shen Xun's feet. At night, screams sounded from time to time in every corner of the city, but they soon returned to normal. Quiet. When Shen Xun got up in the morning, Lin Xiangrui had already prepared a meal. The 2 of them had already had breakfast and left, leaving a copy for Shen Xun. When Shen Xun opened the door, he saw the steamed buns on the small table, as well as a portion of fried cabbage and meat chili. Shen Xun heated the things in the microwave. The steamed buns were dipped in chili sauce and a bite of cabbage was eaten. Shen Xun finished it all. Lai Fu squatted by the door and looked at Shen Xun helplessly. The master only cares about eating and doesn't love it at all. I remember that the master would carefully prepare delicious food for it every day. Shen Xun looked at Lai Fu standing by the door and drank a few mouthfuls of water. Lai Fu, come here. Lai Fu walked slowly to Shen Xun's side. Shen Xun took out 2 large pieces of snake meat, as well as a live fish and fresh shrimp. Eat it quickly. It looked at Shen Xun and then at the bowl. It really didn't love it anymore. Even its favorite egg, there is none left. I remember every meal before. Shen Xun looked in the bowl only to find that there was an egg missing, and took out the egg from the space. Hey, eat it quickly. In front of the delicious food, Lai Fu immersed himself in eating. Shen Xun squatted down and looked at Lai Fu, then stood up and made gestures. Lai Fu had grown up a lot. Come here. Shen Xun took out a ruler from the space, and measured a height of 2 meters on the wall. Lai Fu walked over and Shen Xun grabbed Lai Fu and stood by the wall, drawing with a pen where Lai Fu stopped. Check it out. Shen Xun went downstairs and pushed his bicycle out. He was going to go in a different direction today, but he still had to go to that alley before going. You're up. Lin Xiangrui rubbed his hands. The The woolen gloves were already a little torn. Shen Xun smiled back at him. The steamed buns are delicious. Did you make the chili sauce yourself? Lin Xiangrui nodded. There were seafood grains in the chili that he ate in the morning, and Shen Xun knew that Lin Xiangrui must have made it himself. Are you still going for a walk with the dog today? Lin Xiangrui looked at the tightly wrapped Laifu. Shen Xun put on cotton clothes and a hat on its head, leaving only 4 paws exposed. Go, I went to a good place yesterday, and Laifu also liked it very much. Today I plan to visit other places. Shen Xun was telling the truth, and he did go to a good place yesterday. Of course Laifu likes it, it loves to eat. Chun Cheng and Sun Jiahong came back with supplies. Today's harvest seemed to be less than yesterday's. Yu Jiangwo glanced at Laifu twice. It seems that Shen Xun is going to walk the dog again today. Sun Jiahong didn't know what Shen Xun was thinking, but she gave Shen Xun a bag of well-packed rice about 10 caddies. She is the only woman in the team, and she also knows what kind of life many women are living outside now. Seeing Shen Xun's innocent face, she couldn't help but care a little more. Shen Xun looked at the rice she stuffed in the bicycle basket. She always had a hard time refusing the supplies delivered to her door, so don't reject them for nothing. Sun Jiahong asked her to go out to look for supplies tomorrow, and Shen Xun nodded in agreement. She had been walking the dog after the water receded, and had never looked for supplies. If she hadn't gone out to look for supplies, she would always have food behind closed doors. They would definitely suspect her. Shen Xun bid farewell to Sun Jiahong and rode away on a bicycle, and Laifu followed behind her. I went to that alley first, and it was still the same as before, nothing changed. When I returned to Tianfu, Shen Xun walked in the opposite direction. Chan Cheng looked at the back of a person and a dog roaring past. Zhang Yuanchao also turned towards Shen. Xun looked over. It's good to be carefree. She can still live happily like this now. I think she is the only one. To be young is to be ignorant. Now that she's like this, she still cares about playing. When the food is gone, she will cry. The man remembered that Sun Jiahong had given her a bag of rice just now. Although it is not much, but you can eat for half a month without saving, Sun Jiahong is really kind. Chun Cheng and Zhang Yuanchao ignored the man's sarcasm. This was a friend Yu Jiangwo had found. They only wanted to find supplies, and they didn't comment on the man's behavior. Let's save some energy to carry things. Shen Xun walked in one direction, stopping to drink ginger water to warm up from time to time. In the 4 directions of the east, west, north, south, and north city centers, she went around in a circle. It seems that those things have not come to the city center area yet. At present, the alley can be guarded for a long time. The sky was about to darken, and there were too many collapsed buildings. It took Shen Xun a lot of time to go back the same way, but there were still too few alienated animals in the city. There should be many in the countryside or in the mountains, but unfortunately there are none near City B. Shen Xun rode his car back to Tianfu. Under the night, he could see a lot of people carrying the supplies on the cart home. Now that the water receded, he could still find a lot of supplies. But one bite was one bite, and after running around the center of the city recently, Shen Xun found that there were still quite a few survivors. Chun Cheng was still moving supplies. They each had a plank. When Chun Xun came back, Chun Cheng nodded his head as a greeting. Shen Xun hit his bicycle and went upstairs. Today they found nothing. What do you want to eat? Seeing Shen Xun coming back, Lin Xiangrui was cooking. Shen Xun thought for a while. Twice cooked pork and fried carrots. He took out a piece of frozen pork from the bottom of the refrigerator, pulled out 2 carrots. Shen Xun handed it to Lin Xiangrui, and then made Laifu's rice first. Lin Xiangrui thawed, sliced, and then went into Shen Xun's small vegetable garden to pick a few frozen garlic sprouts, and fried them as a side dish for twice-cooked pork. Shen Xun had been watching him cook for a while, and found that it was really like what he said, that many cooking methods could be mastered. Chun Cheng was done with the work downstairs, and Laifu had finished eating. It lay at Shen Xun's feet and Shen Xun stroked its fur. The 3 of them sat at the small table, and Lin Xiangrui expressed that he was very happy that Shen Xun would go out with them tomorrow to find supplies. Shen Xun took most of the braised pork for Laifu. It was always very appreciative of the food. Even though Shen Xun made it so unpalatable before, it still enjoyed it. The water on the fire was already boiled, and Shen Xun simply wiped his body. The heating in the room was sufficient, and the floor heating was also good. She took a shower and wiped herself in the room. After washing and lying down under the quilt, Shen Xun let out a satisfied sigh. In the morning, Shen Xun picked a handful of vegetables. She wanted to drink vegetable porridge, and there was also stewed pork ribs. The 3 of them sat at the table and ate breakfast. Shen Xun ate with the 2 of them. All they ate was their rice. Shen Xun brought his own food when he ordered. After eating, Shen Xun washed Laifu's mouth and measured his height. He grew really fast, 5 centimeters taller than yesterday, and the hat covered Laifu's ears and cheeks. A pair of eyes and mouth were exposed, and the padded clothes were replaced with a slim one, which could cover the black spots on the body. Ready to go, Laifu followed Shen Xun downstairs. They were all waiting downstairs. Supplies became more and more difficult to find. Everyone planned to go to a farther place today. Shen Xun pushed the bicycle over, and Lai Fu stood at her feet. Seeing Shen Xun going downstairs, Lin Xiangrui waved to Shen Xun in the crowd. Shen Xun this way. Only then did Shen Xun see that many people gathered downstairs in Tianfu. There were downstairs in every building, and it seemed the same go out to find supplies. Shen Xun pushed the bicycle to Lin Xiangrui's side, opened the kettle and took a sip of ginger water. After waiting for 2 minutes, Sun Jiahong and Zhang Yuanchao also came. But there was an extra woman behind them, and Sun Jiahong greeted them. The woman was wrapped in a loose padded jacket, and her thin body was huddled in the padded jacket. This is my wife Chan Hui. Zhang Yuanchao introduced Chan Hui to the three, and Sun Jiahong obviously knew her. Chan Hui greeted several people. Shen Xun squatted down to check Lai Fu's teeth. Lai Fu saw that Shen Xun took care of him, and put his head against Shen Xun's thigh. It had grown a lot taller now. Shen Xun played games with it. Chan Hui put away her smile in embarrassment, and Lin Xiangrui responded to her alone after she greeted her. Lin Xiangrui was also embarrassed, Chan Chong couldn't speak, and Shen Xun could only feel a little emotional when eating and killing people. After waiting for another 2 minutes, Yu Jiangwo also came. He brought Huang Weigua, his friend, and 3 women. The surrounding supplies have been searched recently, and today they are going to look for supplies further afield. More people can find more. Inspired by Chan Chong and Lin Xiangrui, several people brought their wives out. Otherwise they would go out alone to find supplies, so many people in the family opened their mouths to wait for food. Shen Xun was still playing chasing battle with Lai Fu in the snow. When a snowball was thrown, Shen Xun threw it at Lai Fu. Lai Fu was very fast and dodged in one go. Shen Xun. Yu Jiangwo called Shen Xun. A group of 12 people, 6 men and 6 women, except for Shen Xun, who were all wrapped into zongzi. Shen Xun was wearing cold-proof clothes and jackets, and his movements were more convenient than a few people. Yu Jiangwo introduced several people. The extra man in the team Shen Xun had met twice. His name was Luo Wangquan. He also brought his wife along. Several people were walking on the spot, and their bodies could be warmer when they moved around. Yu Jiangwo planned a route, and the group of people set off towards this route. Shen Xun rode a bicycle and walked beside the group of people. Except for the collapsed building, the first and second floors were buried under the ice. After walking for a while, Lai Fu went to shave ice again, and Lin Xiangrui looked curiously. What is it doing? Lai Fu dug several holes during the journey alone. You can go and have a look. Shen Xun rode swayingly. Lin Xiangrui was about to walk towards Lai Fu, but Chan Chong grabbed his hand. Shen Xun looked at Chan Chong with a smile on his face. It seemed that he had already met him. Those pits dug by Lai Fu were full of dead people. Under the ice layer, many people were buried in them that night. After walking for more than an hour, a building stood in front of several people. It was more than 40 floors high, but a large hole had been smashed outside the wall, and it had obviously been searched. Someone stuck his head out upstairs, and Yu Jiangwo asked a few people to continue walking. This building is already occupied, and there will be conflicts if they go in to search again. I can't go forward anymore. Huang Weigua put his hands in his sleeves, and his hands were almost unconscious. If you continue to move forward, it will take a long time to drag back the things you find. Luo Wangquan also suggested. Shen Xun didn't join the quarrel of several people. She drank water by the side of the road. He also gave Lai Fu a sip, and drank the ginger water that was smoking white, and his body was very warm. Little sister, can you give me a drink? The woman walked to Shen Xun's side and looked at the thermos hanging around Shen Xun's neck. She had seen it just now, and the water was hot and smoking when poured out. She was almost dying of cold, and they all came out together to look for supplies. Drinking saliva should be fine. She looked at Shen Xun's young age. The woman was Huang Weigua's wife. Shen Xun glanced at the few people who were still discussing. No, she refused very simply. It's just a drink of water. You gave the dog a drink just now. It's okay to give me a drink. The woman shrank. I gave it a drink because it's my dog. Why you want to be my dog? Too. Shen Xun looked at the woman with disgust. She wanted to be her but she didn't want to. Lin Xiangrui had a suppressed smile on his face. Sure enough, Shen Xun was pissed off, and he felt a little relieved in his heart. You're talking too much. Sister Yun just wants to drink. The woman stood up and spoke for Sister Yun. Shen Xun rode on the bicycle. She asked me if I wanted it and I will give it. When the woman thought that the things belonged to Shen Xun, she really couldn't care less, but she still couldn't get angry. It's just a sip of water. Stop talking. Yu Jiangwo and the others also stopped discussing. Looking at Shen Xun and Sister Yun, Shen Xun didn't care. The woman is Yu Jiangwo's wife, and Yu Jiangwo and Huang Weigua are friends, and of course their wives are also good friends in private. Opinions obviously diverged, and Yu Jiangwo wanted to continue walking, but Huang Weigua and Luo Wangquan both thought it was time to change places, and it would be good to go back and search as they went, even if they searched for some wood. The weather is so cold, it's okay to go further and find something, but if you don't find anything, it's a waste of energy to go all the way. Chen Cheng's meaning was the same as Yu Jiangwo's, and he wanted to go further. If he couldn't find anything after an hour, then it would be okay to go back the same way. Zhang Yuanchao thought the same as Chan Chang. There was no edible food near Tianfu. Even the wooden furniture in the building was emptied. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was digging 3 feet into the ground. Food is in short supply, everything is in short supply. Lin Xiangrui listened to Chan Chang in looking for supplies. Shen Xun saw that they had different opinions, and finally divided into 2 groups. Yu Jiangwo, Zhang Yuanchao and Chan Chang, Sun Jiahong, they all wanted to look forward. Luo Wangquan and Huang Weiguo wanted to go back. After all, they had never searched this road, so they should be able to find quite a few while going back. When they were about to part at last, Yu Jiangwo was held back by his wife and forced him to walk back. Husband, I'm really cold, let's search and go back. The woman trembled, and Yu Jiangwo had no choice but to separate from them. There are only 6 people left in the 12-member team: Chan Chang and Lin Xiangrui, Zhang Yuanchao and Chen Hui, Shen Xun and Sun Jiahong. The 6 continued to move forward. Without Luo Wangquan, who complained all the way, the 5 of them went faster. Shen Xun rode a bicycle and walked in front. The group walked for an hour, but no one stopped in tacit understanding, and they were still looking around and walking forward. After walking for more than 20 minutes, they saw a 6-story shopping mall building in front of them. At this time, there were many people entering and leaving, and they were all moving supplies. Several people suddenly felt energetic. Let's go there quickly. Zhang Yuanchao trotted over with his wife. Sun Jiahong held the bow in her hand and followed closely behind them. Shen Xun rode on the gravel and rode his bicycle directly into the shopping mall. The shopping mall is not very big, and the 2 floors downstairs are frozen under the ice. The shopping mall was on the 4th floor, and several people moved separately. Shen Xun watched as Chan Chang and Sun Jiahong took out the ropes from their backpacks, removed the iron plates of the shelves and tied them into one piece, and stacked the found materials on top of them. They looked experienced. Shen Xun took 3 bags of rice and tied them to the backseat of the bicycle. He also took some snacks and put them in his backpack. There were not many things he could carry. Most of the things in this shopping mall have been evacuated, and it is estimated that it will not take a day. The place is absolutely empty. Many people ship their things back and then come back to the mall to continue to pick up things. Zhang Yuanchao and Chen Hui have rich experience in life, and Lin Xiangrui imitated them by squeezing and stacking things on the iron plate. After working all day, several people helped carry the things downstairs, and then drag them back on the ice. 3 bags of rice were tied to the backseat of Shen Xun's bicycle, some were put in the basket, and 2 bags were hung on Laifu, and the group returned the same way. It took 2.5 hours to come, and when I went back I pulled things and didn't walk too fast. After an hour I didn't even walk half of the distance. Several people squatted on the side of the road to rest. Shen Xun opened the thermos and took a sip of ginger water, and then took out a pair of plush gloves made of tiger claws from his backpack. It seemed that they were taken out of the backpack, but they were actually smuggled through space. The stiff fingers with gloves on gradually regained consciousness. Several people pulled the iron plate, sweating hard all the way, and their bodies were warm. Brother, please give me something to eat. A woman rushed out from the house on the roadside. Her hands without gloves were covered with frostbite and frostbite. Shen Xun looked at her hands, probably useless. The woman showed a smile on her face, and her hands were cracked. There were traces of blood oozing from her lips, and the woman unconsciously licked it. Zhang Yuanchao's eyes were complicated for a moment. Stay away from my man, you still want to seduce men at any time, and you don't go out to find food if you are good at it. Chan Hui scolded as badly as she wanted. The woman was scolded so that tears flowed from her eyes, but soon the tears were frozen on her face. She seemed to be aware of it and reached out to wipe it off, but her face was already frostbitten. She shifted her target to Chan Chang, but was frightened by Lin Xiangrui. She looked at Sun Jiahong again. Sun Jiahong looked away, and the woman walked to Shen Xun's side. From the beginning to the end, only Shen Xun didn't give her a look. Shen Xun closed the lid of the thermos, and before the woman opened her mouth, she only said a word. The woman fell into despair and knelt on the ground. She hadn't eaten for 2 days. Her partner said she had gone out to find food, but none of them came back. She has been left behind. Run, run, get out of the way. More than a dozen people rushed out of the rubble of the collapsed building. Each of them looked terrified, and when 2 of them ran to them they didn't forget to remind them. There are monsters, run away. Ah. Shen Xun was vigilant for a while. Zhang Yuanchao and Chan Chang glanced at each other, pulled on the rope and ran. Go quickly. They didn't know what was chasing these people, but seeing their frightened expressions didn't seem to be fake. They got up in a panic and ran behind dragging their things. Shen Xun got on his bicycle and turned to look in the direction of the gravel. Black shadows jumped down from the gravel one by one. They were much smaller than Fu. They were alienated stray cats. Laifu was a little ready to move. Laifu, keep up. Shen Xun was afraid that it would run back, and there were too many people to do it here, not to mention that there were a lot of alienated cats. In just a short while, Shen Xun had already seen there are no less than 20 of them. All of them were so fast that they could only see a black shadow when they ran. Ah, help! It hurts so much. Several people heard the screams and turned their heads to look. It was the woman from before. She was pushed to the ground and her clothes were torn into rags. The alienated cat's sharp claws scratched at the woman's body, blood splattered and then solidified into blood ice. The alienated cat opened its mouth and bit the woman's unwrapped head and face. The sharp teeth bit off the woman's scalp and flesh, bringing up a mass of black hair, which was eaten into the mouth, and the woman let out an even more painful scream. More than a dozen alienated cats pressed on the woman and gnawed, as if they were playing with their prey. They did not give the woman a fatal blow, and enjoyed the woman's screams while eating. Lin Xiangrui's legs were so frightened by the scene before him. Chan Chang grabbed his hand. Go hurry. Lin Xiangrui's voice trembled. Zhang Yuanchao came back to his senses and ran with Chan Hui, pulling things together. They seemed to be bursting with infinite power, and no one looked back. A few alienated cats did not eat, but chased behind them. Shen Xun turned his head to look, and there were several alienated cats that were so big that they almost caught up with Laifu. On the other side, 2 people ran behind and were thrown to the ground. There were screams behind them one after another. They were so frightened that their scalps went numb. The alienated cat gnawed on the thrown prey. Shen Xun kept on stepping, turned his head to look. The woman was quickly eaten up, and a skeleton with flesh and blood was lying alone on the road, and the alienated cat chased after her. After running behind for a while, another person was thrown to the ground. The man randomly grabbed things on the ground and threw them at the alienated cats on his body. He hit 2 and quickly got up from the ground. The man covered the wound on his stomach and ran quickly again. But how could he be faster than the alienated cat? When the alienated cat was about to approach him, the man grabbed the woman's clothes running in front of him. The man pulled the woman back with force by his wrist, and the alienated cat immediately jumped on the woman and began to bite. Help, help! The woman looked at the man's back in despair. The crisis behind him was lifted, and the man sped up his escape. Chun Chang watched the chaotic scene. Several people were used as stepping stones by his companions. He held Lin Xiangrui's hand tightly, and the 2 ran as if they were dead. When a cat catches its prey, it will always playfully let the prey escape for a while. 4 or 5 huge alienated cats suddenly rushed out of the alley, blocking the way for the prey to escape. They had had enough fun and it was time to eat. Shen Xun slammed on the brakes, and there happened to be an alienated cat in the same shape as Lai Fu in front of her. The people in the other 2 alleys were also forced back by the appearance of the alienated cat. 20 or so people retreated in a circle for a while, and Lai Fu stood in front of Shen Xun with his teeth bared and roaring. The alienated cat standing in front of Shen Xun for a while took 2 steps back. Its eyes looked at Lai Fu vigilantly. Husband. Chun Hui and Zhang Yuanchao embraced tightly. Sun Jiahong has already bowed her bow and set her arrows, ready to go. When it happened, Shen Xun took out the horizontal knife from his backpack, and Sun Jiahong couldn't help but take a second look. They couldn't run away anymore. For a while, these people looked for weapons that they could use from the ground, even a stick. There were a lot of steel bars in the rubble of the collapsed building, and each of them had one. The alienated cat walked around the circle, as if to see which one it would eat first. There was a pungent smell in the air, and someone peed their pants. The urine was instantly frozen, and the man shivered even more when the wind blew, and now he didn't need the alienated cat to do anything. He could freeze himself to death. As time passed, the alienated cat was not in a hurry to act, but the man who peed his pants just now went crazy. He began to take off his clothes in the crowd one until he was completely naked. I'm so thirsty, I'm so hot, I'm so hot. The man's complexion was red, and his exposed skin was also red. He had a smile on his face, but the people around him felt terrified, and the extreme cold gave rise to heat. Everyone knew that the man was going to die. The man rushed out of the crowd and fell to the ground, his skin touching the ice. When he got up, he heard a stabbing sound, and the skin on the man's legs and abdomen that was touching the ice was torn off. There were screams from the crowd and fear was spreading. The flesh and blood were instantly frozen in the cold air. More than a dozen alienated cats rushed to bite the man, chewing and swallowing, which made people feel scared. The alienated cats didn't wait any longer, and rushed forward. Chan Chang raised the steel bar in his hand and beat one of the alienated cats that rushed forward, lying on the ground dying. With the horizontal knives in Shen Xun's hand, Lai Fu held down the alienated cat rushing forward with his forelegs, and then bit it on the neck. The alienated cat was torn into 2 under its mouth. Don't eat. Shen Xun looked at this in Iz. Lai Fu licked the blood on his lips, and grunted that the alienated cat in his mouth had been swallowed by it. Shen Xun. Lai Fu walked up to Shen Xun with the remaining half of the alienated cat in his mouth, and wanted Shen Xun to put it away like before. Lin Xiangruwei raised the steel bar in his hand and swung it down vigorously. One alienated cat was knocked unconscious by it, and there were more than 20 alienated cats left at this time. For a while, the crowd slowly gathered a wave of confidence. Meow! An alienated orange cat slightly larger than Lai Fu came out of the shadows, bit the neck of a kitten and swallowed. After swallowing the kitten, it rushed straight towards Lai Fu, its limbs resting on the ground forcefully, causing the crowd to avoid it. Shen Xun, be careful. Sun Jiahong saw that the big cat's target was Shen Xun, and aimed the arrow in his hand at the big cat, and the big cat dodged it nimbly, making an unpleasant hoarse sound from his throat. The remaining alienated cats started to attack wildly. The big cat passed Shen Xun and chased after Lai Fu behind Shen Xun. Alienated animals devoured each other. It had already set its sights on Lai Fu. The flesh and blood on Lai Fu was more attractive to it than humans. But at the same time it is also a good meal for Lai Fu. Lai Fu opened his mouth to meet them. The two were also felines. When they wrestled together, only afterimages could be seen. There were many white and orange hairs on the ground, sticking to the ice. Bloodstains began to appear on the ice. The hat on Lai Fu's head was scratched off by the alienated cat, and several scratches appeared on the padded clothes. The alienated cat had wounds all over its body. Lai Fu bit its neck tightly. Every time the alienated cat trembled, Lai Fu bit down a few points until it stopped moving. Lai Fu looked up. The head roared, and the sound made all the alienated cats stop their movements and retreat one after another. For more than 10 seconds, there was no more alienated cat around. Except for those who fainted to the ground. Lin Xiangrui was still immersed in Lai Fu's barking just now. It wasn't a dog barking at all. If he guessed correctly, it was the sound of a cheetah. He remembered that he had never heard Lai Fu's barking, and Shen Xun had never admitted that Lai Fu was a dog. He had thought about many outrageous breeds, but he didn't expect that when he learned the truth would be even more outrageous. Lai Fu walked to Shen Xun's feet with the alienated cat's body in its mouth. This was the ration it had found for itself. The hat on its head had been broken in the fight just now, revealing its different characteristics from cats and dogs. Leopard. It's a leopard, kill it quickly. The crowd fell into chaos for a while, and those who were more courageous had already clenched the steel bars in their hands. As long as Lai Fu made any move, they would beat him to death. Shen Xun. Lin Xiangrui looked at the bright red blood on Lai Fu's mouth, and he didn't dare to go forward for a while. Let's go first. Shen Xun wiped the horizontal knife in his hand, and several people surrounded him with steel bars. Zhang Yuanchao pulled the iron plate and left with his wife first. Chan Cheng took a deep look at the polished blade in Shen Xun's hand. He was not worried about Shen Xun, he was worried about those people. Just survive and rush to die. What do you want to do? It helped kill the boss of the monster just now. The arrow in Sun Jiahong's hand had already aimed at those people, and she finally accepted that Shen Xun's dog turned into a leopard. But what is the situation now? Humph, this is the first time you have encountered this kind of situation today. I have encountered it several times, and the animals now. There is no normal one, get out of the way or I will beat you to death together. Yes, we have met several times. None of the current animals are normal. They cannibalize human flesh. Killing it now will prevent future troubles. You go first too. Shen Xun pulled Sun Jiahong past him, and pointed to the bicycle behind him. Sun Jiahong suddenly realized that she had forgotten that Shen Xun still had a bicycle, which could run much faster than 2 legs, and it would be a burden for her to stay. Okay, then I'll go first, be careful. Sun Jiahong ran away dragging the iron sheet. Sensing the hostility, Lai Fu stood beside Shen Xun tensely. Shen Xun picked up the alienated cat meat on the ground and put it on the basket. She wants to run. Several people surrounded Lai Fu and Shen Xun with steel bars. Someone outside the crowd was picking up cat meat on the ground. Shen Xun's eyes were serious, that's why. Lai Fu bowed his body, only waiting for Shen Xun's order. Kill it to death, I haven't eaten leopard meat yet. Pairs of eyes greedily glanced at Lai Fu. As for the master Shen Xun, they didn't pay attention at all. The two trapped Shen Xun, and the rest took weapons to deal with Lai Fu. After all, they were large and ferocious beasts. Although they hadn't grown up yet, they all saw the fierceness just now. Do it, don't dawdle, one said, rubbing his arms. His sleeves were torn and he was so cold now. Lai Fu, tear them apart, Shen Xun said indifferently, and the horizontal knife in his hand directly slashed over, cutting off the heads of the unsuspecting 2 people. The blood spurted out in an instant but quickly solidified. With a lot of strength, Lai Fu rushed to one of them and bit down, then ran out of the encirclement after winning. Shen Xun was speechless for a while, and it's your old 6 style of play, so can't you just go head on? After Lai Fu jumped out of the encirclement, a group of people looked at their companions who fell on the ground. It was so ruthless. This woman killed 2 people in the blink of an eye. The cat meat picker stopped what he was doing and ran away quickly. They can't catch up with Lai Fu, but they can catch up with the woman in front of them. Just now, those 2 idiots didn't pay attention to let this woman succeed. Now they are prepared. Plus there are so many of them. Are you afraid that you won't be able to kill a woman? Sister, as long as you hand it over to us, we will let you go. The man was also frightened by Shen Xun's fierceness just now, but with so many of them, Shen Xun should be afraid. You talk a lot of nonsense. Shen Xun held up the knife and killed him. It is good for people who have the intention of killing themselves to die. Only dead people can reassure her. The man lifted the steel bar and threw it on Shen Xun's head. The steel bar could hear its whistling sound as it passed through the air. With a bang, Shen Xun blocked the blow with the horizontal knife. Unable to look back, Shen Xun wiped the steel bar horizontally and slashed towards the man's palm. The man let out a scream and the steel bar fell to the ground. Along with the steel bar falling, there were also the man's fingers. My hand. The man burst into tears in pain. How could he survive in this man-eating weather without his hand? The fingers were instantly frozen, and the man could no longer feel the existence of the arm. The attack behind him has arrived. Trouble. Shen Xun rolled to one side, touched his back and took out a dagger and threw it over. The dagger pierced the man's stomach. The man fell to the ground panting in pain, his eyes desperate. He is going to die. 5 of them died in an instant, and the rest of them didn't dare to go up with the steel bars in their hands. They already had the idea of retreating in their hearts. They were not desperados and they just wanted to eat meat. One of them threw down the steel bar and was about to run, but Lai Fu rushed over and threw him down, biting him to death, and they scattered and fled. Lai Fu, catch up. After Shen Xun finished speaking, Lai Fu had already chased after him. It was very fast and when it caught up it would throw people down. Shen Xun made up the knife, and then it went to chase the next one. Please don't kill me, I've been obsessed with ghosts just now. The man cried until his face was covered with tears and snot, and he covered his stomach with one hand to the wound he was caught before. What is this called? Originally I found 2 cats today, and I just wanted to kill them for another meal. But I didn't expect so many cats to come out. Now meeting the devil again, he really wants to live. Looking at the big mouth full of sharp teeth approaching behind him, he thought of the woman he pushed into the monster pile, showing the same desperate eyes as her. Shen Xun ran over to ask questions, but Lai Fu bared and was bitten to death. Shut up. Shen Xun put away the horizontal knife and twisted Fu's ear. Nizi, is it because I can't speak well, or your wings are stiff? Lai Fu squatted on the ground with his head lowered. Shen Xun reprimanded it for a long time. Alienated animals, such important news, now it's over, people run and die, where can she go to ask for news? These people said that they encountered alienated animals more than once. Good guy, she went around all day yesterday and didn't meet them. Let's go. Shen Xun took out a tissue to wipe the blood on his hands, and Lai Fu followed behind her, obviously losing his arrogance just now. Back to the big street, Shen Xun looked into the distance. Chan Chong and the others hadn't left yet. They were waiting for her not far away, and they might even have witnessed the whole process. The alienated cat meat was still in the bicycle basket. Shen Xun rode on the bicycle, walked to the side of several people leisurely. He hasn't left yet, are you waiting for me? Well, Lin Xiangrui and Chan Chong stood up. They had already expected the ending. Shen Xun took off the thermos bottle around his neck, poured a glass of ginger water and drank it. Lai Fu's forelimb was on Shen Xun's lap, and he wanted to drink too, so Shen Xun took out his cup from his backpack and poured it a glass. Lin Xiangrui and Chan Chong had seen Shen Xun killing people a long time ago, so their expressions were quite normal. On the contrary, Zhang Yuanchao and Sun Jiahong were still immersed in the scene just now. Chen Hui didn't even dare to look at Shen Xun. She didn't expect that the youngest girl in the team was the fiercest one. She had heard her husband mention Chan Chong before, but she had never heard of Shen Xun. Shen Xun, you are too powerful. Sun Jiahong looked at Shen Xun with admiration. It seemed that she was 17 or 18 years old, and her pet was still a leopard. Could her real age be seen on the surface? Like that. It's fine, let's go. Zhang Yuanchao was the oldest among them. He made up his mind and didn't ask them to exchange greetings. Back on the road, the few people finally arrived near Tianfu when it was getting dark. They were tired and hungry. I'll go up first. Shen Xun rode a bicycle and walked ahead. This time when they went out, they took a lot of supplies from the mall and they were all food. They could eat for 2 months without food. After what happened today, they knew that it would be even more dangerous to go out to find supplies. Virile people felt a little depressed. Let's go. Lin Xiangrui only felt very hungry, and dragged his things away with Chan Chong. Hey, what's going on now? Chen Hui said with fear in her tone. It was the first time she came out to look for supplies today, so it turns out that her husband has to bear these dangers every time. Let's go too. Sun Jiahong dragged the iron board into the community. Shen Xun went up to the 3rd floor, hit her bicycle and put her things into the space. She didn't feel tired, but she was very hungry. She just ate something in the morning all day long. Originally, she wanted to get rid of a few people and find a place to eat, but she didn't expect that they were still waiting for her to go back together. Back in the room, Shen Xun immediately took out the stove, turned on the floor heater, and after the room got warmer, Shen Xun boiled a basin of water on the stove. Lin Xiangrui and the others also finished moving things. Shen Xun chopped a handful of garlic moss from the vegetable garden, and wanted to eat fried pork with garlic moss. Lin Xiangrui also cooked a meal, and Chan Chong moved things into the house in the corridor. Seeing the ingredients, Lin Xiangrui knew what Shen Xun wanted to eat without asking. She really liked meat, but thanks to her, she and Chan Chong could also have a bite. The smell of food came from the corridor. Shen Xun had already sat down on a small bench and waited. Lai Fu came out with its porcelain bowl in its mouth, and looked at Shen Xun with a sad face. Shen Xun smiled awkwardly, and Lai Fu followed behind her with the bowl in his mouth again. After entering the room, Shen Xun took out snake meat and crocodile meat from the space, and also cracked 3 eggs, putting a bone aside. Lai Fu must be as hungry as she was. After warming it up on the fire, Shen Xun put Lai Fu's bowl by the stove so that it wouldn't get cold so quickly. Eat! Lai Fu buried his head in the bowl and started to eat. Shen Xun watched. Its head is too big, this bowl is no longer usable, and it needs to be replaced tomorrow. It's time to eat, Lin Xiangrui's voice sounded in the corridor, and Shen Xun turned down the stove that was boiling water, so that the water would be boiled after eating. The 3 of them were all very hungry, so they ate heartily at the small table by the burning light of the stove. It's delicious. Shen Xun rubbed his stuffed stomach. Lin Xiangrui's cooking tasted really good. The room was unusually warm. Shen Xun poured the boiled hot water into the basin. He didn't take a good bath for several days, he just wiped it off. The electric blanket was also heated up. Shen Xun took a shower and lay on the bed. Lai Fu slept in the nest by the stove, and he could still hear it snoring. In the morning, Shen Xun was woken up by the cold. The temperature dropped again. It was almost 70 degrees below zero. The stove had been turned off, but fortunately the heating and floor heating were still on, and Lai Fu slept on the floor. Shen Xun ignited the stove, and then did not burn charcoal but coal. The burning time of coal was much longer than that of charcoal. It was because of the smell that it would be poisonous. Shen Xun opened the window to ventilate. After the 2 stoves were burning, the furnace body became glowing red and the heat radiated out. Shen Xun washed up and made breakfast for Lai Fu. After opening the door, Lin Xiangruo was cooking. The 2 of them had an extra stove today, and Shen Xun still felt very cold sitting in the cubicle. Lin Xiangruo made meat buns and vegetable buns, and Shen Xun watched him knead the dough. It would be more appropriate to add more water. Like this, just add water a small amount and many times until the dough is kneaded like this. Lin Xiangruo put the kneaded dough by Shen Xun's hand. Try it yourself. Shen Xun took off his gloves and instantly, feeling a little cold, she grabbed a piece of dough and spread it out in the palm of her hand, and put cabbage in it. It's like this when I'm sealing it, look at how I do it. Lin Xiangruo demonstrated in front of Shen Xun's eyes, and Shen Xun squeezed it 4 or 5 times in a row before finally getting the shape he wanted. Put the buns on the steamer. The 3 of them sat at the table and waited. Lai Fu also came out of the room after eating, and it stood in front of the cubicle door and wanted to go in too. Lin Xiangruo was taken aback when he saw Lai Fu. Chan Cheng patted his shoulder, and Lin Xiangruo relaxed a bit. Are you going to walk the dog today? Lin Xiangruo took out the steamed buns. Go. Shen Xun inserted his chopsticks into the steamed stuffed bun, dipped some hot sauce and took a bite. It's so hot. After breakfast, Shen Xun went downstairs with Lai Fu. Lin Xiangruo and Chan Cheng didn't plan to go out recently. They wanted to search Building F thoroughly today. All the wood furniture that could be burned were dismantled and moved upstairs, and burned for heating. Shen Xun pushed the bicycle out. Tianfu is unusually quiet today. Maybe it's because the temperature has dropped. Yesterday I saw many people coming out to find supplies, but today I can only see a few scattered people on the street. A plush hat, glasses and a thick face mask, plus a knee-high fleece padded jacket over the winter clothes. Put warm babies on the parts of the body that would feel the cold first, and Shen Xun rode a bicycle out of the community. Go to the alley before to try your luck. Sure enough, the alienated cats that ran away yesterday were eating here. Shen Xun didn't make a move, and Lai Fu went around to block their retreat. Meow. Lai Fu's breath was exposed, scaring 2 of them away, and the rest were killed by Lai Fu on the spot. Shen Xun put the cat meat into the space. Following the route of meeting the alienated cat yesterday, Shen Xun planned to try his luck in the places where those people walked. After all, where are their bodies? Alienated animals are highly adaptable to changes in the weather. This is what Shen Xun observed from Lai Fu. The air was a bit colder than yesterday, but Lai Fu's movements were not affected at all. No wonder those scientists crazily experimented with animals and obtained genes from them to strengthen humans. No one followed. Shen Xun pedaled fast, and returned to yesterday's battlefield in half an hour. Shen Xun looked at the few empty skeletons left on the road, and the other bodies were gone. Shen Xun rode his bicycle to the alley where the last person was killed yesterday. That person ran very fast, and if it wasn't for Lai Fu, Shen Xun might not be able to catch up. The alley was empty, and the corpses on the ground also disappeared. Shen Xun thought, it's not yet the point of cannibalism. The disappearance of the corpses may be related to alienated animals, but I don't know what kind of animals it is. Back to the gravel field where the alienated cat appeared yesterday, Shen Xun rode his bicycle and walked over. Behind the gravel road is a commercial street, but many buildings have collapsed. Lai Fu jumped on the collapsed gravel and jumped over it flexibly. After searching the entire open space, Shen Xun confirmed that nothing could be found. Lai Fu, let's go. Since he couldn't find it, Shen Xun didn't want to waste time on it anymore. What's more, the weather outside is really cold. Shen Xun rubbed his hands that were about to become stiff, and the exposed skin of his eyes already felt tingling. Back on the same road, I met 2 groups of people looking for firewood on the road. They were covered from head to toe, and some were kneeling on the side of the road and calling for help. Yes, Shen Xun was flying like lightning, he just wanted to go back quickly. After an hour and a half when he finally came back, Shen Xun hit his bicycle and went upstairs. Now the remaining people in Building F plus Shen Xun and Lin Xiangrui. There are only about 10 households. When they went up to the 9th floor, Shen Xun met Chen Xun. The two of them found some wooden furniture in other rooms in Building F, and they were dismantling it and moving it up. Will you play boxing later? Shen Xun asked when he was about to go upstairs. He hadn't exercised for more than 10 days. Recently he went out every day except for the initial gains. Chen Xun nodded. Hey, I'm back so soon. Lin Xiangrui dragged the wood in the corridor. Shen Xun went to walk the dog before, but he only came back after dark. It's too cold, I don't want to go out recently. Shen Xun thought for a while. Laifu is also attractive to those alienated animals. Instead of going out and looking for it, it's better to let them come to the door by themselves, and it's really cold. The heating in the house was always on. Shen Xun turned on the floor heating, put out the 2 stoves, and sat on the recliner to rest. When it was almost time to rest, Shen Xun took out an iron block and tied it on, and began to train with weights. First he ran and Laifu ran with him. After running for more than half an hour, the warm-up was over. When Shen Xun was going to change equipment to practice, there was a knock on the door. It was Chen Cheng. Shen Xun opened the door. Chen Cheng was wearing sportswear inside and long padded jacket outside. Standing behind him was a reluctant Lin Xiangrui. He wanted Lin Xiangrui to exercise together to enhance his physical fitness, and Shen Xun had no objections. Chen Cheng was Shen Xun's boxing partner. After training, Shen Xun punched sandbags alone. Lin Xiangrui was as tired as a dead dog on the treadmill, but Chen Cheng supervised the whole process. There was no chance to be lazy. No one spoke for the whole afternoon, and the three of them were sweating profusely from the training. Shen Xun took off his boxing gloves, his body was light, and it seemed that he was going to add a little more weight. Lin Xiangrui was carried out by Chen Cheng, and he couldn't move at all. After sending the two away, Shen Xun boiled water on the fire, ready to enjoy the rare leisure time. Wiping off the sticky sweat off his body, Shen Xun lay on the recliner in his coral fleece pajamas, his consciousness sinking into the space. Recently, 2 piggies were pregnant with cubs. Shen Xun took more care of them. The watery cabbage never stopped, and he would look at them every day before going to bed. If this is born, there will be more than 30 piglets. Crispy roast suckling pig, pork belly, and favorite ribs. Shen Xun's mouth is watering just thinking about it. The rabbits had already given birth, and Shen Xun took a look at the 6 little rabbits that hadn't opened their eyes yet, and put several carrots, apples, and bananas on the mother rabbit. Last time I found that it likes to eat these 2 fruits. The little lamb ran all over the mountain, eating wherever he went, and spawned the pasture on the mountain. Shen Xun picked a lot of fruits from the fruit trees. The batch of fruit that was spawned before is almost finished. Lifting the small round table out, Shen Xun took out spicy rabbit meat and barbecue from the space, and the fresh skewers were still steaming like freshly grilled ones. After cutting up the fruit and making a fruit bowl, Shen Xun started to read, which was an encyclopedia of animals. Now the animals are basically alienated, and there will be plants in the future. As the sky gradually darkened, Chen Cheng knocked on Shen Xun's door and asked her what she wanted to eat. Shen Xun touched his full stomach and said that he had eaten too many snacks, so he asked Lin Xiangrui not to cook her meals at night. Chapter 66. Just drink some hot water. Such a cold weather happened to make ice. Shen Xun took out 50 buckets and poured rainwater into them. Half an hour later, the ice cubes gradually formed. Shen Xun put the solidified ice cubes into the lower space, and then continued to make ice. Usually I really like to eat fruits, Shen Xun thought for a while. His consciousness sank into the space, and he took those fruits that could be stuffed in one mouthful, such as blueberries, cherries, and the like. Shen Xun gave birth to a lot of those that could be contained in one mouthful, and then took them off and washed them clean. He took out the ice machine from the space, put the fruit on the grinder, plugged in the solar pad, added the cold air, and made ice cubes every 2 or 3 seconds. Shen Xun enjoyed collecting them. The 2 baskets of fruits picked were made into ice, and Shen Xun continued to do it again. This time, he cut more than 20 watermelons and made ice cubes, and continued to make more than a dozen baskets of fruits. Many larger fruits have been made iced, and you can eat them when you take them out. After the fruits were finished, Shen Xun took out Coke, Sprite, and various drinks and made ice. During the period, the big ice cubes in the bucket were collected 3 times. Shen Xun stood up and moved his hands and feet. Let's stop here for today and work on the rest tomorrow. Lying on the bed, Shen Xun watched a movie. It was a disaster movie about tsunami. Laifu slept at Shen Xun's feet, and there was a stove at the end of the bed. Putting down the tablet, Shen Xun opened the window to let in air, and added coals to the stove, and the amount would burn until tomorrow morning. There was a hog-killing scream from the next door. It was Chen Cheng who was relaxing Lin Xiangrui's muscles. It hurts, take it easy. Lin Xiangrui's leg was grabbed tightly by Chen Cheng. He tried his best but couldn't break free. Chen Cheng pressed his fingers on Lin Xiangrui's legs. Wherever he pressed, Lin Xiangrui screamed. 2. It hurts, reminding him that in order to catch up with Chen Chang, he signed up for a personal fitness trainer class, but he was pressed like this and he hasn't gone since then. The money was paid in vain, and Chen Chang saw that he was still distracted, so he worked harder. Take it easy. Chen Chang's eyes dimmed and the force on his hands was lighter, but the palms were getting higher and higher, and he thought of a better way to relax. Chung. This sleep was refreshed, but he woke up naturally. Lai Fu's huge head rested on Shen Xun's stomach, and Shen Xun stroked its soft ears. Although the coals were still burning, the ones at the bottom had also been extinguished. Shen Xun packed up the ashes and threw them into the space. After a while, these ashes could also be used as soil. After preparing Lai Fu's meal, Shen Xun simply tidied up and opened the door. I want to eat stewed chicken. Shen Xun took out the remaining half chicken from the refrigerator. She was almost done eating all the things in the refrigerator that could be displayed in front of the two of them, and it happened that she had almost learned how to cook. Lin Xiangrui was putting the washed rice on the fire, stood up and took the half chicken from Shen Xun's hand. Okay. What's wrong with your voice? Shen Xun heard his voice hoarse. A little cold, just drink some hot water. Lin Xiangrui turned his back to Shen Xun, but luckily the hat covered his red ears. Let me put some of this in. Lin Xiangrui took out a pack of mushrooms, which he and Chan Chang had found in the mall before. Shen Xun's eyes lit up. She actually had it in her space, but it was inconvenient to take it out. Okay, let it go. Stewed chicken with mushrooms. Shen Xun was already hungry. After Lai Fu was full, he wandered to Shen Xun's side, and Shen Xun saw that it had grown again. Quite a few. Lai Fu, come here. Lai Fu skillfully stood by the wall. Shen Xun used a pen to draw a tick on the back of the scale. I'm afraid it won't take long for Lai Fu to grow to the position below her waist so fast. It's time to eat. Lin Xiangrui yelled towards the iron gate. Shen Xun rushed out quickly, and sure enough, Chan Chang had already taken the best seat, so he was a step late today. The fresh aroma of mushrooms and the rich aroma of chicken were mixed together. Lin Xiangrui first presented a bowl of soup to each of them. Chan Chang reached out to take it. Lin Xiangrui squinted at her. This is for Shen Xun, yours is here. Later. Chen Chang's eyes were sad. Ever since Shen Xun came to eat, he felt that Lin Xiangrui didn't love him anymore. For Tu Xiaodia's dipping sauce, he had a plate for both of them, and Shen Xun had a plate alone. Lai Fu thought he was going out again today, so he took the initiative to bring the hat and clothes over. Shen Xun reached out to take them and closed the door. If you don't go out today, let's rest for 2 days. Lying on the sofa to digest food, Lai Fu came over with a ball of string in his mouth, asking Shen Xun to play with it. Shen Xun hung the ball of string on a fishing rod and swung it around in the air, but Lai Fu couldn't catch it, which made Shen Xun laughed. Jump a little higher, it's still close, Shen Xun said viciously every time Lai Fu was about to reach it, and Lai Fu could already jump more than 1 meter under Shen Xun's training. It was almost time for training, so Shen Xun tied up the iron plate. This time he added an extra iron plate, carrying a weight of 120 caddies. Putting on his sportswear, Chan Chang and Lin Xiangrui also came over. Due to Shen Xun's rapid progress, Chan Chang had to practice with Shen Xun for 2 hours. He wondered in his heart whether it was really the first time for Shen Xun to practice boxing. There is nothing to say about strength, speed and movement. It is a monster to catch up with him, who has been practicing boxing for 4 years. After the boxing sparring was over, Chan Chang started to practice his own, and made time to supervise Lin Xiangrui from time to time. Lin Xiangrui was infected by these 2 fitness madmen, and he also knew that he should cherish the opportunity to exercise now. The 2 of them didn't stop, and Lin Xiangrui didn't cry tired. Seeing that Lai Fu really wouldn't bite people casually, Lin Xiangrui also let go of his guard. He vacated a seat and ran side by side with Lai Fu. The 3 of them spent the whole morning in the gym, and Chan Chang carried Lin Xiangrui back. Shen Xun closed the door, took off the sweatband on his head, and it was dripping, but the weather was too cold, and the sticky sweat and wet clothes made it extremely cold to stick to his body. Shen Xun returned to the room, found cold medicine from the space and took it, changed the sweaty clothes on his body, lay on the recliner. Shen Xun sank into the space consciously, plugged the washing machine into the battery box, and threw the dirty clothes into it. Lai Fu lay at Shen Xun's feet, his huge head resting on Shen Xun's feet. There was still some stewed chicken left in the morning. Shen Xun picked some cabbage, Lin Xiangrui washed it and cooked it in, and in the afternoon the 2 of them were looking for firewood in Building F. After Shen Xun fed Lai Fu, he continued to make ice in the room. The extreme cold started now and lasted only 1 year, but the extreme heat lasted for 2 years. The ice cubes that needed to be used were not enough from yesterday's. Shen Xun took out the ice machine and bucket, and started to make ice. Lemon slices were also put into the mold. The ability to give birth is becoming more and more proficient. Baskets of fruits are made into ice cubes, and they are piled up in the space to form hills, which can be eaten for a period of time. But the large ice cubes used to cool down were still not enough, so Shen Xun took out another 50 large buckets, until the living room really couldn't fit them all, and filled the buckets with rainwater, and the rest was to wait. The clothes in the space have been washed. Shen Xun took out the dryer, plugged in the solar panels, and hung the dried clothes into the dryer. The machine hummed. After finishing the work, the ice cubes had already solidified, and Shen Xun began to collect the ice cubes, filling them with water while collecting them. Putting away 100 of them is almost like exercising your arm strength. After finishing it, Shen Xun fell down on the recliner to rest. Laifu squatted in front of the bay window and kept staring downstairs. Seeing that Shen Xun was done, he jumped down and put his head on Shen Xun, once and for all. Shen Xun stroked its head. You want to go out to play? That's right, Laifu itself is not a small domestic pet, but a large beast, and its nature is to hunt. Shen Xun found a chain bag from the space, which was just the right size to be tied to Laifu's body. Laifu looked at Shen Xun's movements blankly, and was a little excited for a while. Is this going to go out? Shen Xun put bones and dried fish in the bag. Laifu bowed his head just enough to eat. Opened the big iron door. Laifu rushed out happily. After running down the stairs, seeing that Shen Xun hadn't followed for a long time, it broke again. Return. Go and play, come back before dark, Shen Xun said expressionlessly. If Laifu didn't come back, she shouldn't be sad. Since there is one less foodie to feed, she should be able to save a lot of rations. Coupled with the cold air, alienated animals can move freely. But she is a human being, she can't hold on. Laifu hesitated for a while, and the owner would go out with it before going out. Shen Xun closed the door little by little, and Laifu wandered around in front of the door. Seeing that Shen Xun really closed the door, it anxiously scratched the iron door with its paws, and the harsh scraping sound made Shen Xun show his head. Laifu threw his tongue out on Shen Xun's body and licked it. Shen Xun. Xun stroked its head. Laifu grew up little by little. Its wildness was inevitable. I can't tie it to my side all the time. I have to let it learn to deal with danger by itself. If Laifu becomes stronger, I can lie down more comfortably, can't I? It is not easy to hope that your child will become a dragon. After comforting it for a while, and confirming that Shen Xun didn't want it, Laifu turned his head frequently in the stairwell, but finally ran away without a trace. Looking at it without Laifu's resentful eyes, Shen Xun began to collect ice cubes. There were more than 100 buckets, and almost as soon as they were collected, the ice condensed. The big ice cubes also piled up into hills in the space, and Shen Xun slumped on the recliner as if tired. He was so tired, he couldn't feel his arms. He was more tired than punching. This was the first time that the strengthened body felt tired. Shen Xun looked at the frozen ice in the living room, and resigned himself to getting up to collect it. Now that I am tired, I will be able to enjoy it in the future. Shen Xun comforted himself like this. Shen Xun didn't stop until after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. There was a lot of firewood piled up in the corridor, and Lin Xiangrui was moving bundles into the room. I'll eat right away. Lin Xiangrui thought that Shen Xun was hungry. What do you want to eat? Lin Xiangrui walked to the stove and roasted his hands. Just fried rice. Shen Xun remembered the 2 pieces of sausage in the refrigerator. Okay, I'm steaming 2 buns. Lin Xiangrui started to get busy. Shen Xun looked at the sky outside the window. The sun had already set halfway, although he thought that he wouldn't care if Laifu didn't come back, but it had eaten a lot of his rations. Shen Xun sat by the fire in the cubicle, wondering if Laifu was on his way back at this time. Until it was completely dark, the 3 of them sat at the dinner table. Why didn't I see Laifu today? Lin Xiangrui ate the steamed stuffed bun. Usually at this time Laifu would come out with a bowl in his mouth to eat. Laifu also likes to eat meat buns, but he just made an extra one just for Laifu. I let it go out to play, Shen Xun said with a normal expression. Ah. Lin Xiangrui thought of the current situation outside. For many people, Laifu is just a piece of fat. How dangerous it is. Oh. He wanted to say something, but there was a rush of footsteps in the stairwell. It was Laifu who had returned. It ran to the door of the cubicle, put down the thing in its mouth, squeezed into the cubicle and rubbed against Shen Xun's feet. Lin Xiangrui put down the bowl in his hand. What's that thing on the ground? Lin Xiangrui pointed to the black mass that Laifu put on the ground, which seemed to be still alive and moving. Shen Xun pushed Laifu away with his feet. Go aside, you didn't see me eating. Laifu turned around, picked up the things on the ground and ran into the house. When he came out again, he held its porcelain bowl in his mouth, and Shen Xun changed it to a bigger bowl. Oh! Laifu put down the bowl and squatted beside Shen Xun. Lin Xiangrui put the bun left in the steamer on the corner of the small table, and let Laifu eat it by himself. He didn't dare to get too close, especially now that Laifu's mouth was covered in blood. It was probably from that thing just now. It was too dark to see what it was. Shen Xun finished the rice in the bowl. I'm full, it's delicious. Lin Xiangrui's fried rice is really delicious, so ask him to fry some separately another day and put it away. Laifu also finished eating the steamed stuffed buns, took a bowl and followed behind Shen Xun. You came back in time, it's just in time for dinner. Shen Xun untied the backpack on Laifu's body. It had been scratched and the inside. There is nothing left. I don't know if it was Laifu who ate it and had to miss it. putting crocodile and snake meat into Laifu, and breaking a few more eggs. Shen Xun took out a flashlight and shone it on the dark mass in the corner. It's an alienated animal. Shen Xun took out the dagger and turned it over. It has a huge red plush tail, long ears, and sharp upper teeth. The fangs have grown out and are as long as a finger. A red demon king pine had a wound on its belly bitten by Laifu, and before it was dead, Shen Xun directly stabbed it and threw it into the space. It seems that there should be a zoo in the center of City B. The alienated python I met last time had traces of being raised, and so did the squirrel this time. I don't know where the animals in the zoo are hiding now. Laifu was still cooking with his head down. Shen Xun looked at its bulging stomach. This guy must have had enough outside. After boiling the water, Shen Xun looked at the traces on Laifu's body, wondering where it had been playing wildly. There were black mud spots on its white legs, and the same on its feet. After Laifu finished eating, Shen Xun took him to the bathroom, turned on the small electric stove, washed off the black mud on his body, then took a bath and put it in the pet drying box. After cleaning himself up again, Shen Xun lay on the bed and turned on the tablet. The tsunami disaster movie he watched last night felt very real. Let's watch the earthquake movie today. Halfway through the movie, Laifu was also blown dry, and its hair was all blown up. Shen Xun took out his gloves and cleaned off all the excess hair on his body. The lower the temperature, the thicker and even longer the fur on Laifu's body. Shen Xun put the plucked hair into a small box and saved a lot in the future, and could use it to weave a scarf or something. It's rare to wash it in vain. Shen Xun allowed it to get into the bed tonight, one big and one small lean together. Shen Xun turned off the tablet and went to sleep. Team Lin, our car can no longer hold so many people. The best solution now is to leave some food for these people to support them. Don't forget, what is the ultimate mission of our rescue? In a blue tin shed, there were currently 6 people in green army coats sitting around. The atmosphere in the shed was dignified, and everyone felt sad because of the man's words. Their bounden duty was to obey orders, even if it was against their conscience. We don't have much food. For this mission, the superiors gave us 15 days, but along the way, there is not much food left. If we give them food at this moment, then the brothers in the team what to eat. What he said caused several people to fall into silence again. The above only gave 15 days, but the 15 days had passed long ago. Then what do you say? The man threw his gloves on the table. His face was majestic and haggard. He couldn't forget the eyes asking for help, and the appearance of those children who were naked and blue from the cold. The man rubbed between his eyebrows. He didn't sleep well after the rescue mission was dispatched. Team Lin, save my ration and give it to them. I don't want to eat it, but the brothers have reached their limit. I agree with what Chinilu said just now. The most important thing at the moment is to complete the task. They have been stopped by the survivors. If they delay any longer, I am afraid that everyone will be lost here. For rescue teams have been dispatched from above. It won't take long for these people to be rescued. It's just a matter of time. Now that manpower is in short supply, I wish I could split it up and divide it into 3. I can also give them all without eating, but I have to complete the task as soon as possible and rush back. The soldiers under my command are also human beings. They are not machines. If the brothers died on the battlefield, then he had nothing to say. But not this kind of place. I can give them mine too. They were wasting too much time. I don't eat either. The 5 captains expressed their opinions one after another, and Lin Zhongyi knew that it was time for him to make a decision. If that's the case, then give them my portion too, Chinilu. You lead someone to share the food and then distribute it. Remember to appease the survivors. After Lin Zhongyi ordered the next thing, he asked several people to retreat. In Nuota's tin shed, there was only the crackling sound of burning firewood. Although the stove was next to him, he still felt cold all over. The next morning, the troops who had been stationed for a long time began to dismantle the camp, and the crowd began to cheer that they could finally leave this ghost place. I heard that there is a lot of food in the shelter, and there is a stove which is very warm. Is this for us to eat on the road? Everyone excitedly took the food they got, a bottle of 350 milliliters mineral water, plus 3 packs of instant noodles, 2 breads and a piece of ham. The soldier who distributed the food was silent and did not speak, but mechanically distributed the food in his hand to the next person. I heard that the captains all saved their rations for these survivors. How could they eat with peace of mind, and secretly counted their own share when counting the food? After the food was distributed, Chinilu got on the off-road vehicle and shouted with a loudspeaker, "Quiet, listen to me first. Those who got the food can leave now. The team is driving, waiting for the next rescue team. The next rescue team is expected to arrive in a week. The food in your hands is enough to support you to wait for the rescue team. Believe me, GJ has not abandoned you. The current situation is only temporary." "Why, I don't want food, I'm going to a shelter." "I'm going to the shelter." The faces of the people who got the food immediately changed, and what's more, they threw the food in their hands on the ground, causing the scene to be chaotic. Chinilu's face darkened in an instant. It was all the rations saved by the brothers. "Go, pick up the food that was thrown on the ground." Qi Lu ordered the soldiers under his command, and several of them stepped forward to pick up the food on the ground. The crowd was noisy and everyone ran to the big truck, fearing that they would be left behind. Hundreds of people crowded in front of the truck and some were stepped under. Help, help! Boom! Qi Lu took out his pistol and fired a shot into the sky. The crowd gradually quieted down. Back off, I'll shoot if I take another step forward. Qi Lu was able to do this kind of thing. He looked at the soldiers squeezed into the corner of the truck, and saw these people sneaking in one by one. We are going to the shelter, don't stay here, who knows what you say is true or not. Yes, we're going with you. There were many voices like this in the crowd. Qi Lu sneered. Follow us, yes, but we are not going back to the shelter but going to City B. The food we gave you just now is the only thing we have left. Not going back to the shelter. We're waiting here and we might meet a rescue team, follow them. Together we don't know when we can return to the shelter. People are such creatures. When things start to involve their own interests they will start to weigh the pros and cons. The smarter ones have already picked up the food on the ground. Let's just wait here. Didn't he say that the rescue team will come soon? Yes, I want to stay. I want to wait for the rescue team here. I finally came here from City B. I won't go back. Most of the people at the scene came from City B, and they ran out as soon as the water receded. Only a very small number of people still went to City B with the army, and they still had relatives who hadn't come out in City B, so they wanted to follow them to see. The army set off again, this time traveling day and night, and met many survivors on the road, crying and shouting and chasing after the truck, but the army did not stop. After half a year of extreme cold, Lifu went out early in the morning, and Shen Xun finished the weight training and collected the ice cubes in the room. For the past 6 months, he would stock up some ice cubes every day, and there were 4 or 5 icebergs piled up in the space. The ability became more and more proficient. Shen Xun was lying on the sofa, and the rice in the rice cooker was cooked. Shen Xun took the rice cooker to the cubicle and asked Lin Xiangrui to help make fried rice. As a reward he can eat a bowl. Shen Xun didn't ask Lin Xiangrui to cook for herself a month ago. She has already learned some simple dishes which are enough. After cooking the rice, Lin Xiangrui made it into fried rice, and made it every 2 or 3 days as did the meat buns, and then put them in the space for stockpiling whatever was convenient. When the fried rice was finished, Chan Cheng also came back. He dragged some firewood into the house, and Lin Xiangrui shared half of his bowl of fried rice with Chan Cheng. Shen Xun carried the big pot of fried rice back to the house, closed the iron door and put the fried rice into the space. Putting on the cold-proof jacket and confirming that no skin was exposed, Shen Xun took out the goggles and put them on. The thermos cup was filled with hot water. Shen Xun tied his shoelaces and tied the knot. Let's untie it slowly when you come back. The scale on the wall has already exceeded 2 meters, and there are several new marks on the scale. Shen Xun put his backpack on his back and closed the iron door, just as Lin Xiangrui and Lin Xiangrui were eating in the corridor compartment. Now that there was not much food left, the two of them had already had a meal of gruel. After greeting each other, Shen Xun turned and went downstairs. Since the 3 of them lived on the 22nd floor, they did avoid a lot of unnecessary troubles. In half a year there was very little food to eat. Many people left City B with their families while they still had some strength. Run to the mountains. Shen Xun took the bicycle out from the 3rd floor and went to the alley first. Put it in quickly and put it in there too quickly. Listening to the sound, Shen Xun slowed down. When the bicycle stopped in front of the alley, Shen Xun looked at the people in the alley as usual. There were 7 people in total, and each of them held a sack in their hands, and put the corpses in the bags. Due to the sub-zero temperature, these corpses were kept in their original state. Except for a few bodies on the surface that have been eaten by alienated animals, the bottom ones are all intact. Seeing Shen Xun appearing in front of the alley, they pretended even harder, as if they were afraid that Shen Xun would rob them. Seeing the green light in their eyes, Shen Xun was obviously very hungry. It seems that there are no more alienated animals in this alley, so Shen Xun rode his bicycle back. Now they eat dead human flesh, but when the dead human flesh is eaten up, their eyes, it would be placed on a living person. Shen Xun looked back at the alley, and happened to meet a pair of green eyes. Hunger dehumanizes people, and those who are still sane choose to find a place to hide. Let's go to the mountain in the north to have a look. Shen Xun rode his bicycle and walked towards the north. After 2 hours of driving, Shen Xun left City B to the foot of the mountain in the north. If it weren't for the fact that there were still people in the corridor by the side of the road, Shen Xun really wanted to take out the off-road vehicle and drive it, which would save a lot of time. Looking up from the bottom of the mountain, the trees on the mountain are basically cut down bare, and occasionally a tree can be seen, but the leaves have also been picked up. It is not impossible to eat the leaves and bark if you are hungry. Shen Xun took out the saw from his backpack, felled 2 trees, sawed them into small sections and piled them aside. There were many loggers on the mountain, and they were all wrapped up like zongzi. Shen Xun cut 2 more, sawed into small knots and tied them tightly with rope. The firewood pile slid down the ice, and Shen Xun followed behind. Occasionally, she still had to put on a show in front of Lin Xiangrui and the two of them. The bundled would roll down the mountain. Shen Xun took out the folding wheel from the basket, put the wood on the wheel vertically, and tied the other end of the rope to the back of the bicycle. Riding on the bicycle, the folding wheels slid on the ice, and Shen Xun dragged the wood back. For her, this weight was not troublesome, but it was time-consuming. Laifu didn't know where he was going if he was still there. He could still order him to carry firewood. In half a year, all the alienated animals in the center of City B were eaten up by Laifu. After absorbing so much alienated animal meat, it is now huge in size, growing to about 2.5 meters, and covered in tendons. But it has not stopped growing and it is still rising. Shen Xun has a thought. Tried to weigh it, but no suitable scale was available. After driving for a certain distance, Shen Xun turned on the kettle and took a sip of water. His body became warmer and he went on the road again. The group of people who knelt on the side of the road and called for help in the past have died, and those who kneel on the side of the road now are not good. Shen Xun pulled the wood and walked by the side of the road without looking at them. Sensing that someone was following behind him, Shen Xun slowed down and sure enough, all those people surrounded him after a while. The cyclist they had been watching for some time was unarmed and a woman. The four blocked Shen Xun's front, back, left and right directions, and the machetes in his hands had gaps, and Shen Xun wiped off the fog on the goggles. Now these things are ours. Open the backpack. The man was wearing a down jacket hat. His lips were white and chapped. His hand holding the knife was covered with frostbite, and his hand was full of rotten flesh. The other three were not much better. I want that dress on her, said the woman standing on Shen Xun's right. Shen Xun looked sideways, and saw that the apricot-colored down jacket on the woman's body was covered with oil and blood stains, circled and turned black. The distance was so close that Shen Xun could even smell the sour smell from their bodies, which made her sick. In front of Shen Xun, several people had already begun to divide up her things, as if she was already a dead person. The man behind him seemed to be used to sneak attacks from behind. The machete in his hand had already slashed at Shen Xun, and they all had smiles on their faces. Shen Xun dodged to the right, grabbed the woman in front of him, cut the machete obliquely from the woman's shoulders all the way to her stomach, and the woman let out a howling sound. Shen Xun let go of his hand, and the woman fell powerlessly to the ground. Wife? The man standing on the left looked sad. I'll kill you. The man raised the knife in his hand and slashed at the man who was sneaking behind him. If it weren't for his knife just now, my wife wouldn't have died. He killed my wife. At this moment all he could think about was the knife that the man slashed on his wife, and the man slashed with the knife like crazy. Brother Zhua, help me quickly. The man asked for help from his companion while hiding. The man standing in front of Shen Xun turned hard, and took advantage of the man's madness to slash at the back of the man's neck. Ha. Thank you, Brother Zhua. He narrowly escaped, sitting on the ground and looking at the man who was still alive. He raised his knife and slashed at the man's head frantically. Damn it, I didn't like you a long time ago, so I just played with your wife. You don't know, she did it voluntarily. She wanted to kill me just now for a pack of biscuits, damn. The man's head had been chopped into a meat paste, frozen on the ice. The man seemed to be relieved, and the machete in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Shen Xun watched blankly. They might have been good brothers, good friends, or even the closest people before the end of the world. But in the last days these relationships can kill you. Shen Xun was deeply touched. They just killed someone and both of them didn't look very good. Instead of the arrogance just now, there was more resentment. Brother Zhua, let's keep this bitch for us to entertain. He was going to tie her up and torture her slowly. Okay, I'll play first, said the only woman in the team who died, and just took her on top. The two of them walked towards Shen Xun with their knives in hand, but when they approached, they both looked behind Shen Xun with horror on their faces, and retreated tremblingly. What did they see? A white leopard nearly 3 meters tall, with one leg thicker than their waist, especially the fangs. Laifu gritted his teeth and looked at the two. The breath gushing out of his mouth turned into white smoke. It slowly walked behind Shen Xun, opened its mouth and showed a mouthful of fangs. Roar! The two suddenly felt that it was over. Not only the woman was going to die, but they also had a short life. They only hoped that when the monster killed the woman would buy them some time to escape. But the next scene made the two of them feel chills all over their bodies. Shen Xun glanced back. It was Laifu. It didn't know what alienated animal it ate. Its mouth was covered with blood. Its white hair was dyed bright red with blood. It looked a little scary. Shen Xun raised his hand. Laifu lowered his body and pressed his forehead against Shen Xun's palm. Shen Xun touched it vigorously, then turned to look at the two of them. Laifu, tear them apart, Laifu said faster than before. Almost when Shen Xun opened his mouth, the two of them separated and ran away desperately. Laifu caught up with one of them in 2 or 3 steps, and bit the man's head with his mouth wide open. With a pop, the man's head was separated from his body, and he spat out the head in his mouth. The master said that this kind of thing can't be eaten, and he beat it once he saw it. Laifu chased after the victory and disappeared into the alley. Seeing it chasing after Shen Xun, She got on her bicycle and set off, which wasted a lot of time. In the past 6 months, many people stopped her, and no one in the city center could run so far to find firewood like her. This kind of farce is basically staged every time I go out, which is effortless but time-consuming. Laifu quickly caught up with Shen Xun and headed his master with his usual coquettish gesture. Shen Xun was knocked down to the ground when he was concentrating on riding his bicycle. Nizi, come here and stand still. Shen Xun got up from the ground and wiped off the snow on his body. Every time Laifu heard Shen Xun speak in such a tone, he knew he was going to suffer. Laifu stood quietly on the side of the road with his ears drooping. Shen Xun untied the rope from the bicycle and tied it to Laifu. The bicycle was also placed on the wood of the folding board. Shen Xun, reaching out to pat Laifu's stomach, Laifu squatted down and Shen Xun rode up. Let's go home. Laifu didn't do this kind of thing once or twice. It pulled firewood and carried Shen Xun to Tianfu. Shen Xun rode on Laifu, his upper body completely leaned on Laifu's neck. His soft and smooth hair was very warm. Not so big and vain, Shen Xun absorbed the warmth from Laifu and fell asleep. It's not that no one in the surroundings has ever thought about Tianfu, but since seeing a huge leopard coming in and out of Tianfu, no one dares to approach here. Laifu carried Shen Xun into Tianfu. Shen Xun, is that you? Sun Jiahong stood in front of the window on the second floor, followed by Yu Jiangwo and the others. At this time, they were all frightened by Laifu and hid under the window on the second floor. Several people looked down from above, and naturally saw Shen Xun on Laifu's back. Shen Xun looked up at the window in a daze, and saw that it was Sun Jiahong who greeted her with a smile. She had a good impression of Sun Jiahong. They went out together to find supplies and gave her a lot of snacks, although the two hadn't seen each other for 3 months. Sun Jiahong lost a lot of weight, her cheeks were sunken, and she was not as energetic as before, especially Yu Jiangwo and the others behind her. Hey, you are Shen Xun, right? I heard Jiahong mention you before. The little girl is really beautiful. She lives alone. Let me tell you, Auntie has a son who is about your age. I will introduce you next time. We know each other well, this girl. There must be someone who can be relied on by her side. The woman looked greedily at the firewood on the ground and Laifu. This little girl is the best way to handle it. When she sees her son, she will ask him to coax her, and when the raw rice is cooked, she will be thin-skinned. Mom, what are you talking about? Sun Jiahong looked at her mother angrily. She was really afraid that Shen Xun would be unhappy and draw a knife to cut people down. What's more, Sun Jiahong still doesn't know who his younger brother is. Shen Xun glanced at the old aunt, and it was true that no matter when these people still had this kind of thought in their minds, he could hardly eat enough, and he still wanted to find a woman for his son. But she can see what the woman really thinks. Sun Jiahong held her mother back, not letting her continue talking. Didn't you see that Shen Xun's face changed? I'll go first. Shen Xun patted Laifu's neck, and Laifu walked slowly downstairs with the firewood. Shen Xun unloaded the firewood, removed the wheels, put the wood on the plank and pulled it up the stairs, and Laifu hunched over and got in through the window. Its huge body walked in the corridor, and the corridor suddenly became narrow. Shen Xun pulled at the front, Laifu pushed at the back, and soon the wood was pulled up. As Laifu grew bigger, Lin Xiangrui felt a little scared every time he saw Laifu. Because every time when Shen Xun was around, Laifu behaved normally, but when Shen Xun was not around Laifu was no different from those monsters. Once before, when he and Chan Chang were looking for supplies outside, they ran into Laifu who was out alone. He wanted to go up to say hello, but Laifu bared his teeth and yelled at him. From then on, he didn't dare to approach Laifu anymore. Its surly behavior was all for Shen Xun to see. A beast is a beast after all. Shen Xun pulled the wood into the house, and Laifu stayed in the corridor. After Shen Xun finished his work, it squeezed in front of the door with a short body. Shen Xun watched it struggling to enter the house. Originally, she had made a spacious and simple nest for Laifu on the top floor, but Laifu just didn't live on it, and always squeezed into the house every time. What did it do to her body? Do you understand? The sofa in the living room had already been moved to the balcony by Shen Xun, leaving a large space in the living room for Laifu to sleep and move around. Laifu's huge body lay prone in the living room. Shen Xun turned on the heater in the living room, took out 3 stoves, took off his coat and shoes and lay down on the bed. Laifu looked at the door of Shen Xun's room, and it also wanted to go in, but its current body would not allow it. Consciousness sank into the space. Shen Xun dug some ginger and garlic cloves, and picked some leek flowers. After finishing all the side dishes, Shen Xun went to Nyoshan to grow some grass. She found that these animals didn't like to eat grass, but she liked the crops. She had planted a little corn at the foot of the cow mountain, but she hadn't eaten it yet. Simply, Shen Xun directly sprinkled some corn seeds on the Nyo mountain, and a piece was born for them to eat slowly. The previous pregnant sow gave birth to 10 piglets, and now they have grown up a lot, fat and strong, and Shen Xun began to salivate when he looked at them. Good things come in pairs. Recently, 2 sows have given birth to piglets. Shen Xun has no experience in raising pigs, so he can only feed them whatever they like to eat. The rabbits have already laid 3 litters, from the first 6 or 7 rabbits to more than 20 now, but their adult period is relatively short, and they have recently begun to estrus and courtship. I believe that within a month, there will be more food reserves. Not forgetting the purpose of coming in, Shen Xun wandered to the sheep mountain, caught a little lamb that got lost and walked in front of him, and killed the lamb with one knife. Shen Xun directly controlled the skinning and cleaning in the space. Divided into 2 halves, Shen Xun took the 2 sheep out of the space. Taking out the oven and plugging in the generator board, Shen Xun began to marinate the little lamb. Then put it into the baking tray and start baking. After baking for a while, take it out and brush it with the dipping sauce for the second time. Put your favorite side dishes on the baking tray and continue baking. During this period, Shen Xun made a cup of fruit tea with fruits. The temperature in the room warmed up, and Laifu also fell asleep in the living room. Repeatedly brushing the dipping sauce twice until the fragrance came out, Shen Xun took out the roasted whole lamb, half of which was filled with chili, and he ate it himself and half of it was without chili, and gave it to Laifu. In the past 6 months, Fu himself has stockpiled a lot of alienated animal meat. Shen Xun mixed alienated animal meat with roasted whole lamb. Now Laifu no longer uses bowls to eat but basins. Shen Xun looked at the pot full of meat and put a few fruits on it, and Laifu squatted in the living room obediently waiting for Shen Xun to come over. Now its body is no longer convenient to move around in the room. Shen Xun put the rice bowl in front of Laifu, and then carried the remaining half of the roast lamb to the round table, and served fruit tea on it. Her current skills are not very good, but as long as she controls the steps and the heat well, she can still make it out delicious. The lamb chops were roasted spicy and tasty, and Shen Xun was satisfied with a sip of fruit tea and mutton. City B is ahead, cheer up the brothers. A man in the team yelled on the road with a loudspeaker. His arm was injured and hung around his neck. The air pressure in the team was extremely low, and everyone put on their backpacks and walked on the ice in silence. Everyone did not expect that the trip to City B would be so difficult, and there were alienated beasts that appeared from time to time. Animals can no longer be called animals, but monsters, half-human tall rats, swarming in groups, and the fallen comrades are always lingering in their minds. Qinilu shouted hoarse with the trumpet in hand. Of the 6 team leaders, only he and Lin Zhongyi were left at this time. If you want to say that the saddest person is him. 30 soldiers he brought out all died in the rat tide not long ago, giving the remaining brothers a chance to escape. Qinilu, a man in his 40s, also had red eyes at this time. Follow up quickly, you can take a good rest when you reach City B. Qinilu raised his hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes. If he was a second later, his face would be frostbitten. The truck turned off halfway, and the fuel it brought had run out, so the only option for the rest of the journey was to walk. Captain Qin, Team Lin is calling you. A soldier ran to Qinilu's side. His cheeks were severely sunken, which was obviously caused by not eating for a long time. The military overcoat on his body also looked loose at this time, as if it could fall down when the wind blows. Qinilu looked at the soldiers walking behind. They had been without water and food for 7 or 8 days, and they still had to travel long distances. If they hadn't been exercising frequently, they still don't know if they could hold on. Okay, I'll go right away. Qinilu handed the horn to him after finishing speaking. Don't stop, let the people behind hear your voice. With sore eyes in his eyes, the soldier picked up the trumpet to take over Qinilu's job. The brothers have been hungry for several days, and they are all hanging by one breath. The only thing that can walk at this time is to hear the voice and subconsciously move in this direction. With his arms hanging, Qinilu trotted to the front of the team. Lin Zhongyi led the team at the front. He was also wrapped in a lot of bandages, obviously injured. What's the matter? Qinilu ran to his side, and the two walked side by side. Did you? Something is not right. Lin Zhongyi expressed his doubts. What's wrong? Qinilu looked at him curiously. Have you noticed that after entering City B, there are fewer monsters? Think about it before, Lin Zhongyi said earnestly. Qinilu thought for a while, his eyes suddenly changed. Should I ask the brothers to stop and stand by, and send 2 people to go ahead to check the situation? City B is indeed eerie and terrifying. How could it be so quiet? 2 months ago they encountered many monsters along the way, emerging endlessly, but after entering City B it was too quiet. No one was injured, no monster was encountered, and he was still thinking of luck. Now it seems that there must be a large-scale monster lurking here. That's what I mean too. Tell the brothers to find a hidden place to rest first. I'll send 2 people to go and have a look. The 2 hit it off immediately, and they couldn't lose anymore. Qinilu took back the loudspeaker. Follow me, come here and rest in place for 20 minutes. In a building, the soldiers were all sitting around and huddling around the stove. Qinilu led his men to chisel the ice, boil it over the fire, and serve a cup to each of them. 20 minutes later, the person who went to explore the road came back. Qinilu and Lin Zhongyi fell into deep thought after listening to their report. Team Lin, I didn't find any monsters ahead, but I saw a few people. Both of them were scouts and they were also good at scouting and getting news. See clearly, Lin Zhongyi asked several times. A look of joy flashed across Qinilu's eyes. Although he didn't know what was going on in City B, the situation was pretty good right now. Let's go, Qinilu shouted with a loudspeaker, and Lin Zhongyi led the way. The team marched for more than an hour. Gradually penetrated into the center of City B. Everyone finds a bunker and hides and stays on standby. The snipers report the situation. Lin Zhongyi's panicked voice came from the loudspeaker, and Qinilu took the lead to hide in a building with the few people who were behind. The sniper is in position. There are 2 monsters in the direction of 2 o'clock in front of him. They are moving so fast that they cannot be seen clearly, said the sweat from the sniper's forehead being blown away by the cold wind. He focused on moving the scope, always aiming at the 2 figures. The speed was too fast to see clearly. Lin Zhongyi's face became extremely ugly. Which direction are they going? Captain, hide quickly, they are both coming, the sniper shouted through the walkie-talkie. Qinilu took out a pistol and held it in his palm. The 2 teams, one left and one right, hit separately and ran upstairs to find cover. From the window on the 3rd floor, Qinilu and Lin Zhongyi on the opposite side looked at each other, pointing their guns at the street. Roar! Laifu's forelimbs pressed against the orangutan, and the chimpanzee was pressed so hard by Laifu that 2 cracks appeared on the ice. In terms of power gap, Laifu has the upper hand. It is not comparable to these wandering alienated animals outside. They can't alienate well after eating every meal, but Shen Xun nourishes it all day long. All they ate was alienated animal meat. Laifu opened his mouth wide and bit the chimpanzee's shoulder, taking a piece of flesh. Laifu swallowed it in one gulp, and the saliva in his mouth dripped onto the chimpanzee's face. Captain, do you want to shoot? The sniper aimed his gun at one of Laifu's eyes. Now that these monsters are rough and fleshy, only the eyes can hurt them a little, and they can also be blind. Qinilu also aimed his gun at Laifu's other eye, waiting for Lin Zhongyi's order. Lin Zhongyi looked at the huge white figure on the street. If he read it correctly, it was a leopard. How could there be a large beast in the center of City B? No wonder City B is so quiet. No monsters have been found along the way, and there is a more fierce one here. The leopard seems to have classified this land as its hunting ground, and other monsters dare not approach. Coupled with the alienation of animals now, that leopard has grown to a height of nearly 3 meters, which is bigger than the monsters he has seen during this time. Laifu opened his mouth and bit the back of the chimpanzee's neck. The owner said that there is no shortage of food reserves. It has stored a lot of food now. Take this one back to the owner and ask her to keep it for me. The chimpanzee had only one breath left, and was dragged to the ground by Laifu like a dead dog. Its body temperature lost little by little. It moaned weakly, and struggled with what little strength it had left. Laifu's teeth couldn't help sinking a little bit, biting the chimpanzee's carotid artery. Blood splashed in his mouth. Laifu swallowed it in one gulp. He really wanted to have a full meal here now, if there weren't so many people around watching. Laifu retreated, dragging the chimpanzee's corpse. Captain, it seems to have spotted us, but it didn't take the initiative to attack. The sniper reported the situation on the street through the magnifying glass. Qinilu took a deep breath. He had already found out. He silently withdrew his hand holding the gun, and hid his body behind the window. He remembered what the sniper said just now. The speed was so fast that he couldn't see clearly. Moreover, the leopard had been on guard against them for a long time. If the shot missed at all, it would incur even more violent retaliation. What's more, the brothers are already at the end of their battles. Qinilu looked at Lin Zhongyi. The sniper reports the situation. Lin Zhongyi pressed on the intercom, and there was a buzzing sound from the intercom. Return to the captain. The leopard left with the chimpanzee in its mouth, and the subordinates found. The sniper couldn't believe it for a moment. The double mirror is always looking at the thing hanging on Laifu's neck. What did you find, say? Lin Zhongyi whispered. Laifu stopped and retreated, his eyes fixed on the sniper's position, and the 2-legged beast had been holding that thing at it since just now. It has seen this thing and the owner has it too, and it knows the lethality of this thing. Laifu let out a threatening growl. The subordinates found that the thing hanging around its neck seemed to be a canvas bag, and it contained dried fish bones. The sniper saw the threat from Laifu, and silently turned the direction of the gun. He had no doubt that if he showed the slightest bit of malice next time, the leopard would bite off his neck without hesitation. Laifu lowered his head and bit the chimpanzee again. It was getting dark and he had to go back quickly. After listening, Qinilu and Lin Zhongyi took out the binoculars hanging on their laps and looked towards Laifu, only to see that the leopard was indeed wearing a canvas bag around its neck. The canvas bag was tied above the leopard's neck with a bow tie. This leopard was raised by humans. Lin Zhongyi was terrified. Take the gun, he ordered, and the soldiers heaved a sigh of relief and put the gun back. Captain Qin, come over here. The two seem to have a lot to say. The snipers are coming too. Send someone to follow. Go up, Qinilu suggested. It's best not to, that leopard is very vigilant, and it has spotted me a long time ago, the sniper said with some fear. If he was at his peak, he might be able to see the leopard clearly, but if he wanted to hit him, he would still have to practice. I found you a long time ago. Maybe it's not just me but all of us. The sniper wiped the muzzle of his gun, and the leopard didn't pay attention to them at all. Lin Zhongyi had already made up his mind after hearing this. Go back first. After the sniper left, Lin Zhongyi took out the map of City B from his backpack. Now many buildings in City B have collapsed, but there are still many iconic things. Lin Zhongyi circled 2 places in the center of the map city in City B. Let's take a rest tonight, and tomorrow morning you take a team to this place, and I will take a team to this place. In 2 directions, one west and one north, Qinilu looked at the planned route and put away the map. Okay. Gather here after you find someone. Shen Xun took the chimpanzee into the space, and Laifu grew up so much that he couldn't even enter the door. Shen Xun called Laifu to the top floor, and then put Laifu into the space. Did you see the mountains over there? Those are the areas where you can't move. Shen Xun really had no choice but to put them in. But due to his numerous criminal records, Shen Xun had to let him keep his mouth shut every time. Otherwise he would be beaten violently. Laifu was afraid of being cleaned up by Shen Xun, so he could only run to the foot of the mountain eagerly. When it approached, the chickens and ducks by the guardrail all jumped away, splashing chicken feathers all over the place. It ran to the fence with its tail wagging, stretched out its paws to pick out the eggs, and one egg landed on the side of the fence just within reach. The hen saw that it dared to pick the eggs in front of her eyes, and cut her sharp beak on Laifu's paws. Similar to scratching an itch, it was neither painful nor itchy. Laifu swallowed the egg into his mouth in one gulp. The delicious egg burst in his mouth, and Laifu swallowed the eggshell as well. Looking at the old hen with a pair of eyes, thinking about what to do, but eating it would inevitably lead to a severe beating. Laifu lay on his stomach and stared at the old hen by the fence. Seeing that it has learned its lesson, Shen Xun is acceptable to take out an egg. As long as it doesn't chase chickens all over the mountain, everything is fine. After exiting the space, Shen Xun packed the ice bucket in the living room. The extreme cold is still 3 months away. It's over. The ice cubes stored in the past 6 months are enough to deal with what happens next. After burning hot water to wash, Shen Xun lay on the bed. His consciousness sank into the space, and started to grow vegetables. During the past 6 months he made ice during the day and grew vegetables at night. In addition to ice cubes and all kinds of vegetables, Shen Xun has stockpiled more than a dozen small mountain bags, which he would take off after giving birth, and exchange them for supplies with others when the supernatural beings walk around the streets in the future. After harvesting the vegetables, Shen Xun fell into a deep sleep. The wood that was stockpiled last time should have been burned out according to the time. Shen Xun is going to go out today, and go to the mountain outside the city center to chop wood. In fact, after cutting so much wood, none of it was used, and they were all piled up in the space. When she went out she pretended to show Lin Xiangrui and the others, but in the final analysis it was because she lived under their noses. Shen Xun opened the iron door, and saw a few people standing in the corridor through the small window. They looked familiar, but forgot their names. Don't come here to ask again, I've given it to you several times before, and we almost ran out of food, so we still want to ask you. Lin Xiangrui's tone couldn't be more pleasant. But the long-term upbringing kept him from cursing loudly. Shen Xun watched the excitement and listened to the cause and effect. You can eat as much as the 2 of you can and give us some more. The child is really starving to death. It's okay for us adults not to eat for a few days, but the child can't bear it, the man continued. Shen Xun saw that he was really familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him for a while. When the iron door was locked, Shen Xun went out with his backpack on his back. The people in the corridor silenced for a while when they saw Shen Xun coming out. People living in Tianfu have known for half a year that there is a little girl in Building F who raised a leopard. It was often seen that the leopard brought meat to eat at home, and many people suggested to Shen Xun, but they were all killed by the leopard. Please let me go. Shen Xun looked at the people crowded in the corridor. There were more than a dozen of them, all of them came to eat, most of them were children, but few of them were adults, and all of them were sallow and emaciated. The 2 of them stood in the middle of the corridor as if they didn't hear Shen Xun's voice, and didn't move away. Shen Xun sneered, raised his hand and pushed the 2 away. Please let me out. The strength in her hands was not small, and she exercised every day, which was far beyond what the 2 of them could bear. Shen Xun pushed the 2 of them away, one left and one right, and they stuck to the wall. You! What are you doing? Why are you pushing my child? The woman ran forward and pulled the child up on the ground to check. Son, are you okay? The woman hugged. The child's face is mournful. Shen Xun didn't have time to watch a few people acting, so he went upstairs directly. These people probably didn't come here today to ask for food, but to grab food, and it was Lin Xiangrui and the 2 who grabbed it. Where are you going? You bumped into my son. If you don't make it clear today, don't even think about leaving. Although the woman was crying, her eyes were clear. The child was even more so. Obviously, the mother and son used this kind of trick to cheat other people's materials. Chen Chong was obviously more straightforward than Lin Xiangrui. He couldn't speak, but he was always active. Chen Chong beat the wall with a baseball bat in his hand, and looked at the people in the corridor with his eyes. The person who wanted to force his way into the house just now stopped, and the woman was still crying with the child in her arms. Shen Xun went up to the top floor and released Laifu. And as soon as Laifu got out of the space, he rushed towards Shen Xun, and Shen Xun was prepared to dodge sideways. Laifu thought that Shen Xun was going to play a game of hiding with it, but in the next second Shen Xun slapped it directly on the forehead. Stop making trouble, go downstairs. When Laifu's huge head poked out of the stairwell, the crying children and women in the corridor shrank. Get out, I told you to get out. If you come again next time, then I'll kill you directly. Lin Xiangrui stood behind Chan Cheng, his eyes still full of horror. What did these people want to do just now? They actually wanted to come in and grab something. He and Chan Cheng were almost out of food, and these people were still trying to rob them. If the only thing left was gone, then he and Chan Cheng still had a way out. Didn't he help these people twice before? He didn't want to repay his kindness, but he still missed his things. The woman was scared when she saw Laifu, and forgot to ask Shen Xun for compensation. Chapter 76. The Man in the Military Coat. Laifu went downstairs first, followed by Shen Xun. She didn't care about Lin Xiangrui at all. Even if those people entered the house and robbed them of their things, she would at most say something pitiful. The pair of mother and son just now were quite acquainted. If it was posted again, she would draw her sword. Sometimes Lin Xiangrui is just too kind. Even in the end, he doesn't want to save supplies and live behind closed doors with Chan Cheng, and even helps others. Now that he caused trouble to come to his door, it was his own fault. Several people looked at Chan Cheng's fierce face. They were thinking of Lin Xiangrui's previous 2 rescues, and they didn't want to force their way in, but the child kept crying and they were hungry too. You have something to eat, what's the matter? Father, I'm hungry. The little girl tugged on the man's cuff. Her cheeks were sunken, her eye sockets were protruding, and her condition was worse than her father's. There was impatience in the man's eyes, but he still remained patient and did not shake off the little girl's hand. I said I don't have any anymore, you go. Lin Xiangrui also found a convenient stick and held it in his palm. If you say there is no, then let us go in and have a look. They will not leave today without taking something. Yes, let's go in and have a look. What's more, looking at the way Lin Xiangrui and the 2 guarded the door, there must be food in their room and there is a lot of it. At worst, he will be beaten twice. Bye. Lin Xiangrui saw them acting like rogues, and realized that today's matter would be difficult to deal with. He suddenly regretted it. He knew that these people were repaying their kindness, so what did they say earlier? Don't give them a bite, or they won't be missed now. Luo Wangquan, what do you want? You can ask Yu Zhangwo if you don't have anything to eat. Come and ask me what I do. Lin Xiangrui looked at Luo Wangquan, who was standing behind the crowd. The previous 2 times were also brought by Luo Wangquan. Shen Xun said that someone looked familiar, but she didn't take it to heart at all. Luo Wangquan also wisely didn't come to Shen Xun. Before, Zhang Yuanchao had heard that Shen Xun raised a knife and dropped it. Shen Xun patted Laifu's stomach. Laifu squatted down and Shen Xun rode up. Let's go chop wood. Laifu carried Shen Xun on his back and ran on the ice at an extremely fast speed. Shen Xun buried his head on Laifu's neck, and when he raised his head, there was a whistling wind blade on his cheek. The speed is almost as fast as that of a car. It usually takes more than 2 hours to ride a bicycle, but it only takes 1 hour for Laifu to reach the foot of the mountain. Shen Xun took the saw and started to cut down trees. Laifu helped Shen Xun drag the branches to the foot of the mountain and pile them up. Your reward, eat it. Shen Xun took out the bones and fed them to it. Laifu was completely alienated and mature, and his teeth were especially sharp. The bones were easily crushed in its mouth. With the help of Laifu, Shen Xun quickly cut the wood and sat on the tree stump to rest. Shen Xun looked at the foot of the mountain. The world seemed to be frozen in ice. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, and the crops could no longer survive. After the ice and snow melt, not only alienated animals but also alienated plants will follow one after another. At that time, human survival will be even more difficult. After taking a sip of hot water, Shen Xun hung the water glass around his neck. It seemed that there was no way to get up from the foot of the mountain. Few people, let's go. Shen Xun called out. Laifu got up from the ground and followed behind Shen Xun. Look, is that the leopard we saw yesterday? The team suddenly became vigilant. Put the gun away. One of them reached out and patted his companion on the shoulder. He stayed in the same building with Team Qin yesterday, but seeing the ferocity of the leopard, they might not be able to leave if they really shot. Maybe because they saw Laifu, those people were standing at the foot of the mountain and didn't plan to go up the mountain again. Shen Xun's eyes dimmed when he passed by several people with Laifu. A group of 7 people, with firewood cutting tools in their hands, obviously went up the mountain to cut firewood. The key point is that several of them were wearing green military coats. Although their cheeks looked thin, they were full of energy. For unfamiliar faces, Shen Xun thought that his memory was not bad. In the past 6 months, there were only a few people who often came to this mountain to chop firewood. She remembered them after meeting them a few times. But she has no impression of the few people in front of her. This is the first time she has seen them. Laifu walked past a few people, and Shen Xun observed their reactions with vigilance. They had guns on them, and when people were afraid, they would subconsciously look for something that would make them feel safe. They all brought guns, whether it was official or something else. Shen Xun took out the folding wheel, tied the wood and tied it to Laifu, and Laifu took Shen Xun back with the firewood on his back. It seemed to be a woman just now. You read it wrong. You who can raise this thing tell me that it is a woman. That's right, and she's so tightly wrapped, how can you tell? The iconic objects are not obvious. You guys are single at first glance, you haven't found a girlfriend before, the man said with complacency on his face, and he could tell at a glance that the tightly wrapped person just now was a woman. Several people were choked by him, and they were all embarrassed and didn't speak again. Okay, stop talking, save some energy for chopping wood. His position is higher than that of several people, and this time he is the leader of the team, and there must be no mistakes. The man looked at the direction in which the white leopard and the black figure were going away, and went back to report the situation to Team Qin. This City B is not easy. Did you see, I found that there are quite a few survivors in City B. Several people stood halfway up the mountain and looked down, and they could still see a few black shadows shaking at the foot of the mountain. Yes, I also found out. I saw that there were quite a few people in those buildings yesterday. The survivors of City B are the town with the most people we have encountered along the way. Yes, and have you noticed that there are no monsters here? Think about it, we have encountered several groups of monsters on the road in these 2 moonlights. Thinking of the monsters they met along the way, the atmosphere of several people suddenly became solemn, and they all fell into silence and no one spoke. Let's go quickly, let's go and see those shopping malls after cutting the materials, and see if we can still find materials. I don't know who started it first, and several people sang military songs along the way. The lyrics were all about remembering their comrades in arms. This time the team leader didn't stop them. Shen Xun rode on Laifu, and the people on the side of the road who were ready to move did not dare to step forward. Shen Xun suddenly felt bored. It seemed that these people were not hungry yet, they were all rational. I really want to kill someone, Shen Xun murmured softly. Laifu's body trembled unconsciously. Why did the master fall ill again? Meat, I really want to eat meat. Pairs of eyes looked at Laifu walking on the street through the window. Laifu has long been accustomed to this kind of gaze. It is small. With Shen Xun on his back. Shen Xun opened his backpack, opened the zipper and smuggled out snacks from the space. They were all potato chips and shortbread. The ones with marinade didn't dare to take them out, and they would freeze hard as soon as they came into contact with the cold air outside. It was near 4 o'clock in the afternoon before walking back to the vicinity of Tianfu. Laifu wailed in a low voice and Shen Xun raised his head with sleepy eyes. Are you there yet? The one above, come down, said a dozen people standing on both sides of the road. All of them pointed guns at Shen Xun who was on Laifu's body. Shen Xun rubbed his eyes, and his expression became clear again. Laifu didn't feel Shen Xun's hostility, so he walked across the street with Shen Xun on his back and was about to leave. Wait, I haven't said you can leave yet. If I take another step, I don't have eyes, the man said jokingly, and he turned his gun on Shen Xun. Ha 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 ha. More than a dozen people laughed continuously. Shen Xun looked at the black muzzle of the gun, several corpses lying on the ground, and the obstacles in the middle of the aisle, where they were still blocking the way and robbing. It seems that I seldom go out recently, and the information from the outside world is blocked. When did so many people come in this city be? It's fun. Shen Xun's body was trembling with excitement, and he slid off Laifu's body. Laifu looked at these people with a little pity in his eyes. Ha ha, seeing her made me tremble with fright, but Brother Liang, have you noticed that this looks like a bitch? The man looked at Shen Xun wretchedly. It's a woman, are you sure? The man was obviously more excited than him. Woman, I finally saw a woman, and it was still a real woman. He was tired of playing with those old onions. The key point is that I have rarely seen women in the past 6 months. Wherever I go I see men. I believe that women will become a rarity in the near future. Put away your guns and watch you scare her away. Well, they didn't plan to kill people after knowing that Shen Xun was a woman, but tied them up and took them away. Shen Xun was tightly wrapped, not even showing his eyes, and he was wearing goggles and a mask. They said they were closing their guns, but in fact their muzzles just changed their targets and they were all aimed at Laifu. They also encountered these monsters twice. Although the swords did little damage to them, the bullets were deadly. Laifu roared in a low voice, waiting for Shen Xun to give the order. Shen Xun reached out and stroked Laifu's neck, rubbing the long hair on its neck. Blessing. Laifu bowed his body and wanted to rush forward. Don't move, raise your hands. A dozen soldiers with rifles suddenly appeared in the building, and Shen Xun was the first to react, raising his hands and shouting. Help, help! Shen Xun moved to Laifu's side, and put the pistol hidden on his body into the space, never doubting the soldiers' eyesight and their sensitivity to guns. Get down! Shen Xun patted the unlucky child on the head, and Laifu obediently crawled on the ground, covering his eyes with his front paws. It was just how funny it seemed to make this movement with its huge body. The military personnel gradually formed an encirclement circle, and surrounded this group of people. What should I do? Should I rush out? Some people are cowards even with guns, and those with poor mentality have already started to tremble. They don't know that there are even officials in City B. Everyone wants to run, and no one wants to be a backer. Seeing their cowardice, Shen Xun had an evil smile on his lips, pinched his throat and shouted behind the crowd, "Run!" and moved to the corner with Laifu. For a moment, as if these people had received an order, they all fired at the military personnel. The gunshots were deafening and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. There is no comparison between amateurs and professionals. Even if they have guns in their hands, those people will not be able to hit the head. Everyone rushed towards the exit of the street, but they also set up roadblocks at the only exit of the street. Ha ha ha, idiot, it's fun. Shen Xun sat beside Laifu, opened the kettle and took a sip of water, and also poured a glass for Laifu, one person and one leopard in the corner for a long time. Bang bang, there were a few more gunshots. Shen Xun tried his best to reduce his presence. Move your butt in a little bit and give me a little space. Laifu raised his head to reveal one eye, moved his buttocks, and Shen Xun squeezed behind him. Damn it, we were tricked. Wu Liang pointed the gun at Shen Xun's position and pulled the trigger without hesitation. If the woman hadn't shouted to run quickly, how could these idiots get into a mess? Brother Liang, what are you doing? Run quickly. The younger brother pushed hard with both hands to push away the obstacles in the middle of the road. Now he regrets it. Why did he move so many stones to block it here? Isn't this shooting yourself in the foot? Fucking idiot, quickly push these things away. Wu Liang took a few people to hide in the corner and suppressed them with firepower to buy time for them. Now the location is very confusing. One road, Shen Xun is in the building on the left, the robber is in the building on the right, and the military is everywhere. Laifu lay on Shen Xun's body at once, and a bullet hit the spot where Shen Xun was standing just now. Shen Xun looked at the bullet shot into the ice, his eyes darkened. I'm fine, get up. Laifu licked the goggles on Shen Xun's eyes. Shen Xun took out a tissue to dry Laifu's saliva, got up from the ground. Shen Xun carefully approached the wall, and looked to the right with half of his head exposed. Laifu also followed Shen Xun and looked to the right. Wu Liang turned his head and met the eyes of the man and the leopard. Shen Xun grinned and Laifu bared his teeth at Wu Liang. Shen Xun shouted at the top of his voice. He's in front, he's here, the one with the blue hat and black shorts. Cotton clothes, he is the boss of these people. Why does this voice sound so familiar? For a while, the bullets hit Wu Liang intensively. Shen Xun gave a provocative look. Damn it, damn it. Wu Liang hit on the ground, took off the hat on his head, and the cold wind blew over, causing Wu Liang's forehead to ache. Brother Liang, there are still clothes. The younger brother faithfully picked Wu Liang's clothes. Go away, what are you doing? Wu Liang endured the piercing cold wind, his head was almost unconscious. This idiot wanted to take off his clothes. Did he want to freeze him to death? People from the military began to press over, and two people sneaked into Shen Xun's position. Uncle policeman, help, he is in front. Shen Xun's vocal and emotional performance. The two looked at Laifu, who was behind Shen Xun. I'm doing my best to perform as I should cooperate with you. The two people in the military looked at Shen Xun and then at the mighty Laifu behind Shen Xun. They had seen this big guy yesterday and he looked so ferocious. Shen Xun exerted a little force on Laifu's body, and Laifu lay obediently on the ground. Don't look at how big it is, it's actually as obedient as a kitten, it doesn't bite. Shen Xun's tone was sincere, it really doesn't bite. The two took their rifles, walked carefully to the wall, and looked to the right with their probes. Sure enough, they saw a few people and the two were signaling. Shen Xun pretended to be frightened. Uncle policeman, you came too timely. If it weren't for you, I would have died here today. They just wanted to rob me. Boom, there are only 2 of the dozen or so people on the opposite side. One of the military was injured, and the bullet passed through his arm. Ah. Are you okay? The wound was instantly frozen, and even the 2 drops of blood that flowed out also solidified on the wound, looking extremely beautiful. Shen Xun pretended not to see, turned his back and squatted with Laifu. In the corner. Stay out of my way. Shen Xun squeezed towards Laifu. After a while, 4 more military personnel moved over carefully, and the wounded were taken away, but no one paid any attention to Shen Xun. The 4 of them pointed their guns to the right and kept pressing with firepower. The aim was good. Shen Xun kept hearing screams from the next door. It was so miserable. The roadblock has been moved out to a vacant position, and those who were not shot ran out in a hurry. But there are already snipers aiming at this position on tall buildings. Ah, damn it. One person was shot in the shoulder, and he raised his hand to cover the wound and ran out. There was only one sniper, but there were many robbers, and 4 of them ran away in the end. Shen Xun nestled in the corner to draw circles. Laifu stepped on it every time Shen Xun finished drawing, and had a great time playing. Clean up the scene and turn in all the things belonging to these people, mainly for the guns in their hands. Now is the time when there is a shortage of weapons, and it is not known where these people got their guns. All the military personnel lurking in the corridor jumped out at once, picked up the guns on the ground and tied them up. The robbery accounted for most of the wounded, more than a dozen people remained, and only 4 escaped, not even the boss. Frostbite and gunshot wounds, these people probably could not be saved. Captain, what should we do with these people? 2 of their brothers were injured. Execute on the spot, the man ordered directly. Hearing the man's words, the people lying on the ground stopped crying for a while, and knelt on the ground enduring the pain and kowtowed. I know I was wrong, I will never dare again, let me go. But the man ignored the confession of these people before they died, and let his subordinates do it with a wave of his hand. Instead of eating bullets for these people, they wiped their necks with a dagger. More than a dozen people were put on the ground and watched their companions wipe their necks with a knife. Ooh. This is more uncomfortable than to kill them, the 30-odd elders cried with snot and tears on their cheeks. A companion's death is their death. There was a hooting sound when they fell to the ground, and they didn't bleed when they wiped their necks with a knife. Watching them lose their breath in front of their eyes. Let go of me, I don't want to die. I knew this was the case, and I rushed out just now even if it was desperate, and the breath of despair enveloped several people. Another companion fell down, and the scene in front of them was simply Ling Chi before death, tormenting the souls of several people, and several people peed their pants on the way to death. The military personnel ignored the cries of these people, raised their knives and dropped their hands expressionlessly. These are all small scenes in front of them. It would be really bloody when the drug lords were arrested. Nowadays, weapons are scarce, especially ammunition. It can only be said that they should be quicker when they strike so that they can leave without feeling. In the end, Wu Liang was left watching in a daze. Where did you get your guns? Another person came to confront Wu Liang, an interrogator. But Wu Liang had already suffered a mental breakdown after what happened just now. I said, please don't kill me. We found the gun in a warehouse outside City B. There are many more. I can take you to find it. I know the location. Wu Liang seemed to be grabbing a life-saving straw in the turbulent torrent, desperately trying to swim upstream, but at this moment he only felt cold all over his body. Shen Xun thanked them 1,000 times, very polite. Thank you very much, if it weren't for you, I would die here today. Hearing Shen Xun's words, the military personnel's ears were almost calloused. Do you need help? Qini Lu detained him and helped Shen Xun pick up the fallen firewood. Thank you so much. Shen Xun smiled and stacked the firewood and tied them again. Lai Fu squatted on the ground and waited for Shen Xun to put on the rope. Shen Xun struggled to lift a thick piece of wood and put it on the folding wheel. In fact, she could lift it with one hand. Qini Lu was a little uncertain for a while. He helped Shen Xun tie up the firewood together. This leopard was raised by you. Shen Xun laughed. That's right, it's usually timid. Of course, Qini Lu would not believe Shen Xun's words. He saw with his own eyes yesterday that the leopard killed the chimpanzee with one bite, and the speed was extremely fast. But seeing how well behaved the leopard is now, it looks like a different leopard from yesterday. Qini Lu put his eyes on Lai Fu, and Lai Fu's usual coquettish way put his head on Shen Xun. Of course, in Qini Lu's eyes, it looked like it was afraid of life, hiding behind Shen Xun. Shen Xun raised his hand and patted Lai Fu's head. Be good, don't be afraid, they are all good people. Lai Fu looked puzzled, it wanted to raise its head, but the strength in Shen Xun's hand was too heavy. Its head was pressed tightly, and it couldn't lift it up. Lai Fu yelled twice and Shen Xun pushed harder. He's not a bad guy, he helped me just now. Them. Qini Lu's face turned green when he saw this scene. Why is this leopard so teased in front of its master? Show off the energy you used to kill the chimpanzee yesterday. We saw it yesterday. Qini Lu looked at Lai Fu, who buried his head on Shen Xun's body. He always felt that this person was not simple, and he wanted to blow Shen Xun up. Ah, is that so? It often plays outside and comes back very late. Shen Xun continued to play dumb, as if he really didn't know what Lai Fu was doing outside. Shen Xun was tightly wrapped, and Qini Lu couldn't see Shen Xun's expression clearly. Hearing Shen Xun's tone, it seemed that he really didn't know. But under the mask, the corners of Shen Xun's mouth almost cracked to the base of his ears. Only Lai Fu, who was familiar with the master, could hear the lightness and carelessness in her tone. Ah, it's getting dark, I have to go back quickly, I still have a bedridden uncle to take care of at home. Shen Xun didn't continue chatting with him but rode back on Lai Fu. Shen Xun approached Lai Fu's ear. Run. Lai Fu carried Shen Xun on his back and ran quickly on the street pulling firewood, and soon his figure disappeared into the night. Captain Qin, you said that all the animals have become like this now, so will the police dogs in our army be like this too? If the police dogs can grow as big as this leopard, he also wants to ride it. When the researchers are connected, let's go back and see if everything is packed. Back to Team Qin, everything is packed. A total of 17 rifles and 34 pistols were seized. There are still a lot of bullets left. Did you find out anything? Qini Lu was more concerned about where these people's guns came from. After all, in Country Z this thing is strictly prohibited. Yes, before the interrogation started, he recruited everything. He said the things were outside the city, and they discovered them by accident. The entire warehouse was full. Captain Qin. Qini Lu fell silent for a while. With so many guns, the seriousness of this matter was beyond his ability to solve, so he had to join Lin Zhongyi immediately and tell him the news. Team Chin, this is Group A. This is Group A, please answer if you receive it. Lu immediately pressed the buzzer of the intercom. Received, report the situation immediately. Who was robbed halfway and divided into a group to pick them up. Group A has received someone. He is a little mentally abnormal now, and we are returning. Group B is on the way to meet you, come back quickly after meeting. Lu pressed the intercom after speaking. 2 soldiers were carrying a stretcher in their hands, and an old man was lying on the stretcher. His body was so emaciated. 4 men at the front and 4 at the front each opened the way with rifles. I thought this mission would be easy, but I didn't expect it to be so cruel. The human bones piled up in the corridor, because they were afraid of the guns in their hands, and the green pupils peeping behind the door. Hurry up! Several people walked downstairs quickly, just wanting to leave quickly. The gazes of these people made them all feel uncomfortable, as if they were fish on the chopping board. Meeting with the responders, no one in the 2 groups spoke. Substitute someone to carry, let's go back first and then talk. Shen Xun pulled the firewood upstairs, and when Laifu entered the 3rd floor, Shen Xun put it into the space. The body walked in the corridor, and the legs could not be straightened. In the corridor on the 22nd floor, it can only be described as chaotic. The small cubicle where I often cook, even the door panels have been removed at this time, and even my own iron door was not spared. At the keyhole on the iron door there was a dense row of footprints, and even some dirty things blocked the keyhole. Shen Xun took out water from his backpack and cleaned the keyhole. It should have been done by those people during the day, seeing that they were not at home and wanted to go in to get things, but they couldn't open the iron gate, so they could only vent their anger towards the iron gate. The gate of 2202 was broken. Lin Xiangrui was sitting silently on the sofa at this time. Shen Xun turned around and saw him and Chan Cheng sitting silently by the fire. Chan Cheng's arms were wrapped in gauze, and gauze was also wrapped around his head. Lin Xiangrui was better. He didn't see any injuries, but both of them were depressed. Shen Xun closed the door and released Laifu from the space. The living room was spacious enough for it to move around a bit. He took out the 3 stoves and put them in the room. The stove was burning very vigorously. Shen Xun took out a pan and put it on it. The pan heated up quickly, put in butter. Shen Xun took out the prisoner of war steak and fried it. Laifu's huge head leaned against the door. Looking at the steak on the stove, Shen Xun fried another piece, brought in Laifu's rice bowl. Shen Xun put the steak in. Eat. Fu finished eating in 2 or 3 days. Shen Xun put the alienated animal meat in, and carried it to it after it was warmed up. Okay, I also want to eat well. After finishing Laifu's meal, Shen Xun took out the fried steak from the space. After eating the whole steak, Shen Xun still felt a little hungry, so he put it on the iron rack and grilled some. Bake and eat. After washing up at night, Shen Xun lay on the bed. His consciousness sank into the space. He collected the eggs, and gave birth to a lot of fruits. The batch of rice planted before had already produced ears. It will take some time before it matures, and Shen Xun has no intention of giving birth to it. After picking off the ripe fruits and vegetables, Shen Xun leveled a mountain and sprinkled some medicinal seeds to encourage them to germinate. 5 hills are not enough at all. It seems that a few more hills need to be collected into the space. It's okay to grow things, just a little soil can give birth. But if there are more and more domestic animals in the space in the future, especially chickens, ducks and geese, they will find some corners to lay eggs so that she can't find them, and after a period of time, there will be many more chickens in the space. Among them, there is no lack of her acquiescence after all. She did not turn the space upside down. In the past 6 months alone, I picked up more than 200 baskets of eggs. It seems that I haven't eaten cakes for a long time, so I can learn how to make them. After all, it is impossible to eat so many eggs every day, so it is better to make desserts. After finishing his work, Shen Xun exited the space, got up and went to the toilet. The cat litter in the basin was almost used up, so Shen Xun added some more. The stove was right in front of him, but Shen Xun still felt his ass was very cold. The electric blanket on the bed was turned on to a low temperature, and Shen Xun got into bed, very warm. Those people I met today should be soldiers, but they are not rescue teams. She was rescued by rescue teams in her previous life. If these people were rescue teams, they would definitely gather the survivors of City B first. But they didn't. Instead, they entered City B quietly. They should have a mission. Not thinking so much, Shen Xun fell asleep directly. After waking up in the morning, Shen Xun washed up, brushed Laifu's teeth, and bathed Laifu with dry cleaning powder. The hair on Laifu's body felt much more comfortable. Thinking of going to harvest the mountain today, Shen Xun got up early, cooked seafood porridge, steamed 6 shrimp dumplings, fried eggs, made corn paste and set off after breakfast. The trees on the hills in the 4 directions of east, west, north and south have been cut down. If you want to close the hills, you can only go to a farther place. Shen Xun released Laifu on the 3rd floor, pointed to the direction for Laifu, and walked to the south where the most trees were cut down, so few people cut down trees there now. Before the end of the world, I didn't dare to collect too many hills to avoid being discovered, but it's completely different now, okay? Shen Xun asked Laifu to speed up. On the road, only a huge white figure can be seen whizzing by like a hallucination. If it is still in the information age, if you take a picture of Fu's running figure and play it at double or double speed, you should be able to see it clearly. Shen Xun grabbed the hair on Lai Fu's neck tightly, and in half an hour, one person and one leopard had already left the city. After leaving the city gate, the field of vision became wider, and there were no various collapsed buildings on the road, and the speed of Lai Fu became faster. Shen Xun didn't dare to raise his head at all. The wind blowing on his face from both sides felt like knives, which was painful. Shen Xun raised his hand and patted on Lai Fu's body. Lai Fu's paws were embedded in the ice, and he almost stopped. Oh, the master stopped too suddenly. Shen Xun slid off Lai Fu, his feet landed firmly on the ice, with City B behind him, and they had already left the city. Taking out the binoculars, Shen Xun looked at the mountains in the distance. There are more than a dozen mountains in the distance, all of which are bare. Bald and nobody. This way. Shen Xun patted Lai Fu's stomach. Lai Fu squatted down. Shen Xun rode up, and she pointed away for Lai Fu. When Shen Xun sat down firmly, Lai Fu started to run. The mountain path was not well repaired, and Lai Fu jumped between tree stumps. Shen Xun felt like riding a roller coaster. Slow down, Shen Xun whispered in Lai Fu's ear, and she looked at the mountain in front of her, which was more shocking than what she saw through the binoculars. There was not a whole big tree in sight on the rolling hills. Lai Fu carried Shen Xun on his back and walked in the mountains. After walking for about 2 hours, Shen Xun saw a faint green shadow in the distance. Over there, let's go quickly. Shen Xun clenched his legs. Lai Fu ran up the mountain and entered the dense forest. Shen Xun walked forward for more than half an hour until he entered the depths of the dense forest. Go and see if there is anyone around here. Shen Xun dismissed Lai Fu and took a sip of hot water. Lai Fu's figure quickly disappeared. Shen Xun retracted the mountain in front of him into the space, and then retracted 2 mountain tops in succession. Shen Xun's consciousness sank into the space. The ice in the trees and soil of the mountains that were put into the space just now is gradually melting. As Shen Xun waved his hands towards several hills, the dead trees on the hills began to sprout new shoots, which were full of vitality. Shen Xun used his mental strength to guide the melted rainwater into an open space, creating a ditch in the middle, and the rainwater just poured into the rice fields. Shen Xun collected a few more hills, and Lai Fu also came back, with a mutated animal in its mouth. Shen Xun got used to it, and directly took it into the space. This is a forest, there must be a lot of alienated animals. Shen Xun took out an early prepared air cushion tent. He took out the 3 stoves, first prepared food for Lai Fu, and after the alcohol lamp was finished, he took out the meals bought at the home cooking shop. He heated the food on the alcohol lamp, and after eating, Shen Xun took out the recliner to take a rest. The sky had already darkened. It seemed that he was going to sleep here tonight. It is definitely not possible to go back overnight. The temperature will be lower at night. If Lai Fu can hold on, she must not be able to hold on. I'm afraid it will be cold on the way back. Lighting the coal lamp and hanging it on the roof, Shen Xun took out the battery box from the space, plugged in the heater, and added 3 stoves, making the inflatable tent feel warmer. Shen Xun took out a fleece blanket and spread it on the air mattress, an electric blanket and 2 quilts, and heated hot water on the fire. Shen Xun sat on the recliner, with a small round table on his right. Shen Xun brought the alcohol lamp and put it on, set up a small teapot, ready to make some tea. The air cushion tent was not big, and it seemed a little crowded after Lai Fu came in. Shen Xun closed the curtain, and spread straw in partitions where Lai Fu slept. Good night. Maybe it was because of sleeping in the wild. Shen Xun had a dream. She hadn't had a dream for a long time, and the dream was still that laboratory. It's just that the laboratory is all blood red. A large amount of blood is flowing on the floor, seeping into the cracks in the ground, and black vines are climbing the walls of the entire laboratory. The strong mental power made Shen Xun instantly know that he was in a dream. Let me go. Please. Let me go, I really know I was wrong. A man who couldn't see his face begged her for mercy, asking her to let him go. With a bright smile on Shen Xun's face, the black vine branch let go of the man. The man had a smile of the rest of his life after a catastrophe, but his body was still trembling. The second the man relaxed, the black vine branch pierced through the man's chest, and a red heart was perfectly presented in front of Shen Xun like a sacrificial offering. Shen Xun reached out and plucked the red heart from the black vine, as if picking some beautiful fruit. A black vine branch was inserted into the man's chest. The vine branch was extremely hard, and the man hung on it like a rag, with blood gurgling out from his mouth. Shen Xun held the heart and poked it with his fingertips. What? It turned out to be red, I thought it was black. While pinching lightly, there was still blood flowing out of the heart vessels, dripping through the fingers and onto the floor, and the cuffs of the white lab coat were stained red with blood. The heart fell from the palm of his hand to the ground, splashing blood flowing on the ground. The vine branches wrapped around the hanging man, and the vine grew extremely dense spikes, piercing into the man's body. The man's eyes widened and he couldn't die anymore. Shen Xun stepped on the blood, and whenever she saw an experimenter, she would tear up her heart and dismember her body. The long-term torture had already made her mind different from ordinary people. The stacked corpses were covered in blood, neither unhappy nor very happy, as if they were no different from eating and drinking. At the end of the dream she opened the door of the laboratory, but what awaited her was not freedom, but countless gunpoints outside the door. Black vine branches instantly covered the gate, and dense bullets shot over. Shen Xun opened his eyes hearing the sound of Laifu's breathing. Shen Xun got up from the bed, and added some charcoal to the stove. The quilt wrapped her body. Hey, I don't know when the good uncle and the good second uncle will come to City B. She left them a message, and hoped that the second aunt would remember as soon as possible. Laifu opened his eyes and looked at Shen Xun. Looking at the smile on the master's face, he knew that he fell ill again in the middle of the night. Laifu turned around and pointed his butt at Shen Xun. Turn around, the butt is not allowed to face this way. Shen Xun stretched out his foot and kicked Laifu's butt, and Laifu turned around. Oh! This small tent was not very big, but it dared to point its butt at her. The sound of the heating system made Shen Xun feel drowsy. The kerosene lamp hanging above his head was shaking. Shen Xun lay back on the air mattress, and his consciousness sank into the space. Today's trip went well, and with the addition of the hills collected before, there are now 12 hills in the space. Putting the chickens, ducks and geese separately on the hilltops, Shen Xun exited the space. Well, now that the mental power is almost exhausted, the feeling of exhaustion hit, Shen Xun fell asleep. There was a churning in his stomach, and Laifu picked up the quilt in front of Shen Xun with his tail between his legs. Woo! Shen Xun opened his eyes and looked at it, got up and opened the curtain, and Laifu rushed out with a whiz. This time he slept a little deeply, and it was already dawn. Shen Xun glanced at the time. It was already past 8 o'clock, and Laifu went to the toilet and hadn't come back yet. After making breakfast for Laifu, Shen Xun started to make breakfast, stewed chicken with mushrooms and stewed rice. Halfway through the breakfast, Laifu came back. After it finished eating, Shen Xun put the air cushion tent into the space. Let's go, we're going back. Laifu lay on the ground, waiting for Shen Xun to go up. Yesterday when he entered the mountain, he chose a secluded path. Shen Xun thought that his memory was not bad, but it was impossible for her to return to the same path now. Laifu left its scent along the way. Knowing the way back, he took Shen Xun for a trot all the way, and left the deep mountain 2 hours later. Laifu leaped vigorously onto the pile of rubble, jumped on the pile of rubble, and after slowing down, Shen Xun raised his head. Because of the blessings in City B, there are very few alienated animals left in the past 6 months, and a small number survive but dare not show their heads with their tails between their legs. Jumping off the pile of rubble and returning to the street, Laifu didn't stop, and led Shen Xun to run all the way. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he finally arrived outside the gate of Tianfu. Shen Xun got off Laifu's body, raised his hand and stroked Laifu's neck. Go back and make you a big meal, just eat your favorite barbecue. She has always been willing to accept Laifu, and Laifu put his head on Shen Xun. Okay, let's go back first. Shen Xun was called to a stop when passing by Building A. Hey, you are Shen Xun, right? The young man was thin, with protruding eye sockets and sunken cheeks. Shen Xun weighed in his heart whether he would die on the spot if he punched him down. You know me. Shen Xun pulled back the sleeve that was pulled by Laifu. Good guy. As soon as he talked about eating barbecue, he couldn't wait to pull himself back. Shen Xun pulled back his sleeve. Laifu bit it again. My name is Sun Jialong, and I'm Sun Jiahong's younger brother. I've heard my sister and my mother talk about you. The boy unbuttoned his mask and showed a satisfied smile. He had heard from his mother that Shen Xun was as old as him, and he was best at coaxing women. Especially those around his age. He had played a lot when he was in school, and those women were all played around by him. His signature smile appeared on his face. Did you just come back? It's so dangerous outside now, and you still run outside. First pretending to care, then inadvertently showing affection to her, and finally giving her some small gifts, and not obediently taking the bait. This trick has been tried time and time again. Sun Jialong took out a piece of blackened bread from his bosom. Half of it was left, and he ate the other half in the morning. You haven't eaten yet, here's this for you, Xiaomian. Now that food is so scarce, you're still not moved to take it. Shen Xun had a disgusted expression on his face, but he was wearing goggles and a scarf to cover his entire face, so Sun Jialong couldn't see her expression clearly. Just like that, she thought that Sun Jialong could come up with something good. By the way, Sun Jiahong looks very smart. Why her mother and younger brother are 2 virtues. Take it. Seeing that Shen Xun didn't pick it up, probably shy, Sun Jialong passed the bread forward again. Seeing the hand approaching, Shen Xun took 2 steps back. It had been a long time since he had washed it. Apart from frostbite, there was a thick layer of dirt on the back of his hand. You can eat by yourself, Shen Xun said in a bad tone. She didn't want to waste time with Sun Jialong anymore, so she turned and left. These people entangled her for nothing more than their ideas, not to mention before the apocalypse. Even now Shen Xun looked down on people like Sun Jialong. Laifu followed behind and was finally going back. It hadn't eaten barbecue for a long time. Sun Jialong looked at Shen Xun's back and chased after him with bread in his hand. No woman had ever rejected him like this before. Shen Xun didn't even look at the bread, so she must still have something to eat. Sun Jialong's eyes lit up. He had seen this leopard come back with the meat several times. Shen Xun is bound to win. The people behind followed up. Laifu's eyes were full of fierceness. It turned around and made a gesture to pounce, biting on Sun Jialong. Sun Jialong was so frightened by Laifu that he sat down paralyzed on the ground. Ah! Shen Xun didn't even look at him this time. She was impatient. If Sun Jialong posted it again, she wouldn't mind letting Laifu bite him to death on the spot. Son, are you alright, Jialong? The woman came out of Building C crying, and immediately ran to Sun Jialong, who was still in shock. Behind her was Sun Jiahong, who was tightly wrapped. Shen Xun waved. Laifu came back. The woman helped Sun Jialong up. Jialong, don't scare Mom, are you hurt? She saw that monster lying on Jialong's body just now, which frightened her. Mom, she let that monster bite me just now. Sun Jialong stood behind his mother, looking at Laifu behind Shen Xun. He has lost all his previous thoughts now. He wants Shen Xun to die. A woman who doesn't know what to do. It's her good fortune to be seen by him, okay? Hearing her son say that, how could a woman have a good face? She had a ferocious face, and she insisted on teaching Shen Xun a lesson today. Shen Xun looked at Sun Jiahong. Sun Jiahong seemed to turn a blind eye to the scene in front of her. She was immersed in her own world. Laifu, tear her apart, Shen Xun said lightly. Her patience was exhausted when the woman appeared. Unexpectedly, Shen Xun really dared to let that monster bite him. The woman turned her head and ran like crazy. Jiahong, save me. Shen Xun pulled out a long knife from his backpack. Sun Jiahong was quite accurate in shooting arrows. If she shoots at her later, she should cut off her hand first. The woman was thrown to the ground by Laifu. Mom, let go of my mother. Sun Jialong was really scared at this moment. He can lose his father. You can lose your sister, but you can't lose your mother. He has been pampered by his mother all the time growing up. Whether it is heavy rain or cold air, he never worries about food. It is his mother who takes care of it for him, and he feels safe with his mother. Shen Xun waited for a while and Sun Jiahong didn't do anything, so he put away the knife. Laifu struck quickly. The woman had already been bitten to death. Sun Jialong looked at the torn body. He had no sadness, only fear. Fear of what to do in the future. Fear of whether his sister will retaliate against him without his mother's protection. He knows everything his mother has done to his sister. Laifu walked to Shen Xun's side, and Shen Xun tore off the cotton rag stuck to its fangs. Let's go. One person and one leopard walked to Building C. And Sun Jiahong's laughter came from behind. Ha ha ha. Shen Xun glanced back. Sun Jiahong was madly pushing Sun Jialong to the ground, grabbing the half piece of bread in his hand. After grabbing it, Sun Jiahong took the bread and stuffed it into her mouth, devouring it hungrily. Shen Xun frowned. What happened to Sun Jiahong? Oh, Laifu got into the window on the second floor, and it couldn't go up the stairs, so Shen Xun took it into the space. Up to the 22nd floor, Shen Xun took out the key to open the door. The lock showed signs of being pried, but it was not pried open. Shen Xun had no emotion in his eyes. There was chaos in 2202, even more tragic than yesterday. Lin Xiangrui was lying on the sofa, not knowing whether he was dead or alive, and Chan Chang added firewood to the stove. Seeing Shen Xun coming back, he just nodded silently as a greeting. A lot of people came last night, and all his and Lin Xiangrui's things were robbed. Those people also knocked on Shen Xun's door. But what he didn't expect was that Shen Xun was not at home. The keyhole was somewhat deformed, but fortunately the key still worked. Shen Xun opened the door and went in, and found the wire from the space. The electric wires were connected to the solar panels. Shen Xun tied the electric wires to the iron gates, and the two iron gates were tied with electric wires to form a power grid. The electric voltage is so high that it can electrocute people, and it can also stun people if it cannot be electrocuted. There is no need to install this thing, but this iron door cannot withstand 3 times of prying. She couldn't guarantee that she would be there all the time, and tied the wire just in case. After everything was done, Shen Xun turned on the switch. After the power grid was energized, there was a sizzling sound, and Shen Xun took a chick out of the space. The chicken fell to the ground instantly when it came into contact with the power grid, and there was a slight burnt smell. Shen Xun took the chicken into the space. Laifu lay on his stomach in the living room and watched Shen Xun busy, until the chicken fell to the ground. Laifu unconsciously took 2 steps back, and the master was messing with the plane again. Shen Xun took out another chicken and showed it to Laifu again. You can't get close to this door from now on, you know? Laifu nodded fiercely. Its IQ is not high, but it still has eyesight. Turning on the heater, taking out the stove, Shen Xun put on the barbecue grill, said he wanted to make barbecue for Laifu, and he did it right away when he came back. It carried itself so far yesterday and today, so it needs to be rewarded. Laifu doesn't eat chili, so Shen Xun divides the barbecue into 2 stoves, one for himself and one for Laifu. Laifu held his own pot and placed it at Shen Xun's feet, and Shen Xun put it in directly after it was baked. The temperature is very low. Even if there are several stoves burning in the room, The barbecue will cool down in less than 2 minutes after it is exposed to the cold air. Lifu tongue. A roll of barbecue came into his mouth. Shen Xun took a few fruits to relieve his boredom, and made himself a cup of milk tea. Sun Jialong stared blankly at the corpse on the ground. The tiger's mouth was still in pain, and Sun Jiahong just went crazy and grabbed the bread in his hand. He grabbed the snowflakes on the ground and put them in his mouth. The temperature melted the snowflakes little by little, turning them into snow water, and swallowed the hardened bread. Shen Xun had already left. Her throat was still sore. Sun Jiahong looked at her mother's body on the ground with a smile on her face. She didn't expect this woman to call herself to save her before she died. It's really ironic, didn't she also cry and ask her to save herself last night? But in the end it was her own mother who sent her to hell with her own hands. Just to let Sun Jialong eat something. Sun Jialong is her child. Then she is not Sun Jiahong. Why she hasn't eaten for a long time. After the rainstorm, she has been obediently going out to find supplies, food and clothing. Which one they use is not something she has worked hard to find outside. Sun Jiahong looked at the younger brother with hatred in his eyes. I'm going to kill you. Sun Jiahong threw herself on Sun Jialong, pinching his neck with both hands. Go to hell, I have treated you so well, why do you treat me like this? Why? But Sun Jiahong has been hungry and full for a long time, and she was tortured last night. How can her state be compared with Sun Jialong's? Sun Jialong looked at his sister in horror. He was almost out of breath, bent his knees against Sun Jiahong, and kicked her out. Picking up a brick from the flower bed, Sun Jialong threw it hard at Sun Jiahong. Sun Jiahong covered her head with both hands, and the brick hit her arms and body. Mom did these things, how can you blame me? Since you want to kill me, then I will kill you now. Sun Jiahong only felt pain when the brick fell on her body. Dad, if you that's fine, Jiahong really misses you. Sun Jialong didn't hear what she was muttering, but Sun Jialong thought his sister was scolding him, so he hit harder. Bang, Sun Jialong fell to the ground. Jiahong, are you okay? Jiahong, Jiahong? Sun Jiahong felt the voice sound familiar for a while, and looked up. It's Chun Chung and Lin Xiangrui. Lin Xiangrui helped Sun Jiahong up. There was no head injury, but the injuries were all on the body. Taking Sun Jiahong with them, the three of them sat silently at the window on the second floor of Building B. We're going to find something to eat, are you going? Lin Xiangrui still asked. Their things were all robbed last night, and now they want to go out to find something to eat before it gets dark. Enduring the pain in her body, Sun Jiahong left with the two of them. When passing by Sun Jiahong ignored him. Sun Jialong was knocked unconscious to the ground. If he couldn't wake up after half an hour, he would be frozen to death. Lin Xiangrui didn't know what happened between the two siblings, and the three of them left the Tianfu community in silence. The sky was getting dark, Shen Xun's hands were cramping, and Lifu's stomach was bulging. He had eaten enough today. Lying on the sofa, Shen Xun moved his wrists. For 2 full hours this was all technical work. With the smell of barbecue all over his body, Shen Xun boiled hot water, put the basin in the room and took a bath. Lifu lay in the living room and fell asleep long ago. This was the happiest day he felt. Lying on the bed, Shen Xun sank into the space consciously, found a tin bucket and squeezed half a bucket of milk. It is better to use fresh milk for dessert. After taking care of all the food reserves in the space one by one, Shen Xun exited the space. Soon there is still March and the extreme cold will end, and the next one will be even more dangerous. After searching for the projector, Shen Xun took out the tablet and found a zombie drama to watch. She had already watched a lot of natural disaster movies and was tired of it. What's more, now that I am in a natural disaster, nothing is more real than my own personal experience. The zombies broke out and the scene was bloody. Shen Xun watched it with relish, but when the zombie king was killed in the end, it really made her feel pity. Such an inspirational and hardworking zombie finally met the protagonist group, and was cut like this. Bad movie. Shen Xun brought the tablet over, ready to take a look. Lifu's huge head appeared by the door. It growled lowly. Shen Xun had already understood the meaning of Lifu after getting a long day and night. Shen Xun put on his coat, pinned the pistol behind his back, put on Juan gloves, opened the iron door, and Shen Xun took a flashlight to shine towards the small window. Facing the 2 pairs of green eyes, Shen Xun didn't pay attention, but shone his flashlight towards 2202. It was dark inside. It seemed that Lin Xiangrui and Chan Chang were no longer there. Shen Xun shone the flashlight on the two of them again. Both of them were 1 meter away from the iron gate. Obviously someone had suffered just now. A wooden stick came in through the small window. Shen Xun dodged sideways. The wooden stick stirred a few times at the small window. Next time you won't be able to hide. A man's voice sounded outside the door. And in an instant 2 sticks came in through the window. Shen Xun raised the horizontal knife and slashed at the sticks. After chopping he also inserted the horizontal knife. Ah! The man's scream sounded. And Shen Xun also stirred twice vigorously. After inserting a knife it was not enough. Shen Xun took out a longer horizontal knife and inserted it. There was a sound of the horizontal knife piercing the flesh. Sounds like the sound of nature. Shen Xun's hands didn't shake. He pulled out and stabbed again, and stabbed more than a dozen times in a row. Until the people on the ground were breathless, Shen Xun mechanically stabbed a few more times in his arm. Well, I've calmed down a bit. Shen Xun took the horizontal knife into the room, and Shen Xun put the knife into the space. These people were probably the ones who pried her door last night. The lock was deformed by her, damn it. I don't know what's going on outside the door. Shen Xun only heard a scream, but there was no other sound. These people are quite serious. It seems that this kind of thing is not uncommonly done. Not daring to go out rashly, Shen Xun took out the mask from the space and put it on, then took out a tear gas bomb, pulled the buckle and made a ding. Shen Xun threw the tear gas bomb out. Ah, what is this? The few people in the corridor couldn't control their tear glands, and the 3-meter passage was filled with tear gas bombs. 2 people thought they had retreated to the wall, but in fact they retreated to Shen Xun's iron gate. With 2 hissing sounds, they were hit by the electric current and fell to the ground. Taking advantage of the sound of the 2 falling to the ground, Shen Xun opened the iron door. The mask could make her immune to tear gas, and took out a pistol from behind her waist. Shen Xun walked out. Bang bang. The sound of the pistol with the silencer was not very loud, and Shen Xun killed 2 people in succession. Both of them were busy wiping their tears and covering their noses. They didn't pay attention to Shen Xun at all. They thought she was still inside the house. After beating 2 people to death one after another, Shen Xun kicked them. Her kick was not light, and she kicked the 2 corpses against the wall. The corridor was not that long, so someone probably had already touched the downstairs, so Shen Xun dismantled another tear gas bomb and smoke bomb, and threw them down the stairwell. There was no light in the dark night, and the corridor was full of smoke. Shen Xun leaned against the wall and felt his way downstairs, and was standing alone in the stairwell with the window open to breathe. Shen Xun put his hand on the man's shoulder, and the man was pushed downstairs by Shen Xun with force. Ah! With a bang, the man landed on the ice. Shen Xun touched the wall and continued to go downstairs. She couldn't turn on the flashlight, otherwise others would find her location. I don't know how many people came. After going down the stairwell, there was a sound of breaking wind above his head. Shen Xun hit back, but he didn't expect that there were people behind him. Shen Xun took out a pistol from the space again, and shot towards the front and back. There were 2 gunshots, and the people upstairs couldn't dodge and fell to the ground. But the people on the 21st floor hid. Shen Xun took out the flashlight and turned it on, then threw it aside. The trajectory was as if she herself was moving. The other party was really fooled, and the weapon in his hand hit the direction of the flashlight, and Shen Xun fired at the position where the man appeared. The man dodged again and Shen Xun snorted, a little bit interesting. The wind blew through the window, blowing away the smoke in the corridor, revealing the figure of that person, a woman. She was holding a machete and a steel bar in her hand, and the sound of breaking wind should be made by the steel bar. Shen Xun didn't hesitate, and when the woman's figure was revealed, she shot it with 1 shot. Spotting the direction where the woman was escaping, Shen Xun made another shot. Immediately afterwards, the 3rd shot was fired at the woman's foothold, and the woman was shot in the calf, and escaped perfectly according to the route she wanted. The woman was shot in the calf and fell to the ground. Shen Xun did not go up rashly. The woman's skills were not bad, and her reaction was quite quick. The flashlight pointed in the direction of the 2 of them, shining on Shen Xun's face and also on the woman's face. Not thinking of letting her live, Shen Xun put the pistol into the space under the shocked gaze of the woman, and took out a sniper rifle from the space. She feels so bored recently. Let's look for the touch. Shen Xun took out a handkerchief and wiped the magnifying glass, squatted on the ground and pointed a sniper rifle in the direction of the woman. What happened just now? The woman was terrified what she saw just now. Impromptu show, do a magic trick for you, don't be afraid. Shen Xun adjusted the sniper rifle, installed the silencer, stood back and retreated to the stairs. The recoil was just right. The wound on the woman's calf hit by the bullet had already been frozen to the point of numbness, and she still looked at Shen Xun with dull eyes. It was definitely not a magic trick just now. She saw the sniper rifle appear out of thin air in front of her eyes. She supported her body with both hands and retreated. The woman retreated to the door of room 2101. Bang, the bullet shot straight at the woman, hitting her left arm. Her body lost support instantly, and the woman lay on the ground. What the hell are you? Ah! Shen Xun shot a second time, hitting her right arm. The woman could no longer move. She could only watch the devil pull the trigger before her eyes. Shen Xun's eyes remained calm. Without answering the woman's words, Shen Xun continued to pull the trigger. What kind of a good person could come to pry at her door at night? Shen Xun would definitely satisfy the other person's wish for this kind of person who was rushing to death. The woman's limbs had already been shot, and the stinging pain from the wound hit her brain directly, making her almost faint. But Shen Xun just couldn't give her a good time. Putting away the sniper rifle, Shen Xun walked up to the woman and squatted down. This woman was smarter and more ruthless than most people. And she is also good at skills. If I guess correctly, those men who were killed just now were all her younger brothers. For this kind of person, Shen Xun said that he still likes it very much. It's only because this woman is staring at her. After playing enough, Shen Xun took out the dagger, gave her a good time, lifted the body and threw it from the window. Along with the corpse on the stairs and the 2 men who were shot to death, Shen Xun. They were all thrown down and there were 4 corpses leaning against the door. Shen Xun didn't dare to just go forward, put on the Zhuang gloves. Shen Xun moved the 4 of them away from the iron gate, then picked up one with each hand, and threw them all down. The shells of the smoke bombs and tear gas bombs were put away, and Shen Xun opened the iron door to enter the house. After a busy night, there was no consumption of mental energy but much physical energy. So Lai Fu squatted by the door and waited for Shen Xun. Shen Xun took off his gloves and patted Lai Fu's ears. Go to sleep. Lai Fu swayed and followed behind Shen Xun. Watching Shen Xun take off his coat and fall on the bed. It also wants to go in but its body is too big, and it can't even get in the door. After turning on the iron gate electric voltage, Shen Xun lay on the bed. This time, no one should disturb him anymore, and went to sleep. When he woke up in the morning, Shen Xun opened the iron door and looked towards 2202. Lin Xiangrui and the 2 haven't come back yet, so they should have left. Both of them were robbed for 2 consecutive days, and they had nothing to eat. It is estimated that Lin Xiangrui also has a long memory. After making breakfast for Lai Fu, Shen Xun simply steamed the buns and shrimp dumplings, adjusted the dipping sauce, started running after breakfast, and warmed up first. Now the load has not been adjusted as before, but when the body feels that the body has adapted during the exercise, it is directly increased. While exercising and increasing the weight, Shen Xun looked at the heavy iron plate hanging on her arm, and she herself didn't know how much weight she was already carrying. After sweating all over, I boiled hot water and wiped it briefly. Otherwise I would probably catch a cold in the afternoon. A lot of people have been robbing everywhere recently, and many people in Building F have left long ago, and now even Lin Xiangrui has left. Without a neighbor, Shen Xun became more daring. What to eat for lunch or something heavy? I haven't eaten anything strong for a long time. Putting on the fluffy pajamas, adding a woolen coat, and putting on a long padded jacket, and sitting by the stove for a while, Shen Xun felt warm. Moving the stove to the living room, Shen Xun took out the stone pot fish from the space. God knows he could only eat 2 bites when he was outside. The fish was eaten before the rainstorm. I heated the stone pot fish on the fire, washed some side dishes and cooked it. Schwung. After eating the whole fish, I added some shrimps, which tasted good after cooking. I opened a can of beer and my lunch was full. The smell of stone pot fish is really strong, and it took half an hour to dissipate, and I changed the smelly cotton clothes. Come here. Shen Xun put on his shoes and tied the knot. Lai Fu squatted in front of Shen Xun, and Shen Xun took out the scissors and trimmed the long hair on its chin. Due to the extreme cold, many animals grow thick hair to keep out the cold. The hair on Lai Fu's body, which was still very short, gradually grew longer with the passage of time, and Shen Xun had to trim it every once in a while. Don't move, I won't cut you again this time, trust me. Shen Xun grabbed its receding body. Lai Fu leaned back vigorously, but still couldn't escape Shen Xun's palm. Every time the scissors clicked, it trembled. I told you that I was really careless last time, why didn't you believe me? Shen Xun cut the last knife. Okay. Lai Fu seemed to have received an amnesty, turned around and ran behind the sofa to hide. Don't mess around, come here quickly and I'll take you out to play. Shen Xun put on the Zhuang gloves and opened the iron door. As soon as the master said he wanted to go out, he even opened the door, and Lai Fu walked up to Shen Xun, but he didn't dare to approach that door. Not really stupid. Shen Xun closed the iron door after taking Lai Fu into the space. Now this is really solid, without professional tools, don't try to pry open her door again. On the 3rd floor, Shen Xun let Lai Fu out. Lai Fu got out of the window on the 2nd floor, and then ran away without a trace, and Shen Xun followed behind. In only one morning the corpse left last night was gone, and Shen Xun stood on the bloody ice. The place where the corpse should have been placed was now empty, with only a little bit of minced meat left. After walking out of Tianfu, Shen Xun wandered the streets, and when he encountered groups of people, Shen Xun would avoid them. She was afraid that if all these people came to provoke her, she would be able to kill people today because there are too many people in City B. It is not yet known when the official base will be built. With the sound of chiseling ice, Shen Xun stood in the shadow and looked over there. 2 men and a woman were chopping on the ice with an axe in their hands. Ice cubes half a person's height have been piled up next to it, and they were obviously dug out. It's still close, dig again. The woman took the axe and slashed hard on the ice. It's too cold, let's just cut off half of it and take it away. Another person rubbed his hands, it was too cold, and his physical strength was almost exhausted. That's good, most of them have been dug out anyway. The 3 of them agreed the ice was too tightly frozen, and the axe would freeze even if you didn't pay attention. If you don't dig a little further, there's quite a lot of meat underneath, the woman said regretfully, picking up the axe. They've been digging for a long time and it's not too late. Then cut it at the calf. It's more fragile here. I'll cut a few knives at the calf later, and then the 3 of us will push it together. It should be broken. The woman handed over the axe, and someone else started digging. Shen Xun watched for a while before he realized what the three of them wanted to do. What could be under the ice? Those storefronts on the first floor, and people who froze to death. You guessed half right. After all, they really came here to find food, and it would be unrealistic to expect them to dig through the ice. As the three of them pushed, there was a clicking sound, and a male corpse in short sleeves was amputated by the three of them at the calf. Shen Xun wasn't watching and saw a lot of things like this. As far as the eye can see, there are big pits on the ice, and the ice cubes piled up beside the big pits are like grave bags. Most of the corpses inside were cut in half, and none below the waist could be dug out, and very few parts were cut off from the calf. Shen Xun looked at the corpses in the pit, and pictures of cannibal feasts flashed in front of her eyes. Humans are animals too, and the food chain rules of survival. If these people want to survive in the future, cannibalism is inevitable when they have nothing to eat. These pits have been dug before. Shen Xun avoided the section with the most potholes, and chose another path. With a bang, Shen Xun dodged a small stone, and the stone hit the iron sheet on the side of the road with a loud sound. Shen Xun looked in the direction of the throw. It was a child. The child threw another stone in Shen Xun's direction, then turned around and ran away. Shen Xun reached out to catch the stone. The plush gloves were stained by the mud on the stones, so Shen Xun did not catch up, and walked slowly down the alley. Man, why didn't you follow? The child met the man in front of the alley, panting slightly. Every time you provoke someone like this. Those people were all chasing after them like mad dogs. Why didn't the person respond when he was smashed this time? You missed her, didn't you? The man questioned the child. How is it possible? I have never missed a shot. I can assure you that I really hit her just now, the child hurriedly explained. You know, if you don't bring back one person today, you will be boiled in the pot tonight, the man said in a cold tone. The child was shaking all over. He didn't want to be eaten. I'll go again. I'm sure I can lure her over this time. You believe me? The child struggled to free his wrist from being restrained by the man. The two looked at each other. Let him go again. Shen Xun held the stone in his palm. Only a fool would catch up. She is in a good mood today. She doesn't want to kill anyone. She just wants to relax. The child quickly caught up with Shen Xun, and he followed behind Shen Xun. The reason why he regarded Shen Xun as today's target was because Shen Xun appeared alone. This kind of person is the best way to attack. He has succeeded several times, and many people will think of teaching him a lesson when they see him as a child. Just lead people into the alley. The child took out a stone from his pocket and threw it in Shen Xun's direction. Shen Xun turned sideways to avoid the sound. Looking back at the child, Shen Xun squeezed the stone he had just picked up in his hand, and turned towards the child, using 100% of his strength. This was the first time she used all her strength, and the stone was shot away from Shen Xun's palm at such a speed that only afterimages remained. It hurts. Woohoo, said the child lying on the ground. He only felt pain in his back and cold all over his body. The impact force of the stone was strong, and at such a short distance it was 100% of Shen Xun's force. The stone pierced through the padded jacket on the child and embedded itself directly into his body. The body temperature was lost little by little, and he had never experienced death. The child was still crying on the ground, but he didn't know that he was about to die. He only felt getting colder and colder, and there were bursts of pain in his back. Shen Xun walked to his side and knelt down to look at his painful expression. Is it fun? Shen Xun said indifferently. He didn't intend to kill him, but he rushed to deliver the head himself. Don't kill me, I didn't mean it, I really didn't mean it. The child curled up. With a bright smile on Shen Xun's face, she raised her hands and shook them in front of his eyes. She was empty-handed and had no weapon. The child was relieved. It seemed that this person was easy to talk to. Shen Xun didn't leave either. His eyes were always on the child's face, watching him enduring the pain. His complexion paled a little, and his lips turned pale in the end. Shen Xun was unusually sober. It's cold. The child trembled and infinite fear rose in his heart at this moment. He even didn't dare to open his eyes to meet Shen Xun's cold gaze. He had lost all feeling in his back, and he knew that he was about to die. Goodbye. Shen Xun stood up and patted the snowflakes on his hands. Help, please help me. The child's eyes were flushed. He wanted to live, but he didn't want to die, but the figure in his sight gradually moved away. When he was in a blur, two tall figures came towards him, and the desire to survive made him sober again. Help me. It wasn't until the two got closer that the child could see who it was. Trash, it seems that you are destined to be a pot tonight. The child was even more desperate, but unfortunately he didn't even have the strength to beg for mercy now. The two casually looked at the child's body, and found that there was a hole in the back. A hard thing. Ha ha ha, let's go, let's carry him back. The man was already salivating. Children's meat is the most delicious, and it is smoother and tenderer than those of the older ones. Thinking of bringing some strength to his hands, he had already set his sights on the child. But this kid is usually very active in doing things. It is difficult to find opportunities to start, not to mention that he is needed in the team to seduce passersby. Isn't God helping him today? When was the last time he ate a child? It was half a month ago. The child had already lost his breath in the turbulence. Shen Xun walked through the commercial street, turned in through the window, and found 2 shopping malls in a row. After going in and looking, there was nothing inside. Except for the few empty iron shelves left, all usable and edible food has been emptied, and even the wooden shelves have been removed. The population of City B is too large. A lot of people died in the heavy rain, many people died of freezing due to the extreme cold, and there must be quite a few people who died of starvation. Those who were killed and eaten, it is estimated that only the official can count this number. So far, a lot of people in City B have survived, and today no less than a few hundred people can be seen wandering outside. Not to mention those hidden in a corner of the building, and where she didn't know. The iron frames were not damaged. Shen Xun put the iron frames into the space and modified them, so that they could be used to grow vegetables. These iron shelves were full of things before, but now they are all emptied, which is convenient for her to collect. After collecting the shelves of 2 shopping malls in a row, Shen Xun stopped. It was almost enough. As long as it was enough, these were all plans for the future. It was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon after leaving the mall, and Shen Xun was about to go back. Lifu estimated to run. I went to the mountains to play, and the city center can no longer satisfy it. Returning the same way, the child's body on the ground had disappeared, and Shen Xun's expression was inexplicable. The 1-year period is about to expire, and there is no news from other places, but large and small bases or shelters must be built. The official news is still so hidden. Bang bang followed by several gunshots. Shen Xun stopped his pace, and many people rushed out from the alley in front. Shen Xun leaned sideways against the wall to avoid being hit. Dozens of people ran over from there, and Shen Xun patted the mud spots and melted snow on the jacket. With the pistol fastened to her waist, Shen Xun continued to move forward. There was no way she could go home in this direction. A few more people hurried past Shen Xun in a panic, and she was the only one walking backwards on this road. After leaving the alley, Shen Xun walked around the ice pits, and several soldiers in military coats pointed their guns at Shen Xun. Shen Xun realized that his right hand was placed behind his waist, and the pistol was instantly put into the space. In a second, Shen Xun raised his hands. I am a good citizen, a very good citizen. Several people were still a little worried about Shen Xun, but seeing that her hands were empty and there were no tools for digging ice around her, they felt a little less guarded. What are you doing here? The soldier asked Shen Xun. I said I came for a walk, would you believe me? She really came for a walk, and picked up a few shelves by the way. He still had doubts about Shen Xun. Many people came here to dig up corpses when they were hungry and dizzy. This person also appeared here taking a walk, who would believe it? His gun was still pointed at Shen Xun, and there was a smile on the corner of Shen Xun's mouth, but impatience was already in his eyes, and his raised hands were slowly lowered. She's not here to dig up the corpse, put down the gun quickly. The team leader put his hand on the gun. He looked at Shen Xun's clean gloves and shoe uppers, which were in exactly the same state as those who dug up the corpses. My house is in the back. If I want to pass here, of course I will be here. Seeing that the man didn't mean to embarrass himself, Shen Xun put a smile on his face again. Let her go, the captain said first. The soldier put away his rifle, and Shen Xun walked away without looking back. The air could smell the smell of burning and meat. Shen Xun raised his eyes and saw that several soldiers were burning those half-corpses. The atmosphere was a bit dignified. Those who exhumed the corpses were enclosed in a circle, and outside the circle were officials with rifles. Those people who smelled the smell of burning human flesh couldn't hold it back at all, and stormed in the encirclement, but what awaited them was a bullet in the head. During this distance, Shen Xun heard several gunshots, and these cannibals probably wouldn't survive today. From the first bite, human flesh will be very difficult for them to quit until they die. In special times, official people have zero tolerance for these things. One by one, the cannibals were escorted into the building next to the street and never came out again. But these people had no fear of death, nor did they repent and beg for mercy. They just silently looked at the direction of the burning corpses, with saliva dripping from the corners of their mouths. The sight in front of them frightened several soldiers. These people could not be called human beings at all. They were scarier than ghosts. Shen Xun's expression was indifferent. These soldiers were not the same group they encountered before, and the group they encountered before was obviously more tragic. Every one of these soldiers I met today had a ruddy complexion, and it was obvious that they didn't have to worry about food and clothing. Concurrently, the 2 confirmed messages are that the first batch of soldiers they met had a mission, but they didn't know what the mission was. The second group is the rescue team. Judging from their actions today, they should clean up City B next. Official personnel have gradually infiltrated City B, and it seems that they will soon take over here, and Lifu can no longer go out alone. If you meet an official person, you will definitely be shot on the spot. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Shen Xun finally returned to Tianfu, and went in through the window on the second floor. Taking out the reclining chair and the stove in the space, Shen Xun sat on the chair and waited for Lifu. Usually at this time Lai Fu will come back soon. As the sun went down, Lai Fu wandered back. Smelling Shen Xun's breath under the window, Lai Fu wailed twice. Shen Xun stood up and put the stove and reclining chair into the space. Lai Fu rolled in through the window, screaming all the time. And Shen Xun couldn't understand what it was saying. It wasn't until Lai Fu pointed his butt at Shen Xun that Shen Xun saw that there were 3 long bloodstains on Lai Fu's buttocks near his lower abdomen. The bloodstains were extremely conspicuous on the white hair. This was the first time Shen Xun saw Lai Fu injured. It was usually used to being in the center of the city. When he touched the wound with his palm, Shen Xun heaved a sigh of relief, but fortunately it was not deep. But the wound needs to be dealt with quickly. The broken skin on the outside has been frozen. The ice must be melted first, otherwise the wound is easy to fester. Lai Fu wailed aggrievedly. It bit the corner of Shen Xun's clothes and was about to drag Shen Xun out. After watching it for a long time, Shen Xun finally understood what it meant. The feeling was that he lost a fight outside, and asked her to help find a place. "I'll go tomorrow, I'm hungry after waiting for you." Shen Xun raised his hand. She was really interested in taking Lai Fu into the space. What kind of alienated animal could hurt Lai Fu? Opening the iron door, Shen Xun took out the stove and boiled hot water first. "Don't move." Shen Xun took out the hot dagger and scraped off the frozen flesh on Lai Fu's wound. Lai Fu looked at the dagger in Shen Xun's hand, shaking his body like sifting chaff. "Don't be afraid, I'm not interested in leopard meat now." Shen Xun wanted to scare it, swallowing from time to time, and it trembled even more. Later, Lai Fu stopped shaking, but resigned to his fate and closed his eyes without looking at Shen Xun again. "Okay, get up." Shen Xun applied medicinal powder to the wound, and put 2 stoves aside, so that the wound would not be frozen again and could recover better. Lai Fu opened his eyes and saw that the master really didn't want to eat him, so he was relieved. Shen Xun didn't let him move around, but could only stay by the stove. It was past 8 o'clock in the evening after getting the wound done for it. After making dinner for Lai Fu, Shen Xun caught an old hen to kill and made stew for it. Without the 2 of Lin Xiangrui, it would be delicious no matter what. Shen Xun gave birth to some fresh mushrooms and put them in the soup, which was delicious. Covering the casserole and simmering for an hour, the bones were removed. "I haven't eaten cooked rice for a long time." Shen Xun cooked a bowl of rice with the boneless chicken and finished it. After washing up and lying on the bed, Shen Xun sank into the space consciously, sorting out the shelves received today. A total of more than 120 shelves. The shortest is 4 meters, and the longest is more than 9 meters. If it is modified, an iron plate is directly welded to the opening of the shelf frame, and then a groove is formed. Fill the groove with soil and sprinkle the seeds directly to promote growth. There was a burst of sparks and lightning in the space, and Shen Xun welded more than 100 shelves to the iron plates after continuous welding for more than 3 hours. Divide the soil from the foam box in the next room into the grooves of the shelves, and you're done. The mental power is also exhausted, but the result is satisfactory. Exiting the space, Shen Xun checked the wound on Lai Fu's body. The medicine powder was well absorbed, and the wound was not frozen again. Lai Fu's slight snore sounded. Shen Xun added coal to the stove. It should be able to burn until morning, and opened the window for some air. The cold air blew on his face. Shen Xun shivered, and goosebumps appeared on his neck. Get into bed. Turn on the electric blanket to the highest temperature, and fall asleep after getting warmer. In a building in the center of the city, Qin Lu and Lin Zhongyi sat silently facing each other, both with solemn faces. The batch of firearms outside the city has been found. The number is huge. I have already reported it. It is estimated that it will not be long before someone from above will be sent over. Lin Zhongyi tapped his fingers on the table, making a clicking sound. The local officials of City B organized a rescue team, and the team of Group A met today. Qin Lu reported today's situation. What's the matter, isn't this a good thing? Lin Zhongyi thought of the survivors he met in the city. It would be good if someone from the government stepped forward to control the situation. There was a conflict and our people were beaten. The people below reported that some people in their team had no sense of law and discipline. A qualified soldier does not even have the most necessary qualities, so one can imagine how much water is mixed in it. There is no discipline. Lin Zhongyi pondered what the officials of City B were trying to do. Forest. Team, I think there is a problem with City B, and it's a big problem. Qin Lu conjectured that the survivors of City B lived in dire straits and were skinny and hungry. Not only did they not receive help from local officials, they also found a large number of weapons outside the city. You took someone to dig out the batch of weapons outside the city. You must be careful not to be discovered. I'm just suspicious now. I'll wait for someone from above to talk about it. Okay, I'll take someone to do it later. Team Lin, there is one more thing. Qin Lu called Lin Zhongyi, who was about to get up. What's up? Those 3 scientific researchers all had serious mental problems. The team leader of Group A reported that when they received them, they were imprisoned. I know what you're talking about. I've already reported it to the higher-ups, and the accompanying military doctor will come with me. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, the brothers will not die in vain. Hearing these words, Qinilu knew that his emotions were exposed, but all the way to B City, the 6 squads, except for the soldiers under his own hands, were completely annihilated. It's hard to get people. If there are still 3 people with mental problems, then is the hard work and sacrifice along the way worthwhile? Lin Zhongyi slapped Qinilu on the shoulder. It's been a long time since you had a good rest, and there are still many things to be busy. Don't forget the task I entrusted to you. Go and rest first. By the way, tell the people under your command not to conflict with them for the time being, and wait until someone from above arrives, and see what they say. A strong dragon can't overwhelm a local snake. Qinilu still understands this truth. Especially now that the world has changed, as long as the other party hasn't broken his face, then everyone can still live in peace. Today's. Just bear with the matter. I promise you will make them pay the price. Lin Zhongyi was also a little annoyed that his own people were beaten. The 2 left after saying goodbye. Qinilu selected several soldiers, and they held a small meeting about the disposal of firearms. After washing up, Shen Xun simply ate breakfast. Let's go. Lai Fu woke up very early and ate faster than before. Putting Lai Fu into the space, Shen Xun released it when he went down to the 3rd floor. Lai Fu waited under the window wagging his tail. Lead the way. Shen Xun still remembered what he promised it yesterday. Lai Fu squatted down and wanted Shen Xun to come up. If I don't ride you today, you are injured. If you start running, the wound will open. That would take time to treat the wound again. He took out the bicycle from the space, Lai Fu led the way, and Shen Xun followed it. After a while, Lai Fu ran away without a trace. Shen Xun stepped on the pedal, and sparks came out of the chain. Ah, monsters, there are monsters. The man fell to the ground, the gun tremblingly raised in his hand. The muzzle of the black hole was aimed at the direction of Lai Fu for a moment. Lai Fu stopped and did not dare to step forward, and retreated a little bit. Why didn't you leave? It was fun to run just now. Shen Xun swayed off the gravel on his bicycle, and turned around the corner of the alley. Seeing someone coming out from behind, the guns that were originally aimed at Lai Fu were all aimed at Shen Xun. The sound of clicking, and loading bullets made Shen Xun's scalp tingle. She was not yet invulnerable. Lai Fu, stand behind me. Shen Xun drove his bicycle in front of Lai Fu with the gun pointed at his face. Lai Fu moved behind Shen Xun like a dog, but Shen Xun could not cover its huge body. Doesn't Country Z ban guns? When will this gun be rotten on the street, and everyone will have one? The people I met some time ago were also equipped with guns, and so are the people I met now. Shen Xun raised his hand to let Lai Fu lean back. Lai Fu retreated to an oblique position, and Shen Xun got off the bicycle. The muzzle of the black hole did not show the slightest sign of relaxing, and they all silently pointed at Shen Xun and Lai Fu. More than a dozen people were tightly wrapped, with only a pair of eyes exposed. The ferocity of the animals now made them feel terrified. Even if Shen Xun appeared in front of them, these people did not let go of their guards. Although the hand holding the gun was still trembling slightly, it still aimed steadily at Shen Xun's direction. No matter how these animals change, bullets can still hurt a few points. Anyone who was pointed at by so many guns could still have a smile on his face, and Shen Xun's eyes gradually turned cold. Putting his hands on the handlebars of the bicycle, Shen Xun put down the support frame. Seeing that Lai Fu did not take the initiative to attack and even hid behind Shen Xun, the guns in the hands of a dozen people slowly put down. 4 people tentatively stepped forward, but they still looked at Lai Fu defensively. Over there, throw your bag over here. Shen Xun was carrying a hiking bag, which contained some snacks and a bottle of hot water. You are deaf, I tell you to throw your bag over here, hurry up, the man said, raising the gun in his hand. Shen Xun unbuttoned the belt around his waist, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Here it's done. The black backpack flew across the air in a parabola, and the 2 eagerly stepped forward to catch it, while the other 2 looked at Shen Xun warily. Shen Xun put his palm behind his back, and the pistol had already appeared in his palm. Eat a lot of food. The 2 took the backpack, put it on the ground and opened it, and when they saw what was inside, both of them were excited. Biscuits, bread, some snacks and a thermos cup. I feel hungry. For a moment, the 4 of them lowered their heads to check the contents of the backpack. When the partners behind them heard that there was so much food in the backpack, they all ran over from behind. Don't grab it, I said, don't grab it. Put them all back. Don't you fucking understand human words? Put them all back for me. The rifle in the man's hand fired a shot into the sky, and a dozen people fell silent for a while, and put all the things in their hands back. Shen Xun changed the gun in his hand, dug out several grenades from the space weapon pile, pulled off the tab, and the grenades remained motionless in the static space. Standing back with his body, after confirming that he was within the safe range, Shen Xun took out the grenades and threw them at several people one by one. Get down. The 2 of them, who had been staring at Shen Xun closely, fired when they sensed Shen Xun's movement, but they missed. Shen Xun hid sideways behind an oblique corner, and threw several grenades. While several people were dodging, Shen Xun took out his pistol and shot one by one. Bang bang fell 2 people. The power of the grenade was good. Several people were blown to pieces, and fell to the ground wailing. For a while, no one paid attention to the backpack. They were all looking for cover in a panic, and they were not professionally trained. No normal person could react immediately in this situation. Shen Xun caught them off guard because the grenade came so suddenly. Who would have so many grenades on him? You squeezed me, move your butt back. Shen Xun stood back with Lifu behind him. The oblique position was narrow and Lifu. The body is too large. Lifu stepped back and stuck to the wall. Shen Xun had a little room to maneuver. Taking out the sniper rifle, Shen Xun adjusted the scope. I have to say that among all the firearms, her favorite is the sniper rifle. A dozen people, 5 or 6, were killed by the bomb, 2 were killed by the pistol, and the remaining 9 hid behind the pillars. She is over there. Shen Xun deliberately showed his head, and dense bullets shot at her. When the gunshots ended, Shen Xun shot and killed the closest person with a sniper rifle on his shoulder. These people weren't very accurate, but random guns could kill the old master, so Shen Xun didn't dare to show his face rashly. Go around to the back and tear them apart. Shen Xun took out a smoke bomb, and the alley where he was immediately filled with smoke. Those people lost their sight. Shen Xun pressed his gun to open the way for Lifu. It's now go. Lifu stood up and rushed into the smoke at an extremely fast speed. Shen Xun picked up the stones on the ground and threw them out. The stones hit the wall with a sound. Da-da-da, dense bullets hit the direction of the wall. Those people are now like frightened birds. Any sound can make them vigilant. Soon after they finished firing the bullets, there was the sound of reloading. Shen Xun changed the sniper rifle, took a pistol in each hand, and pinpointed the position of the 2 of them and pulled the trigger. Ah, my feet! The man's exposed calf was hit by Shen Xun, and the wound was instantly frozen. The other person didn't have such good luck. He was hit in the neck by Shen Xun and died on the spot. There were 2 fewer people. I'm fighting with you. The man changed the magazine, and rushed to the corner where Shen Xun was with the fear in his heart. The gun in his hand kept banging. Shen Xun dodged the bullet sideways and stepped back a little bit obliquely. The few remaining people did not hide anymore, but followed closely behind the man. They wanted to overpower him, a joke. They had guns in their hands, and the other party was just 1 person. The bullets were airtight, and if they went out at this time they would definitely be blocked. Shen Xun stepped back a little, and the smoke bomb in his hand had already been thrown out. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Shen Xun didn't show fear, but a smile on his face. When the first person who rushed to Shen Xun met Shen Xun, he was stunned for a moment. Stand back, it's deceitful. The man reacted quickly. Anyone who was surrounded by guns could still smile so happily. Shen Xun was the first one he saw. The man wondered if there would be grenades around, and they backed away in a panic. He didn't want to be the first to die. After a good time, the smoke bomb dispersed. Shen Xun raised the horizontal knife in his hand and slashed at the man's head. The horizontal knife stuck on the bones of the man's neck. The smoke covered the sight of several people, but the noise made by Shen Xun was still heard by several people. Hit! The bullet shot toward Shen Xun, and Shen Xun pulled the unlucky man who had been hacked to death just now to block him, and retreated a little bit. Ah, there's someone behind. The man was thrown to the ground from behind in the smog, and he lost his breath before he could scream. Hearing the sound, Shen Xun knew that it was Lifu who had circled behind him, so he took out his infrared glasses and put them on. Shen Xun could barely see the outlines of a few people with his eyes in the smoke, but it was enough. The gunshots would reveal the location, and Shen Xun approached the 2 of them who were leaning together with a horizontal knife. The 2 were back to back, able to attack and defend. Shen Xun took out a dagger and threw it over, hitting the man on the forehead. The man who fell on the ground raised his hand to help his partner's head, but Shen Xun chopped it off with a horizontal knife, killing 2 more people. The few remaining people had already collapsed mentally, and the fingertips holding the gun were white, showing how hard they were. Dong Dong's heartbeat sounded like thunder, and the man held the gun in his hand and fired wildly. Die, die, stepping back a little bit. Ah, who the hell is shooting indiscriminately? The man yelled, cursing after being hit in the arm by a stray bullet. Lifu bit the crazy man's head with 1 bite, and the man lost his breath in a different place. There were only 2 people left. Shen Xun skimmed behind the man, pierced his chest with a horizontal knife, and Lifu threw the other man to the ground and bit him. The smoke bomb dissipated, and more than a dozen people were lying or leaning on them without breath. The commotion just now was too loud, and it is estimated that some people have come here by now. Shen Xun pulled the guns on several people and put them into the space. When he got on his bicycle and was about to run, he realized that the bicycle had been blocked just now. Shen Xun had no choice but to put it into the space, picked up the backpack on the ground, and Shen Xun took out a bicycle again. Go quickly. Lifu led the way, and Shen Xun followed closely behind on his bicycle. Less than 2 minutes after 1 man and 1 leopard left, more than 20 well-trained soldiers rushed into the alley. Qin Lu gestured, and 2 soldiers behind him stepped forward with guns to explore the way. The air was filled with the smell of gunfire. Qin Lu picked up the fragments from the grenade on the ground. His face was cold. Captain Qin, I didn't notice, the person has already left. Damn, they are already very fast. but they are still a step slower. Clean them up and see if there are any other discoveries. Chinilu took the lead in squatting down to check these. Human wounds. Captain Chin, look here. A soldier picked up the empty bottle of smoke bombs on the ground and handed it to Chinilu. Dig out all the bullets from these people. Chinilu took the bottle of smoke bombs and stood up from the ground. After receiving the order, several people began to cut their wounds to take bullets. Chin team, these people were hacked to death directly. There were no gunshot wounds on their bodies, and these 2 wounds are very strange. Chinilu squatted down to examine the strange corpses. Their heads were all severed, and there were signs of biting and pulling with great force on the neck. These were killed by alienated beasts. Chinilu immediately guessed. Captain Chin, look, this is a bullet from a sniper rifle, said the man holding a small disc with several bloody bullets on it. It seems that a group of people fought here just now. Chinilu could already think of what happened in this alley just now. There was a sniper on the other side, 2 handjobs and 2 knives, about 5 or 6 people, with a well-trained alienated beast. Chin team, the rescue team from City B is here. Chinilu's complexion changed slightly, thinking about Lin Zhongyi's words to be patient for the time being. Let's go. More than 20 people followed behind Chinilu and trotted away from the alley. At this time, Shen Xun, who didn't know that he had 5 more younger brothers for no reason, rode the bicycle happily in his heart. With a bright smile on his face, more than 30 white guns, and a good harvest, humming in a low voice, Shen Xun followed Laifu and stopped under a shopping mall building. Is it here? Shen Xun pressed the emergency brake, looked up. There was a building with more than 50 floors, and a shopping mall with 10 floors was at the bottom. Chapter 93. Whoever is caught up is a pig. There is a lot of space inside, no wonder Laifu can go in. Standing in front of the broken floor-to-ceiling window, Laifu yelled twice and walked in. Shen Xun picked up the bicycle and put it under the window and walked in too. Laifu's tail wagged violently, and he walked with his head held high. This was the first time Shen Xun could see the expression on its face. The shopping mall is very large, and the corridors are also very spacious. Laifu, who is 3 meters tall, will not look crowded when walking in the corridors. When he reached the 5th floor, Laifu stopped by the gate of the 5th floor, squatted down and looked at Shen Xun and then at the gate. Open the door. The horizontal knife appeared in his hand out of thin air. Shen Xun didn't dare to trust it. For the alienated beast that could hurt Laifu, its speed must be comparable to that of Laifu. Laifu came forward wagging his tail, put his forelegs on the door and opened it. The door opened little by little. Shen Xun looked in. His expression changed slightly, but only for a moment. The gate was entwined with white and black silk thread, and there was a big hole of more than 2 meters in the middle of the thread. Shen Xun didn't need to think about it to know that it must be made by Laifu. Lifting his foot and walking in, Shen Xun stepped on the silk thread, and when he lifted his foot again, the sole of the shoe could feel sticky, accompanied by a sizzling sound, which affected the speed a bit. Shen Xun looked back and saw that Laifu was rubbing the soles of his feet, and there were still black silk threads stuck to his back. It was only past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but there was no light at all in the shopping mall on the 5th floor. At a distance of 6 or 7 meters from the gate, the silk thread was tightly wound, leaving a vacuum in the middle. Shen Xun slashed the horizontal knife in his hand to remove all the silk threads blocking his body, and there were still many gnawed rags on the ground. Walking into the central vacuum zone, Shen Xun felt that there was something hard under his feet, and he put the sole of his shoe on it to scratch. After a couple of swipes, the sticky feeling is better. I don't know what is covered with this silk thread. It is too sticky. What kind of alienated animal can make this thing? A bright flashlight appeared in the palm of his hand, and Shen Xun's flashlight shone on the soles of his shoes. Only then did he see clearly what was used to scratch the soles just now. Half of the skeleton is still a complete upper body skeleton. The skeleton is black, not the normal white, as if it has been poisoned. There was a clicking sound above his head, and Shen Xun flashed a flashlight to take a photo. Dense human-shaped bulges hung above, visually inspecting about 300 corpses, the wind blowing from nowhere. The human-shaped bulges above the head shook. Laifu stood behind Shen Xun with a cry. Dense silk thread stuck to its back. Shen Xun raised his hand to wipe it off. The gloves were glued to the point of being useless, so Shen Xun took out another pair of gloves from the space and put them on again. Picking up the gloves on the ground, Shen Xun carefully observed the silk threads, which were a bit like spider silk, but thicker than spider silk. The bulge on the top of the head shook even more violently, colliding with each other and making a thumping sound. A silk thread shot from the top of his head, and Shen Xun rolled twice on the ground to avoid it. The silk thread hit the skeleton straight, and the skeleton shattered with a crackling sound. Laifu was obviously emotional. It ran to Shen Xun's side. Shen Xun put his hand on it and stood up, and in the next second 2 bright flashlights appeared in the palm of his hand. Shen Xun pointed towards the top of the connecting silk thread, and a 2-meter large spider was standing on it at this time, and the lower abdomen was still spitting out spider silk. There was no wind blowing in at all. The reason why those human-shaped bulges shook just now was because they were walking on them. Above it was a huge spider web, on which hundreds of corpses were hung. Another strand of spider thread shot from above. Shen Xun took precautions this time, and he and Lai Fu avoided in 2 directions. There was more than one. Shen Xun shook the flashlight to shine upwards, and 3 six-eyed spiders were staring at her covetously. The 3 spiders ran towards Shen Xun's direction. Their 8 legs were very fast, and their 6 eyes spun around. Shen Xun turned his head and ran. Lai Fu followed behind Shen Xun with a groan. Puff puff puff. The spider thread shot down from above, but every time it was firmly nailed 3 steps away from Shen Xun. Exciting fun, come again, I'm here. Shen Xun ran for a distance, stopped and waited on the spot. After training for such a long time and with a strengthened body, even if these spiders were alienated, they would not be able to catch up with her, so Lai Fu followed behind Shen Xun steadily. Whoever is caught up is a pig, Shen Xun yelled at Lai Fu, and Lai Fu ran away. Shen Xun's running and stopping also aroused the viciousness of these spiders. After chasing Shen Xun for half a shopping mall, they couldn't catch up, and they were still in their territory. When Shen Xun didn't know how many times he stopped, the spiders were not catching up, so Shen Xun flashed a flashlight. Hey, why don't you chase them? Lai Fu slammed into Shen Xun's waist suddenly. Ah, my waist. Shen Xun was knocked to the ground, and the flashlight in his hand flew 1 meter away and stuck to the spider web. Getting up from the ground cursingly, Shen Xun opened his mouth to reprimand Lai Fu, when there was a ho-ho sound from above his head, and then those human-shaped drums shook even more violently. Shen Xun picked up the flashlight and took a photo. 1 or 2 spiders stood on top of each human-shaped bulge, and each one was as big as 1 meter. Young life. I'll go. Although Shen Xun was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him. Nearly 400 spiders spit out spider silk from their lower abdomen, and the spider silk is entangled in the large web above, or hung on the human-shaped bulge. The spider silk fell little by little. The spider fell to the ground, and its 8 long legs were inserted into the ground. With sparse sounds, Shen Xun and Lai Fu were surrounded in the middle. Shen Xun took a photo with a flashlight. The 2-meter-long spider had 6 eyes, and the 1-meter-long spider had 4 eyes. Thousands of eyes rolled around, all of which reflected Shen Xun's shadow. The encirclement became smaller and smaller. Shen Xun and Lai Fu retreated to the middle. 1 big and 1 small leaned together, and now they knew why Lai Fu couldn't beat them. With the suppression of the number of these spiders, it would be nice if it could run away. There was a sharp sound from behind the spider group, and the spiders followed like a jerk, and strands of spider silk shot towards Shen Xun and Lai Fu. Poisonous! Shen Xun dodged the nearby strand of spider silk, and transparent liquid could still be seen dripping from the black spider thread, and wherever it was contaminated, there was a sizzling sound. Seeing Shen Xun dodging, the sharp voice behind the spider group became more anxious, and the overwhelming spider threads shot towards Shen Xun, and Shen Xun's expression changed slightly. Get down! Shen Xun pressed his palm on Lai Fu's head. There were spider threads in all directions. It was impossible to guard against. The spider silk was about to hit the body at a distance of 2 meters, and in the race against time, 2 bottles of alcohol appeared in Shen Xun's hand with a slight movement of his mind. I didn't expect the venom to be hidden in the spider silk, and I thought it was spit out from the mouth. It seems that the alienation of animals is indeed unique, and they are the darlings of the earth. There was no time to open the lid. Shen Xun held 2 bottles of alcohol in his left hand, and took out the bottle with his right hand. The dagger was drawn on the alcohol soft bottle. Alcohol was sprayed around Shen Xun and Lai Fu in an instant, and in a second, the dagger in his hand switched to a lighter. The moment the small flame of the lighter came into contact with the alcohol, it ignited with a bang, and the lighter exploded, but the burning spider silk opened away. The alcohol mixed with the venom burned together, making a crackling sound. The alcohol had the effect of disinfection, and the poison was also detoxified. But to be on the safe side, Shen Xun still took out the gas mask and put it on. Go there, go quickly, Shen Xun pointed to the road out. Lai Fu hesitated and didn't run, but bit the corner of Shen Xun's clothes, wanting to pull Shen Xun out together. Don't dawdle, Shen Xun kicked Lai Fu's ass. There were nearly 400 spiders. They were not joking. Alcohol is an indiscriminate attack. The moment Lai Fu hesitated, the next wave of attacks had arrived. Lai Fu was kicked away by Shen Xun for a distance of 1 meter, and when he saw spider threads covering the sky, he shot again. Go away. Shen Xun yelled at it, and the alcohol in his hand was ready. Seeing that he had no chance to find his master again, Lai Fu flew past the spider group at an extremely fast speed, and rushed towards the spider boss behind him. There was a new round of burning with a bang, and the spiders a few meters away from Shen Xun were not so lucky, and they were all stained with alcohol. Shen Xun's gloves were also stained a lot. His hands were burning like torches. He quickly took off the gloves, and his fingertips were also stained. He took out a rag and covered his hands before the flame went out, and Shen Xun froze when his hands came into contact with the cold air. Dodging the spider silk, Shen Xun took out new gloves and put them on. More than a dozen spiders soaked in alcohol screamed and rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames on their bodies. But It didn't work, and soon a few spiders smelled burnt and smelled like meat. They seemed to be afraid of the flames just now, and they didn't approach Shen Xun for a while, but looked at the screaming companions on the ground, and retreated several meters back. Until the smell of meat came from the burning bodies, and they got closer, several spiders could not resist the temptation brought by the smell of meat, crawled towards the corpse of their companions and began to gnaw. If there is one, there are two. At this moment, some spiders are attacking Shen Xun, some are chasing Laifu, and some are gnawing on their companions. With so much less pressure, Shen Xun didn't continue to burn with alcohol, and even if he wasn't paying attention, the thing would set him on fire. Using alcohol to create a circular fire circle around it, Shen Xun stood in the center of the flame, smiling wildly on his face. He took out two submachine guns from the space, wrapped a reloading bag around his waist. Shen Xun set up the submachine gun, and the submachine gun fired dense bullets. The bullet hit the spider's huge lower abdomen, piercing through directly, and the wound was still covered with a stream of black mucus. Da-da-da. The spider screamed and fell to the ground, and quickly lost its breath. After a while, hundreds of them were dead, and Shen Xun quickly switched bombs to connect. Sparks shot out from the muzzles of the two submachine guns, and there was another sharp cry from behind the spider group. For a while, these spiders didn't attack Shen Xun anymore, and even the ones who lowered their heads to eat stopped eating, and all raised their heads and walked towards the back like a tide. Shen Xun's heart skipped a beat. He put away his submachine gun and ran back. Two of the 3 2-meter-long spiders had already been bitten to death by Laifu, and one was lying on the ground dying, with several wounds on its stomach that were dripping black liquid. The instant the thick liquid flows out, it is frozen. Shen Xun ran behind the spider group. What is that? At this time, a spider with a body as big as 4 meters stood in front of Laifu. This was probably the ultimate boss. 8 eyes, 9 legs, the legs are covered with barbs, and the belly is covered with colorful patterns. Laifu confronts it with bared teeth. It was too late. Shen Xun stopped, took out a sniper rifle from the space and put it on his shoulder, aiming at the lower abdomen of the Spider King. There was a bang and the bullet shot straight at the Spider King. Shen Xun didn't dare to be careless, and kept aiming with his sniper rifle. Sure enough, the barbs on Spider King's legs were as hard as iron blocks, and his 8 eyes observed all directions. Shen Xun gave it a very dangerous feeling, so he was always on guard against Shen Xun. The 9th flexible spider leg blocked the lower abdomen, and with a ding sound, the bullet was blocked. The tip of the spider leg was extremely sharp. It jumped up and stabbed at the place where Laifu was standing. Laifu dodge. Shen Xun yelled, set up the sniper rifle and fired 2 shots. The Spider King's figure slightly blocked the vital parts, and the 9th spider leg jumped onto the big net above his head with force. It hurt Laifu and its speed was not so fast. The Spider King walked quickly on the big web, and spit out 2 strands of spider silk from his lower abdomen, one black and the other white, shot towards Laifu. The sticky feeling was extremely strong. After Laifu's left leg was stuck, he couldn't struggle to move away, and the little spider also came close, and more than 200 spiders swarmed towards Laifu. Saliva could still be seen between the bites of the sharp weapon in the mouth, and 2 strands of spider silk, one black and one white, shot down from the top of the head, shooting straight towards Laifu. Laifu opened his eyes wide with a cry, and looked at Shen Xun's position. It was all his fault. It would be fine if he didn't bring his master here today. Laifu. Shen Xun's eyes were instantly cold, and the vine seeds appeared in the palm of his hand. Shen Xun threw the seeds forward, and a large green light spot appeared on his fingertips. In an instant the vine swelled. Give me to die. Shen Xun closed his palms and spikes grew from the swollen vines. The vines instantly occupied the entire space of the 5-story shopping mall, and wherever the vines passed, the spiders were instantly crushed into a pulp. Before he could utter his final howl, he died quietly. The thickest vine stretched out in front of Laifu, blocking 2 strands of spider silk, one black and one white, but the vine was also corroded black by the venom. Shen Xun continuously supplied supernatural powers, and the vines were corroded and recovered instantly. Shen Xun controlled the tip of the vines and inserted them straight towards the Spider King. The spikes on the vine became sharper. Shen Xun raised his palm, and slightly slid his index finger upwards. Go! Countless vine branches attacked the Spider King above in an instant. The Spider King bounced extremely fast to dodge, and Shen Xun held his right hand halfway. The vine suddenly rose again. You can't hide. Shen Xun spread out his 5 fingers, and the vines followed the direction Shen Xun pointed to attack as the index finger slid. Where to hit? Sure enough, ordinary vines were still not enough. The vines wrapped around the spider's legs, but they were cut off by the sharp barbs on the spider's legs. The Spider King was already thinking of retreating. It was the fastest growing in the group, and it already had a bit of IQ. The feeling Shen Xun gave it at this time made it terrified, and if it got close, the hairs on its body would stand up. It escaped from Shen Xun's side, avoided the entangled vines and broke through the thick spider silk. It wanted to escape. Shen Xun looked at the vine knots cut off by the Spider King, And sure enough, these ordinary vines were not fun at all. She was a little Miss Black. The Spider King cut through the layers of spider silk and ran towards the floor-to-ceiling windows. Just a little bit, and it could run away. Tisk! Shen Xun snorted, raised her left hand. Green light spots emerged from her fingertips, and the light spots accurately melted into the broken vine body on the ground. This was the first time in her history that she used both hands to manipulate a supernatural power. The broken vine branches also began to grow crazily. When the Spider King was about to jump out of the window, countless vines spread and blocked all the exits. The entire 5th floor is truly airtight at this time. A vine branch obediently appeared in front of Shen Xun, and Shen Xun sat on it. The vine branch picked up Shen Xun and flew into the air, flying to the place where the Spider King was trapped. Shen Xun propped his hands on the vine, his calves were dangling in the air, and when he came close, the vine lowered his body and put Shen Xun down. His feet touched the ground, and Shen Xun looked at the Spider King in the corner. I said you can't run away. Shen Xun took out his raincoat and put it on, moving his wrists. The wrist joints clicked. Puff, 2 strands of spider silk, one black and one white, shot towards Shen Xun, and the trapped beasts were still fighting, not to mention that the cunning rabbit had 3 holes. The vines blocked Shen Xun's body, and the vines corroded by the venom sizzled. Shen Xun's index finger twirled around, and the vines entangled the Spider King layer by layer. Your legs are good, especially the 9th one, so I'll accept it. Shen Xun approached the Spider King, holding the 9th leg at the end of it tightly with both hands. Lifting his right foot and stepping on the vine, Shen Xun exerted all his strength. The Spider King let out a miserable cry. Shen Xun clenched his right fist and punched it hard. You're so noisy. This punch used 60% of its strength, and the Spider King was beaten half to death. Shen Xun continued to pull out, and with a pop, Shen Xun completely removed his leg. While waving his right hand, the vines surrounding Laifu spread out. Laifu, come and beat it. Looking at where Shen Xun was, Laifu leaped over the messy vines and rushed towards Shen Xun. Shen Xun put his hand on Laifu's forehead to prevent him from being knocked down to the ground. Stop, don't hit me. Laifu excitedly licked Shen Xun's fingers. Go, it's yours now. Shen Xun stepped aside, and the vines had already let go of the Spider King with a wave of his hand. Laifu looked at the Spider King vigilantly, and let out a low growl. Like hunting, Laifu approached the Spider King a little bit. Enduring the pain of losing his 9th leg, the Spider King wobbled and stood up to confront Laifu. Shen Xun looked at it in surprise. It could still stand up. It seems that this Spider King ate a lot of people during the alienation period. The 8 legs tremblingly supported the huge body, and Laifu used the old 6 style of attack again, jumping onto the back of the Spider King, and biting it down. The Spider King was defeated, and lay down on the ground screaming. After succeeding, Fu immediately retreated to the side, and after confirming that the Spider King was not a threat to him, Laifu confidently jumped on it. With his back to Laifu, Shen Xun sat on the vine and looked at the spider leg in his hand. The spider leg was as long as 1.5 meters, and the leg was covered with sharp barbs. Remove the softer part at the back as long as the hard end is about 1.23 meters. After removing the soft part, Shen Xun took out the horizontal knife from the space, and slashed at it. The horizontal knife buzzed from the shock. It's so hard. Shen Xun's wrists also trembled. She had used 10% of her strength just now. The barb was still the same, nothing changed, but the horizontal knife was cut open, so Shen Xun put the knife into the space and took out the pistol. He fired 2 shots at the spider's leg at close range, keeping the 2 shots at the same position, and after the 2 shots were fired, the bullets fell to the ground. Good stuff. Shen Xun's eyes lit up. Looking at the spider leg, the bullet failed to penetrate and blocked it. It was extremely hard and sharp, so Shen Xun put on a pair of gloves to hold the tail end, picked up the spider legs and hit the vines. The barbs were hooked into the vine body. Shen Xun exerted force with his hand, and the vine body hooked by the barbs brought up a piece of green pulp. This scene pleased Shen Xun, and Shen Xun continued to experiment repeatedly on tongue. This thing is really easy to use. If it is smoked on a person, it will not bloom directly. The Spider King had already been bitten to death by Laifu. Shen Xun looked back. Laifu had already eaten several of its legs, and his mouth was crunchy. The 8 eyes turned around without focusing, and 2 strands of spider silk flowed out of the lower abdomen uncontrollably. Shen Xun watched Laifu bowing his head and eating wildly, and he rubbed his forehead for a while. After Laifu's alienation, except for his teeth getting better, his size became bigger, and his speed became faster. He really didn't see any changes. No, there are still changes, and my appetite has grown. Shen Xun put away the spider legs in his hand. He can polish them well when he goes back. Laifu snorted and ate, and soon the Spider King's upper body was already under its stomach, leaving the tail part. Laifu was so disgusted that he didn't open his mouth. Cleaning up the battlefield and preparing to go back, Shen Xun controlled the vines and made them wither quickly. The vines shriveled instantly and made a crisp sound when stepped on, and could be used as dry firewood. Shen Xun put the shriveled vines into the space, and called Laifu to go downstairs. When 1 person and 1 leopard went downstairs, The spiders hiding in the corner gradually emerged. There were hundreds of them, each with a size of 50 centimeters. The spider crazily inhaled the residual limbs and minced meat on the ground, and even ate it along with the spider silk. Several larger ones surrounded the Spider King, gnawing on the spider silk and the remaining flesh and blood in the Spider King's stomach. There was the sound of eating for a while. Taking out the bicycle from under the window, Shen Xun looked at the sky, probably going back quickly. Halfway through the journey, Shen Xun stopped his bicycle, opened his backpack and smuggled out a cotton jacket from the space to put on. The temperature dropped sharply at night. Taking out a bright flashlight and strapping it to the bicycle, Shen Xun speeded up to go home. As it was getting colder and colder, Shen Xun stopped and rubbed his hands. Laifu stood beside Shen Xun and knelt down. Shen Xun put his hand on its neck to warm it up. Let's go. It wanted Shen Xun to ride on it. After walking and stopping for an hour to reach Tianfu, Shen Xun was trembling all over. This was the first time he drove at night. If I came back overnight when I closed the mountain before, I probably would have died on the way. His hands and feet were already numb from the cold, and putting Laifu and the bicycle into the space, Shen Xun climbed upstairs, shivering and putting on the Juan gloves. Opening the door and walking in, Shen Xun immediately took out the stove and heated up ginger soup. Both the floor heating and the radiator were turned on, but Shen Xun still felt cold all over. The wooden barrel was placed on the floor, and Shen Xun poured the hot water stored in the space into the barrel, took off his clothes and lay down in it. The hot water warmed Shen Xun's body, his numb limbs gradually regained control, and his pale face regained its polish. The ginger soup on the stove was also hot. Shen Xun wiped his body clean and drank the ginger soup. He felt better after being warmed up from inside to outside. Moving the stove to the living room, Shen Xun let Laifu out, cooked dumplings for dinner and dipped them in spicy sauce, and after eating Shen Xun lay on the bed. Consciousness sank into the space, and after Shen Xun took care of all the livestock in the space, he found the spider legs he got during the day. Spiritual power controlled the spider's legs. Shen Xun's mind moved slightly, and a part of the barb at the tip was removed, just enough to be held by one palm. Find the gauze wrapped around the polished handle, and the spider legs have appeared in the palm of your hand with a slight movement of the mind. Shen Xun lay on the bed, holding the spider legs up to her eyes. How to polish the tip? She likes it very much as a weapon. Consciousness sank into space. Shen Xun rummaged through the mobile phone with the forging video. Opened the phone and Shen Xun directly clicked on the finished video. She didn't want to forge, but wanted to find some inspiration. After watching the video, Shen Xun compared other cold weapons in the space. Just this. Shen Xun found inspiration on the farm tool hook. Putting the spider legs back into the space, Shen Xun controlled his mental power, polished all the barbs and turned them all into hooks, and this hook went down tsk tisk tsk. A small arrowhead was polished at the end of the hook, which was extremely sharp. Shen Xun couldn't put it down for a while, and then smeared venom on the small arrowhead, which was perfect. Shen Xun expressed his satisfaction with his work. If it wasn't for the fact that it was covered with venom and it would be easy to accidentally injure him, he would definitely put it next to his pillow when he slept. The heater hummed in the room, and Shen Xun slept soundly. In the morning, Laifu yelled outside the door. Shen Xun raised his hand to put it into the space, and the figure of Laifu quickly found the litter box. Getting up from the bed, Shen Xun took a telescope and looked downstairs. The snow had stopped falling. People in 2s and 3s can still be seen on the street, wrapped into rice dumplings, dangling and beating on the ice. After stewing the ribs on the stove, Shen Xun poured hot water to wash by the stove. It should be that the extreme heat is coming, and the temperature has dropped a lot in the past 2 days. The ribs were also stewed. Shen Xun found a movie and ate while watching. Laifu licked the rice bowl in the living room. After breakfast, Shen Xun was exercising in the gym. Laifu's huge head was placed in the middle of the door, with his claws stretched inward. It can't get in. Shen Xun wiped the sweat from his forehead. His body alternated between hot and cold. It can't be done. This temperature is no longer suitable for exercise. It was okay before, but now as long as you sweat, you will feel cold instantly, and if you continue like this, you may catch a cold and have a fever. Shen Xun threw himself on Laifu's body, and buried his whole body in Laifu's soft hair. It's so warm. Laifu howled and licked his palm. Taking out the cold medicine and taking it, Shen Xun drank 2 more cups of ginger tea. After his body warmed up, Shen Xun took out the recliner and leaned against the stove to read a book. I had been reading this book before, and now that I finally finished it, Shen Xun closed the book, rubbed his tired eyes, took out the hot compress eye mask from the space and put it on. Consciousness sank into the space and Shen Xun found vegetable seeds, corn, sweet potato, wheat, and various cabbage seeds. Put the seeds in batches into the shelf soil that was prepared before, more than 100 shelves. After putting them in, Shen Xun began to stimulate them. Blooming and bearing fruit, Shen Xun used a little mental power to clean out all the sweet potatoes that had been planted, and the wheat was also directly peeled and piled aside. Throughout the afternoon, Shen Xun was busy in the space, and a lot of picked food had been piled up in the corner of the space. The mental power was almost exhausted. Shen Xun exited the space, took off the blindfold. His eyes were covered with darkness. It was already dark. Laifu was snoring in the living room. Shen Xun got up and added coals to the stove, killed a chicken and stewed it, and steamed it with the fresh corn that was spawned in the afternoon. Hearing Shen Xun's movements, Laifu's huge head appeared by Shen Xun's door, and Shen Xun made dinner for it. Pulling the curtain, Shen Xun took out the desk lamp and plugged it in. The lamp was not bright. Just enough to see the furnishings in the room. The lid of the stewed chicken on the stove slammed from time to time, and Shen Xun nestled quietly on the recliner, playing with the pistol in his hand, disassembling and assembling it. The movements are proficient like muscle memory. With a click, the pistol is fully assembled, and the stewed chicken on the stove is ready. Throwing the pistol casually on the bed, Shen Xun stretched his waist and got up to serve corn and stewed chicken to the table. The dinner was served with white porridge. Before going to bed, Shen Xun took off the iron sheet tied to his body, turned on the projector, and chose a costume drama to watch. Halfway through the TV show, Shen Xun had already fallen asleep. Too much energy was consumed in the afternoon. When he woke up in the morning, the TV was still playing. Shen Xun turned off his phone and put away the projector. Only then did he hear shouts from downstairs. Folding up his coat, Shen Xun took out his binoculars and looked down. There were 3 men in green coats standing outside the tianfu. The men held trumpets in their hands. The man shouted with a loudspeaker. It was too far away to hear what he was saying, and the binoculars looked into the distance again. There were also 3 men standing at the gate of the community next door to Tianfu, also holding trumpets in their hands. After a simple breakfast, Shen Xun put Laifu into the space, put on the Juan gloves, opened the door and went downstairs. GJ has not forgotten us. We are finally saved. Woo woo woo. The woman held the scrawny child and sobbed. There were more or less many people standing downstairs in every building in Tianfu, and only Shen Xun came out of building F. Shen Xun was tightly wrapped and squatted by the flower bed. Well, GJ didn't abandon us, they just came late and we waited, most women said emotionally. After experiencing the natural disasters and the hardships of these days, several unknown women embraced each other and wept bitterly. Shen Xun squatted aside and listened silently. After a visual inspection, there were about 400 people left in several buildings. Only a few people were crying, and most of them stood aside like Shen Xun, silent. The base is built on a mountain outside the city. Those who have an ID card can bring an ID card, or a household registration book, as long as they can prove their identity. Those who cannot prove their identity can also go. The base will make other arrangements. Going to the base is also based on personal wishes, and I will not force you. The man shouted outside Tianfu with a loudspeaker, and the words on the loudspeaker kept playing in a loop. Shen Xun observed the reactions of everyone in the crowd. His eyes met the gaze of the man in the crowd. The man showed his yellow teeth towards Shen Xun, and his smile was perverted. Shen Xun. Just because I took one more look at you in the crowd. Passing through the crowd, the man walked towards Shen Xun. Shen Xun turned and left, gradually moving away from the crowd, and the man followed closely behind. Turning around the alley, Shen Xun waited for the man at the corner, kicking the stones on the ice boldly. Some people want to die, but you can't stop them. The sound of pattering footsteps showed the man's eagerness. He rushed into the alley and stopped when he saw Shen Xun's figure. The man had a wretched smile on his face, but this woman actually ran to a deserted alley and waited for him to see how I would deal with you later. He took out a bag of cracked biscuits from his pocket. Sister, haven't you eaten? Obviously, the man didn't wash his face and brush his teeth much after the extreme cold, especially when he smiled with big yellow teeth. The man held a biscuit bag in his hand, but Shen Xun didn't pick it up. You are from Tianfu? Shen Xun looked at the man curiously. She must be wrapped up too tightly, and the people of Tianfu are very recognizable to her face. That's right. I'm from Building C, sister. How many buildings do you belong to? Hearing Shen Xun's crisp voice, the man was even more convinced that his vision was right. The lewd gaze in his eyes couldn't be hidden. The man looked at Shen Xun unscrupulously. She was still a little girl. She just played half a month ago, that feeling. Shen Xun didn't answer. You're starving. Here's it for you. Eat it quickly. Uncle's house still has a lot. Would you like to go to his uncle's house? The man tempted Shen Xun with food. Xidong Sun Jiahong, do you know him? Shen Xun's complexion changed slightly, but he recovered instantly. When the man heard Sun Jiahong's name, his face was filled with joy. It turned out that he knew Sun Jiahong, so it would be easy. I know her, she also lived with me for a while half a month ago, the man said in a relaxed tone. It seems that he has some grasp of the person in front of him. Shen Xun's face was indifferent, and the hook polished by the spider's leg appeared in his hand out of thin air. The man stared dumbfounded at Shen Xun. As if by magic, a black inexplicable object appeared out of thin air. This is... what? Shen Xun remained silent and did not speak. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the man. Under the man's surprised gaze, the hook had already pierced into the man's neck. Save! Pulling his wrist hard, Shen Xun pulled the hook and took up pieces of flesh and cotton rags from the man's neck. His eyes were bloodshot, and some of his hands were also stained. The man had lost his breath and collapsed on the ground. Shen Xun put away the hook and took out new gloves to put on, and stepped over the man. This kind of man just eats too much. When Shen Xun walked out of the alley, quite a few people had already gathered outside the Tianfu, and it was estimated that everyone nearby had come. Drag home. Mouth also packed the only things. Let's go. The voice from the loudspeaker sounded. The crowd followed behind the three of them, and Shen Xun turned and went upstairs. Standing under the window on the 6th floor, she could see the situation on the ground more clearly. When Shen Xun looked down, there were quite a few people like her who did not follow. Almost half of the people in Tianfu stayed, about 200 people. People from other neighborhoods also left about halfway. Shen Xun looked at these figures who stayed behind, standing alone in the crowd. They are not worthy of pity. Even from today, these people are the real trouble. They have begun to adapt to the survival mode of the last days, and even like this disorderly world not controlled by others, and they must have blood on their hands. What's more, the three soldiers just said that whether to go to the base depends on personal wishes, not forced. Anyone with a little brain can see the current situation clearly. Without strength, they can only attach to the official base, and their lives will be guaranteed. When the big troops left, the rest of the people looked at each other warily. Their faces were tightly covered, and it was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Leaving in 2s and 3s, only a very small number of people were loners like Shen Xun, but these loners were all being targeted at this time. Many people in the crowd had already noticed Shen Xun, and they all looked at Building F intentionally or unintentionally. Only the rest of Tianfu didn't dare to look at Shen Xun's side. They were afraid of being targeted by Shen Xun. The corpses that appeared around Building F from time to time sounded in the hearts of everyone in Tianfu. This is not Tianfu, just change the name to Hell. The woman in Building F is the living Hades. After reaching the 22nd floor, Shen Xun opened the door, and the stove in the room was burning vigorously. After releasing Laifu from the space, Shen Xun turned around and entered the house, took out the binoculars and looked downstairs. There were several cars driving in the front. The vehicle was moving slowly, and the crowd followed behind in a dense mass. Putting away the binoculars, Shen Xun drew the curtain, and Laifu's huge head was on the door. It was only past 10 o'clock in the morning. Consciousness sank into the space. Shen Xun scooped up a spoonful of rainwater to wash the flesh and blood on the hook, and the sub-zero cold air made the minced meat stick to the cotton cloth strips, all sticking to the hook. That's it. Shen Xun took a spoonful, but there were still sporadic flesh and blood on it, but it didn't get in the way. Throw the quilt cover and the clothes you took off into the space, wash them, and put them in the dryer. The time is just at noon. After a simple lunch, Shen Xun closed the door of the room and went downstairs after he was full. He didn't bring Laifu with him. It is not yet known what the official attitude is towards alienated animals. Taking out the bicycle from under the window, Shen Xun rode the bicycle wandering on the street. City B has now settled in a large number of official personnel, and soldiers walking together can be seen everywhere behind the corner, all holding trumpets in their hands. After walking for a while, Shen Xun stopped his bicycle and stood at the entrance of the alley, and caught up. The road ahead was full of survivors. The military led the way, and Shen Xun pushed his bicycle downstairs. There were two groups of people in the crowd, and the pet owners walked alone. No one dared to approach, and the military kept order with rifles. Shen Xun took his bicycle and walked upstairs quickly. When he reached the 4th floor, Shen Xun looked out the window to the street, and saw that there were a lot of people. The people who keep pets are walking on the left. Most of them are cats and dogs. All of them have become quite big, and their hair is very long, dragging on the ground. If she didn't shave Laifu's fur, Laifu's hair is probably similar to them. There are still pigs. Shen Xun looked at in surprise. It should be the kind of little fragrant pig that doesn't grow up, but after the alienation the body suddenly swells, and the two fangs around the mouth are a meter long. Hedgehogs, chinchillas, minks, squirrels, rabbits, coal ducks, and even snakes. Most of the rich people in this world have all kinds of weird pets. These pets are obviously not very alienated, and the largest body is only a little over 2 meters. The portraits of the military are all used to it, and the alienated animals follow closely behind their masters. Shen Xun felt relieved. It seemed that Laifu could come out for activities, but he couldn't go out alone. He would probably be shot dead on the spot if he ran into someone from the military. After all, it is not these docile little house pets, but a real jungle beast. After watching for a while, Shen Xun returned the same way, and finally rushed outside the community when it was almost dark. Shen Xun was swinging his bicycle, and many people had already gathered outside Tianfu. Shen Xun walked through the crowd without looking sideways. Hey, wait a minute. The woman chased behind Shen Xun's bicycle. Shen Xun speeded up and pretended not to hear, and soon the bicycle passed through Building A and went straight to Building B. Wait. A moment. The woman followed behind, panting, frowning, and pinching the brakes. Shen Xun turned his head, holding back his impatience, and looked at the woman with a pair of almond eyes under the goggles. Is there something wrong? The woman didn't cover up her face in any way. She even put on light makeup. Her complexion was ruddy and her appearance was gorgeous. Shen Xun couldn't help but take a second look. The woman clutched her chest with her right hand and was panting. Her sexy figure wrapped in a black knee-length padded jacket. This was the first decent person Shen Xun had met since the extreme cold. The woman was still panting, but Shen Xun lost his patience, so he turned his head and stepped on the bicycle to leave. It's getting dark, what's for a woman? The intention is that Shen Xun is not interested. Please wait a moment. Hello, my name is Su Ping, and I want to ask if you would like to go to our base. The woman caught up with Shen Xun again, her tone sincere. Su Ping's companions also chased after him at this time. According to visual inspection, there were more than a dozen of them, all of whom were dressed similarly to Su Ping. Shen Xun looked up at the sky, felt the coldness in his fingers. I'm not interested. Shen Xun looked cold. Lai Fu probably waited for her to go back. The faces of Su Ping's companions changed slightly. This was the first time someone bluntly refused their invitation. Anyone who saw their current attire would seriously consider what the woman said. The girl walked up to Su Ping and looked at Shen Xun with idiot eyes. Do you know who we are? Have you never heard of the Agni base? I've never heard of it, what's the matter? Now all kinds of ghosts and monsters have appeared, probably a small base that has just been established. Shen Xun's tone was flat, as if he really didn't know. Su Ping pulled the girl behind him. It's okay, you can think about it, don't reply me so quickly. The last ray of light in the sky also came to an end, and Shen Xun lost all patience. I said before, I'm not interested in your Liang base. You are the fire base. The girl emerged from behind Su Ping. She was already annoyed by Shen Xun's attitude, although their fire base had only just been built. But not all cats and dogs can be seen by them. The base has supplies, but it does not support idlers. His hands were completely cold. Shen Xun turned around and left while pushing the bicycle. The girl passed Su Ping and raised her hand to put it on Shen Xun's body. With a clicking sound, the gun in his hand was loaded, and the black muzzle was aimed at the girl. The girl immediately put away the expression on her face. Only fear remained in her eyes. The companions behind the girl saw that Shen Xun was pointing a gun at his own people, and they all took out their pistols and aimed at Shen Xun. Shen Xun raised his eyebrows and looked at the few people. The gun in his hand pressed against the girl's body twice, and the girl trembled all over. Shen Xun could feel her fear through the shaking gun body. What are you doing? Put down the gun quickly. Su Ping raised her hand and pressed the gun in the hand of her companion. She had seen a lot of capable, eccentric people like Shen Xun. Sister Ping. The girl was crying, she didn't dare to move at all. Shen Xun's eyes were too scary. Su Ping walked to Shen Xun's side, her attitude was still the same as before, neither humble nor overbearing. I apologize to you on her behalf, I'm really sorry just now, she came out for the first time today. Su Ping took out 2 packs of instant noodles from her backpack. I'll take this as an apology for you. Let's make friends. When Shen Xun saw the 2 packs of instant noodles, he pretended to be delighted, and impatiently reached out to take them. Okay, then I'll forgive her, and as for making friends, forget it. Shen Xun, as if he was afraid of being seen, hurriedly stuffed the instant noodles into his backpack, and Su Ping took the opportunity to pull the girl behind him. The gun was casually pinned to his waist, and Shen Xun stepped on the bicycle and ran away without a trace. It's just 2 packs of instant noodles like a starving ghost. The girl poked her head from behind Su Ping, her tone mocking, and she sneered at Shen Xun's actions just now. You don't say a few words. Su Ping took out a note from her bag and crossed the word Tianfu. After failing to get Shen Xun to join the raging fire base. The note also recorded the names of several neighborhoods, some were ticked off, some were crossed out like Shen Xun, and some were crossed out like Shen Xun. Name was directly painted out. Su Ping turned her head to look at Tianfu under the night. She didn't take the girl's words to heart, on the contrary. She thought that Shen Xun's behavior just now was the most normal. Because the girl had relatives at the base, she didn't have to worry about eating and drinking. She is like a daughter flower raised in a greenhouse. Nowadays, many dark corners of city have begun to eat people, but she can still maintain her simplicity. Let's go. Su Ping put away the note and walked away with a few people, picking up the bicycle and putting it in the cubicle on the 3rd floor. Closing the door, Shen Xun rubbed his cold hands and went upstairs. His toes and fingers were so cold that he almost lost all feeling. He put on the gloves of Juan and opened the door. Lai Fu heard Shen Xun's familiar footsteps and stared at the iron gate eagerly. Walking quickly to the stove, Shen Xun took off his gloves, put on fur slippers, put his hands on the stove and leaned against it. Oh! Lai Fu waited for Shen Xun all afternoon, and he was so hungry. Bringing Lai Fu's rice bowl over, Shen Xun cut a piece of animal meat in the space and put it in the bowl, and added 2 live fish and eggs. Lai Fu buried his head in his meal. Shen Xun took out the 2 packs of instant noodles he got, and threw them into the space after confirming that there was nothing wrong. Put a hot pot on the stove, put the home-cooked food in the pot to heat up, beat 2 eggs and scramble a bowl of rice. Shen Xun was also very hungry, so he made a CD-ROM for a meal. After the meal, Shen Xun took out the scissors and trimmed the long hair on Laifu's neck. The living room was silent, except for the sound of scissors scissoring. The hair grew very fast, and it was already as long as a slap since the last time it was cut. Putting the haircut by Laifu into the space, Shen Xun raised his hand and patted Laifu's neck.
Son.
Okay, good night. Lying on the bed, his consciousness sank into space, and Shen Xun gave birth to the food on the shelves again. In a few nights, sweet potatoes and wheat had each stockpiled more than 800 catties. Chickens, ducks, and geese have now bred more than 400, and this is still under her intentional control. Shen Xun quickly picked up all the eggs and put them away. For a whole year, the chickens, ducks, and goose eggs received are now piled up into hills. After finding out the video of making salted duck eggs and preserved eggs, Shen Xun used a bit of mental energy to busy himself in the space, and finally succeeded after more than a dozen failures. I don't need to eat that much by myself. Shen Xun only got one basket 500 or so eggs. Even if I eat 2 in one meal, it can last half a year. With almost exhausted mental power, Shen Xun exited the space and fell asleep. She slept until she woke up naturally in the morning. Now she was left alone in Building F. No one was staring at her or harassing her. Shen Xun was happy to be at ease. Getting up slowly from the bed after washing up, Shen Xun caught a big goose in the space and killed it with a knife in his hand. The big goose twitched twice on the ground before swallowing, plucked its hair and washed it, put on marinade, plugged in a solar power panel in the oven, and Shen Xun roasted the goose while reading a book. Laifu smelled the fragrance and waited quietly, closed the book in his hand, and Shen Xun turned the goose over. What she read was an encyclopedia of herbal medicines, which recorded the names, medicinal properties, and what they looked like of many herbs, and they were all accompanied by color pictures. She has already read half of this book, and she doesn't have an extraordinary memory, but only reads it over and over again. In the space, the medicine field was just sprinkled with seeds to promote germination, and it didn't fully start to grow. After the big goose turned its face, Shen Xun continued to read.